The era of universal job transition has arrived. Wei Xiaosu awakened the hidden profession of necromancer, mastering the SSS talent skill, eternal immortality, and wielding the signature equipment, the shovel of grief of the departed. How infuriating! You are the most unrefined human I have ever encountered. Do you dare to challenge me to a duel? A duel? Very well. How about you take on 1,000,000 of us instead? Hey, you must be the Shadow Dragon, right? Did you leap into this pit yourself? Or shall I render you unconscious and toss you in? Shadow Dragon. From that moment onward, a name that instilled terror among countless formidable monsters began to circulate. The unrefined Wei Xiaosu. Chapter 1. The Six-Winged Angel. Zombies have devoured your brain on the playground of Qingyang First High School. Over 100 senior students gathered, seated upright on benches, attentively listening to Principal Wang Wei's address from the podium. Dear students, 3 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. I believe you have eagerly awaited this day. After 3 years of diligent study, I am confident that you are now ready to become professionals. Today marks the day of your vocational awakening. I trust you are even more excited than I am. Regardless of the profession you awaken, do not belittle yourselves. In this world, there are no worthless professions, only individuals who choose to be worthless. Once, there were those who awakened to powerful hidden professions, yet became complacent and ceased to strive, ultimately descending into uselessness. Conversely, there were individuals who awakened to the seemingly unremarkable profession of a chef, but, through relentless effort, transformed into the revered nine-turned culinary deity, deserving of everyone's admiration. Thus, dear students, your futures lie firmly within your own hands. Now, without further ado, let the awakening ceremony commence. Wei Xiaosu gazed longingly towards the podium, his eyes glimmering with excitement and his heart racing. Having traversed the world of Blue Star for precisely 3 years, he had grown exceedingly familiar with everything it entailed. 3 centuries prior, Blue Star was suddenly graced with the emergence of thousands of spatial vortices overnight, each connecting to another realm known as the Secret Realm. With the advent of the Secret Realm, the foundational rules of Blue Star underwent profound transformations, most notably manifesting as a digitalization of existence. In simpler terms, one could describe it as a convergence of gaming with reality. Conquering the Secret Realm, vanquishing otherworldly beasts, gaining experience points, and enhancing levels and abilities became the new norm. During the early days of the Secret Realm's emergence, countless formidable beasts surged forth, inflicting immeasurable losses upon humanity, whose physical constitution was as fragile as mere parchment in comparison. Yet, through the valiant sacrifices of countless predecessors who faced death without hesitation, humanity ultimately triumphed at an enormous cost, eradicating the beasts that had escaped from the Secret Realm, thereby paving the way for the relatively stable existence enjoyed today, the foremost reliance of the human ancestors in conquering the ferocious beasts lay in their ability to awaken their professions, subsequently elevating their levels to achieve the ultimate goal of career transition. After 3 centuries of evolution, humanity has devised an infallible method for awakening professions. Although the nature of the awakened professions cannot be controlled, the potential for everyone to become a practitioner is an exceedingly formidable accomplishment. The potency of an awakened profession bears a direct correlation to the academic performance over the 3 years of high school. The likelihood of a top scholar awakening a formidable profession is undoubtedly higher than that of a less academically inclined individual. Otherwise, if the outcome were merely a matter of luck, what merit would there be in studying? One might as well recline until the age of 18 and rely on fate for awakening. Of course, there are occasional instances where a top scholar falters while a less accomplished student rises to prominence. Yet such occurrences are exceedingly rare on a global scale, rendering them almost negligible on the podium. As Principal Wang Wei departed, several masters of formations began to collaboratively construct a magical array. Within minutes, swirling waves of milky white magical ripples commenced to envelop the entire playground, stirring the hearts of all present. Wang Wei returned to the podium, his countenance radiant, and with a sweeping gesture proclaimed, "Students of Class 1, Senior Year, prepare for your profession awakening, I urge the homeroom teachers to maintain order among the classes. Class 1, Senior Year Su Xiaoqing, please come to the stage. As the class leader of senior year class 1, Su Xiaoqing not only excelled academically, but was also recognized as one of the 3 most beautiful students at Qingyang First High School. The moment she ascended the podium, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Goodness, look! My goddess is on stage. Ah, Xiaoqing remains as beautiful as ever. If I could have her as my girlfriend, I would willingly forfeit 10 years of my life. Huh, what a ridiculous thought. Alas, these cursed school uniforms conceal everything. Nanny, what do you wish to see? Not only the boys, but also a multitude of girls cast envious glances at Su Xiaoqing, their gazes tinged with jealousy and admiration. Didn't Su Xiaoqing secure 2nd place in the last monthly exam? Is that even a question? With that weirdo from class 2 around, our goddess Xiaoqing is destined to be the eternal runner-up. Damn, how could I have forgotten? The class president from class 2 has reportedly topped the grade in every exam throughout high school. Truly unbelievable. Exactly. His name is Wei Xiaosu, right? What a detestable fellow, burdening my goddess with the title of eternal 2nd place for 3 years. How infuriating. Listening to the hushed whispers around him, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Although he had performed well academically before his reincarnation, he had never reached such extraordinary heights. His memory and adaptability had become remarkably exceptional since his arrival in this new world. Initially, he was uncertain about the cause, but after some thorough contemplation, he surmised that the fusion of 2 souls had elevated his essence far beyond that of an ordinary person, bestowing upon him his current status as a super scholar. Su Xiaoqing stepped into the formation. A few seconds later, a radiant brilliance erupted from the array, revealing a colossal sword emanating resplendent golden light, causing the entire venue to erupt in fervor once more. Truly divine. This level of phenomenon undoubtedly signifies a rare profession. Ah, can anyone discern what rare profession this might be? It resembles a holy sword master, yet that sword seems to differ slightly from the typical holy sword master's weapon. While the students on the playground engaged in lively discussion, the principal, Wang Wei, and the homeroom teacher of class 1 stood on the podium, utterly astonished. With their extensive knowledge, they could discern the implications. Is this Principal Wang, Xiaoqing Shi? Before either could articulate their conjectures, the center of the formation erupted once again with unparalleled golden radiance. Simultaneously, a cascade of pure white feathers descended from the heavens, exceedingly magnificent and spectacular. Moments later, a vague figure, indistinguishable in visage, manifested as a 6-winged angel, grasping the golden sword suspended in midair. In an instant, golden halos filled the entire expanse. Su Xiaoqing, profession awakened. 6-winged angel innate equipment. Sort of holy light that is 6-winged angel. It is indeed the hidden profession of 6-winged angel. The goddess is invincible, so beautiful. I adore you, goddess. Below the stage, Wei Xiaosu naturally witnessed this scene, utterly astonished. After all, it was a hidden profession, one that ranked among the top 20 of the most formidable occupations. Even he felt a twinge of envy. This is troublesome. Wei Xiaosu sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. On stage, Su Xiaoqing, having received a round of encouragement from Wang Wei, descended. However, as she passed by Wei Xiaosu, a smile danced on her lips as she sneered softly. This time, let's see how you intend to surpass me. Wei Xiaosu remained speechless, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the podium, which only served to infuriate Su Xiaoqing, her teeth clenched in frustration. Chapter 2. A shovel. Next up, Zhang San. Zhang San awakened to the profession of chef, his primary equipment, an iron spoon. As the formation was gently stirred, no celestial phenomena manifested, and Zhang San's countenance turned pale. The chef is classified as a lifestyle profession, yet among the various life-oriented vocations, it is regarded as the least esteemed, far inferior to the promising paths of blacksmiths and alchemists. Zhang San, do not lose heart. Do you recall my earlier mention of the 9 transformations culinary deity? Wang Wei consoled with a smile. However, such comfort proved utterly ineffectual for Zhang San, as countless individuals awaken as chefs each year. Over the span of 3 centuries, only one has achieved the 9 transformations, earning the revered title of culinary deity. Oh, yet another feudal profession. Indeed, while a culinary deity emerged a century ago, the odds of such an occurrence are exceedingly slim, akin to winning the lottery. What culinary deity? Merely 9 transformations. Without surpassing that, what right do they have to be called a deity? Hush, keep your voice down. If memory serves, that esteemed culinary deity is still alive. Wei Xiaosu listened to the conversation of his peers, shaking his head in disbelief. With his knowledge, he understood the terrifying prowess of that culinary deity, who had entered the ranks of 9 transformations a century ago, recognized as the most challenging profession to advance within. Moreover, a century has passed. Who knows if that individual has progressed even further? Zhang Tao, awakened profession, warrior, primary equipment, scythe. Wang Qi, awakened profession, archer, signature equipment, poisoned arrows. Awakened profession, healer, signature equipment, bandages. One by one, the senior students ascend the podium, accompanied by the subtle fluctuations of the awakening array. To date, the success rate of awakening stands at a remarkable 100%, granting each individual their own profession. However, professions vary in prestige. In the entire senior class 1, only Su Shaoqing has awakened the hidden profession of Six-Winged Angel, while the others have all acquired ordinary professions, with not even a single rare profession emerging. Soon, it was time for Class 2 to take the stage. Wei Xiaosu, as the class leader, naturally stepped up first to awaken. After 3 years of diligent study, even with Wei Xiaosu's experience of living 2 lives, he could not help but feel a tinge of nervousness and unease at this moment. The classmates of Class 2 began their preparations, urging the homeroom teacher to maintain order among the classes. Wei Xiaosu, please come to the stage. Principal Wang Wei looked kindly at the young man standing below the podium, his gaze filled with boundless expectations for this student. Throughout 3 years of high school, whether in monthly assessments or final exams, this student consistently ranked first in the grade. Even Su Shaoqing, hailed as the most gifted descendant in a century, had been overshadowed by him for a full 3 years. Having held the title of perennial second place for 3 years, I suspect Shaoqing is even more eager for his awakening than I am. Wang Wei mused silently. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xiaosu finally gathered his resolve and slowly ascended the podium. As he stood before the awakening array, an unexpected tranquility enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the tension and unease he had previously felt. Go for it, Xiaosu, came the gentle voice of his homeroom teacher, Li Jing, from the side. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaosu smiled broadly. Over the years, Li Jing had shown him considerable care, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude as he nodded lightly. Thank you, teacher. I will strive to do my best. In the next moment, Wei Xiaosu stepped boldly into the array, drawing the attention of the 100 or so spectators gathered around him. Among them, Su Shaoqing, who had just awakened her hidden profession, clenched her fists tightly, her slender nails inadvertently digging into her palms. The array began to operate, radiating a dazzling brilliance as its energy rapidly depleted. If one were to measure an ordinary person's energy consumption at 1, Wei Xiaosu's was an astounding 10. After a few moments, the radiant light began to deepen, and even the once bright sky succumbed to darkness as ominous clouds, as black as ink, gathered above the crowd, reminiscent of an apocalyptic omen. What on earth? Why has it turned so dark? Exclaimed one voice. I just looked, and the entire playground is shrouded in ominous clouds. It's terrifying. Did anyone else suddenly feel the atmosphere grow eerie? In response to the astonished exclamations and bewildered murmurs from her classmates, Su Shaoqing, proud as a swan, gritted her teeth and managed to utter 4 words through clenched jaws. Transitional anomaly. This phenomenon had only manifested half an hour ago, coinciding with Su Shaoqing's awakening as a Six-Winged Angel. Now, a similarly substantial anomaly occurred, and it manifested on a person she least wished to see. On the podium, Wang Wei and Li Jing were equally exhilarated, particularly Wang Wei, as the principal of Qingyang First High School, could boast of nurturing 2 students who awakened hidden professions in the same cohort, potentially bringing him both fame and fortune. One might even speculate that the small funds allocated by the government next year would elevate a tier further. Do you see any movement within those dark clouds? In truth, there was no need to shout. Others had already noticed the alterations in the ominous clouds above. What was once a profound, inky mass began to emit crackling sounds, resembling the grating of bones, sending shivers through the spectators. Subsequently, the clouds transformed, morphing into peculiar skeletal creatures. Some resembled humans, yet the majority were unrecognizable beasts of various forms. The awakening of professions was nearing its conclusion. Soon it would be time to forge one's destined equipment. When Su Shaoqing awakened, she was enveloped in a resplendent glow, breathtaking in its beauty, culminating in the dazzling formation of the holy light angel sword that blinded all onlookers. In stark contrast, Wei Xiaosu found himself enveloped in an oppressive darkness that made breathing laborious, the eerie atmosphere causing even the timid student's legs to tremble. Yet, the equipment being forged at this moment was utterly astonishing. What on earth is that? Such a grand display, yet the faded equipment appears in this unimpressive form? Surely, the academic prodigy cannot falter this time? It is no wonder that the onlookers are left in astonishment, for hovering above Wei Xiaosu's head is an unremarkable black shovel. Seemingly an ordinary tool one might purchase for a mere $20 at a hardware store. How could this be the fated equipment of one who has awakened a hidden profession as a scholarly deity? It is rather ludicrous, is it not? Even Wang Wei on stage was taken aback. The awakening had concluded. However, it took him a full half-minute before he managed to utter. With a slight twitch of his lips, Wei Xiaosu, awakened profession, necromancer, fated equipment, shovel. Chapter 3. The scene of the scholar's downfall as the ominous clouds dissipated. A few ebony crows deftly soared overhead, their eerie calls echoing from a distance, rendering the once silent playground increasingly peculiar. Mere seconds later, the tranquil atmosphere erupted into fervent discussions. This was indeed a rare spectacle of a scholar's misfortune, a moment seldom witnessed in a century. Many individuals had already taken out their phones to share the event on social media. Haha, this is hilarious. The necromancer's signature equipment is not a staff or a gem, but rather a shovel. The necromancer, typically regarded as the lowest tier within the hidden professions, now faced a mishap with their primary gear. Its potency could only be compared to that of certain formidable rare professions. 6,666. What a grand debacle. I must post this on my social media. The voices of the students reveling in the misfortune echoed throughout the playground. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu, who had already undergone awakening on stage, was too stunned to pay them any heed, fixated instead on her personal information with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Occupation: necromancer. Level: strength, 11 agility, 12 constitution, 13 spirit, 300 signature equipment. Grief of the departed. Summoning space: 0, 3000 skills. Innate skill: eternal impermanence, SSS level. Summon skeleton mage, G level. Innate skill: eternal impermanence, SSS level. With an exceptionally potent soul, you have successfully grasped the ultimate skill of the necromancer. You can learn identical necromancy skills without limitation, infinitely stacking summoning effects, and possessing a minuscule chance to elevate the skill by 1 level. Summon skeleton mage, G level. Summon 1 tier skeleton mage, whose level will increase alongside the summoner. Each summoning consumes 0.1 points of spirit. As a paragon of academic excellence, Wei Xiaosu's theoretical knowledge is profoundly extensive, which is precisely why he finds his personal data so astonishing. A spirit score of 300. Even for a hidden class, a single initial attribute would not exceed 100 points. Could this be the boon of a transmigrator? Furthermore, innate skills are a unique talent possessed by everyone, equivalent in status to one's signature equipment. However, unlike equipment, skills do not manifest immediately upon awakening. Thus, unless one reveals it, no one can discern the level of another's innate skill. Generally speaking, hidden professions possess the remarkable ability to fully awaken S-grade talents. As for SS-grade talents, they are exceedingly rare. Over the past 3 centuries, thousands of hidden professions have emerged. Yet the number of individuals with SS-grade talents scarcely exceeds 100. However, those like Wei Xiaosu, who awaken such extraordinary talents, are destined to reach the pinnacle of mortal existence, achieving the 9th transformation of their profession, provided they do not meet an untimely demise. What left Wei Xiaosu? A soul reborn in 2 lifetimes. Utterly astonished for an extended period was not merely the exceptional talent, but also the nature of his fateful equipment. The grief of the departed. Sealed state. Level: 1 quality. Rank: 0 strength, 1 agility, 1 constitution, 1 spirit, 1 effect. 1. Dig a pit, bury a corpse. And after 60 seconds, you shall receive a sapling adorned with various peculiar fruits. Description: he has perished, yet not entirely. He exists in a liminal state, neither fully alive nor wholly dead. Death is not the end. The realm of the undead is. Unsealing this item requires the completion of a class transition. At first glance, this unassuming little black shovel sent a chill down Wei Xiaosu's spine. Yet, upon reading the item description, his apprehension swiftly transformed into exuberance. The quality was unimpressive, a mere rank 0 trinket, easily purchasable for 100 or so coins outside. However, its effects were extraordinarily potent. Many monster corpses hold little value. After humans slay monsters, they often depart without a second thought. However, with this shovel in hand, Wei Xiaosu could engage in the art of repurposing waste. In a mere 5 minutes, he could dig a pit to bury a corpse, thereby reaping additional rewards. Such a thought was undeniably delightful. Moreover, this shovel possessed the remarkable ability to gradually unlock its potential as his strength increased. What was effective now would undoubtedly evolve into something greater in the future. The potential was immense, beyond words. To make a rather audacious claim, should someone offer him a divine artifact in exchange, he would dismiss it without a second thought. Silence. Wang Wei, now possessing the strength of a 6th transition, released an aura that instantaneously quelled the noisy playground. He then turned his attention to the dazed Wei Xiaosu, sighed inwardly, and managed to muster a smile as he gently reassured him, "Xiaosu, do not lose heart. Even if your initial equipment is somewhat lacking. You are a hidden class necromancer. I believe your summoned creatures must be exceptional, right? With diligent nurturing, you are bound to achieve remarkable success." Indeed, Li Jing approached at the right moment, her stunning visage betraying no hint of disappointment. Instead, a subtle concern flickered in her expression as she inquired, "Xiaosu, what is your initial summoned creature? A headless knight? A skeleton tyrant? Or perhaps a lich dragon beast?" As the voices of the principal and homeroom teacher echoed in his ears, Wei Xiaosu finally regained his composure. He hastily closed the information panel visible only to himself and asked, "My summoned creature?" Without waiting for Li Jing to nod, he decisively pointed toward the empty space ahead. In the next moment, a swirling mass of black mist emerged, accompanied by the eerie sound of bones creaking and grinding. "Come forth, skeleton mage." As the mist dissipated, a skeletal creature, no taller than 1.5 meters and entirely composed of assembled bones, came into view. It was neither the headless horseman nor the skeleton tyrant, much less the undead dragon beast. Wang Wei. Oh, Li Jing. The crowd. The appearance of the skeleton mage plunged the entire venue into an unsettling silence. Wang Wei, in particular, found it impossible to contain his disbelief. This was far more disconcerting than discovering his prized equipment was merely a shovel. The skeletal creature was already a low-tier entity, and the fact that it was a skeleton mage only highlighted its abysmal potential for growth. Even among ordinary summoner classes, it was rare to awaken a skeleton mage. This was perplexing. After all, necromancer was a hidden class. Could there be some hidden mystery behind this skeleton mage? After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Wei casually remarked and stepped forward to the skeleton mage, gently placing a finger on its smooth forehead. With a resounding pop and a cascade of bones, the newly emerged skeleton mage was reduced to mere fragments by Wang Wei's single touch, utterly lifeless. Wang Wei. Chapter 4. Arise, skeleton mage, haha. Are you telling me this is a hidden profession? Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts. Though each year brings tales of top scholars facing setbacks upon their awakening, the extent of our prodigy's misfortune is truly unparalleled. Indeed, I have long held a disdain for him. He often feigns aloofness, and now, look at him, having stumbled spectacularly. How amusing. Wei Xiaosu stood upon the stage, unfazed by the jeers of his classmates below, even suppressing a laugh. Glancing at Wang Wei, whose expression was far from pleasant, a sly smile crept across his lips. "Summon the skeleton mage." As his words echoed, vast swathes of black mist enveloped the air, accompanied by the eerie sound of bones creaking and clattering. One after another, ghastly skeleton creatures emerged from the shroud of darkness. 10, 100, 1,000, 3,000. In the blink of an eye, a staggering 3,000 skeleton mages manifested, far exceeding the space on the platform. The majority were summoned onto the playground. An overwhelming sea of white stretching as far as the eye could see. "Ah, this!" Li Jing gasped in astonishment, her face a canvas of shock. To awaken and summon thousands of skeletal creatures in one go. Truly, even the weakest of them are formidable. Historically, newly awakened necromancers typically began with headless knights and skeletal tyrants, with only one appearing 2 centuries ago who summoned a skeletal dragon. Yet, without exception, they could only summon a single creature at a time. However, Wei Xiaosu clearly informed everyone that, Despite the subpar nature of his summoned beasts, he possessed the remarkable ability to summon them without limitation. Thus, the notion of failure? It was utterly inconceivable. After depleting all his mental energy in one go, Wei Xiaosu felt a slight dizziness. Fortunately, his foundation was solid. As long as he refrained from further exertion, he could gradually recover. Indeed, although there were some discrepancies with his primary equipment, his skills and talents were not insignificant. With proper nurturing, his future was promising. In the presence of all the third-year students, Wang Wei offered praise and encouragement to Wei Xiaosu. Although he might not possess the vast potential of Su Shaoqing's six-winged angel, he was nonetheless worthy of investment. All right, collect the skeleton mages and you may leave for now. Let the awakening ceremony proceed. Yes, Principal. Wei Xiaosu nodded gently and, with a wave of his hand, summoned the 3,000 skeleton mages into the summoning space before turning to depart from the podium. His decision to reveal his unique capability for unlimited summoning stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, in the Chinese Empire, the compulsory education lasts only 12 years. Pursuing further studies at university entails substantial tuition fees. By showcasing his value, he could secure additional scholarships at his current institution. Secondly, it served to conceal the secret of the shovel, a secret far more formidable than his SSS-level talent. If it were to be exposed, even if the school or the state harbored no ill intentions towards him, the ramifications could be dire. However, one cannot be certain that other nations, or even some treacherous individuals guilty of crimes against humanity, will not take reckless measures to eliminate him. Wei Xiaosu, this time you have lost. Wei Xiaosu was still contemplating his future plans when he suddenly heard a familiar voice beside him. Turning his head, he indeed saw Su Shaoqing gazing at him with a triumphant expression, her brows raised in delight. The novice trial dungeon hasn't even begun. On what grounds do you claim that I have lost? Wei Xiaosu retorted coolly before striding away, returning to his designated spot. You. Su Shaoqing glared at Wei Xiaosu's retreating figure, her fair hands clenched into fists, slightly reddening from the pressure. The awakening ceremony continued until 6 p.m., and during this time, another individual awakened the hidden class of Wind Swordmaster. This person was Qian Zihao, the class leader of the senior year Class 8. He was academically exceptional and favored by the teachers. However, he was narrow-minded and overly calculating, with an average appearance. Yet, he was a devoted admirer of Su Shaoqing, who, unable to win her affection for himself, directed all his animosity towards Wei Xiaosu, an utterly unjust misfortune. Students, this year's awakening ceremony has concluded successfully. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., you will venture into the Academy's novice dungeon for training. Those who excel will be awarded substantial scholarships and will receive extra points in the National College entrance examination in a month. So give it your all, Wang Wei announced loudly. This awakening has elicited mixed emotions, with some rejoicing while others lament. Nonetheless, it is evident that the average caliber of this year's cohort surpasses that of previous years. Notably, 3 individuals have emerged with hidden professions, and an impressive 16 with rare professions. Principal Wang Wei could hardly suppress the smile that graced his lips throughout the afternoon. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Wei Xiaosu was eager to find a quiet place to delve into the intricacies of his newfound vocation. However, before he could exit the playground, he was obstructed by none other than his arch-rival, Qian Zihao. Wei Xiaosu, what on earth did you say to Shaoqing? Why does she look so distressed? I attempted to engage her, but she completely ignored me. Caught off guard by this unexpected confrontation, Wei Xiaosu retorted, why should she pay you any heed? Surely you possess some self-awareness? Qian Zihao, a top student from Qingyang No. 1 High School, was not lacking in intelligence, yet his arrogance often clouded his judgment. Whenever matters concerning Su Shaoqing arose, his intellect seemed to diminish, as evidenced in this instance. Are you seeking a fight? Qian Zihao could easily discern the underlying insult in Wei Xiaosu's words, insinuating that he was unattractive. Yet, admitting such a thing was beyond him. In his view, he was merely average in appearance. In the next moment, a shimmering 3-foot-long sword materialized in his grasp, its blade exuding a faint azure glow, and with it, his demeanor transformed dramatically. Wei Xiaosu felt a slight sting emanating from his skin, a startling reminder of the formidable power wielded by the hidden profession of Windblade Swordsman. Although the Windblade Swordsman may not rival Su Shaoqing's 6-winged angel, it remains a formidable class that ranks within the top 50 of hidden professions. In terms of ranking, It far surpasses the abysmally low standing of the undead summoner. Wei Xiaosu, I shall warn you once more. Keep your distance from Xiaoqing. Do not delude yourself into thinking that your ability to summon those skeletal wretches makes you particularly strong. No matter how many you conjure, they are still mere refuse. Do not be so foolish as to underestimate me, or I shall render you powerless. Qian Xiaohua gripped his azure longsword, casting a disdainful glance at Wei Xiaosu. Though both were hidden professions, his combat prowess was undoubtedly superior. Meanwhile, the classmates passing by did not intervene. Instead, they formed a circle around the scene, eagerly entering into a spectator mode. Chapter 5. Extraordinary talent and skills. Have I not shown you enough respect? Wei Xiaosu, feeling a surge of anger, began to channel the energy within him. In an almost instantaneous moment, a black iron shovel, approximately 1.2 meters in length, materialized before him. The black iron shovel appeared remarkably ordinary, lacking any grandeur when compared to the azure sword wielded by Qian Zihao. They seemed to belong to entirely different realms, with no basis for comparison. However, as the rightful owner of the black iron shovel, Wei Xiaosu was acutely aware of its formidable and terrifying capabilities. Not to mention Qian Zihao's modest 3-foot azure blade. Even Su Xiaoqing's radiant angel sword paled in comparison. Cease at once. Just as Wei Xiaosu was preparing to summon his skeletal minions for assistance, a chilling voice resonated from the back of the crowd. The two turned to see a breathtaking figure emerging from the throng. It was none other than Su Xiaoqing, who had previously departed. Xiaoqing, what brings you back? Qian Zihao's expression, once filled with fury, had transformed into a mask of ingratiating smiles. Wei Xiaosu was not particularly surprised by Su Xiaoqing's return. After all, this was not the first occasion. Back when none of them had awakened their professions, skirmishes were trivial matters. Now, however, with awakened professions, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Su Xiaoqing maintained her characteristic frostiness in the face of Qian Zihao. She cast a fleeting glance in his direction before shifting her focus to Wei Xiaosu, declaring, "In tomorrow's dungeon trial, I shall undoubtedly prevail over you. I await your challenge with anticipation." Wei Xiaosu shrugged, noncommittal. Su Xiaoqing slightly nodded, remaining silent for a few seconds before turning to leave. However, just before departing, her cold voice echoed once more. "Qian Zihao, if you possess true skill, then defeat him honorably in tomorrow's novice dungeon trial. Engaging in this debate is utterly futile." Once Su Xiaoqing had distanced herself, Qian Zihao finally shifted his gaze from her retreating figure. He sheathed his sword, a sardonic grin gracing his lips as he remarked, "I heed Xiaoqing's words. You had better pray not to cross paths with me in tomorrow's trial. Otherwise, prepare yourself to languish in bed for a month." With that, Qian Zihao strode away, his demeanor exuding a certain aloof elegance, reminiscent of a solitary master. Bah! What nonsense! Wei Xiaosu felt genuinely disgusted this time. Although this fellow often sought trouble in the past, he had never been as arrogant as he was now. It seemed that awakening the hidden class of Windblade swordsmen had inflated his ego tremendously. Well then, you had better pray not to encounter me tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall show you why the flowers are so vibrant. Wei Xiaosu silently scoffed to himself. After leaving school, Wei Xiaosu did not immediately choose to return home. Instead, he headed to a nearby establishment known as Rainbow Chain, a vocational supermarket. As the name suggests, it sold a variety of items related to vocational practitioners. The supermarket was modest in size, spanning only about 100 square meters. Given Wei Xiaosu's current financial situation, it was the only type of store he could afford to browse. Upon entering the supermarket, Wei Xiaosu immediately spotted the balding proprietor seated behind the counter. Engrossed in scrolling through Douyin, he inquired, "Boss, do you sell skill books for summoning the undead?" The balding owner glanced up briefly, noting the school uniform adorning Wei Xiaosu, and deduced that he was likely a student who had just completed his class change that afternoon, probably devoid of funds. With a casual gesture, he pointed in a certain direction and said, "Over there are the G-grade summoning skill books. However, I cannot guarantee if there are any for the undead. You'll have to check for yourself." "Thank you, boss," Wei Xiaosu replied. Following the direction indicated by the owner, he swiftly discovered a thick stack of summoning skill books. Observing the layer of dust covering them, a slight smirk crept across his lips. Untying the rope that bound the skill books, he began to examine the titles on the covers. Summon Blue-Eyed Gray Wolf, Summon Subspecies Minotaur, Summon Shadow Serpent, each representing powerful Tier 0 summoned beasts. Yet, These tier 0 paragons were of no use to Wei Xiaosu. What he truly sought was the humble skeletal creature. After a minute of thorough searching through the entire inventory, he finally stumbled upon a skill book entitled Summon Skeleton Mage, which sent waves of elation through him. After tidying up the scattered skill books, he approached the counter with his desired tome in hand and asked, "Boss, how much for this skill book?" The proprietor replied, "G-grade skill books are 5,000 each. But I want to take advantage of you. For the undead, specifically the skeleton mage, let us say 2,000. It cannot be any lower." In a moment of conscience, the bald boss refrained from demanding an exorbitant price and settled for a modest base fee. Yet, this base amount still caused Wei Xiaosu to furrow his brow. 2,000 yuan was no trifling sum, especially for someone like him, a destitute youth hailing from the countryside. Wei Xiaosu retrieved his phone, glanced at the balance of over 3,000 yuan in his WeChat account, and, after a moment of steeling himself, ultimately decided to proceed with the payment. He reasoned that if he could secure first place in the upcoming trial, the scholarship he would receive would more than compensate for this initial investment. With the skill book tucked securely in his embrace, Wei Xiaosu hastened back to his modest rental apartment, spanning a mere 30 square meters and costing 300 yuan per month. A deal that could be considered quite economical. The moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. Wei Xiaosu took out the skill book, his heart brimming with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he softly intoned, "Learn." Instantaneously, a swirl of dark mist emerged from his palm, enveloping the skill book before transforming into a stream of radiant light that vanished from sight. In the next moment, a series of notifications appeared on his personal information panel. "Congratulations. You have successfully learned the G-grade skill, Summon Skeleton Mage. The innate skill, Eternal Undying, SSS, is activated, enhancing the skill's effects by 1. Summon Skeleton Mage. G-grade summons 2 level 0 skeleton mages, whose levels increase alongside the summoner. Each summoning requires a consumption of 0.1 mental energy. Ha ha ha, it truly works." As Wei Xiaosu gazed at the information displayed on the luminous panel before him, he could no longer contain his laughter. Previously, expending 0.1 units of mental energy would only summon a solitary skeletal mage, but now, with the same expenditure, he could conjure 2. The mere purchase of a skill book for a trifling 2,000 yuan had effectively doubled his prowess. Such a lucrative transaction, he yearned to replicate countless times. This meant that he could now instantaneously summon 6,000 skeletal mages. Even if they were merely expendable minions, sheer numbers would surely overwhelm any adversary. Faced with a typical first-tier monster, they should be capable of overwhelming it through sheer force, wouldn't they? In that moment, Wei Xiaosu began to envision strategies for engaging in battle with first-tier creatures. As for the potential conflict with Qian Zihao looming tomorrow, he dismissed it as inconsequential. Chapter 6. I am still just a child. The following day, around 8 o'clock. Wei Xiaosu had just finished his morning routine and was preparing to head to school when a sudden series of knocks echoed from outside the door. "Xiaosu, have you gotten up?" The alluring voice wafting in from beyond the threshold sent a shiver down Wei Xiaosu's spine. If he was not mistaken, the person outside was none other than his landlady, Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu, whose full name is Wu Xinyue, is 35 years old and a widow. Her husband tragically perished several years ago while venturing into a mystical realm, and she has yet to remarry. In truth, Aunt Wu is quite kind-hearted and has taken exceptional care of Wei Xiaosu. Otherwise, it would be sheer folly to think one could secure a 30-square-meter room with a kitchen and bathroom near the school for merely 300 yuan a month. However, Aunt Wu's kindness often overwhelms Wei Xiaosu. Over the past 3 years, encountering her felt akin to confronting a rat. He could never evade her presence. "Aunt Wu, please. I am still just a child." With a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, Wei Xiaosu ultimately acquiesced and approached the door to unlock it. Today, Aunt Wu donned a black qipao, which accentuated her fair complexion. The garment beautifully highlighted her curvaceous figure, coupled with her exquisite features. She would undoubtedly elicit admiration from anyone who laid eyes upon her. Upon seeing the door open, Aunt Wu's face illuminated with a radiant smile. She raised the breakfast she held in her hand and proclaimed, "I made you some steamed dumplings, fried dough sticks, and a bowl of vegetable porridge." Inhaling the delectable aroma of the food, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but lick his lips. From past experiences, it was evident that this breakfast was simply irresistible. Thus, he willingly extended his hand to accept it, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Wu." It was a rare moment to witness Wei Xiaosu being so proactive, causing Aunt Wu to momentarily pause in surprise before bursting into a fit of giggles, her hand covering her mouth. Enjoy your meal. Once you finish, you must head to school. Today as trials at school, perform well. If you manage to secure the top position, I shall reward you with a gift. With that, Aunt Wu turned and departed, leaving Wei Xiaosu staring blankly at her graceful silhouette, feeling that there was something subtly different about her today compared to usual. However, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate exactly what it was. By 9 o'clock, the entrance of Qingyang First High School was already thronged with vibrant youthful figures. Today, there was no need to don uniforms, and with the summer heat, many girls opted for light and airy attire, their fair, elongated legs on full display, leaving the surrounding boys utterly mesmerized. Wei Xiaosu stood amidst the crowd, engaging in casual banter with a few classmates with whom he shared a decent rapport. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, punctuated by the excited exclamations of several boys. It's Su Shaoqing. Wow, she looks stunning. That brother of mine was right. The goddess Shaoqing was indeed concealed by the uniform. Goddess, I adore you. As the noise of enthusiastic discussions grew increasingly raucous, Wei Xiaosu ceased his conversation with his classmates and turned to see Su Shaoqing gracefully approaching him. Today, Su Shaoqing appeared remarkably different from her usual self. She donned a pristine white embroidered dress, complemented by an exceedingly simple pair of canvas shoes. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, resembling a character who had stepped straight out of a manga, embodying the essence of a two-dimensional girl. Wei Xiaosu. Su Shaoqing approached Wei Xiaosu, slightly tilting her head upward to gaze at the boy who had overshadowed him for a full 3 years. With a tone that was neither cold nor warm, she inquired, "For today's trial, do you choose to act alone or in a team?" "Of course, I shall act alone," Wei Xiaosu replied, having already made up his mind. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoqing gently nodded her exquisitely sculpted chin twice and responded, "Very well. I shall also proceed alone. I hope your results do not fall too far behind mine. Otherwise, I would be quite disappointed." Wei Xiaosu. With that, Su Shaoqing turned on her heel and departed, leaving Wei Xiaosu in a state of bewilderment amidst the swirling winds. Disappointment, indeed. Wei Xiaosu's lips twitched. Yet he ultimately suppressed this unvoiced sentiment, refraining from uttering any harsh words. Had he truly erred? He was merely the top scorer in every examination, merely a student from another class as spoken of by the teachers. He was simply the charming boy from class 2 of the senior year. What had he done to warrant such relentless scrutiny? Before long, a fleet of dedicated buses arrived from the distance. Under the guidance of their teachers, students boarded the vehicles in succession, embarking on their journey to the novice dungeon trial area. The difficulty of the dungeons ranges from 1 star to 10 stars, with the lowest tier, the 1-star dungeons, being accessible for senior high school students to enter independently. In the entire Qingyang city, there exist only 3 1-star dungeons: Green Pastures, Goblin Cavern, and Orc Nest. Although classified as 1-star dungeons, Green Pastures presents the least danger, followed by Goblin Cavern, while Orc Nest is deemed the most terrifying. Thus, the objective for the group today is undoubtedly Green Pastures, rather than the latter 2 dungeons, as safety remains paramount for their inaugural venture into the dungeon experience. Approximately an hour later, the bus came to a halt at a strategic military location, where troops are stationed around the clock to guard against potential monsters escaping from the dungeons and to prevent unrelated personnel from entering. Given that it is merely a 1-star dungeon, and among the lowest tier at that, if it were to be fully accessible, it would be overwhelmed within 3 days. While the dungeon possesses automatic restoration capabilities, if all monsters within are exterminated in a short span of time, the entire dungeon would collapse and vanish. Therefore, to ensure sustainable development, humanity has imposed restrictions on the slaughter of weaker dungeons by the powerful, particularly for 1-star dungeons, which are exclusively designated for the trials of senior high school students. As Wei Xiaosu stepped off the bus, he noticed that the area was already filled with young students displaying a variety of expressions. In addition to Qingyang No. 1 High School, there were several other senior students from different schools, with the total number likely exceeding 1,000. However, with just over 1,000 participants, the numbers seem somewhat insufficient for a single instance. Should fortune not favor them, it is possible that one may spend a considerable portion of the day without encountering another soul. Fellow students, after 3 years of diligent study, this moment is finally upon you. This will be your inaugural practical exercise. The primary objective is to elevate your levels to LV3 within an 8-hour time frame. Those who complete this task will receive an additional 5 points on the upcoming college entrance examination in a month's time. Standing at the forefront of his students, Wang Wei declared the objectives of this instant's trial with a resonant voice. Observing the mixture of anticipation and anxiety etched upon the faces of the young ones, he felt an inexplicable sense of reflection. Participants may choose to form teams or embark on this journey alone, as the school imposes no stringent requirements. At this juncture, Wang Wei paused for a brief moment before adopting a serious demeanor to continue. As in previous years, aside from the main task, students who believe they possess adequate strength may partake in hunting missions. Slaying an elite monster will yield an additional 5 points on the examination. Vanquishing a leader monster will grant 10 extra points, and defeating the instance boss will reward 20 points, with no restrictions on the monster's levels. Chapter 7. The Skull Mage Who Only Throws Firecrackers to One's Astonishment. The hunting quest could yield such a substantial score, an impressive total of 35 points when accounting for elites, bosses, and dungeon boss encounters. What are you thinking? There might be some hope with the elites and bosses, but the difficulty of the dungeon boss is exceptionally high. The last recorded defeat of a dungeon boss was 4 years ago. 4 years? Are you referring to Senior Zhang Yu? Indeed. It was Senior Zhang Yu who single-handedly vanquished the dungeon boss of Green Pastures, causing prestigious universities to vie for his enrollment, ultimately leading him to choose the University of Magic City. Senior truly is remarkable. One can only wonder if our cohort will witness a similar feat. It's quite challenging. If I encounter one, I'll surely run as far away as possible. As the students chattered animatedly, Wang Wei's heart was filled with a complex array of emotions. As the principal, he could only elucidate the advantages and disadvantages of the task, but he was unable to assist them in making a decision. Such dear children. May you all return safely, Wang Wei silently prayed. Each year, during the trial missions, there are casualties among the students, and it is often the most gifted who perish swiftly. Ordinary students typically opt for teamwork. Although their progress may be slow, safety is their priority. They possess a keen awareness of their limitations and refrain from undertaking hazardous hunting tasks, while only the talented dare to test their mettle, often falling victim to the creatures they sought to conquer. These are stark lessons learned through bloodshed. Finally, the school equipped each student with a unique alloy dagger for self-defense. Although it does not confer any attribute bonuses, it represents the pinnacle of Blue Star technology in mass production. In terms of sharpness, it surpasses even some specialized equipment. Wei Xiaosu gazed at the dagger in his hand, glimmering with a cold light, feeling quite pleased. He recalled that his textbooks had introduced this type of alloy dagger, noting its sharpness could rival that of Tier 3 equipment. Securing the dagger at his waist, Wei Xiaosu was about to teleport into the dungeon when he heard a familiar, cool voice beside him. How about a competition to see who can slay the dungeon boss first? I'm not interested, Wei Xiaosu replied curtly, without turning his head. You. Su Xiaoqing, incensed by Wei Xiaosu's indifferent demeanor, stamped her foot in frustration. Yet, recalling the numerous onlookers around them, she quickly adopted a composed expression, swiftly bypassing Wei Xiaosu and teleporting into the dungeon ahead of him. Damn it! Watching Su Xiaoqing's sudden disappearance, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but curse under his breath. Is this girl out of her mind? His refusal stemmed from a desire to prevent her from taking unnecessary risks over the outcome of a trial. After all, defeating a dungeon boss was no trivial task, especially solo. Historically, how many had achieved such a feat? It appears that Su Xiaoqing is resolutely determined to confront the dungeon boss, and all he can hope for is that the other party will exhibit a semblance of awareness, at the very least elevating their level to 5 before attempting such a venture. Otherwise, even with the six-winged angel profession, the likelihood of defeat remains high. However, given that Wei Xiaosu and Su Xiaoqing share no familial ties, there is little need for him to dwell on the matter. Subsequently, he stepped into the teleportation portal, entering the trial dungeon known as the Green Pastures. As the name suggests, the environment comprises an expansive, boundless grassland. Official personnel had previously assessed the area, determining that the Green Pastures spans a remarkable 500 square kilometers, nearly rivaling the size of Qingyang City. Thus, with such a vast expanse and over 1,000 students entering, if teams had not been prearranged, encountering others would indeed rely heavily on fortune. As a one-star novice trial dungeon, the monsters here are typically diminutive, and their density is notably low. it is quite common to traverse several kilometers without encountering a single creature, rendering the area relatively safe. Yet, for individuals like Wei Xiaosu, Su Xiaoqing, or Qian Zihao, who possess hidden professions, the challenge of locating monsters proves far more arduous than defeating them. Nevertheless, in comparison to his peers, Wei Xiaosu enjoys a considerable advantage. He cast his gaze over the verdant grassland, a smile gracing his lips, and with a simple wave of his hand, summoned 3,000 skeletal mages to disperse and seek out solitary monsters to slay. With a commanding order, 3,000 skeletal mages swiftly dispersed in all directions, filling the once tranquil grassland with the cacophony of clattering bones. Subsequently, Wei Xiaosu unsheathed the dagger at his waist for protection. Yet, still plagued by a sense of insecurity, he summoned an additional 100 skeletal mages to guard the perimeter against potential monster ambushes. Skeletal Mage, Tier 0, Level 1 Strength, 5 Agility, 5 Constitution, 5 Spirit, 10 Skill. Firecracker, G-Grade. Firecracker, G-Grade throws an explosive firecracker at the target, inflicting minimal damage. This encapsulates the current attributes of the skeletal mages, which can be described as a combatant among refuse. It is no wonder that Qian Zihao disregarded them entirely yesterday. After all, even the most numerous refuse remains refuse. Moreover, is it reasonable for a mage to hurl firecrackers? Wei Xiaosu had tested the potency of this skill, finding it comparable to the small firecrackers typically used during the New Year festivities. To slay an ordinary person, one would likely need to throw dozens, if not hundreds, of them. Nevertheless, returning to the present, Wei Xiaosu may lack many resources, but he possesses an abundance of minions. If 100 firecrackers are insufficient, then let us deploy 1,000. Surely, that will suffice. After approximately a minute, the relentless sounds of explosions began to resonate, indicating that some of the skeletal minions had already encountered monsters in this vicinity. Congratulations on your successful defeat of the Level 1, Rank 0 creature, the Groundhog, earning you an experience boost of 10. The sensation of acquiring experience without having to engage directly in combat is utterly exhilarating. Wei Xiaosu glanced at his character panel and noted that his experience had risen from a mere 0 to 0. 1. This implies that to ascend from Level 1 to Level 2, one must vanquish a staggering 1,000 of these Rank 0, Level 1 monsters. The pace of advancement indeed seems daunting. After contemplating the total number of skeletal mages he could summon, Wei Xiaosu realized that his summoning capacity could accommodate 3,000, a reserve he had amassed the previous night. Presently, with his spirit energy fully replenished, he was capable of summoning an additional 6,000. Should he deploy them all, his efficiency in leveling up would likely increase significantly. After a moment of reflection, Wei Xiaosu resolved to summon an additional 3,000 skeletal mages to venture forth in search of monsters, reserving the remainder for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, depleting all his spirit energy at once would leave him feeling dizzy and unfocused, a situation decidedly counterproductive. Thus, a formidable legion of 6,000 skeletal mages began to roam the verdant plains, mercilessly encountering and overwhelming monsters every minute. The brutality of their assaults was both ruthless and exhilarating. Chapter 8. Underworld Artifacts. Outside the dungeon, a group of elderly individuals gathered once more for some lighthearted banter. Among them were Wang Wei, the principal of Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, alongside representatives from Qingyang No. 2 Middle School, Xiushui High School, Linlan Middle School, and Nanshan Middle School. Ha ha, old Wang. I hear that this year you've produced 3 prodigious students with hidden professions. One remarked. Oh, come now, hidden professions are not that extraordinary. Didn't your Linlan Middle School have one as well? Another retorted. I say, you two have had enough. Even with students possessing hidden professions, you're still not satisfied. Meanwhile, our 3 schools have nothing to show for it. Ha. Wang Wei couldn't help but revel in the envy etched on their faces. His delight was unrestrained as he laughed heartily, showing no courtesy to these old fellows before him. Do you think anyone will manage to complete the hunting task this time? Lu Chong from Nanshan Middle School is an exceptional student with a rare profession. His academic performance is outstanding as well, so he should be capable of taking down elite-level monsters. TSK, elite-level monsters, that's quite a challenge for us at Qingyang No. 2. If we form a team of 6, our odds of success should be considerable. The elderly men exchanged thoughts, speculating whether their students stood a chance of completing the hunting mission. Generally, those with hidden professions could tackle elite monsters of the same level alone, while students with rare professions would require a team to ensure a safe hunt. As for boss-level monsters, the naivety of these high school seniors was indeed a concern. Even for hidden professions, the likelihood of failure remains exceedingly high. As for the dungeon bosses, they are notoriously difficult to defeat. Lao Wang. Among the 3 students of hidden professions at your school, who do you believe has the potential to slay a boss-level monster? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on Wang Wei, seemingly eager to glean some insider information from him. After contemplating for a considerable time, Wang Wei finally spoke. Su Shaoqing, the 6-winged angel, and Qian Zihao, the Gale swordsman, both backed by affluent families with ample resources, are likely candidates for hunting boss-level monsters. However, Wei Xiaosu might only manage to defeat an elite-level monster at best. His hidden profession is not particularly strong, and he is currently facing issues with his primary equipment, making it quite challenging for him. You seem to be dismissing Wei Xiaosu, aren't you? If so, hand him over to me, and I shall promptly initiate the transfer procedures. Get lost, you old-timer, dreaming too much. During this banter among the elders, Wei Xiaosu within the dungeon was wreaking havoc. The 6,000 summoned skeleton mages were ruthlessly dominating the outer regions of the dungeon. Whenever they detected the presence of monsters, dozens, if not hundreds, would converge, leaving no opportunity for escape. However, Wei Xiaosu soon realized a significant drawback concerning his skeletal minions. They could not stray too far from him. If the distance exceeded 3 kilometers, he would lose control over them. In summary, the uncontrollable skeletal mage would promptly transform into a new creature within the dungeon, indiscriminately attacking any living beings it encountered. To prevent any unfortunate incidents involving adventurers, he consistently kept his skeletal minions within the confines of a controlled area. Approximately 10 minutes later, all monsters within a 3-kilometer radius had been annihilated, and Wei Xiaosu's experience points surged to an impressive 22.6, exhibiting remarkable speed in his progress. However, despite the complete eradication of nearby monsters, Wei Xiaosu did not hasten to depart. Instead, he retrieved his fateful shovel, the grief of the departed, and commenced testing the weapon's unique effects. With little effort, he discovered the shattered remains of a groundhog, obliterated by explosive force. This level 0, first-tier creature was notably substantial, nearly 5 times the size of the groundhogs that roamed before the cataclysm on Blue Star. Its lethality was not to be underestimated, posing a challenge even for most level 0, first-tier adventurers. Without further contemplation, Wei Xiaosu deftly wielded his shovel, swiftly excavating a pit sufficient to accommodate the groundhog's corpse. He then kicked the remains into the hole and began to cover it with soil. Though his technique was somewhat unrefined, he sensed that, before long, he would become quite adept at the art of digging and filling. As he shaped the earth into a small mound resembling a grave, an extraordinary spectacle indeed began to unfold. In the center of the grave mound, a slender green sprout, roughly the thickness of a thumb, suddenly emerged, growing rapidly until it transformed into a small tree approximately 1 meter in height. However, this was not the focal point. The true marvel lay in the fact that 3 luminous fruits hung from the branches of this diminutive tree. Intrigued, Wei Xiaosu reached out and plucked one of the fruits, and at the moment of its removal, it automatically reverted to its original form. To his astonishment, it was indeed an item of equipment. The fruit metamorphosed into a bracelet, imbued with attributes, a truly miraculous occurrence. Rugged bracelet level, 1 grade, tier 0 strength, 1 agility, 1 constitution, 1 spirit, 1 description, a crudely crafted bracelet. Categorized as a defective product, Wei Xiaosu gazed incredulously at the bracelet in his hand. The drop rate for equipment in a 1-star dungeon was notoriously low. He had previously commanded his skeletal minions to clear all monsters within a kilometer, yet none had yielded a single piece of equipment. Who would have thought that merely digging a hole to bury a corpse could result in such a treasure? Although the additional attribute points were modest, they were certainly better than nothing. Notably, the boost to his spirit would enable him to summon an additional 20 skeletal mages, a delightful advantage indeed. Eagerly, Wei Xiaosu then proceeded to harvest the remaining 2 fruits, only to discover that this time they transformed into different items rather than equipment. Inferior grave incense. Item: you are fortunate to have acquired the grave incense from another's resting place. When you ignite this incense, you will continuously receive a modest amount of experience points as a reward. for use exclusively by undead professions and undead beings. Inferior corpse oil. Item: this authentic-smelling corpse oil, when applied to your body, will grant you random enhancements to your 4 primary attributes. For use exclusively by undead professions and undead beings. Gazing at the 2 eerie items in his hand, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, marveling at the genius behind their names. Nevertheless, despite their ominous nature, the formidable effects described in the introduction were too enticing to resist, prompting Wei Xiaosu to give them a try. He first lit the grave incense, and as tendrils of black smoke rose into the air, he distinctly felt a shift in his experience bar. Every passing second granted him a reward of 100 experience points, a process that lasted a full 60 seconds. In other words, this single stick of grave incense provided him with an impressive 6,000 experience points. Goodness, my experience bar has surged to 82. 6. This efficiency surpasses that of hunting gophers by a considerable margin, Wei Xiaosu exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 9. Exuberantly dazzling, although it bore the label of inferior. The effect indeed left Wei Xiaosu exceedingly satisfied, sparking within him a profound curiosity toward another artifact. Consequently, he unscrewed the bottle cap, poured the corpse oil into his palm, and applied it evenly. Yet, the odor was indescribable. After enduring a fit of dry heaves, Wei Xiaosu finally acclimated to it. Just as he began to wonder why the corpse oil had yet to take effect, a notification abruptly materialized on the luminous screen before him. Your body has been nourished by the corpse oil. Strength 5, Agility 3, Constitution 6, Spirit 4. Goodness, the items from the underworld truly are extraordinarily magnificent, aren't they? Fragrant. Truly fragrant, simply exquisite. Initially, Wei Xiaosu believed his SSS level talent to be exceptionally formidable. However, it now appeared that the special effects of his primary equipment were even more potent. Merely catching a glimpse of it left him utterly astounded. With growing excitement, Wei Xiaosu set forth toward the location of the next groundhog corpse. In just a few minutes, the second grave mound was erected. Yet this time, the small tree that sprouted bore only 2 fruits, both of which were equipment for different professions, leading to a hint of disappointment. Then came the 3rd, 4th, and 5th corpses, until after burying 10 corpses, Wei Xiaosu abruptly realized that the special effects of the equipment had inexplicably ceased to function. Note: the same type of creature can trigger equipment effects a maximum of 10 times. Gazing at the textual prompts displayed on the luminous screen before him, Wei Xiaosu let out a deep sigh. He had once fancied that he could amass wealth through the nefarious act of burying bodies, but it appeared that there were certain constraints. However, these limitations were not overly burdensome. If the prairie dog proved ineffective, he could simply resort to another type of creature. In this verdant expanse of the instance, the variety of monsters exceeded 20, providing ample opportunity for him to bury. With 3 sticks of inferior grave incense, 3 bottles of substandard corpse oil, and 15 pieces of equipment at level 0, rank 1, his haul was fairly commendable. Wei Xiaosu meticulously counted his spoils, then began to ignite the grave incense while applying the corpse oil. Your body has been nourished by the corpse oil. Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 4, Spirit 8. Your body has been nourished by the corpse oil. Strength 4, Agility 5, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. Your body has been nourished by the corpse oil. Strength 1, Agility 5, Constitution 5, Spirit 3. Experience points 100. Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to level 2, receiving a reward of 5 to all attributes. The 3 bottles of inferior corpse oil significantly enhanced Wei Xiaosu's physical prowess, while the experience gained from the grave incense elevated his level from 1 to 2. Among the 15 pieces of equipment, he donned the finest, thereby augmenting his overall strength to more than double what it had been upon entering the instance. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Occupation: Necromancer. Level: Strength 30, Agility 33, Constitution 37, Spirit 337. Signature equipment: Morning of the Departed. Summoning Space 03370. Skills: Innate Skill, Eternal Remembrance, SSS rank. Summon Skeleton Mage, G rank. Suddenly, a distinctive sound resembling that of a groundhog echoed behind Wei Xiaosu. He swiftly deactivated the luminous screen before him and intently focused on the direction from which the noise emanated. The entire area within a kilometer had already been thoroughly ravaged by the skeleton mages, yet he was astonished to discover that there remained an elusive creature. However, given Wei Xiaosu's current physical prowess, The groundhog posed no threat to him whatsoever. "Let us investigate the situation." He commanded one of his subordinate skeleton mages to venture forth as a scout. As a widely acknowledged fragile summoner, it was unwise to recklessly put oneself in danger under any circumstances. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a demonstration of prudence. Caution is always a virtue. And indeed, in the next moment, a groundhog, roughly the size of a common dog, leaped from the underbrush and pounced upon the scouting skeleton mage, commencing a frenzied assault of bites. The skeleton mage had also experienced a slight enhancement in attributes owing to Wei Xiaosu's level advancement. Yet, in a one-on-one confrontation, especially under the element of surprise, it was all but defenseless and was swiftly torn to shreds by the groundhog. Quite intriguing. As Wei Xiaosu gazed upon the lifeless body of his fallen minion, he felt not a trace of anger. Instead, a surge of excitement coursed through him as he hefted the spade in his hand and rushed forward, delivering a forceful blow to the head of the groundhog. A resounding crack echoed through the air, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, as the once mighty creature was dispatched with a single strike. Oh, how feeble it was, truly deserving of its reputation as a trial for novice adventurers. Even amidst the ranks of one-star creatures, it occupied the very bottom tier. Lacking the interest to engage further, Wei Xiaosu began to direct his skeletal mages to continue their search for foes, gradually making his way deeper into the dungeon. Congratulations! You have successfully slain a 0-tier level 2 creature, the Swift Wind Rabbit. Experience points increased by 20. Approximately half an hour later, Wei Xiaosu received the notification of the demise of another level 2 creature. The skeletal mages, akin to relentless killing machines, roamed the verdant plains, dispatching every living thing they encountered without fatigue. The Swift Wind Rabbit, an agile beast, boasted remarkable speed, despite its low level. Its swiftness could rival that of creatures 2 or 3 levels higher. The skeleton mage's ability to vanquish the level 2 Swift Wind Rabbit was, at least in part, a stroke of fortune. Perhaps the rabbit did not perceive the skeletal mages as a threat and thus initiated an attack, only to be overwhelmed by the overwhelming numbers of its undead adversaries. Of course, Wei Xiaosu had neither the time nor the inclination to delve into the details of the encounter. All he knew was that he could once again dig a grave for the fallen. The difficulty of defeating the Gale Rabbit surpasses that of the groundhog by more than double. Wei Xiaosu harbored little interest in these swift creatures. After burying the remains of 10 Gale Rabbits, he decisively departed from their territory and ventured deeper into the expansive green plains. The rewards for burying the Gale Rabbits proved quite satisfactory. He obtained a remarkable 8 inferior grave incense sticks, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. However, he regrettably acquired only 1 vial of inferior corpse oil, which was somewhat disappointing. Additionally, he acquired a level 2 piece of equipment, replacing his level 1 gear, which resulted in a slight enhancement of his attributes. His experience points surged to 99.65, bringing him tantalizingly close to achieving level 3. Gazing at his character panel, Wei Xiaosu could hardly contain his excitement. Given his current pace of advancement, he anticipated reaching level 5 or higher by the conclusion of the trial period. 17 skeletal mages had perished, 21 skeletal mages had fallen, 16 skeletal mages had met their demise. Chapter 10. Summoning the skeletal wild boar. A sudden turn of events caused Wei Xiaosu's expression to change dramatically. Previously, while dealing with the groundhog or the swift hare, although there were casualties, it was merely the occasional loss of 1 or 2 skeletal mages. But now, entire hordes were being dispatched. Wei Xiaosu possessed absolute control over his summoned creatures, enabling him to swiftly identify the source of the calamity. Curiously, a level 3 creature should not possess such formidable harvesting capability. Wei Xiaosu gazed into the distance, murmuring softly to himself. Subsequently, he led an increased number of skeletal mages towards the battlefield. After approximately a minute, he finally discerned the root of the demise of his numerous skeletal subordinates. Unicorn Wild Boar, 0 tier, elite, level 3. To his astonishment, it was indeed a level 3 elite monster. No wonder it was so ferocious. Concealed within a thicket, Wei Xiaosu observed the battle not far away. The Unicorn Wild Boar was colossal, measuring at least 2.5 meters in length, comparable to the rhinoceros of the pre-cataclysm era on Blue Star. The Unicorn Wild Boar possessed the skill of barbaric charge, with exceptional defensive capabilities and strength attributes. However, its weakness lay in its poor eyesight, making it susceptible to being lured into colliding with hard stones or to concealment. Wei Xiaosu began to recall the knowledge from his studies. The advantages and disadvantages of the unicorn wild boar were quite pronounced, and with targeted tactics, it could be quite easily hunted down. However, as Wei Xiaosu glanced around, he found no substantial boulder capable of crushing an elite unicorn wild boar, thus relinquishing that notion. Alas, a mere level 3 elite creature. Why should I seek for weaknesses? I shall charge directly. With that, Wei Xiaosu summoned 1,000 skeletal mages once more, initiating a sacrificial assault. After all, with just 1 point of mental energy, he could conjure 20. Losing a few was of no concern. The explosive power of the skeletal mages was indeed modest, barely able to breach the unicorn wild boar's tough hide. Yet, when hundreds, even thousands of explosions occurred simultaneously, the resultant force still elicited anguished cries from the creature. Ultimately, after sacrificing approximately 500 skeletal mages, the unicorn wild boar could no longer bear the onslaught and collapsed amidst the debris. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the level 0, level 3 creature unicorn wild boar elite, earning 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully elevated your level to 3, receiving a reward of 5 to all attributes. A golden radiance erupted from Wei Xiaosu, signifying his advancement. In merely 2 hours since entering the instance, he had ascended to level 3. Such progress, even among the most talented students throughout the years, had seldom been achieved. The monster drop rate within the grassland instance was notoriously low. Even the elite creatures yielded only a single piece of armor, known as the wild boar leather armor. Wild boar leather armor, elite, level 3 grade, tier 0 strength, 15 constitution, 18 description, crafted from the hide of the elite unicorn wild boar. This leather armor boasts commendable defensive capabilities. Although it does not enhance mental power, the significant boosts to strength and constitution are quite substantial. Being a drop from an elite creature, its attributes surpass those of typical tier 3 equipment by several folds. Thus, Wei Xiaosu did not mind its lack of mental enhancement. He donned it immediately and chose to conceal its appearance. For adventurers, aside from weapons, all other gear can be hidden from view. For instance, the wild boar leather armor that Wei Xiaosu currently wears only becomes visible at the moment of an attack, thereafter reverting to its hidden state, a remarkably practical feature. Having dealt with the unicorn wild boar, the next step was the familiar task of digging a grave. However, the sheer size of this wild boar made the endeavor quite laborious. After considerable effort, Wei Xiaosu finally managed to construct a massive grave over 3 meters in length. Unsurprisingly, small saplings began to sprout from the center of the grave, rapidly growing until they reached the girth of an adult's arm. This grave tree was notably larger than its predecessors, yet Wei Xiaosu found it perplexing that such a large tree bore only 2 fruits. Goodness, could his luck truly be so unfortunate? This was not the first time he had engaged in such an endeavor, so Wei Xiaosu skillfully plucked the fruit. Examining it in his hands, Grade G skill, Summon Skeleton Boar, Grade G skill, Ghost Fire technique with a sharp intake of breath. Wei Xiaosu could hardly contain his astonishment upon recognizing the 2 skill books in his possession. He had never anticipated that the fruit from the grave tree could yield such extraordinary skill books. It was nothing short of miraculous. Learn. There was no cause for hesitation. Both skill books were exceptionally suited to him, and thus, there was no need to retain them. He decided to absorb all of their knowledge. Summon Skeleton Boar, Grade G summons 1 level 0 skeleton boar, with its level increasing alongside that of the summoner. Each summoning requires the expenditure of 10 points of mental energy. Ghost Fire technique, Grade G consumes between 1 to 10 points of mental energy to conjure a sphere of ghostly fire, capable of inflicting burning damage upon the target. The greater the mental energy consumed, the more potent the attack. Summon Skeleton Boar. As Wei Xiaosu's voice resonated, a swirl of dark mist emanated from his palm. And in an instant, a massive skeleton boar, approximately 2.5 meters in size, materialized nearby. Skeleton Boar, level 0, elite, level 3 strength, 50 agility, 55 constitution, 75 spirit, 30 skill. Barbaric Charge, Grade G. Barbaric Charge, Grade G temporarily increases one's movement speed to launch a charging attack. But during the execution of the skill, one cannot change direction. Indeed, it is a formidable Tier 3 elite creature, possessing exceptionally robust attributes. Although summoning one requires a considerable expenditure of 10 points of mental power, its value far surpasses that of a skeletal mage. Wei Xiaosu took a moment to introspect his remaining mental power, which stood at 174 points. Without engaging in meditation, recovery would be sluggish. Thus, after careful contemplation, he decided to summon only 10. Next, he turned to the experimentation of the ghost fire technique, a skill that necessitates a minimum of 1 point of mental power for activation, capping at a maximum of 10 points, rendering its potency somewhat limited. To test its effectiveness, Wei Xiaosu specifically sought out an ordinary unicorn wild boar, and the result of employing the most potent ghost fire technique at 10 points only left the creature severely scorched. However, Wei Xiaosu was acutely aware of his role. Matters that his subordinates could handle would never warrant his direct intervention. Hence, the current iteration of the ghost fire technique sufficed for self-defense. Subsequently, Wei Xiaosu embarked once more on a fervent adventure of monster hunting and leveling up. And with the addition of the new subordinate, the skeletal wild boar, his efficiency in slaying monsters significantly improved. Notably, the skeletal wild boar's speed was commendable, and even when confronted with the troublesome Gale rabbit, they all met their demise beneath its powerful hooves, leaving no survivors. Chapter 11. I truly did not intend to steal the monster's time flew by, and before he knew it, Wei Xiaosu had spent a full 5 hours in the dungeon. This frenzied monster hunting had propelled his level to an astonishing 5, with a staggering 95 experience. Even when compared to senior Zhang Yu from 4 years ago, he was not to be underestimated. At that moment, approximately a kilometer ahead, a brilliant azure light suddenly erupted, followed by a fleeting flash of a sword shadow, soon accompanied by the piercing sound of a sword-esque cry. What a formidable strike! Wei Xiaosu gazed in astonishment towards the source of the light. The might of that sword was likely comparable to that of a first-tier professional. Yet, this was the Green Pastures dungeon, populated solely by high school seniors who had just completed their class transition. Intrigued, he decided to investigate who possessed such formidable prowess. With that thought in mind, Wei Xiaosu made his way towards the location of the sword light, taking care to conceal his presence. A few minutes later, he arrived at his destination. Crouching among a patch of grass taller than himself, he peered through the gaps, and upon a single glance, he was rendered speechless. It's Qian Zihao. Wei Xiaosu could hardly believe his luck. In such a vast dungeon, he had unexpectedly encountered Qian Zihao. Truly, his fortune was remarkable. The azure sword light from earlier must have been unleashed by him. Such power was indeed impressive. In Wei Xiaosu's estimation, Qian Zihao's rank undoubtedly falls within the 3rd or 4th tier. Nevertheless, the ability to unleash such a formidable strike indicates that his inherent attributes must be quite formidable as well. This implies that he is certainly adorned with an impressive array of equipment. How infuriating! Wealth truly breeds arrogance. Wei Xiaosu felt akin to a lemon-sour sprite, and it was no wonder that Su Shaoqing had been so fervently confident before entering the dungeon, proclaiming her intent to slay the dungeon's boss. It appears that, much like Qian Zihao, her family had already equipped her with an entire suite of exceptional gear. Qian Zihao, this elite adversary, was the first to be discovered by us. What gives him the right to claim it for himself? Why should he? Simply because he believes himself superior to us. At that moment, Qian Zihao stood tall and proud, wielding a cerulean longsword, gazing down at the several classmates he had vanquished, exuding an air of arrogance. You can only bully us. Why not challenge Su Shaoqing or Wei Xiaosu to a duel? Enough of your prattle. Qian Zihao appeared displeased by the words spoken, his expression swiftly darkening as he casually unleashed a wave of sword energy, sending the speaker flying several meters away, rendering him unconscious. As you well know, I would never lay a hand on Shaoqing. However, should I encounter Wei Xiaosu, I assure you, he will be utterly defeated. With that haughty declaration, Qian Zihao turned his back on the sprawled figures on the ground, striding purposefully towards a creature that bore a striking resemblance to a turtle not far away. A level 4 elite creature, the stone turtle, astonished Wei Xiaosu. Previously, he had led his skeletal minions to slay numerous stone turtles, but had yet to encounter an elite among them. It seemed they had been lurking here all along. However, at this moment, he had no intention of engaging in a struggle for it. A mere level 4 elite monster did not pique his interest, and he deemed it unworthy to clash with Qian Zihua over such a trivial matter. The stone turtle boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, with the elite variant being even more formidable. Currently, The type of opponent Wei Xiaosu dreaded most was precisely this high defense, high health creature, as the effectiveness of his swarm tactics would be significantly diminished against such foes. Conversely, Qian Zihua's strikes were remarkably sharp. Each swing of his sword produced a deep gash in the stone turtle's tough shell. Truly, he embodied the swiftness attributed to the Gale swordsman. Prepare to face my final move, the Azure Serpent Sword Qi. Suddenly, Qian Zihua's aura surged, and he raised his long sword high before bringing it down with force. In an instant, a sword Qi resembling a blue serpent pierced through the elite stone turtle's shell, sending blood and flesh flying. The elite stone turtle emitted a piercing wail as its life force began to plummet rapidly. Within no more than 3 seconds, this creature, roughly the size of a small car, would soon lie lifeless. However, just at this critical moment, a white Gale rabbit suddenly leapt into view, followed closely by a small firecracker that soared into the air before accurately landing amidst the shattered remnants of the elite stone turtle's shell. A resounding explosion erupted from within the elite stone tortoise, causing the formidable creature, already teetering on the brink of demise, to meet its end. Qian Zihao? The crowd. Wei Xiaosu. This was unexpected. It was undoubtedly an accident. Wei Xiaosu was utterly bewildered, for he still had nearly 3,000 skeleton mages at his command. He never anticipated that one of them would chase after a swift-winged rabbit and inadvertently venture towards Qian Zihao's direction. By sheer coincidence, it happened to toss a firecracker, resulting in the untimely demise of the elite stone tortoise. Congratulations! You have successfully slain a level 4 monster, Stone Tortoise Elite, earning 2,500 experience points. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 6 and received a reward of 5 to all attributes. Wow! As the golden light of advancement radiated from Wei Xiaosu, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards his concealed position. Cursing inwardly, Wei Xiaosu had no choice but to rise from the ground and emerge from the thicket. He met Qian Zihao's predatory gaze with a resigned shrug, innocently asserting, "If I say this was an accident, would you believe me?" "I believe your grandfather," Qian Zihao retorted. "Wei Xiaosu, you did this on purpose." Already displeased with Wei Xiaosu, the theft of the monster's kill only intensified his ire, igniting a desire to eliminate Wei Xiaosu altogether. Summon. As Wei Xiaosu observed the rapidly approaching Qian Zihao, he dared not exhibit even the slightest complacency. The skeletal minions trailing behind him would undoubtedly be too late to assist, leaving him no choice but to summon anew. Though Qian Zihao advanced with remarkable speed, Wei Xiaosu's ability to summon skeletal minions surpassed it, and within the blink of an eye, the space between them was filled with a dense throng of hundreds of skeletal mages. I have stated before that no matter how plentiful the refuse, it remains refuse. In the face of the formidable barricade formed by the hundreds of skeletal mages, Qian Zihao did not falter. Instead, he charged forward, wielding his azure longsword with a ferocity that cleaved through the ranks of skeletons as if they were mere vegetables. Witnessing such vigor from his adversary, Wei Xiaosu realized he could not remain stationary. Utilizing his absolute control over the skeletal minions, he began to maneuver among them, evading direct assaults from Qian Zihao. Although the skeletal mages were weak, they were nonetheless level 6 creatures, granting them a numerical advantage, despite being cleaved through in large swathes. The explosive projectiles they unleashed had grown in potency, now approximately twice as powerful as at the outset. Qian Zihao's swift swordsman class emphasized speed and offense, rendering his defenses considerably weaker. Thus, under the barrage of hundreds, if not thousands, of projectiles, he appeared somewhat beleaguered. Chapter 12. Severe injury to Qian Zihao. Alas, was it not said that necromancers are feeble? Why does it seem they are more formidable than the Gale swordsmen? The overwhelming numbers are relentless, an unending onslaught. Ha ha ha, let that fellow named Qian be arrogant once more. He is now being schooled. The scholarly genius is truly remarkable, even in a disadvantageous position. He can overpower a powerful Gale swordsman. How impressive. Perhaps the murmurs of the other students reached Qian Zihao's ears, igniting a profound sense of humiliation within him, particularly since his opponent is one of his most detested rivals. Azure Serpent Sword Qi, perish. This technique represents the pinnacle of Qian Zihao's current offensive capabilities, possessing an extraordinarily terrifying lethality. Even the renowned defensive elite, the Stone Turtle, cannot withstand it. He intends to eliminate Wei Xiaosu entirely. The Azure Serpent Sword Qi is indeed fearsome. Wherever this sword energy passes, The skeletal mages collapse in droves, akin to wheat being harvested, and astonishingly, their speed remains unimpeded. Wei Xiaosu, despite being dozens of meters apart, gazes intently upon the sword energy. Yet, the palpable sense of danger pricks at him, leaving no room for complacency. Summon. Skeletal Wild Boar. As a level 3 elite monster, the overall strength of the skeletal wild boar far surpasses that of the skeletal mage. However, at this moment, the skeletal wild boar serves not as an assailant against Qian Zihao, but as a bulwark. The skeletal mages are too fragile, utterly helpless against the ravages of the azure serpent sword Qi. However, the skeletal wild boars were an entirely different matter. Their defensive capabilities were hardly inferior to those of the stone turtle. With sufficient numbers, they could easily neutralize the fierce onslaught of sword energy. 1, 2, 3. As the fourth skeletal wild boar was cleaved in two, the energy of the azure serpent sword Qi was finally exhausted, and the crisis was averted. This is impossible. How could you possibly withstand my azure serpent sword Qi? Qian Zihao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet the reality was undeniable, leaving him no choice but to accept it. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "I will kill you." "Is that so?" Wei Xiaosu retorted, his anger flaring. The previous attack from his opponent had been utterly merciless. Had it not been for his considerable strength, he might have already been a corpse. Charge! With a commanding shout, a dozen skeletal wild boars and over 1,000 skeletal mages began their final counterattack. Despite Qian Zihao's formidable profession, he was still merely a novice who had recently awakened his powers, and within 10 minutes, he was utterly exhausted. He had no idea how many skeletons he had slain. It seemed as if they were endless, no matter how many he defeated. Boom, 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 an incessant barrage of explosive projectiles rained down upon him. And Qian Zihao screamed in agony, fortunate that his equipment was of decent quality, barely preserving his life. Meanwhile, the now composed Wei Xiaosu hastily intervened to halt the skeletal mages and wild boars from continuing their assault. If he were to inadvertently kill Qian Zihao within the trial dungeon, it would spell disaster for him as well. Wei Xiaosu stepped forward, gazing at the unconscious Qian Zihao, a look of revulsion crossing his face. Yet, he repeated to himself that he could not allow the other to perish here, especially with numerous witnesses present. "Classmates, is there anyone willing to leave the instance? Perhaps you could lend a hand and take him along?" Wei Xiaosu inquired. It was indeed a considerable imposition to ask them to carry Qian Zihao away, given that their injuries were a direct consequence of his actions. Who among them did not harbor resentment? However, recalling that it was the academic prodigy himself making the request, they felt compelled to comply, treating it as an opportunity to assist their esteemed peer. Thus, they acquiesced. "Very well, for the sake of our esteemed student, let us take this wretched creature with us." Once the group had departed, Wei Xiaosu let out a long sigh, muttering to himself, this could lead to trouble. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on the matter. After all, it was Qian Zihao who had initiated hostilities, and everyone had witnessed it, even if they were to confront a teacher or the principal outside the instance. He felt no fear. With no one around, I can finally begin digging a grave. The elite stone turtle had dropped a long sword, a weapon that did not pique Wei Xiaosu's interest. He casually tossed it to a nearby skeletal mage, requesting it to hold on to it, as he currently lacked any storage items. Consequently, he had entrusted all the equipment he had previously acquired to the skeletal mages. Naturally, Wei Xiaosu did not permit these equipped skeletal mages to partake in battle. Otherwise, a careless mistake could lead to death, and he would then have to search for the lost equipment, which would be a considerable waste of time. He constructed a grand tomb for the elite stone turtle. Moments later, a tree sprouted from the grave, bearing 4 fruits upon its trunk. Upon harvesting them, he found 3 inferior grave incense sticks and a bottle of low-quality corpse oil, causing Wei Xiaosu to deeply question his character. With only 2.5 hours remaining until the trial mission concluded, it was time to seek out the whereabouts of the dungeon boss. Though he was uncertain whether Su Shaoqing had already ventured ahead to slay the boss, there were a total of 10 dungeon bosses in the grassland, with the lowest being 2 level 5 bosses, the Silverback Wolf King and the Split Slime. The combat prowess of these 2 level 5 bosses was quite comparable. However, generally, more players opted for the Silverback Wolf King over the Split Slime. This was due to the slime's tendency to be troublesome, as it could split into copies when defeated, each possessing formidable strength, making it a challenging adversary. Yet, Wei Xiaosu found himself more inclined to confront the Split Slime. After all, They were kindred spirits, both preferring to take on many foes rather than a few. As for the Silverback Wolf King, he had no interest whatsoever. According to the descriptions in the books, split slimes typically resided in the marshy areas of the lush grasslands. However, Wei Xiaosu could not guarantee this, as this was not an online game, and monsters did not remain in fixed locations awaiting the arrival of players. Wei Xiaosu did not hastily make his way to the marshlands. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground, centering his mind and commencing the practice of meditation. The battle with Qian Zihao had taken quite a toll on him, and to confront the boss, he needed to swiftly restore his mental energy and return to his peak condition. Approximately half an hour later, Wei Xiaosu rose from the ground, his mental energy fully replenished. He felt confident that facing a level 5 boss would pose no significant challenge. After orienting himself, Wei Xiaosu set off at full speed towards the marsh, encountering numerous high-level monsters along the way, including several at levels 7 and 8. Level 6 monsters represented a formidable threshold, boasting nearly 3 times the attributes of their level 5 counterparts. Consequently, the few level 7 and 8 monsters he encountered cost him over 1,000 skeleton mages to defeat. Another half hour passed before Wei Xiaosu finally arrived at the entrance of the marsh. However, he was utterly unprepared for the unexpected collision with a massive, gelatinous creature at the entrance. What incredible luck is this? To encounter such a thing right here? Wei Xiaosu exclaimed in astonishment, gazing up at the towering green mass that loomed before him, reaching the height of 3 stories. Chapter 13. The Formidable Boss, Splitting Slime, 0th rank, level 5. Wei Xiaosu gazed upwards at the colossal creature before him, his expression one of utter disbelief. Such a ferocious boss monster, and yet it was blowing bubbles, bubbles, bubbles. Many have remarked that slimes belong to a rather repulsive race, and the descriptions found in books echo this sentiment. However, inexplicably, Wei Xiaosu found this creature to possess a certain charm. Goodness, when did my aesthetic sensibility become so refined that I could perceive a slime as somewhat endearing? As the splitting slime scrutinized Wei Xiaosu for a few moments, it decisively launched its attack, though its method of assault was indeed difficult to accept. Watching a massive blob of an unidentifiable substance hurtle toward him, Wei Xiaosu's face turned a shade of green, and he hastily retaliated. Ghost Fire Technique. Having cast the spell, Wei Xiaosu did not even glance back as he turned to flee. As expected, within seconds, the ghostly flames he had conjured were utterly consumed by the vile slime. Although he had managed to escape the reach of the slime's attack, his cadre of skeletal mages, who had been providing close protection, were not so fortunate, being thoroughly struck by the descending mass of slime. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The most terrifying aspect of this repulsive mass of viscous slime lies in its corrosive nature. The air around the dozen or so skeletal mages thickened with a dense white mist, which soon engulfed them, leaving not even a trace of bone. Goodness! Such a degree of corrosion would render one either dead or severely maimed if it were to touch me. Wei Xiaosu gazed at the bubbling slime with trepidation, daring not to approach it. Dying in battle against such a creature would be one thing, but to be disfigured by that corrosive substance would be a fate worse than death. Cursed abomination, do not blame me for abandoning the code of honor. Wei Xiaosu retreated several dozen meters before exclaiming, "Summon! Skeletal Mage!" Instantly, a multitude of skeletal mages materialized in the marshlands, their overwhelming numbers nearly submerging the splitting slime. However, to Wei Xiaosu's astonishment, he soon noticed that the skeletal mages that fell upon the splitting slime began to dissolve as well. Could it be that its very skin secretes a corrosive slime? Truly, it deserves the title of boss. At this stage, Wei Xiaosu discerned no vulnerabilities in his opponent. To emerge victorious, he would have to rely solely on brute strength. My minions, charge forth. With no apparent weaknesses, Wei Xiaosu resolved to confront the slime head-on. With thousands of skeletal subordinates at his command, he was determined to overwhelm this level 5 boss. However, Wei Xiaosu soon discovered that although he had a multitude of skeleton minions, only a maximum of about 100 could strike the split slime at any given time. The explosive projectiles launched by the level 6 skeleton mages possessed limited potency, rendering them utterly ineffective in inflicting damage. Instead, the incessant sounds of detonations provoked the enemy into a frenzied state, leading to the relentless harvesting of the skeleton mages' lives. The skeleton mages proved to be woefully inadequate. They could manage against ordinary creatures, but stood no chance against a boss, failing to breach even the most basic of defenses. Observing from a distance, Wei Xiaosu began to command the skeleton mages to retreat. Given their inability to penetrate the defenses, there was no need to incur unnecessary sacrifices. Summon Skeleton Wild Boar. The elite wild boar, now at level 6, had grown significantly larger by a dozen centimeters compared to its initial size, exuding an air of majesty. However, in comparison to the towering 3-story frame of the split slime, even the skeleton wild boar appeared diminutive. Activating the skill, Berserk Charge. At Wei Xiaosu's command, dozens of summoned wild boars emitted resounding grunts, their snouts exhaling chilling black mist. In the next moment, these skeleton wild boars charged forth, clearing a path as the surrounding skeleton mages hastily retreated. Those unable to escape in time were mercilessly trampled into a mass of shattered bones. Though the elite creature was 2 levels below the boss, the skeleton wild boar belonged to a category of monsters characterized by explosive strength. Thus, under the relentless onslaught, the defenses of the adversary were entirely breached. As the first skeletal boar charged forth with unyielding momentum, it collided with the split slime, delivering a tremendous impact that propelled the massive, gelatinous form of the slime several meters backward. However, from the gaping wound of the split slime, a stream of green blood began to flow, swiftly eroding the skeletal boar into mere residue. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing roar from the split slime, its small eyes brimming with terror and fury. It was enraged that such a feeble creature dared to attack it. Yet it was also filled with dread at the overwhelming number of these insignificant beings, each exhibiting a reckless disregard for their own lives. The split slime's movement speed was notably sluggish, certainly inferior to that of the charging skeletal boars. Consequently, as wave after wave of skeletal boars crashed into it, the split slime visibly weakened, succumbing to its grievous injuries. With a deep breath, Wei Xiaosu gazed from afar at the battlefield, his heart swelling with excitement. It was a rare occurrence for a novice to slay a boss during their initial trial mission. Each year, millions of high school seniors across the nation embark on this endeavor, yet those capable of single-handedly vanquishing a boss seldom exceed a mere 10 individuals. Such prodigies are fervently sought after by prestigious institutions. As Wei Xiaosu believed victory was within reach, the distant battlefield erupted with a sudden cry from the slime, which was soon marked by countless black fissures appearing across its form. In that instant, Wei Xiaosu comprehended the adversary's intentions. Indeed, in the following moment, the colossal slime, towering 3 stories high, astonishingly fragmented into over 1,000 diminutive slimes in an exceedingly brief span of time. These newly split slimes measured only 30 to 40 centimeters, appearing utterly devoid of menace. Yet, Wei Xiaosu understood that the slime was at its most formidable when resorting to such division. The multitude of small slimes commenced an indiscriminate assault, and in the blink of an eye, the skeletal wild boar at the heart of the battlefield was utterly annihilated. Such a concentrated barrage was beyond the skeletal wild boar's capacity to evade, and it could not withstand the overwhelming corrosive force. However, as he beheld the skeletal wild boar minions dispatched in an instant, Wei Xiaosu's lips curled into a faint smile, rather than feeling disheartened. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. According to the information he had gathered, once the splitting slime employed its division technique, both its offensive and defensive capabilities would shift to a lower tier, while its attacks were futile to withstand. The reduction in its defenses granted Wei Xiaosu the opportunity to employ the skeleton mage's strategy of overwhelming numbers to ultimately submerge the foe. Chapter 14. The Sword of Slime, Summoning the Skeleton Mage. This time, Wei Xiaosu had truly exhausted every last drop of his mental energy, leaving him with a heavy sensation in his head. He stationed several hundred skeleton mages around him for defense, while commanding the rest to execute a blood exchange tactic, ensuring that the enemy would not have the opportunity to reassemble. Indeed, the explosive projectiles launched by the skeleton mages were finally able to inflict some damage on the small slimes, a phenomenon commonly referred to as breaking defense. In the context of a swarm strategy, as long as the defense was breached, it did not matter if it was merely a slime. Even a dragon would be forced to kneel. Thus, approximately 10 minutes passed, and when the last small slime was obliterated into a puddle of charred goo, a killing notification finally appeared before Wei Xiaosu. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the level 5 creature splitting slime, boss, earning 35,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 7, receiving a reward of 5 to all attributes. A radiant golden light suddenly enveloped Wei Xiaosu as he ascended another level. The fact that a level 5 boss yielded a staggering 35,000 experience points was simply exhilarating. However, it was reasonable to note that the experience required for leveling up before reaching level 9 was not excessively high. Level 1 required 10,000 points, level 2 required 15,000, and level 3 required 20,000. Thus, for each level gained, an additional 5,000 experience points were necessary. Therefore, ascending from level 7 to 8 would require 40,000 points, and from level 8 to 9, 45,000 points. Certainly, the ascent from level 9 to level 10 is rather absurd, requiring a staggering 100,000 experience points. Furthermore, to achieve the first promotion, additional conditions must be met, rendering the challenge exceedingly arduous. However, these matters are of little consequence for now. After vanquishing the splitting slime, Wei Xiaosu soon encountered a rather exasperating situation that compelled him to unleash a torrent of curses. Goodness, where is my colossal slime? Indeed, the defeated splitting slime had left no corpse behind. More accurately, it had disintegrated into a puddle of viscous liquid, which then seeped into the muddy ground and vanished. Wei Xiaosu's expression darkened. After all, that was a boss. If only he had dug a grave, who knows what extraordinary items he might have unearthed. Nevertheless, although the body of the splitting slime had dissipated, it was fortunate that the main entity had dropped a piece of equipment upon its demise, which was not entirely a loss. At least there was some reward. Slime sword, boss, level 5 grade, tier 0 strength, 45 constitution, 35 agility, 25 description. The slime has always harbored a wish to grow a pair of dexterous hands. The attributes of this sword are almost unparalleled among tier 0 weapons, boasting a total attribute augmentation of 105 points, which made Wei Xiaosu salivate with desire. However, regrettably, this weapon does not enhance mental power, and as a proud summoner, Wei Xiaosu could hardly charge forth wielding a sword, engaging in reckless melee combat. At the very least, he is not bold enough to do so now. If sold, it would undoubtedly fetch a considerable sum. Wei Xiaosu silently mused, recalling that he possessed over 20 other pieces of equipment. If all were sold, wouldn't that lead to a sudden windfall? Subsequently, Wei Xiaosu began to sit cross-legged on the ground, centering his thoughts, as he gradually restored his mental energy. Although he had just ascended from level 6 to level 7. This was not a mere game. There were no mechanisms in place for an instant full recovery upon leveling up. Furthermore, Wei Xiaosu was acutely aware that the time for the trial was dwindling. Thus, he felt no inclination to hunt monsters any longer, as his accomplishments for the day were already remarkably impressive. As the trial task time expired, the teleportation device activated, and the transfer commenced. Wei Xiaosu opened his eyes from meditation, glancing at the descending beam of light from above, understanding implicitly, it is time to leave. The verdant grasslands were merely a low-level instance completely under control, so manipulating the teleportation was not a surprising feat consequently. Wei Xiaosu gathered all the equipment he had acquired and bound it with the surrounding wild grasses, ultimately forming a massive green bundle, towering to his height. As the teleportation initiated, he felt a shift in his surroundings, and Wei Xiaosu found himself standing in the expansive square outside the instance. In stark contrast to the initial lively scene, the square was now considerably quieter, with only a few individuals engaged in hushed conversation. Wei Xiaosu raised his gaze to survey his fellow classmates and the students from other schools in the distance, quickly realizing that this group was in utter disarray. Many were clad in tattered garments, stained with blood, clearly bearing the marks of severe injuries. Moreover, Wei Xiaosu witnessed several individuals who, upon being teleported, immediately fainted, having reached their limits. Although it was merely the most basic one-star trial dungeon, the monsters within had imparted a profound lesson to these fledgling students. Damn, our team just encountered a pack of gray wolves. Had the trial not ended just in time, we might have met our end there, one student exclaimed. Indeed. Level 5 gray wolves are the most fearsome creatures in the grassland. They always appear in swarms. It's truly a stroke of luck that you all survived. What are you saying? Just 3 hours ago, I personally witnessed Su Shaoqing single-handedly decimate a pack of gray wolves. You all are quite pathetic, another retorted. What are you talking about? What right do we have to compare ourselves to Goddess Shaoqing? Listening to the whispers around him, Wei Xiaosu felt a sense of shock. Level 5 gray wolves could indeed be considered among the most formidable monsters in the entire grassland. While each wolf might not possess overwhelming strength individually, their penchant for overwhelming numbers, often led by a dominant wolf, typically meant encountering at least 20 at a time, which was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary team to handle. Thus, the fact that a single individual could decimate a pack of gray wolves indicates that Su Xiaoqing's prowess is indeed formidable. Of course, it was also a matter of Wei Xiaosu not having the opportunity to encounter the wolf pack. Had he done so, he would have imparted a valuable lesson to those young pups about the true meaning of overwhelming the few with the many. Xiaosu, are you here? It took me quite a while to find you. Suddenly, a somewhat clumsy voice resonated from behind. Wei Xiaosu turned, and his eyes instantly brightened, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Fatty, is that you? The chubby individual, whose full name is Zhang Dehai, had been in the same class as Wei Xiaosu during elementary and middle school. Initially, Zhang Dehai had taken advantage of his size to bully Wei Xiaosu. However, the two eventually forged an unbreakable bond of friendship. Although Wei Xiaosu was no longer the person he once was, perhaps influenced by the emotions tied to past memories, he felt a profound fondness for Zhang Dehai. This fellow had struggled academically, only managing to enroll in Qingyang No. 2 middle school. Yet, during the awakening ceremony yesterday, he had a sudden breakthrough, awakening a rare class, the Shield Knight. Zhang Dehai jogged over, first sizing up Wei Xiaosu before grinning widely and saying, Xiaosu, guess what level I am now? Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaosu was taken aback. This chubby fellow had certainly made strides. However, upon observing the scars adorning his body, it was evident that this trial had not been an easy endeavor. Level 5. Level 6. Chapter 15 The Beauty. My brother has been frail since childhood. Zhang Dehai. Upon hearing Wei Xiaosu's guess about the level, the chubby man fell silent. His lips twitched slightly before he irritably remarked, enough already. You don't have to guess like that. If I were to reach level 5, or even level 6, our school's principal would have to erect a plaque in my honor. Wei Xiaosu. This time, it was Wei Xiaosu who appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth was this absurd talk of erecting a plaque? I'm already at level 4. How about that? Zhang, with his hands on his hips and chin raised at a 45-degree angle, looked up at the sky, exuding an air of expectation for praise. From the perspective of an ordinary person, achieving level 4 during the trial was indeed impressive. The main task was merely to elevate 1's level to 3. Well done. Chubby, you're guaranteed an extra 5 points in the college entrance examination, Wei Xiaosu generously complimented. Zhang's face lit up, his plump cheeks squishing together as he thumped his chest with a resounding thud, saying, Xiaosu, don't be jealous of me. Rest assured, I'll continue to look out for you. Wei Xiaosu, look out for you, my foot. As he silently scoffed, just as Wei Xiaosu was about to voice his thoughts, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure slowly approaching him. The mere sight of that figure caused Wei Xiaosu to furrow his brows, and his earlier good mood dissipated significantly. Wei Xiaosu, this time, you are destined to lose. The person before him was Su Xiaoqing from Qingyang No. 1 High School, the most formidable six-winged angel awakened this year. However, Su Xiaoqing appeared somewhat disheveled, her once lustrous hair now in disarray, and her garments bore numerous tears, revealing her fair skin in fleeting glimpses. Her arms, as pristine as jade, were marred by several gaping wounds. Though the bleeding had ceased, the scars remained grotesque. Beautiful lady, my brother has always been frail. Do not presume that your beauty grants you license to bully him. If you wish to trouble him, you must first defeat me. Wei Xiaosu. Su Xiaoqing. Weak? Who is weak? Such words should not be carelessly uttered. Wei Xiaosu raised his hand to cover his face, preparing to clarify, but Su Xiaoqing was swift. She seized the hefty shoulder of his companion and hurled him backward with remarkable speed. Watching the hefty figure soar through the air, Wei Xiaosu's heart raced. With his keen perception, he could discern that Su Xiaoqing had restrained her strength. Otherwise, the hefty fellow would certainly be incapacitated for days. Nevertheless, anger surged within Wei Xiaosu. With a swift motion, a black iron shovel materialized in his grasp, and without hesitation, he swung it down towards Su Xiaoqing. Yet, Su Xiaoqing proved to be a formidable opponent. A golden long sword appeared in her hand, and as the black and gold weapons clashed, they ignited a dazzling display of colors around them. Wei Xiaosu did not believe that his fated weapon could possibly be inferior to Su Xiaoqing's holy light angel sword. Yet, the moment their weapons clashed, Wei Xiaosu felt an overwhelming force surge through his grasp, rendering him nearly unable to withstand it. What a terrifying power. Shock coursed through Wei Xiaosu's mind. Even this fleeting encounter made his right hand, which held the iron shovel, tremble slightly. However, in stark contrast to Wei Xiaosu's astonishment, Su Xiaoqing's heart was truly tumultuous. She had only exerted 60% of her strength in that casual strike, initially believing it would be sufficient to send Wei Xiaosu flying and inflict some minor injuries. To her utter astonishment, her 60% of power had been effortlessly countered. What a farce! A summoner successfully withstood an attack of such magnitude. Who was truly deranged here? How did you manage that? Su Xiaoqing gritted her teeth, disbelief written all over her face. Guess, Wei Xiaosu replied nonchalantly, rubbing his numbed wrist. Su Xiaoqing took a deep breath, and in an instant, her eyes transformed into a dazzling gold. Before her, Wei Xiaosu's level information materialized. Name, Wei Xiaosu class, Necromancer level 7. Upon seeing this information, Su Xiaoqing was utterly stunned. Level 7? What does that even entail? Even she was barely above level 6 at this moment, and the highest record from previous trials had only been level 6. Yet, Wei Xiaosu had shattered that record and ascended to the astonishing level of 7. In sight, Wei Xiaosu squinted slightly, pondering to himself. Indeed, as expected of a scion from a prestigious family, possessing such an insightful skill as the insight technique upon awakening is truly enviable. The insight technique allows one to discern the profession and level of practitioners, as well as the species of monsters. If there is a significant disparity in strength between the two parties, it can even reveal more detailed information, making it an indispensable auxiliary skill for high-level practitioners. However, the value of the insight technique is substantial. It costs no less than 100,000, a sum Wei Xiaosu currently cannot afford. Su Xiaoqing departed, fully aware that she had once again been bested, this time by the same individual. She could have arrogantly showcased the corpse of the silverback wolf king from her storage ring, proudly displaying her achievements from this trial. Yet, she understood that elevating her level to 7 within a mere 8 hours was unattainable without defeating a boss. Consequently, she accepted her defeat. Wei Xiaosu gazed at Su Xiaoqing's retreating figure, feeling somewhat perplexed. Was that it after such a brief confrontation? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. After consuming several bottles of corpse oil, his physical attributes had become comparable to those of an ordinary warrior. Although he still fell short of Su Xiaoqing's prowess, he was merely a frail summoner. Subsequently, Wei Xiaosu approached the plump individual lying on the ground, groaning in discomfort, and could not help but express his irritation, saying, "Enough with the noise, she has already left." Upon hearing this, the stout fellow suddenly sprang up from the ground, gently patting his chest, and with a lingering sense of trepidation, remarked, "That girl is quite terrifying. I should have realized she was Su Xiaoqing's. Brother, don't say I'm being ungrateful, but our class is calling for me. I must take my leave." With that, he dashed away, disappearing in an instant, leaving Wei Xiaosu shaking his head with a wry smile. Soon after, the homeroom teachers of each class gathered their students together, and they all boarded a bus back to the entrance of Qingyang No. 1 High School. The results of today's instance would be announced tomorrow, coinciding with the distribution of the scholarship funds. Wei Xiaosu felt confident that securing a position in the top 2 would pose no challenge. The only reason he did not aspire to be the absolute first was his failure to slay the boss monster. If Su Xiaoqing simultaneously hunted the elite, the boss, and the main antagonist, he might indeed find himself outmatched. Upon disembarking from the bus, Wei Xiaosu retrieved his large bundle from the luggage compartment. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he exited the school premises. Chapter 16. Brother, take this cigarette. On the main street of Qingyang City, a luxurious automobile glided slowly along the slow lane. Behind the wheel sat a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his early 40s, exuding an air of maturity and composure. Beside him in the passenger seat was a girl, her attire besmirched with dirt, yet possessing an exquisite charm and striking beauty. This girl was Su Xiaoqing, and the man driving was her father, Su Dong. "Xiaoqing, what troubles you? Are you preoccupied?" Su Dong inquired, a faint furrow marking his brow. Ever since he had picked up Su Xiaoqing, she had worn a dazed expression, causing him considerable concern as a father. Initially, he assumed she might have sustained serious injuries, but upon reflection, that seemed implausible. If she had indeed been severely harmed, the school would have taken action long before now. Moreover, he had personally inspected her and found only superficial wounds. At that moment, Su Shaoqing displayed none of her usual pride or aloofness. Instead, she radiated vulnerability and helplessness. "Dad, am I useless?" she murmured, her head bowed, her eyes devoid of their customary confidence, appearing dim and lifeless. Su Dong cast a glance at his daughter, feeling somewhat bewildered. "What happened? Did you fail to slay the boss?" He was acutely aware of his daughter's fiercely competitive nature. She always aspired to excel in everything she undertook. For this trial task, she had exerted considerable effort to triumph over the boss. "It's not that." Su Shaoqing shook her head gently and spoke softly. "I have succeeded. I defeated the level 5 boss, the Silverback Wolf King, and I only sustained minor injuries." Upon hearing this, Su Dong was even more bewildered and asked in confusion, "Shaoqing, your performance this time is no less impressive than that of the genius student Zhang Yu from 4 years ago. You should feel elated." "Elated?" Su Shaoqing's beautiful eyes, unbeknownst to her, had already filled with tears, which streamed down her cheeks and fell onto her fair legs. She sobbed as she replied, "Dad, I still lost. Do you understand? He has already reached level 7. "What? Level 7? Su Dong involuntarily raised his voice a few notches. However, when he saw his daughter quietly weeping, his heart ached even more. "Are you referring to that Wei Xiaosu who has overshadowed you for 3 years? Isn't he a necromancer? How could such a low-tier hidden class possibly triumph over you?" "I do not know. Not only has he advanced to level 7, but he emerged from the dungeon without a scratch. He appeared pristine, and as a summoner, his strength is surprisingly not much weaker than mine." The more Su Dong listened, the more alarmed he became. If one could attribute rapid leveling and lack of injuries to mere luck, then the fact that his power rivaled Su Shaoqing's was truly astounding. If a necromancer possessed physical qualities comparable to that of a 6-winged angel, he would no longer be considered a low-tier hidden class. "Should I step in and teach that boy a lesson?" "Please don't." Without waiting for Su Dong to finish his words, Su Shaoqing lifted her head, wiped away the tears from her face, and resolutely declared, "I will defeat him and surpass him through my own strength. Dad, you must not assist me." After speaking, Su Shaoqing seemed to recall something and hastily turned to her father, saying, "Dad, Wei Xiaosu has injured Qin Zihao in the instance. They will surely seek revenge. You must help Wei Xiaosu." Su Dong's lips twitched slightly, and he fell silent, suddenly sensing that something was amiss. In the bustling city of Qingyang, renowned as one of the top 10 cities in the nation, the streets were alive with activity at 8 o'clock in the evening. Wei Xiaosu, cradling a large bundle of grass, traversed the streets like a beacon in the night, drawing the curious gazes of pedestrians. While others might have felt embarrassed in such a situation, Wei Xiaosu wore a radiant expression, as though he had stumbled upon fortune. Indeed, he was on his way to a prop trading market in Qingyang City, a place that did not sell ordinary daily necessities, but specialized in various props. On this day, Wei Xiaosu had acquired over 20 pieces of equipment during his dungeon expedition. Although they were mostly of little value, they could still be sold for a profit. Notably, the Sword of Slime, when wielded by newly awakened players, could significantly enhance their abilities, making it likely to fetch a handsome price. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Wei Xiaosu finally arrived at the nearest trading market. A bustling place filled with a myriad of shops adorned with extravagant decorations that dazzled his eyes. This was his first visit, and he found himself brimming with curiosity about everything around him. For instance, he noticed that at the entrance of one shop, the greeter was not a person, but rather an ear girl. How astonishing! Wei Xiaosu widened his eyes, captivated by the ear girl at the door, particularly drawn to the fluffy tail swaying behind her, which evoked an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it. Naturally, this was merely a fleeting thought. Given his current abilities, he would undoubtedly be at the mercy of the ear girl, not to mention the master who stood behind her. Yet, inexplicably, Wei Xiaosu began to feel a sense of disdain towards his skeletal minions. Why was he a necromancer instead of a beast summoner? He wished dearly for an ear girl of his own. "Hey, brother, would you like to check out some equipment? Take a look." Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, approached him with a smile and handed him a flyer. At that moment, Wei Xiaosu diverted his gaze from the ear girl to the man in the suit, who, if seen outside, would undoubtedly resemble a real estate salesman. "I am not in the market for equipment. I already possess over 20 pieces," Wei Xiaosu replied, glancing at the flyer before shaking his head in refusal. Hey, brother. Don't go." A middle-aged man intercepted Wei Xiaosu, who was about to leave, and with a sycophantic smile, he produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "Brother, Take this pack of Huazi as a token of our meeting. Although Wei Xiaosu did not smoke, the allure of Huazi was hard to resist. He accepted it without hesitation. Brother, you know how the market is these days. The prices of equipment are plummeting daily. If you act quickly, you might mitigate your losses. I can assist you in selling your gear, the man offered. Upon hearing that someone was willing to help him sell his equipment, Wei Xiaosu felt a wave of disdain. He was not foolish enough to allow a middleman to profit off him. With a sly glance, he shrugged and replied, Big brother, to be honest, I was deceiving you. At my age, you can probably guess I don't possess a single piece of equipment. The middle-aged man in a suit was momentarily taken aback, but it was only for a fleeting moment. He quickly clapped his hands and exclaimed, That is fantastic, brother. Given the current market conditions, equipment prices have sunk to rock bottom. It's the perfect time to buy in. Wei Xiaosu twitched his lips slightly, shaking his head as he said, Big brother, not only do I lack equipment, but I also have no money to purchase any. I only have 5 yuan left in my account. Oh dear, the middle-aged man exclaimed, slapping his forehead with excitement. Coincidentally, there's an equipment store opening tomorrow, and the owner is hiring extras. If you stand in line for the morning, you'll earn 200 yuan. And they even provide a meal of pig's trotter rice. Wei Xiaosu. So they plan to take advantage of me with a meal of pig's trotter rice. Do they? Chapter 17. Cat-eared girl at last. Wei Xiaosu gained a fresh perspective on the shamelessness of this individual. Achieving such success in sales. It would indeed be a challenge to avoid wealth. Well, considering Huazi's sake, I can part with the equipment I possess, but the price. Before Wei Xiaosu could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man in a suit suddenly slapped his thigh, his grin widening with exuberance. Rest assured, my brother. Feel free to inquire about my reputation on this street. Zhang Taidan guarantees a fair price. However, Wei Xiaosu scoffed internally at this man who identified himself as Zhang Taidan. The name sounded utterly fictitious, devoid of integrity. Just as he was about to decline, the man presented him with a business card. It truly read Zhang Taidan. Goodness. How casually did your parents name you? Zhang Taidan, seemingly unfazed by Wei Xiaosu's rudeness, had encountered countless jests at his expense over the years. One more would not make a difference. After all, what is a customer? They are akin to deities. Subsequently, Wei Xiaosu unveiled the verdant bundle, revealing over 20 pieces of assorted equipment, all of which were at level 5 or below. At first glance, Zhang Taidan felt a twinge of disappointment, but the next moment, his gaze fixated on the ethereal green longsword. This is, Zhang Taidan seized the long sword, his eyes shimmering with a faint glow as he activated his perception skill. His heart soared with joy upon discovering it was a level 5 boss equipment. Brother, this is impressive. Such a premium item is worthy of being sold. Under normal circumstances, a mere level 5 item would hardly fetch a good price. However, these days marked the awakening of professions for high school seniors, and those with a bit of wealth would undoubtedly be willing to spend lavishly to equip their children with quality weapons. A level 5 boss quality long sword could easily rival an ordinary quality sword of level 20, boasting an astonishing attribute bonus of 105 points. Though it was merely a transitional piece for the early stages, it was undeniably a rare gem. Zhang Taidan then inspected the other equipment, only to frown at the sight of the level 5 and below whiteboard gear, which held little value. After a brief pause, he stated, Brother, low-tier whiteboard equipment isn't worth much. I'll offer you 200 per piece, totaling 25 pieces. Additionally, for the slime long sword, I propose 10,000, making it a total of 15,000. What do you think? Prior to this, Wei Xiaosu had conducted some online research regarding approximate prices. Under different circumstances, 15,000 would indeed be a fair offer. Yet, with the imminent college entrance examination and the emergence of a new batch of professionals at various institutions, low-level equipment would certainly be in demand. No, that's too low. I'll propose a price of 20,000. If you find that unacceptable, we can always collaborate next time. With that, Wei Xiaosu feigned an intention to depart. Hey. Zhang Taidan hastily grasped Wei Xiaosu's arm, a broad smile adorning his face. Come on, brother. It's fine. I'll take a little loss. 20,000 it is. I'll transfer the money right away. Wei Xiaosu was taken aback, his heart sinking. Had he truly underestimated the allure of low-level gear before the college entrance examination? Yet, it was difficult for him to retract his words at this moment. Reluctantly, Wei Xiaosu pulled out his phone and opened the WeChat payment code, only to be perplexed by the apparent lack of intent from the other party to transfer any funds. Under the clear daylight, are you really going to attempt to forcefully seize this? Just as Wei Xiaosu remained on high alert, Zhang Taidan chuckled as he produced a small pink pouch from his pocket. Brother, would you be interested in a storage bag? A storage bag? At the mention, Wei Xiaosu's spirits lifted instantly. He had been contemplating acquiring a piece of storage equipment, but the exorbitant prices had deterred him from making a purchase. Zhang Taidan raised the pink storage bag, explaining, "This bag has an internal capacity of 10 cubic meters, with a market price starting at 50,000. Seeing that we share a connection, I'll sell it to you for 20,000, just as a gesture of friendship. What do you say? 20,000. Wei Xiaosu's expression turned skeptical. The market price for a 10 cubic meter storage bag was already set at a minimum of 50,000. Why would he be able to acquire one for just 20,000? Could it be that the storage bag was defective? Seemingly sensing Wei Xiaosu's apprehension, Zhang Taidan flashed a cunning smile and remarked, "My brother, if I am not mistaken, you must be one of the 3 hidden class players from Qingyang No. 1 middle school, Wei Xiaosu, right? A hidden class, how enviable. Today marks your inaugural venture into a dungeon, and you've already managed to acquire over 20 pieces of equipment, not to mention a level 5 boss item. I have high hopes for you, my friend. You need not worry, this storage bag is absolutely reliable. Let us befriend each other today, and should you come across any valuable items in the future, do consider me first. I promise to offer a fair price. What do you say?" Upon hearing Zhang Taidan's explanation, Wei Xiaosu began to understand the situation. The demands posed by the other party held no adverse implications for him. After all, selling equipment is a common practice. The opportunity to purchase a storage bag at a bargain price seemed like a remarkable gain. "All right, it's a deal," Wei Xiaosu replied with a smile. Both parties felt they had struck a lucrative bargain, yet who truly bore the loss remains a mystery. With the storage bag in hand, Wei Xiaosu exited the trading market, casting lingering glances at the ear girl for a good 10 minutes. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that the actual storage capacity of the bag was 35 cubic meters, which was more than sufficient for his current needs. Wei Xiaosu was quite pleased with the storage bag, save for its color. After leaving the trading market, Wei Xiaosu opted to walk home. He had initially anticipated that his equipment would fetch a handsome sum, yet in the end, he merely acquired a storage pouch, leaving him as impoverished as ever. At that moment, his phone suddenly chimed from his pocket. Upon glancing at the screen, he promptly answered, "Hello, Mom. What is it?" To his surprise, instead of his mother's voice, a melodious laughter echoed through the line. Hearing that sound, Wei Xiaosu's expression darkened instantly. "Wei Xiaoyu, are you feeling mischievous?" Wei Xiaoyu was his younger sister, just 3 years his junior. They had grown up in a constant cycle of playful torment and blame, yet their bond was exceptionally strong. Wei Xiaoyu's personality was quite exuberant, while Wei Xiaosu was more composed by nature. "Ha ha ha." Laughter resonated once more from the other end of the line. And after a brief pause, Wei Xiaoyu continued, "Isn't the day after tomorrow Saturday? Mom and Dad want you to come home." Home? Wei Xiaosu was taken aback. He had originally planned to explore the dungeon over the weekend, but since his parents requested his return, he would have to postpone that adventure. "All right, I'll come home the day after tomorrow," he agreed. Chapter 18. Aunt Wu's commission. After hanging up the phone, Wei Xiaosu felt rather cheerful, humming a little tune as he leisurely made his way back to his rented accommodation. Unbeknownst to him, in a shadowy corner, a man wearing a cap and a mask silently observed him, his deep-set eyes glinting with coldness. Meanwhile, in room 303 of Building 3 in the Guoka community, an elderly man with a grizzled beard wore a broad smile as he gazed at the alluring woman before him. "My dear, I would like to rent for just 1 month. If you find that duration too brief, I am willing to pay you double the rent. Would that be acceptable?" The enchanting woman was none other than Wu Xinyue, the landlord of Wei Xiaosu, affectionately referred to as Aunt Wu. "That is agreeable," Aunt Wu replied, pleased to hear his willingness to pay double. She cautioned, "However, if any items in the room are damaged, you will be required to compensate at their full value. If there are no objections, let us proceed with the contract." "Certainly, certainly," the bearded elder nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. "You are truly a kind-hearted person. Rest assured, I shall keep the room impeccably clean and will not damage any possessions." Seeing that the elderly man was quite amiable, Aunt Wu promptly signed the contract and exited the room. Once Aunt Wu had departed, the elderly man's affable smile vanished in an instant. He closed the door with a stoic expression and murmured to himself, "What does the master intend by having me monitor a newly awakened youth? My old bones haven't been active in quite some time." On the other side, just as Wei Xiaosu returned to the community, he spotted Aunt Wu descending from the upper floor. Initially, he intended to hide, but unfortunately, Aunt Wu had already caught sight of him. "Xiaosu, why are you back so late?" Upon seeing Wei Xiaosu, a gentle smile immediately graced Aunt Wu's lovely face. Aunt Wu, Wei Xiaosu, realizing he could not evade her, approached with a forced smile and inquired, "Are you looking for me?" "Yes, but I also managed to rent out the room next door. It's to an elderly gentleman." Aunt Wu explained succinctly. Wei Xiaosu showed little concern about a new tenant next door, as he had seen various occupants come and go over the years. By the way, Aunt Wu shifted the focus away from the neighbor's situation and asked with keen interest, "Xiaosu, how did you find the recent trial? Do you think you can secure a spot in the top 3? "I should be able to," Wei Xiaosu replied, devoid of any false modesty. Aunt Wu was well aware of his academic prowess. He had consistently ranked first in cultural subjects, and this time he had awakened a hidden profession. If he couldn't land among the top 3 in the entire grade, he might as well give up. "Impressive," Aunt Wu remarked, giving Wei Xiaosu a thumbs up, her smile growing even brighter. However, her expression quickly shifted, becoming unusually serious. Having known Aunt Wu for 3 years, this was the first time he had witnessed such a demeanor from her, causing the smile on his face to fade involuntarily. Indeed, after a brief silence, Aunt Wu retrieved a black storage bag from her embrace. She opened the bag and extracted a delicate wooden box. "Xiaosu, I am surprised by your awakening as a necromancer, yet simultaneously, I feel a sense of relief." Aunt Wu gently caressed the small wooden box in her palm. Her gaze filled with melancholy, her voice slightly hoarse. "Xiaosu, this is an artifact left behind by my late husband, who was also a necromancer. It is said that this object holds great significance for necromancers, and his demise may be entwined with it." At this point, Aunt Wu's inner turmoil was palpable. Nevertheless, she compelled herself to voice the remaining words. "Accepting this item may expose you to perilous circumstances." Observing Aunt Wu's grave demeanor, Wei Xiaosu reined in his smile. After a few moments of contemplation, he inquired, "Aunt Wu, may I take a look at the item?" Although he had spent 3 years with Aunt Wu and felt immense gratitude towards her, he understood the necessity of careful consideration should he unwittingly become embroiled in danger. After all, he was merely a novice who had recently embarked on his journey as a professional. "Go ahead and take a look," Aunt Wu replied, not refusing as she handed over the box. Cautiously, Wei Xiaosu accepted the box and opened it. However, as soon as he unveiled its contents, he was wholly captivated. A finger? Indeed, nestled within the exquisite wooden box was none other than a skeletal finger, the pinky of the right hand. Upon becoming a professional, whether it pertains to props, equipment, or other items, anything originating from secret realms or dungeons will be accompanied by informative displays, and this enigmatic skeletal finger is no exception. Mysterious skeletal finger, item and unknown relic. This skeletal pinky possesses extraordinary powers, available for use by summoners. However, it is said that only a necromancer can fully harness its potential. Effect 1. Designate a necromantic creature to elevate its tier by 1 level. A singular necromantic creature may undergo this enhancement a maximum of 3 times. The cooldown period for each application is 1 hour, and with every use, the summoner will forfeit 10 of their current experience points. Effect 2. By embedding the skeletal finger into one's own heart, one can transform into a skeletal form, effectively doubling physical attributes. However, this transformation incurs a loss of 1 of current experience points per minute and is exclusively available for necromancers. Stunned, observing the description of the skeletal finger upon the luminous screen, Wei Xiaosu found himself utterly astonished. The effects of this item were astonishingly potent. The first effect could directly elevate a necromantic being by 3 tiers, which seemed excessively exaggerated. It was likely that even an ordinary summoner, upon acquiring this skeletal finger, would be compelled to transition to necromancy. For instance, the current skeletal mage is classified at the lowest ordinary level, and an elevation of 3 tiers would correspond to elite, chief, and ultimately, the formidable boss level. The terror associated with a boss is self-evident, and levels can be attained through the hunting of other beings. However, one's rank can solely rely on innate talent or other fortuitous encounters. It is worth noting that among the same category of summoned undead creatures, only one can be enhanced. For instance, it is impossible for two boss-level skeletal mages to exist simultaneously. As for Effect 2, it remains inaccessible to summoners of other professions. Only the necromancer can adeptly utilize it, doubling their physical attributes at the mere cost of experience points, which is undoubtedly a lucrative trade, especially in pivotal moments. Enhanced physical prowess could potentially turn the tide in one's favor. Aunt Wu, Wei Xiaosu said, clutching the small box, unwilling to part with it. He gazed at the enchanting woman before him and nodded, I am willing to accept. Upon receiving this affirmation, Aunt Wu appeared to exhale a sigh of relief. Her face once again adorned with a smile. Xiaosu, could you grant me a favor? At her words, Wei Xiaosu momentarily paused, but soon deduced her intent. Yet, he felt no hesitation and replied, Aunt Wu, do you wish for me to assist you in seeking revenge? Chapter 19. The mysterious bony finger indeed, Aunt Wu candidly acknowledged, without any intention of coercion. However, this is contingent upon ensuring your safety. Do you understand? Very well, I accept. Wei Xiaosu readily acquiesced to his first commission. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while longer before Wei Xiaosu departed amidst Aunt Wu's concerned inquiries. Upon returning to his room, Wei Xiaosu was eager to experiment with the abilities of the bony finger. After a brief moment of contemplation, he summoned a skeletal wild boar, being an elite-level creature. If the bony finger could indeed elevate the rank of his summoned undead, it was certainly prudent to enhance the elite skeletal wild boar first. At present, his experience level stood at 7 with 11 progress, which was just sufficient for one enhancement. Without hesitation, Wei Xiaosu grasped the bony finger and pressed its tip against the boar's enormous skull. In the next instant, a profound black light emanated from the fingertip, enveloping and shrouding the skeletal wild boar. This process lasted approximately 1 minute. When the black light dissipated, the once 5-meter-long boar had astonishingly expanded to over 4 meters, with a height nearing 2 meters, nearly filling the entire living room. The aura it radiated was more than doubled compared to its previous state. Wei Xiaosu gazed upwards at the dramatically transformed skeletal wild boar, filled with awe and admiration. Skeleton wild boar, rank 0, boss, level 7 strength, 210 agility, 186 constitution, 200 spirit, 88 skill, barbaric charge, grade G, barbaric charge, grade G temporarily increases one's movement speed and initiates a charging attack. But during the execution of the skill, one cannot change direction midway. Gazing at the pale blue light before him, Wei Xiaosu shuddered involuntarily. It was formidable, truly formidable. The boss-level skeleton wild boar was approximately 1.5 times stronger than its elite counterpart. Had he possessed this skeleton wild boar while hunting slimes during the day, the endeavor would have surely been far less arduous. This skeleton wild boar was poised for its next ascension to boss level, with the level above that being beast general. Wei Xiaosu suddenly realized that despite having 3 opportunities for enhancement, the skeleton wild boar, being of elite status, had a higher upper limit compared to the skeleton mage. For Wei Xiaosu at this moment, a boss-level summon would be a remarkably powerful ally. Yet, the prospect of acquiring an even more advanced beast general was undeniably enticing. Furthermore, to cultivate a beast general level summon before entering university was exceptionally rare worldwide. Only the most prodigious summoners might achieve such a feat, regrettably, lacking experience points. He lamented that he would not be able to elevate the skeleton wild boar to the beast general level that night. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu heard the sound of someone knocking at the door. He paused momentarily, assuming that Aunt Wu had further matters to discuss with him, and hastily recalled his skeletal wild boar, rushing to open the door. However, upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of a stooped old man with a scraggly white beard. Who are you? Wei Xiaosu inquired, puzzled. The old man did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Wei Xiaosu from head to toe. After a long pause, he smacked his lips and muttered under his breath, "This lad looks quite decent, though his attire leaves much to be desired. Altogether, it probably amounts to no more than 200 yuan. Excuse me, what did you say?" Wei Xiaosu furrowed his brow slightly, confident that he did not recognize the man and had never laid eyes on him before. "I am Su San, the new tenant who just moved in today, residing next door to you," the old man introduced himself. Upon realizing that this was his new neighbor, an elderly gentleman at that, Wei Xiaosu's defenses softened considerably. The frown that had creased his forehead eased into a smile. "Hello, Uncle Su. I am Wei Xiaosu. Also a tenant here. May I ask what brings you by?" "Oh, Nothing much, just stopping by to make your acquaintance since we will be neighbors from now on. Su San chuckled, his old yet keen eyes occasionally darting into the room. The home was impeccably tidy, with items arranged neatly, clearly. It was a dwelling maintained with care. Su San nodded in approval to himself before adding with a smile, "Well, Xiaosu, I shall take my leave now. It was a pleasure to meet you." Having concluded his words, Su San turned and walked towards his room. Wei Xiaosu gazed at his retreating figure, remaining silent as he promptly shut the door behind him. Had Su San just cast a glance towards my room? Could it be that he has uncovered something? Wei Xiaosu tapped his forehead, reflecting on his own carelessness. Previously, with no one living next door, there had been little concern, but now that there were occupants, he must exercise utmost caution while using the bone finger. Consequently, Wei Xiaosu stowed the bone finger into his pink storage bag, freshened up, and then reclined on his bed, surrendering to slumber. A night devoid of dreams ensued. The following day, Wei Xiaosu awoke early and engaged in half an hour of basic mental cultivation meditation, instantly feeling invigorated. Though this free meditation technique to enhance mental strength was challenging, circulating a few cycles of energy could indeed bring a profound sense of comfort to one's spirit. After a light breakfast, Wei Xiaosu descended the stairs, preparing to head to school. However, as he stepped out, he spotted Su San practicing Tai Chi in the community courtyard. "Oh, it's Xiaosu. Off to school, are you?" Su San cheerfully greeted him while continuing his Tai Chi movements. "Yes," Wei Xiaosu responded politely with a smile, adding, "Uncle Su, your Tai Chi is truly commendable." "Ha ha ha." Su San nodded appreciatively at Wei Xiaosu. Xiaosu certainly knows how to flatter. After leaving the Gokul community, Wei Xiaosu spotted a yellow bike by the roadside, hopped on, and within 10 minutes, arrived at school. As he stepped through the school gates, he caught sight of a tall and exceptionally beautiful young woman, her gaze intensely fixed upon him. "Wei Xiaosu, how on earth did you ascend to level 7? And have you slain any bosses?" Indeed, the stunning girl standing at the entrance was Su Xiaoqing, the class leader of the senior class 2. However, for reasons unknown, her eyes appeared somewhat shadowed, as if she had endured a sleepless night just the evening prior. "Did you not sleep last night?" Wei Xiaosu queried, sidestepping her question. "I couldn't sleep," she retorted. "Ha ha ha, you are the goddess of our school, yet here you are, sporting dark circles under your eyes." Wei Xiaosu feigned exaggerated laughter. "You." Su Xiaoqing gritted her teeth, her usual icy demeanor dissipating in the presence of Wei Xiaosu. Such a display of vulnerability would not be seen before anyone else, not even the teachers or the principal. "Forget it, this is pointless," Wei Xiaosu shrugged, ceasing his laughter. As he walked toward the school, he continued, "Yesterday, I defeated a level 5 boss, the Split Slime, as well as a level 3 elite unicorn wild boar and a level 4 elite stone turtle. If you manage to slay a leader monster, I shall concede victory to you this time." Chapter 20, Scholarship Fund. Am I the victor? Su Xiaoqing gazed at the receding figure, a bitter smile creeping across her lips. Victory? How could one attain it? In her relentless pursuit to vanquish the level 5 boss, the silver-backed Wolf King, she had exhausted every ounce of her time and energy. Not only had she failed to defeat the boss monster, but even the elite creatures had eluded her grasp. She had once believed that a successful conquest of the boss would ensure her triumph. Yet she found herself defeated once more. 3 years. Who could fathom the trials she had endured during this time? Forever the second, cursed to remain in this position. "Wei Xiaosu, just you wait." Su Xiaoqing's fists clenched tightly, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing in the silence. She turned away from Wei Xiaosu's departing silhouette and left the school grounds, her mind unburdened by the forthcoming announcement of trial results or the disbursement of scholarships. With less than a month remaining until the college entrance examination, she vowed to complete her first transformation and elevate her rank to that of a boss. "Wei Xiaosu, I refuse to believe that you, as a necromancer, could possibly outpace my 6-winged angel." In her heart, Su Xiaoqing set an audacious goal for herself. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu ambled carefree towards the school's rear playground, fully aware of Su Xiaoqing's desire to surpass him. Yet, knowledge alone did not compel him to concede, particularly at such a pivotal juncture. The scholarship for the top performer in the trial amounts to a substantial 10,000 yuan, while the second place only receives 5,000. How could an insignificant figure like Su Xiaoqing even be compared to 5,000? Furthermore, slaying bosses and elite monsters adds bonus points to college entrance examinations, rendering it even less justifiable for him to hold back. Thus, To triumph over him, one must rely solely on sheer strength. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, the event commenced officially. Principal Wang Wei, brimming with enthusiasm, ascended the podium and initiated his 3-minute address, which was merely a few cursory remarks. It seems that every school leader possesses this passive skill. Their brief comments are often more unreliable than a man's declaration of love or a woman's indifference towards wealth. 3 hours later, Wang Wei appeared somewhat reluctant to conclude, as his spirits had been exceptionally high in recent days. However, as noon approached, he had no choice but to wrap up his speech. Students, we shall pause here for today. I hereby announce that the first place in this trial task is awarded to Wei Xiaosu from Class 2 of the 3rd year. He has achieved Level 7 with 11 experience and has successfully slain 1 Level 5 boss, 1 Level 3 elite, and 1 Level 4 elite, earning a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. Let us extend our warmest congratulations to him. Upon finishing, Wang Wei was the first to applaud, followed by a chorus of clapping and exclamations from the audience. Almost everyone stared, wide-eyed, in disbelief at the refined young man. If attaining first place in academics was impressive, this achievement was on an entirely different level. However, what is being compared now is not merely academic performance. How could he possibly secure the first position? Am I losing my mind? Did I truly hear that the academic prodigy achieved the top rank in the trial? Was it not said that the necromancer ranks low among hidden professions? How could he surpass both the Gale Swordsman and the Six-Winged Angel? You may not be aware, but Qian Zihao was thoroughly beaten by the academic prodigy yesterday. It was quite tragic, and he is still languishing in the hospital. No way, is that true? The Gale Swordsman profession of Qian Zihao is inherently more formidable, not to mention the advantageous family background that surely provides him with the most suitable equipment. How could he have been defeated? It must have been a mere accident. Currently, everyone's levels are still low, and the distinction in strength among professions is not overly pronounced. I suspect that once they undergo their first-class advancement, the academic prodigy will fall behind Qian Zihao and Su Shaoqing. That is a valid point. Yet the academic prodigy remains eternal. Soon, Wei Xiaosu ascended the podium amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd, receiving the scholarship fund handed to him by Wang Wei, looking quite elated. Next, we have the second place of this trial. Su Shaoqing from Class 1 of the senior year, whose level has reached 6 with 68 experience. She has also slain a Level 5 boss, the Silverback Wolf King, earning a scholarship fund of 5,000 yuan. Let us welcome Su Shaoqing to the stage. The applause erupted once more, yet this time, the crowd could not find her figure. Wang Wei, unable to see Su Shaoqing, quickly grasped the situation. Yet, he could only let out a faint sigh. The outcome of this trial had indeed taken him by surprise. He had not anticipated that Wei Xiaosu would be able to slay a Level 5 boss. Since classmate Su Shaoqing was unable to attend due to other commitments, we shall proceed to announce the third-place winner of this trial. He is Lu Chong from our senior Class 8, having reached Level 5 with 31 experience and successfully hunted a Level 3 elite, thus earning a scholarship of 1,000 yuan. Let us invite Lu Chong to the stage. Upon the announcement of the final scholarship recipient, the audience erupted in astonishment once more. Everyone had expected that the third place would undoubtedly go to Qian Zihao, a swordsman of the Gale class, yet it turned out to be Lu Chong from Class 8. However, rumors soon began to circulate among the students, and various versions emerged. Some claimed that Qian Zihao had been defeated by Wei Xiaosu as soon as he entered the dungeon, while others suggested that he had been ambushed by Wei Xiaosu in collusion with others. There were even more outlandish tales, with some asserting that Qian Zihao had become infatuated with a female wolf within the dungeon and had been nearly killed by the Wolf King. Dear students, there are only 29 days remaining until the Gaokao, the significance of which is self-evident. In this final month, you may choose to leave the school and pursue your own endeavors. Students in the combat and support classes may venture into other one-star dungeons for practice, while those in the life skills class should seize the opportunity to hone their abilities. Lastly, I wish everyone the best of luck in the upcoming Gaokao. Dismissed. In this final month, the school will no longer impart any knowledge. As there is little left to teach, 3 years of cultural studies have proven sufficient. What is now required is practical experience. The main combat class should engage in dungeon runs, while the support class ought to team up with the main combat class for the same purpose. As for the life skills class, it is essential to proficiently utilize one's abilities. Naturally, if one's skills are significantly lacking, one might consider attending a regular vocational school to acquire a trade that ensures sustenance. First, let us have lunch, followed by an afternoon spent in the dungeons slaying monsters. Today, I must accumulate enough experience points to utilize the bone finger. Each use of the bone finger consumes 10 of my experience points, and I employed it on the skeletal wild boar last night. Thus, I have 5 opportunities remaining, equivalent to 50 of my experience. The journey ahead is indeed arduous. Wei Xiaosu lamented. The experience gained from defeating ordinary monsters is exceedingly meager, and currently, the threshold for leveling up from level 7 to level 8 is a staggering 40,000 experience points. 10 of that amounts to 4,000. Merely contemplating this is overwhelming. By the heavens, if I reach a higher level, how long must I toil to accumulate the experience points necessary for a 10 consumption? Wei Xiaosu suddenly realized that in the future, when the experience points required could easily reach tens of thousands, the burden would only grow heavier. Chapter 21. The Orc Nest. Never mind. Where there is a will, there is a way. To contemplate excessively now would only serve to multiply my troubles. Wei Xiaosu shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and made his way directly to the cafeteria. After finishing lunch, he departed from the school and boarded a dedicated bus heading towards the location of the one-star dungeon. Today, the one-star dungeon base was far more bustling than the previous day. The 3 one-star dungeons in Qingyang City open only once a year, and their duration is merely a fleeting month. Once this cohort of high school seniors completes their college entrance examinations, access will once again be restricted by the military, awaiting the arrival of the next year's students. In the central plaza of the dungeon base today, a colossal screen had already been erected, displaying a continuous stream of various quests. Naturally, these quests bore no connection to the school or even the military. They were predominantly issued by merchants and practitioners of life-related professions. Given that it was merely a 1-star difficulty dungeon, the quests primarily requested specific materials, and the prices were remarkably affordable. Seeking 100 stalks of tricolor flowers, sourced from green pasture, with a purchase price of 500 Chinese coins per stalk. Unlimited acquisition of goblin assassin hearts, sourced from goblin caverns, with a purchase price of 100 Chinese coins per heart. Purchasing goblin chief hearts, sourced from goblin caverns, with a requirement for a heart integrity of over 90, offering a price of 100,000 Chinese coins. Infinite procurement of the horns of the Tauren, sourced from the Orc's lair. The standard price for a pair of ordinary Tauren horns is 200 Chinese coins, while the elite Tauren horns fetch 2,000 coins, the chief Tauren horns 20,000 coins, and the boss Tauren horns an astonishing 200,000 coins. Urgently seeking 1 liter of split slime corpses originating from the green pastures. Note, upon death, the split slime transforms into a puddle of water, necessitating prompt collection, with a purchase price of 100,000 Chinese coins. Hundreds of requests continually scrolled across the screen, overwhelming Wei Xiaosu's senses. Particularly, when he noticed someone seeking 1 liter of split slime corpse, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. 100,000. That is a substantial sum. How could he have overlooked collecting some yesterday? Alas, a sudden pang of heartache struck him. Wei Xiaosu felt tears welling up with no means to express his sorrow. Based on previous year's patterns, the respawn time for a level 5 boss typically spans 3 days. Thus, to accept this commission, he would need to wait at least 3 days, unless, of course, there was a second split slime boss in the green pastures. Nevertheless, Wei Xiaosu had already intended to venture into the dungeon to slay monsters, so completing 1 or 2 commissions along the way would indeed be fortuitous. While affluent individuals might dismiss such sums, for Wei Xiaosu, this amount represented a significant fortune. The green pastures were off the table. Given that it was the least challenging dungeon, with the highest influx of students, resulting in fierce competition, Wei Xiaosu began to contemplate which dungeon would be most suitable for his current endeavors. After careful consideration, he ultimately resolved to choose the most formidable one, the Orc Lair. Among the 3 1-star dungeons, the Orc Lair stood as the most challenging, with a difficulty level that was even double that of the Verdant Fields. However, with heightened difficulty came the promise of greater rewards, particularly in terms of the experience points he urgently required. Having made his decision, Wei Xiaosu proceeded to the commission office to accept the Orc Lair quest he had just encountered, which involved collecting the horns of the Tauren. If it were not for the restriction that allowed each individual to undertake only 1 quest at a time, he would have eagerly accepted a few more. Eventually, He arrived at the entrance of the Orc Lair dungeon. Indeed, the number of individuals choosing to enter this dungeon was remarkably sparse. After all, it was merely the second day, and most lacked the courage to directly confront such a daunting challenge. "Greetings, I wish to enter the Orc Lair dungeon." Wei Xiaosu respectfully addressed the sentinel. The guardians of the dungeon consisted of 2 armed soldiers. One of them stepped forward, wielding a scanning device, and directed it towards Wei Xiaosu. After a brief examination, he announced, "Wei Xiaosu, a senior student from Class 2 of Qinyang No. 1 High School. You are permitted to enter." The armed soldier lowered the scanner and stepped aside, no longer obstructing his passage. Wei Xiaosu expressed his gratitude once more to the 2 men, holding a deep respect for the Chinese soldiers in his heart. During the initial stages of the Great Cataclysm, humanity had no professionals to combat those terrifying creatures. It was solely the brave soldiers who charged forward, one after another. In the brief span of merely a month, the casualties among Chinese soldiers have surpassed 1 million. They consistently position themselves in front of ordinary citizens when confronted by monstrous threats, even when they tremble with fear. Upon entering the teleportation array, Wei Xiaosu once again experienced a dizzying sensation, though this feeling was fleeting. When his vision returned, he found himself at a random entry point on the periphery of the Orc Lair. The environment of the Orc Lair starkly contrasted with the verdant expanse of the grassy plains, under the azure sky and fluffy clouds of the meadows. The air was crisp and refreshing. In the absence of monsters, it would have made for a splendid scenic area. However, the Orc Lair was enveloped in a grim, yellowish sky, with ominous clouds drifting by and desolate land that created an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. Wei Xiaosu took a deep breath and, with a wave of his hand, summoned a dozen skeletal mages along with a chief-level skeletal boar. The area of the Orc Lair was approximately 1/5 that of the grassy plains, resulting in a high density of monsters. If Wei Xiaosu were to summon too many skeletal minions at once, he risked alarming the beasts. A single misstep could attract a formidable boss or a horde of monsters, leading to potential peril. With a leap, Wei Xiaosu mounted the skeletal boar, which, despite its discomfort, offered remarkable speed. Should he encounter an insurmountable danger, he would rely on it for escape. Nevertheless, considering it was a 1-star dungeon, as long as fortune favored Wei Xiaosu, he would likely emerge unscathed. Moreover, once he elevates the grade of his skeletal boar, he will be able to traverse the dungeons with ease. Thus, Wei Xiaosu mounted his skeletal boar, accompanied by a dozen skeletal mages, and ventured deeper into the wilderness. The closer they approached the depths of the Orc Den, the more ominous clouds gathered in the sky. Simultaneously, a faint scent of blood began to waft through the air. Gradually, distant roars of beasts echoed, prompting Wei Xiaosu to instruct his skeletal comrades to reduce their pace and minimize noise. After another 10 minutes, the metallic tang of blood intensified, and the beastly roars became alarmingly distinct. Cautiously, Wei Xiaosu edged closer, fortunate that the light here was dim. Otherwise, in such an open wilderness with scant cover, he would have been discovered long ago. There they were, wargs. Although they were approximately 100 meters away, Wei Xiaosu recognized their identity as one of the lowest ranks within the Orc tribe. Adult wargs stood only about 1.6 meters tall, even shorter than humans. However, their sharp teeth, formidable claws, and bloodthirsty nature rendered them quite terrifying. Under comparable circumstances, ordinary human awakened beings held little advantage. Furthermore, the number of wargs in the distance was 5, and they appeared to have just finished feasting on a freshly hunted beast, now indulging in their gruesome meal. Chapter 22. Insight. The Wurgens, possessing an average strength ranging from level 1 to 9, are renowned for their keen sense of smell and expertise in tracking. Wei Xiaosu murmured to himself, beginning to recollect the knowledge he had acquired in his mind. The Wurgens are merely the weakest class of monsters dwelling within the Orc lairs. Over the years, the most formidable Wurgen encountered had merely reached the ordinary quality of level 9. Upon confirming the identity of his adversaries, Wei Xiaosu felt no further trepidation. In the next moment, a sphere of ghostly green flame materialized in his palm. "Go," he commanded, thrusting his palm outward. The basketball-sized flame surged forth at remarkable speed towards the distant Wurgens. Simultaneously, a dozen skeletal mages unleashed their own explosive projectiles, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous detonations. As the flames and smoke dissipated, 5 Wurgens lay utterly disfigured, never to comprehend who had ambushed them in their final moments. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a level 1. 0 tier monster Wurgen, earning 25 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a level 2, 0-tier monster Wirgin, earning 35 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a level 3, 0-tier monster Wirgin, earning 45 experience points. Among the 5 Wirgins, the strongest was a level 3, followed by a level 2, and the remaining 3 were level 1. However, the total experience gained from these 5 Wirgins amounted to a meager 155 points, a paltry sum indeed. No longer troubled by the abundance of experience points, Wei Xiaosu recognized that, given his current prowess, the pace at which he amassed experience was remarkably swift compared to his peers. He ought to learn to be content. Thus, he retrieved his iron shovel and embarked on his grave-digging endeavor. In less than 10 minutes, 5 mounds were erected. As Wei Xiaosu gazed upon these fresh graves, he was suddenly struck by the realization of his own benevolence. Would others have taken the time to collect the remains of these creatures and honor them with burial? Of course, he regarded this duality of action, both burying and collecting, as a mere jest, for his primary aim lay in the inherent benefits of the shovel itself. From this encounter with 5 Wirgs, Wei Xiaosu garnered 3 vials of inferior corpse oil, 4 sticks of low-grade incense, and a skill book. Insight, Grade G consumes 1 point of mental energy to reveal information about any visible target, including level and attributes. To his astonishment, he had acquired the insight skill. Holding the book in his hands, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Initially, he had intended to save up to purchase such a tome, yet here it was, gifted to him from the very graves. What a remarkable profit! Although it was merely the most basic form of insight, it sufficed to ascertain a target's level and attributes. Furthermore, he was currently unable to learn a higher quality version of the skill. Any skill surpassing Grade G would entail specific learning conditions, such as reaching a certain level or attaining a particular attribute threshold. But those considerations were matters for another time, not to be addressed at present. After utilizing the Insight Technique skill book, Wei Xiaosu proceeded to apply 3 bottles of inferior corpse oil all over his body, resulting in a slight enhancement of his 4-dimensional attributes. Finally, he turned to the grave incense. A single inferior grave incense could provide 6,000 experience points, amounting to 24,000 points for 4. The unique ability of the skeletal finger required a consumption of 4,000 experience points per use. This meant he was able to utilize the skeletal finger 6 more times. With this thought in mind, Wei Xiaosu eagerly ignited the grave incense, commencing the absorption of its vast experience points. Subsequently, he retrieved the mysterious skeletal finger from his pink storage pouch and pressed its tip against the horn of the skeletal wild boar. The extraordinary scene from the previous night unfolded once more. The skeletal wild boar's size surged again. However, Wei Xiaosu was not finished. He continued to harness the power of the skeletal finger, expending his 3rd enhancement opportunity. After consuming 20 of his experience points, the skeletal wild boar finally completed its ultimate evolution. Gazing at the imposing figure of the skeletal wild boar, measuring 8 meters in length and nearly 5 meters in height, Wei Xiaosu trembled with excitement. Skeletal wild boar, 0th rank. Beast General, level, 7 strength, 580 agility, 496 constitution, 530 spirit, 288 skill. Barbaric charge, E rank. Barbaric charge, E rank temporarily increases the user's movement speed to initiate a charging attack. However, during the activation of the skill, the user cannot change direction. Remarkable. The total of the 4-dimensional attributes astonishingly reaches 1,894 points. And the skills have advanced by 2 levels, ascending from G rank to E rank. Monsters, aside from their levels categorized from 1st to 9th, also possess a classification of grades. Elevating one's level is relatively straightforward. One merely needs to hunt other monsters or humans to gain experience points. However, the enhancement of grade relies heavily on innate talent or the strength of one's lineage. Take the werewolves, for instance. Their bloodline strength is notably low, making it exceedingly rare to find even an elite, let alone a leader or boss level. The classifications of monsters range from low to high as follows: common, elite, leader, boss, beast general, lord, king, emperor, and finally, sovereign, totaling 9 grades. Humans also have their own grading system, with the beast general grade being renamed to the grand general grade, while the others remain unchanged. From now on, I shall call you Peichi. Wei Xiaosu gently patted the enormous skeletal wild boar's head, bestowing a name upon it to distinguish it from ordinary skeletal wild boars. Peiqi let out a couple of enthusiastic cries and affectionately nudged Wei Xiaosu with its horn, seemingly quite fond of its new name. Subsequently, Wei Xiaosu opted to select a skeletal mage and directly expended 30 of his experience points to elevate its grade by 3 levels. Skeleton Mage, Level 0, Boss, Level 7 Strength, 235 Agility, 220 Constitution, 230 Spirit, for 20 Skill, Firecracker, F Grade. Firecracker, F Grade throws an explosive firecracker towards the target, causing minor damage. The total of the Skeleton Mage's attributes reached 1105 points, and its skill upgraded to Level 1, transforming into an F-grade skill, Firecracker. It appears that from the boss level onward, each elevation in tier corresponds with an enhancement in skill. A firecracker? Just how large is it? Wei Xiaosu gazed at the Skeleton Mage before him, now slightly larger, approximately 2 meters in height, with great curiosity. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiaoming. With a mischievous grin, Wei Xiaosu whimsically bestowed a name upon the Skeleton Mage. He then remarked, Xiaoming, show me your prized possession. As soon as the words left his lips, the Skeleton Mage produced a 1-meter-long, thigh-thick red firecracker from the hollow of its pelvic bone. What the? Wei Xiaosu's body involuntarily shuddered at the sight of the enormous firecracker held by Xiaoming, prompting him to instinctively step back a few paces. All right. I see it's quite large. You may put it away now. Xiaoming, Abba. Chapter 23. The Eternal Null Effect. Can you speak? Wei Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a surge of excitement. It is not uncommon for summoned creatures to possess the ability of speech, much like the ear spirit from the previous night. However, a speaking undead creature is exceedingly rare, particularly among those of lower rank. ABA, Xiaoming shook its head, the stark white skull producing a peculiar cracking sound. Wei Xiaosu thought. Well, it seems that Xiaoming can only utter the phrase ABA for now, but that does not signify a permanent limitation. There remains the potential to elevate Xiaoming's level or rank in the future. As for Peggy, the notion of a pig speaking presents a far greater challenge than Xiaoming. Even if a beastly creature possesses intelligence, articulating speech is a formidable task. Those capable of speech among beastly forms are invariably powerful beings. With Peggy and Xiaoming by his side for protection, Wei Xiaosu felt emboldened. A level 7 beast general and a level 7 boss may not guarantee an effortless conquest of this 1-star dungeon, yet the prospect of failure seemed almost remote. Thus, with a grand gesture, Wei Xiaosu summoned thousands of skeletal mages to materialize in the wilderness, accompanied by dozens of skeletal wild boars. Go forth and unleash your carnage. Annihilate every monster you encounter. With a command given, the skeletal mages dispersed like a white tidal wave, swiftly spreading in all directions. For ordinary monsters, the skeletal mages proved sufficient. However, should they encounter an elite foe, the assault would be bolstered by the formidable skeletal wild boars. If they faced a creature so powerful that even the skeletal wild boars could not prevail, Wei Xiaosu would personally intervene. Within a mere 5 minutes, notifications of monster kills began to flood in, ceaselessly. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a level 2, 0-tier creature. Word, gaining 35 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a level 5, 0-tier creature. Pigman, gaining 85 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a level 8, 0-tier creature. Minotaur, gaining 135 experience points. The ordinary monsters stood no chance against the relentless slaughter of the skeletal army, while some skeletal mages did fall in battle. The cost of summoning 20 more with just a single point of mental energy rendered any sense of loss negligible for Wei Xiaosu. It was not until half an hour later, upon glancing at the glowing notifications before him, that he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Skeletal Mage Casualties, 131. Skeletal Mage Casualties, 155. Skeletal Mage Casualties, 147. Skeletal Wild Boar Casualties, 13. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a level 9, 0-tier elite creature, Minotaur, gaining 235 experience points. Acquired, Minotaur Leather Boots, Minotaur Battle Axe, Minotaur Horn. It seemed he had encountered an elite Minotaur. Wei Xiaosu was quite pleased with the combat prowess of his skeletal minions. Even elite-level monsters succumbed to their relentless assault within a minute. A feat likely achievable only by a first-tier professional. As the skeletons charged into battle, Wei Xiaosu, busied himself digging graves and collecting the equipment and materials gathered by his minions into his storage pouch. Approximately 3 hours later, a radiant golden light enveloped him, signifying his ascension to level 10, the so-called critical point for a first-tier transition. At that very moment, a luminous screen materialized before him, heralding the arrival of his class change quest. Necromancer class transition quest, randomly generated, possess at least one monster of boss level quality or higher. Ding! Congratulations on completing the class transition quest. Your level has increased to 11, and you have received a reward of 10 to all attributes. Ding! Talent skill, Eternal Immortality Inside Effect 2. Ding! The quality of Lament of the Departed has been upgraded to elite level, and its level has risen to first tier, 11th level, with Inside Effect 2. Wei Xiaosu, MM. The completion of this class transition quest was quite dramatic. Ordinarily, acquiring a boss-level summon before the transition is an exceedingly formidable challenge. However, Wei Xiaosu was indeed fortunate. While digging a grave, he acquired a skill that enabled him to summon elite wild boars. Subsequently, he obtained a mysterious skeletal finger, which could directly elevate his summoned creatures by 3 tiers. Thus, the first transition quest he randomly received was akin to a gift. Upon successfully completing his first transition, Wei Xiaosu felt an overwhelming surge of power. Although there was merely a 1-level difference between level 10 and level 11, the enhancement to his 4 core attributes was doubled. Additionally, with the effect of the corpse oil, his amplification was significantly more pronounced than that of others. This scenario can be likened to a situation where everyone possesses 100 attributes. A doubling of that would result in 200. Yet, Wei Xiaosu, having already reached 200 attributes prior to his first transition, would experience a doubling to 400. Therefore, his enhancement was considerably greater than that of his peers. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Occupation: Necromancer. First transition. Level: Strength, 770 Agility, 800 Constitution, 780 Spirit, 1530 Signature Equipment. Lament of the Departed Summoning Space, 3,115,300 Skills. Innate Skill: Eternal Remembrance, SSS rank. Summon Skeleton Mage, G rank. Ghostfire Technique, G rank. Defying the Heavens. Wei Xiaosu felt that, even without utilizing his summoned creatures, he could rival certain combat-oriented hidden professions. Of course, while he was strong, his summoned creatures were astonishingly more formidable, and their prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Especially Peiqi, whose 4-dimensional attributes have all surpassed 1,000, becoming more than twice as formidable as before. Then there is Xiaoming, who now produces even larger firecrackers from his pelvic region, causing Wei Xiaosu to feel a surge of trepidation, fearing that the enormous firecracker might explode right before him. Talent skill: Eternal Immortality, SSS grade, Effect 1. With your exceptionally strong soul power, you have successfully comprehended the ultimate skill of a necromancer. You can learn the same necromancy skills without limit and indefinitely stack the summoning effects, while also possessing a minuscule chance to elevate the skill by 1 level. Effect 2. With your exceptionally strong soul power, you will achieve true immortality. Any damage you receive will be randomly transferred to your summoned creatures, including all entities that manifest in reality, as well as those within the summoning space. My goodness, the second effect of Eternal Immortality is simply explosive. Especially when used in conjunction with Effect 1, it becomes invincible. Wei Xiaosu was astounded. With Effect 2, he would become immortal. Anyone who dares to claim that summoners are fragile would find themselves with broken legs. Moreover, the more subordinates he has in his summoning space, the safer he becomes, whether it be 10,000, 100,000, a million, or even 10 million subordinates. At that point, it would be exceedingly difficult for even a 9-turn powerhouse to eliminate him. This is splendid. Initially, it was believed that low-level summoned creatures would gradually lose their significance. However, it now appears that they are indeed the most suitable summoned beings for this skill. Chapter 24. The Minotaur. Yazan Wei Xiaosu meticulously examined the effects of the Eternal Talent skill for a considerable time. Ultimately, he discerned that the damage absorption capacity of the skeletal mage greatly surpassed that of the skeletal boar. For instance, with 10 points of mental power, one could summon a single skeletal boar, whereas the same amount of mental power could summon 200 skeletal mages. The transfer of damage is unaffected by defense. Thus, the outcome hinges on whose vitality is more substantial. A single skeletal boar undoubtedly withstands more punishment than one skeletal mage. However, The former equates to the resilience of dozens of skeletal mages. Hence, the superiority of one summoning beast over another is manifestly clear. Finally, Wei Xiaosu turned his attention to his own innate equipment. Following an enhancement in rank, a slender black-golden pattern unexpectedly emerged on the black shovel, imparting an air of sophistication. Weeping of the Departed, Elite, Level, 11 rank, Tier 1 Strength, 100 Agility, 100 Constitution, 100 Spirit, 100 Effect 1. Dig a pit, bury a corpse, and after 60 seconds, you shall receive a sapling bearing an array of peculiar fruits. Effect 2. Dig a grave, open a coffin, as you tread further down the path of malevolence. You shall grow ever stronger. Any grave you excavate, along with the recognized corpses therein, shall be revived, becoming your most loyal servants. Note: corpses whose strength in life exceeds your own by 100 times cannot be revived. Introduction: he has died, yet not entirely. He exists, but not fully alive. Death is not the destination. The realm of spirits is. What? Upon reading the description of the iron shovel's effects, Wei Xiaosu felt utterly despondent. It was utterly cruel. If he were to truly enact such deeds, any future offspring would be doomed to a life devoid of certain anatomical features. Disturbing the graves of ancestors is akin to committing patricide. Such an act is unconscionable, and Wei Xiaosu found himself unable to reconcile with it. However, in the next moment, a sudden realization struck him as he slapped his palm with fervor, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Who said I must unearth human ancestors? The graves of those monsters pose no moral quandary at all. Just as Wei Xiaosu reveled in this newfound enthusiasm, a sudden rush of wind pierced his ear, followed by a swift arrow hurtling toward him. With a sickening thud, the unsuspecting Wei Xiaosu was pierced through the heart by the arrow, erupting in a cloud of crimson spray. In that instant, he braced himself for the finality of death. Yet, to his astonishment, despite the excruciating pain that contorted his features, his vitality showed no sign of waning. Glancing down, he beheld his heart mending at an astonishing rate, even the wound inflicted by the arrow rapidly closing. However, as he regained his strength, the surrounding 155 skeletal mages disintegrated instantaneously, crashing to the ground in a cacophony of shattered bones. To be able to slay Wei Xiaosu, who possesses a formidable 780 points of vitality, with a single arrow, while simultaneously causing the demise of 155 skeletal mages through damage transfer. The archer could not possibly be a mere minion. The situation was perilously close. Wei Xiaosu, feeling his chest, which had returned to its former state, felt his heart race. Had he not fortuitously grasped the effect of damage transfer, he would undoubtedly be lifeless at this moment. However, once the initial fear subsided, a surge of wrath ignited within him. He commanded thousands of skeletal mages to rush toward the origin of the arrow. Regardless of who the adversary was, they would meet their end today. In less than a minute, the multitude of skeletal mages had compelled the foe from their hiding place, a young centaur. The youthful centaur stared at Wei Xiaosu in astonishment for a few moments before unleashing a skill that annihilated all the encroaching skeletal mages. And then he swiftly turned to flee. The young centaur moved with astonishing speed. Not even Peichi, at full strength, could hope to catch up with him. Insight. Name: Centaur, Yazan, Boss, Class, Earth Archers, First Transition, Level, 16 Strength, 1370 Agility, 1850 Vitality, 1480 Spirit, 1050 what? A wise beastman indeed. Wei Xiaosu was taken aback. The appearance of a wise beastman within the dungeon was truly remarkable. The Orc Nest dungeon has existed in Xinjiang City for several decades. Yet there has never been any mention of intelligent orcs. Unlike beasts, orcs resemble an alternative form of humanity, and in certain secret realms, there even exists the presence of an orc empire. How peculiar, Wei Xiaosu thought, gazing at the Taurenisen, gradually vanishing from his sight. While he felt a surge of dread, he was simultaneously devising a plan to hunt the creature down. Wei Xiaosu was not a magnanimous person. He believed in repaying enmity, and the recent affront of being shot at with an arrow demanded retribution. A Tauren, you say? How fortuitous. I happen to have a quest to collect Tauren horns, and none of you shall escape. A faint smile crept upon Wei Xiaosu's lips, with his current strength augmented by his skeletal minions. Conquering an entire one-star dungeon posed little challenge. Thus, he ceased his aimless exploration and proceeded directly towards the innermost depths of the dungeon, harboring a suspicion that some secret lay hidden within. It is commonly understood that dungeons are mere projections of secret realms, or not even projections in the truest sense, but rather a set of alternative rules. Regardless of how formidable the monsters within the dungeons may appear, they remain nothing more than a collection of mindless creatures. What is that? Approximately 5 or 6 kilometers into the depths of the dungeon, Wei Xiaosu halted. His gaze filled with complexity as he beheld the scene before him. There lay 5 human corpses, or more accurately, the remains of this year's senior high school students. Wei Xiaosu approached and crouched beside several corpses for inspection. Indeed, each body bore a gaping cavity the size of a bowl where the heart should have been. Their deaths uniformly tragic. This was the work of the Minotaur, Yazan. As he gazed upon the lifeless forms of his fellow students sprawled on the ground, a deeper fury welled within him. He sighed and commanded 10 skeletal mages to lift the bodies and transport them to the entrance of the instance, making it easier for others to discover them before leading them away. Subsequently, Wei Xiaosu pressed onward, only to soon stumble upon several more battle sites, each marked by the presence of student corpses. 10, 20, 30. The closer he ventured into the depths of the lair, the more intense his rage became. He recognized few of these students. Many were merely acquaintances. Yet, the anger he felt was profound. Those who had managed to enter the orc lair for training on the 3rd day of Awakening Day were the elite of the school. Those with lesser talents were still meandering in the grassy fields or the goblin caves. Should he inform those outside about the situation? A creature of wisdom, classified as a boss-level entity and a master of the earth archery profession, was preying upon the students. The entire scenario appeared exceedingly bizarre. Chapter 25. 100 enemies slain. 1,000 self-inflicted wounds sigh. Wei Xiaosu exhaled deeply. In the bloom of youth, these dozens of young men and women were just embarking on their journeys, only to be met with such unforeseen calamities. Let us return them. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen skeletal mages commenced the grim task of transporting the lifeless bodies of the students back. Even fallen leaves must find their way home. Should he neglect these corpses, they would soon be devoured by the beasts within the dungeon, leaving not even a complete remains behind. As Wei Xiaosu ventured closer to the heart of the lair, he encountered an increasing number of orcs, their prowess growing ever stronger. He even faced a level 9 orc boss. Yet, under the relentless onslaught of the skeletal army, even the boss was utterly helpless. With a black shovel in hand, Wei Xiaosu stood over the fallen orc boss, gazing down upon him from a position of dominance. Die. With a swift motion, he brought the black shovel down, its sharp edge severing the head of the orc boss. Wei Xiaosu and his skeletal minions pressed on tirelessly, crushing everything in their path. It was not until nightfall that they finally arrived at the core of the orc lair. Within this 1-star dungeon, the orc lair was standardly equipped with 20 bosses, ranging from level 5 to level 20, with an even greater number of elite and leader monsters. However, half of these creatures roamed outside the lair, leaving only about 10 bosses within the core. Human, you have provoked my wrath. Minions, unleash your fury. Just as Wei Xiaosu stepped into the heart of the lair, a colossal minotaur towering over 3 meters emerged, leading hundreds of orcs, both formidable and feeble. These lines are utterly stilted, Wei Xiaosu murmured to himself. Indeed, they are but a soulless assembly of puppets. Slaying these orcs within the instance brought him no sense of accomplishment. It would be far more satisfying to unearth the Minotaur chieftain, Yazan, and perhaps extract some insights from him. Minotaur chieftain, level 1, boss, level 20 strength, 2000 agility, 1496 constitution, 1830 spirit, 788 truly. He is the final boss of this instance, boasting a staggering strength attribute of 2000. Nevertheless, Wei Xiaosu remained unfazed. The Minotaur chieftain was undeniably powerful, yet when compared to his companion, Peiqi, he paled in significance. Although Peiqi was only at level 12, she held the rank of a tier 1 beast general, with 3 of her attributes exceeding 2000, save for her spirit. Peiqi, let us advance, Wei Xiaosu proclaimed, mounting Peiqi's back, wielding a black iron shovel, instantly transforming into a valiant knight of swine. In terms of elite combat prowess, the orcs held the advantage, yet in sheer numbers, the skeletal minions overwhelmingly dominated. At present, the count of skeletal mages alone had surpassed 10,000. The so-called multitude exceeded 10,000, rendering the entire orc lair an expanse of chaos, enveloped by layers upon layers of skeletal mages. Upon encountering elite orcs, hordes of skeletal mages would surge forth, and if faced with an orc chieftain or even an orc boss, the skeletal mages would charge like an unstoppable tide. Among the skeletal mages, there existed formidable forces. For instance, the character Xiao Ming presented a particularly fearsome presence, capable of producing a massive firecracker measuring 1.5 meters in length from beneath him every 3 seconds. The fuse sizzled ominously as Xiao Ming, with a gleeful chuckle, hurled the firecracker into the throng. The fuse quickly burned down, culminating in a resounding explosion that reverberated through the ground, claiming the lives of dozens of orcs on the spot. Even the elite and chieftain orcs were left dazed and disoriented by the blast. However, despite Xiao Ming's overwhelming area of effect damage on the battlefield, he lacked the protective capabilities of his allies. The recent firecracker, while annihilating numerous orcs, had resulted in even greater casualties among the skeletal mages, leaving a ground strewn with shattered bones. Indeed, Xiao Ming was a true embodiment of ruthlessness. In the distance, Wei Xiaosu, mounted on Peiqi, glanced back at the towering explosion, feeling a shiver run down his spine. When it came to harvesting orc lives, even Peiqi could not compare, let alone himself. Within a mere 3 seconds, a firecracker could be produced, swiftly decimating the hundreds of orcs in the lair, leaving only a few bosses desperately clinging to life. However, Xiao Ming, in collaboration with the skeletal mage, merely exerted some effort and successfully annihilated them all. With a firecracker in hand, unlit and raised high, he began to celebrate his victory. Looking exceedingly comical, the skeletal mages lost a staggering 4,817 Wei Xiaosu. Is this what they call the legendary strategy of killing 100 enemies while inflicting 1,000 casualties upon oneself? Casting a glance at the jubilant Xiao Ming, who was celebrating with his aboba, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. On one hand, it is undeniable that Xiao Ming possesses a certain weakness. After all, he managed to clear the entire battlefield and slay hundreds of orcs in a mere minute. Yet, on the other hand, one must question his strength, as he simultaneously eliminated nearly 5,000 of his own skeletal mages while dispatching hundreds of orcs. What a perplexing conundrum. Fortunately, skeletal mages are of little value, and even without Xiao Ming's intervention, relying solely on ordinary skeletal mages to eradicate orcs would likely result in losses far exceeding 5,000. Ababa. Xiao Ming exuberantly danced for a few seconds, then turned his attention to Peiqi and Wei Xiaosu, who were engaged in battle with the Tauren chief, instantly recharged with enthusiasm. However, when Wei Xiaosu noticed Xiao Ming barreling towards him, he was so startled that he shuddered and quickly shouted, "Xiao Ming, don't come over." Xiao Ming. Ababa. Though Xiao Ming appeared somewhat discontented, in the interest of preserving his own life, Wei Xiaosu resolutely issued a command to observe from a distance. The Tauren chieftain was formidable, wielding an immensely sharp battle axe. Even Peiqi, with a physique exceeding 2,000 points, would find his defenses easily breached. However, in terms of overall strength, Peiqi held a slight advantage, especially with the assistance of Wei Xiaosu. After enduring for 3 minutes, the Tauren chieftain was ultimately felled by Wei Xiaosu's decisive strike, leaving him with only half a head. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the Tier 1 Level 20 Monster Tauren chieftain, boss, earning 100,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have successfully elevated your level to 13, receiving a reward of 10 to all attributes. A radiant golden light emanated from Wei Xiaosu, as his level ascended once more. At last, I have leveled up. The amount of experience required for advancement is truly becoming increasingly daunting. Wei Xiaosu sighed with relief. Now at level 13, he needed a staggering 1,000,000 experience points to reach level 14, while the Tier 1 Level 20 Tauren Chieftain boss only granted 100,000 experience points. To level up, he would need to defeat 10 Tauren Chieftains. Merely contemplating this was disheartening. The respawn time for dungeon bosses was 3 days, indicating that further progression through the dungeon was not feasible if he wished to continue leveling up. Wei Xiaosu shook his head with a wry smile. He had single-handedly conquered the entire dungeon today, rendering the Orc Nest dungeon less appealing for the subsequent 3 days. Chapter 26. Inferior Grave Offerings. Subsequently, Wei Xiaosu commenced his much-anticipated endeavor of digging graves. Presently, he could inter a corpse in under 2 minutes, an act truly terrifying in its efficiency. Should anyone inquire how he could accomplish such a feat with such swiftness, he would proudly proclaim, "It is merely a matter of familiarity." However, This particular undertaking was somewhat more substantial. Even with Wei Xiaosu's current skill level, it took him a full hour to complete the task. Yet, the rewards commensurate with the effort were indeed considerable. 17 bottles of inferior corpse oil, 11 sticks of inferior grave incense, 10 bowls of inferior grave offerings, and 22 pieces of equipment, including a level 21st tier boss item, the colossal axe wielded by the Tauren chieftain. Inferior grave offering. Item: a dish of grave offerings that is on the verge of spoiling. Consuming it restores 1 point of mental energy per second for a duration of 60 seconds. Exclusively for undead professions and undead beings. In comparison to the grave incense and corpse oil, the grave offerings do not enhance any attributes or grant experience points. However, they provide a swift restoration of mental energy over a brief period. For Wei Xiaosu, an undead summoner, possessing ample mental energy enables him to engage in uninterrupted combat. With the emergence of grave incense, grave offerings, and corpse oil, Wei Xiaosu pondered in silence whether there might be even more otherworldly items to discover in the future. Initially, he was resistant to these ominously named infernal tools, but gradually, he discovered that each one of these dread implements proved remarkably efficient and enticing. Furious Battle Axe, Boss, Level, 20 Grade, Tier 1 Strength, 395 Effect, possesses a slight armor-piercing capability, particularly effective against alloy armor. Description: a colossal battle axe forged from resilient alloy, boasting formidable destructive power. Goodness, this weapon augments his attributes by nearly 400 points and includes an armor-piercing effect, which is nothing short of extraordinary. Wei Xiaosu stared blankly at the massive axe in his hands, his heart surging with exhilaration. The weapon's attribute enhancement could be deemed merely average, yet its additional effects were exceedingly rare. Even among weapons of the same level, those with higher attribute bonuses could not compare. What a windfall! A Tier 1 boss weapon at level 20 could fetch a market price ranging from 50,000 to 100,000, but this furious battle axe could undoubtedly command at least double that amount. Elated, he stowed the furious battle axe in his storage pouch. Having thoroughly conquered this dungeon today, he felt richly rewarded. Of course, the drop rate in dungeons was exceedingly low, and his substantial gains were entirely attributable to the black iron shovel. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 2 sharp sounds of slicing air abruptly pierced the silence, and 2 arrows shot forth from a concealed corner, aimed directly at Wei Xiaosu's head and chest. At last, he has made his appearance. In contrast to the first unexpected ambush, Wei Xiaosu was evidently well prepared for the adversary's stealthy strike this time. A hint of derision flickered at the corner of his mouth as he took a slight step back, seeking refuge behind Peiqi. The formidable bulk of Peiqi served as an unwavering shield. Although the arrows appeared powerful, they became lodged against Peiqi's ribcage upon impact. Such base creatures, employing the same tactics, dared to attempt a second strike? A foolish endeavor. Wei Xiaosu emerged from behind Peiqi, grumbling as he cast his gaze towards the direction from whence the arrows came. A glimmer of cunning illuminating his eyes. Young bull, I anticipated your arrival long ago. What? Now that my skeletal mages have perished, you presume to strike at me? From the very outset, the enemy had fallen into the trap he had meticulously laid, including Xiao Ming's strategy of inflicting 100 points of damage while sacrificing 1,000. With nearly all of his skeletal mages vanquished, it was virtually certain that the hidden foe would not let such a rare opportunity slip away. Moreover, even if he were to falter again, how could a mere handful of skeletal creatures possibly hinder his escape? Wei Xiaosu had orchestrated his plans thusly, and the Minotaur Yazan shared this conviction, leading to the anticipated ambush. Summon the skeletal mages. As the words fell, countless densely packed skeletal mages emerged from the black mist. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. An overwhelming sea of skeletal mages formed, encircling the assailant without leaving a single gap. Damn it, this is impossible. You are merely a first-tier summoner. How could you possibly command such a multitude of summoned beasts? The Minotaur, Yazan, contorted his face in rage, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Although these skeletal creatures were weak, he could easily slay dozens with a single arrow. Yet now, he was surrounded not by merely dozens or hundreds, but by thousands, even nearly 10,000 skeletal warriors. Moreover, besides these feeble skeletal mages, there was also a formidable counterpart in Xiao Ming, along with the even stronger Peiqi. Should his escape be thwarted, only death awaited him. I shall not perish here. I will not be slain by a mere human. Yazan clenched his teeth, drawing his bow taut like a full moon, and bellowed, "Arrow of the earth, go." In the next moment, a yellowish arrow shot forth, soaring 100 meters into the sky before abruptly changing direction and plunging straight down, vanishing into the earth in the blink of an eye. This entire sequence transpired in an instant, scarcely taking a second. As the arrow pierced the ground, hundreds of yellowish light arrows erupted from the earth, centered around Yazan, creating a diameter of 20 meters. The destructive power of the light arrow was immense, utterly overwhelming the fragile form of the skeletal mage, causing it to collapse in an instant. A staggering 755 skeletal mages fell in battle. Quite something indeed. Observing this scene from a distance, Wei Xiaosu raised an eyebrow in disbelief. The minotaur named Yazan possessed remarkable strength, undoubtedly among the elite of his rank. However, while Yazan could be regarded as a top-tier opponent, Wei Xiaosu considered himself invincible within the same echelon. In the distance, a recently cleared expanse was immediately repopulated with a multitude of skeletal mages. Wei Xiaosu seized the opportunity, commanding his subordinates to retaliate. Countless firecrackers were hurled, and although their potency was modest, they still inflicted considerable discomfort upon Yazan. The sheer number was overwhelming, with the fireworks continuously soaring through the air. "Abba Abba!" Xiao Ming exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he observed the flurry of firecrackers and Yazan weaving through the throng of skeletons. In the next moment, Xiao Ming dashed forth, chanting "Abba Abba" with fervor. Upon reaching approximately 100 meters from Yazan, the fuse atop the colossal firecracker he held ignited in an instant. "Abba Abba" whoosh. With uncontainable exhilaration, Xiao Ming launched the firecracker from his grasp. Chapter 27. A windfall with a resounding boom. The firecracker set off by Xiao Ming detonated precisely beside Yazan, unleashing a tremendous blaze that soared into the sky, enveloping an area of several dozen meters. A staggering 666 skeletal mages had perished. Wei Xiaosu stood in stunned silence, observing the scattered fragments of white bones, feeling an overwhelming weariness wash over him. Had it not been for Yazan's recent eradication of the skeletal mages in his vicinity, this explosion might have claimed the lives of thousands. Xiao Ming, enthralled by the ascending flames, twirled in exhilaration, clapping his hands in delight, a comical sight to behold. Struck directly by Xiao Ming's firecracker, Yazan had lost all combat efficacy. Yet, to Wei Xiaosu's astonishment, the fellow had miraculously survived the blast. Such remarkable vitality. Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but smirk, internally lamenting the situation. He refrained from ordering his skeletal minions to continue the assault. Capturing Yazan alive was far more advantageous than extinguishing his life. Moreover, the tragic demise of dozens of students in today's dungeon had occurred. Should news of this incident spread, it would undoubtedly rattle the entirety of Qingyang City, and perhaps even the whole of Tianfu Province. If he could apprehend the mastermind behind this chaos, a substantial reward would surely await him. Yet, beyond the allure of the reward, Wei Xiaosu was more intrigued by the prospect of uncovering how a sentient being had manifested within a level 1 trial dungeon, which was supposedly heavily guarded. Thus, he found himself pondering the means by which Yazan had gained entry. Gazing down at the nearly lifeless Yazan, his skin charred and blackened, a profound sense of satisfaction surged within Wei Xiaosu. The foreign race deserves their fate. With that thought, he turned away from Yazan, casually summoning 2 underlings to lift him before making his way back. He had already spent half a day in this instance, vanquishing the myriad creatures within, and lingering any longer would serve no purpose. Before long, Wei Xiaosu arrived at the nearest exit of the dungeon, where dozens of skeletal mages stood guard alongside the lifeless bodies of students they had captured. It was quite astonishing that no one else had ventured in during all this time. Wei Xiaosu shook his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. After all, the Orc Nest was the most challenging trial among the 1-star instances, and only the elite from various schools would dare to enter for leveling today. Elites indeed. Wei Xiaosu let out a wry smile. Among those he recognized, 3 possessed rare professions, and among those he did not know, there were likely even more. Let us take them all out. With a cold glance at the unconscious bull-headed Yazan, he waved his hand, commanding the skeletal minions to carry the bodies of the students from the instance. In a flash of light, Wei Xiaosu soon reappeared at the entrance of the dungeon. The armed soldiers, upon seeing someone emerge, glanced over with keen interest. At last, someone has surfaced. If no one else emerges soon, I shall have to call for reinforcements. One of the soldiers jested, "You're the last one to enter today, yet the first to emerge. How did it go? What is the progress of the instance?" Another soldier inquired with curiosity. However, in response to their teasing questions, Wei Xiaosu's expression darkened, leaving him at a loss for words. Of course, there was no need for him to respond, as in the next moment, the portal to the instance began to shimmer with radiant light once more. The two soldiers shifted their attention away from Wei Xiaosu, their faces brightening as they looked towards the remaining students who were about to appear. Although they were not formidable professionals, they understood a fundamental truth. Those who could enter the Orc's lair for training on the third day of Awakening Day were undoubtedly the elite of humanity, the future vanguard against foreign adversaries. To put it bluntly, individuals like them, being low-level professionals, could only guard a one-star instance. If they were to confront foreign beings in a secret realm, they would merely serve as cannon fodder. However, as the radiant light faded and dozens of skeletal mages emerged, some carrying, others draped over the bodies of numerous students, the smiles on the two soldiers' faces began to stiffen. It cannot be. The soldiers immediately raised their assault rifles, accurately targeting each skeletal mage with precise shots. The skeletal mage, despite possessing the strength of a mere first tier, was hardly capable of withstanding bullets. Under the deft precision of two soldiers, it was swiftly reduced to a sieve. Wei Xiaosu observed this scene unfold without intervention. After all, a multitude of skeletal mages was merely a minor inconvenience to him. Even if Xiao Ming casually tossed a firecracker to obliterate hundreds, he would hardly bat an eye, let alone in this instance. However, a peculiar thought struck him. How could there be undead creatures within the Orc lair? It was the scent of summoned beasts. It seemed that the soldiers only now grasped the situation, turning sharply to gaze at Wei Xiaosu for several seconds. Finally, one of them inquired in a serious tone, "Classmate, could you enlighten us on what transpired?" Faced with their wary and skeptical expressions, Wei Xiaosu sighed in resignation and recounted the entire sequence of events. This is how it unfolded. Ultimately, I orchestrated the scenario that led to this culprit being exposed. Now that I have severely injured him, I trust you know what to do. With that, Wei Xiaosu offered a brief farewell and departed. As for why the Minotaur Yazan appeared in the instance, he felt little inclination to concern himself with it. Those in authority would undoubtedly manage the situation. He was simply an ordinary student, unremarkable in every regard. Upon exiting the instance's teleportation zone, Wei Xiaosu proceeded directly to the commission office. Yet, when he produced the collection of Minotaur horns from his storage bag, the person in charge of acquisitions was left utterly astonished. Ordinary Tauren horns, 255 pairs. Elite Tauren horns, 12 pairs. Chief Tauren horns, 2 pairs. Boss Tauren horns, 1 pair. A total of 315,000 Chinese yuan exchanged. Hehe, thank you. It has been a pleasant collaboration. Wei Xiaosu glanced at the notification of the transaction on his phone, his face beaming with joy. The person in charge stared at the mountain of Tauren horns piled on the table, then looked at the gradually receding figure of Wei Xiaosu, lost in thought for a long while. Goodness, it feels like I could take a 3-day leave right away. The corner of the responsible person's mouth twitched violently. If his speculation was correct, there were likely no orcs left in the orc nest. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu had boarded the bus back to the city, comfortably leaning against his seat, wearing headphones, and dozing off. However, in the last row of the bus, a man wearing a cap and a mask was silently observing the slumbering Wei Xiaosu, his deep-set eyes filled with an icy gaze. Chapter 28. I am a scholar. The bus sped along, returning swiftly to the city center, yet Wei Xiaosu opted not to disembark at the entrance of Qingyangno, one high school. Instead, he chose to alight at the nearest stop to the props trading market. Tomorrow, he needed to return to his hometown for a couple of days, so he intended to dispose of the equipment he carried. Such low-grade gear could fetch a decent price during this period. Indeed, the market fluctuated daily, and he must act quickly. Upon entering the trading market, Wei Xiaosu's gaze was immediately drawn to a certain ear made soliciting customers at the entrance. Today, she donned a charming maid outfit, her long, fair legs adorned with delicate fishnet stockings, exuding an aura of irresistible cuteness. The day after envying the Beastmaster, Wei Xiaosu silently vowed that one day he too would possess such an enchanting ear maid. The mere thought of having such a beautiful summoned creature to serve him tea, massage his shoulders, and pamper him made the corners of his mouth curl into a faint smile. Brother, would you like an ear maid? As Wei Xiaosu remained captivated by the ear made from a distance, a voice, slightly familiar, suddenly reached his ears. He turned to find himself face to face with the very individual who had acquired all his equipment the previous night, yet had not compensated him a single coin, the unscrupulous dealer. Zhang Taidan. No, Wei Xiaosu declared with righteous indignation, hands clasped behind his back, and replied coolly, I am a scholar. Zhang Taidan remarked. What a farce. If you hadn't gazed at the legs of others for a full 10 minutes, I might have believed your pretense. However, as a seasoned intermediary and a consummate sales professional, Zhang Taidan was not one to undermine his client's interests. Thus, he swiftly shifted the conversation. My dear brother Su, do you have any splendid items for sale today? Indeed, there were some treasures. Wei Xiaosu did not conceal the truth. The collaboration the previous night had been quite enjoyable, yielding profits at the market's average price, and ultimately, he had procured a storage bag for a mere 20,000. Hence, his impression of Zhang Taidan remained quite favorable. In the next moment, Wei Xiaosu nonchalantly produced his pink storage bag, unveiling the gear he had acquired that day, which surpassed yesterday's haul by more than tenfold. Particularly noteworthy was the colossal axe, which caused even the typically composed Zhang Taidan to slightly alter his expression. Generally speaking, equipment ranging from levels 5 to 10 is the most sought after, often commanding a premium of 50 to 100, especially given the influx of newly awakened professionals. However, this does not imply that equipment at level 20 is inexpensive. New professionals will inevitably reach that level. Even when the college entrance examinations have concluded and the equipment premiums have dissipated, the value of level 20 gear will not diminish. Furthermore, the most distinctive feature and selling point of this berserker's battle axe lies in its armor-piercing effect, boasting inherent capabilities that number in the thousands. And its armor penetration ability undoubtedly ranks among the top 10. What do you think? How much will you offer for these items? Wei Xiaosu inquired. Well, Zhang Taidan caressed the brutal giant axe with great affection, glancing at the other equipment. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and quoted a staggering sum. I'll give you 100,000 for the axe, and an additional 80,000 for the rest of the gear, totaling 180,000. Upon hearing the offer, Wei Xiaosu pondered for a few seconds without attempting to negotiate further, recognizing the fairness of the price. Consequently, he retrieved his phone and opened his WeChat payment QR code, only to be taken aback by the fact that the other party seemed hesitant to complete the transaction. What the hell, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, are you trying to sell something instead? Wei Xiaosu's heart sank, and he warily fixed his gaze on Zhang Taidan. Sure enough, the next moment, he witnessed Zhang Taidan pulling 2 items from his storage bag. Brother Xiaosu, look. No need to look, just make the payment. This is a skill book for summoning the undead, along with an evolution potion that can enhance the grade of the summoned creatures. If you don't want it, I might sell it to someone else. Not interested, no need to look, just hurry and pay. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu snapped back to reality. Before he could finish his sentence about the payment, his attention was drawn to the 2 items Zhang Taidan was holding. When he clearly discerned the names and effects of the items, an overwhelming joy surged within him. How much do they cost? The skill book was priced at 50,000, and the evolution potion at 150,000. Zhang Taidan chuckled as he quoted the prices, his merchant's face betraying his intentions. So expensive? Wei Xiaosu gasped at the staggering figures. Particularly the evolution potion, which was exorbitantly priced at 150,000, an outrageous sum. Could you lower it a bit? My dear Xiaosu, I consider you a friend. For both items, I'm offering you a mere 200,000. If you venture elsewhere, expect to part with no less than 250,000 to 300,000. Zhang Taidan shook his head, resolutely dismissing any negotiation. Seeing the firmness in his counterpart's stance, Wei Xiaosu began to search for the approximate prices of the items on his phone and even consulted his homeroom teacher, Li Jing. Ultimately, he concluded that 200,000 was indeed a reasonable demand. Fine, I just sold some equipment for 180,000, so I'll give you 20,000 on top of that. I'll take it. Wei Xiaosu gritted his teeth in agreement. Exactly. Zhang Taidan's smile grew even more cunning as he deftly retrieved his phone and prepared to scan the WeChat QR code for payment. The 20,000 arrived promptly. You're quite generous, my friend. Next time I have something good, don't hesitate to reach out. Wei Xiaosu, however, stood in silent contemplation, watching Zhang Tian's retreating figure, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Just last night, he had sold a plethora of equipment and had not received a single cent. Today, the quantity and quality of the equipment sold have surpassed yesterday's figures tenfold. Yet, I have not received a single penny, and to make matters worse, I have expended 20,000. What on earth is happening? Damn it, what a talent! Wei Xiaosu muttered in frustration, his emotions in turmoil, uncertain whether he had profited, the other party had profited, or perhaps both had gained. Low-level undead evolution potion. Item when applied to an undead creature. Upon absorption, that creature will ascend 1 rank. However, it cannot exceed the beast commander level, and each undead creature may only utilize it once. Summon Skeleton Guardian. Grade G summons 1, Elite, Skeleton Guardian, whose level will rise in accordance with the summoner's progression, requiring 10 points of mental energy for each summoning. A bottle of evolution potion and a skill book are both invaluable assets that can instantly enhance Wei Xiaosu's combat prowess, which is precisely why he was willing to spend a staggering 200,000 to acquire them. Particularly the Skeleton Guardian, just by its name, one can surmise that its defense must be formidable, whether as a frontline bulwark or to safeguard himself. Its efficacy would undoubtedly surpass that of the fragile skeleton mage by a considerable margin. Chapter 29. As Xiao Su Wei placed the skills and potions into his storage bag, he resumed his gaze upon the enchanting ear maiden in the distance. In what felt like a mere moment, half an hour slipped by. How exquisite! Xiao Su Wei sighed deeply, reaffirming his resolve to one day acquire an ear maiden for himself. His teacher had once imparted wisdom. A life must possess goals and aspirations to hold meaning and ignite motivation. Thus, the adorable and soft ear maiden had become the focal point of Xiao Su Wei's ambitions and pursuits in life. Departing from the trading market, he indulgently hailed a taxi, swiftly arriving at the Guoku community. Upon returning to his room, he eagerly retrieved the skill book and evolution potion. Learn, summon Skeleton Guardian. As the skill book transformed into shimmering starlight and melded into his consciousness, Xiao Su Wei instantaneously grasped the art of summoning the Skeleton Guardian. This rudimentary skill book presented no intricate learning process nor specific prerequisites, making it remarkably straightforward to master. Summon Skeleton Guardian. A swirl of black mist erupted from his palm, settling in the center of the living room. In an instant, the mist dissipated, revealing a newly formed skeletal creature. This imposing skeleton stood just over 2 meters tall, wielding a bone shield that matched its height. The shield boasted a thickness of approximately 10 centimeters, appearing exceedingly sturdy, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities. Skeleton Guardian, Level 1. Elite, Level 13 Strength, 580 Agility, 300 Constitution, 1050 Spirit, 188 Skill. Stand firm. Grade G, stand firm. Grade G. The Skeleton Guardian can leap towards a target in a remarkably brief span of time, raising its shield to assume a defensive stance, with a maximum leap distance of 10 times its level. Indeed, it is a formidable defensive skeleton, much to Wei Xiaosu's satisfaction as he nodded approvingly. Subsequently, he retrieved a fragment of a skeletal finger from his storage pouch and gently tapped it between the Guardian's brows. Instantly, a dark radiance erupted, and the Skeleton Guardian's rank began to ascend continuously, from elite to chief, and from chief to boss. Ultimately, it advanced from boss to the beast commander level. The already towering Skeleton Guardian, originally just over 2 meters, now surged beyond 3 meters, its bones swelling significantly. Notably, the white bone shield exhibited a plethora of black and gold patterns, enhancing its formidable appearance. The Skeleton Guardian crouched in the center of the room, its head nearly brushing the ceiling, its colossal form instilling an overwhelming sense of security in Wei Xiaosu. This Guardian is far more reliable than a skeletal mage. With it protecting me, I can feel considerably safer. Wei Xiaosu felt immense joy. Although he possessed the ability to transfer damage, he preferred to avoid it whenever possible. For pain is indeed a genuine discomfort. Furthermore, Wei Xiaosu's inherent defensive capabilities are remarkably low. To illustrate this through the lens of an online game, consider that his defense is a mere 1, while the enemy's attack power is a staggering 1,000. Consequently, he would incur a damage of 999 points. Although such damage is insufficient to claim his life, it would subsequently transfer to the summoned skeletons. For instance, the Skeletal Guardian possesses a formidable defense of 2,000. Under normal circumstances, the enemy would be unable to breach this defense. However, when that 999 points of damage is distributed, it could very well result in the demise of the Skeletal Guardian. Skeletal Guardian, Tier 1, Beast General, Level, 13 Strength, 1880 Agility, 1050 Constitution, 3888 Spirit, 888 Skill, Stand Firm, E rank, Stand Firm. E rank. The Skeletal Guardian can leap towards a target in a remarkably short span of time, raising its shield to assume a defensive posture with a maximum jump distance of 100 times its level. By my word, a Constitution attribute of 3,888 renders it an absolute bulwark. Wei Xiaosu's eyes sparkled with awe at such an intimidating Constitution. While both are Tier 1 skeletal creatures of the Beast General class, the Skeletal Wild Boar possesses only 2,100 in Constitution, whereas the Skeletal Guardian boasts nearly 4,000 points, a truly absurd disparity. Moreover, this nearly 4,000 points of Constitution pertains solely to the Skeletal Guardian itself, excluding the defensive capabilities of the shield it wields. Although untested, it is reasonable to presume that the shield's actual defensive efficacy is even greater. From now on, you shall be called Xiaoqiang, the indestructible little warrior. Wei Xiaosu chuckled foolishly as he bestowed a name upon his companion. With a wave of his hand, he summoned back Little Chang into the summoning space, then released Little Ming. He had long since formulated a plan regarding the use of the evolution potion. Currently, both Peiqi and Little Chang under his command were at the Beast General level, while Little Ming remained at the boss level. Thus, it was only fitting that the evolution potion be reserved for Little Ming. Wei Xiaosu held a profound admiration for Little Ming's area of effect damage on the battlefield. A single firecracker could obliterate a vast expanse, delivering sheer exhilaration. He proceeded to apply an entire bottle of the evolution potion to Little Ming's skeletal frame and waited approximately 3 minutes for the potion to be absorbed, leading to Little Ming's successful advancement. Skeletal Mage, First Level, Beast General, Level, 13 Strength, 855 Agility, 1350 Constitution, 1220 Spirit, 3100 Skill, Super Firecracker, E-Level, Super Firecracker. E-Level throws an explosive Super Firecracker at the target, inflicting substantial damage. With an impressive 3,100 points of spirit, he was certain that during the next team battle, Little Ming would undoubtedly secure the MVP title. Wei Xiaosu held great esteem for Little Ming's efficiency in eliminating foes, especially when it came to dealing with weaker adversaries. Little Ming's ability to reap enemies surpassed that of all others combined. Naturally, Wei Xiaosu would have been even more pleased had it not resulted in a self-destructive scenario of 1,000 for every 100 slain. After retrieving Xiaoming from the summoning space, Wei Xiaosu simply refreshed himself before returning to his bedroom, where he soon succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in a tranquil courtyard of Guoka community, an elderly man with a grizzled beard sat comfortably in a pavilion, cradling a cup of hot tea while observing a mysterious figure several meters away with keen interest. The enigmatic stranger, clad in a black cap and mask, cast a cold yet wary gaze toward the courtyard, refraining from any unnecessary movements. The bearded elder was Su San, residing in room 303 of Building 3. After sipping his tea and exhaling contentedly, he spoke casually. "The Qian family has actually sent you here. How excessive. The young master is seriously injured and may miss this year's college entrance examination," the mysterious man replied succinctly. Su San, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of derision. When one lacks skill, they seek assistance. Your young master is truly inept, unlike my lady. At this point, Su San suddenly felt that his words carried an odd undertone. He promptly fell silent, inwardly cursing, "Wei Xiaosu, you wretched creature. I heard from the family head that you even made my lady cry." Nonetheless, in terms of demeanor and temperament, that Qian Zihai was hardly worthy of even carrying the shoes of his lady. Thus, Su San chose not to elaborate further and coldly commanded, "I give you 3 seconds to leave this place. Otherwise, the Qian family should prepare to collect your corpse." Chapter 30. In the next life. Please do not pretend after a night of tranquility. Wei Xiaosu finally roused himself from slumber at 5:30 in the morning, aided by the persistent alarm clock. Today, he was to embark on a journey back home, to the quaint village of Baosher in Qinghe Town, Anzhou County, Qingyang City. The linear distance alone stretched a substantial 100 kilometers, and to reach his destination, he would need to transfer thrice, with the entire journey consuming no less than 5 hours. Having completed a hasty morning routine, Wei Xiaosu seized a piece of bread and a carton of milk before swiftly exiting his room. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, and a waning moon still lingered overhead. The first bus to Anzhou County was scheduled for 6:30, and with the clock barely striking 6, Wei Xiaosu ambled leisurely down the dimly lit street. He unlocked his phone and opened a novel-reading application, intending to find a captivating book to stave off boredom during the lengthy ride. One title caught his eye: Universal Job Change. Infinite summons from the start. I alone am the calamity. The contemporary authors seem to lack creativity, crafting titles that are both cumbersome and ostentatious. However, perhaps due to his own profession as a summoner, Wei Xiaosu found himself intrigued by the narrative. He casually clicked on the book, planning to read for a few minutes, but once he began, he became utterly engrossed. This distraction led him to overlook the commotion around him, rendering him oblivious to the presence of an individual lurking several meters behind. As Wei Xiaosu traversed a narrow alley stretching over 100 meters, the figure trailing behind him finally stirred. The individual slowly drew a dagger from his waist, its blade sharp and glinting ominously in the moonlight. Clad in a cap and partially obscured by a mask, only a pair of frigid eyes were visible. In the next instant, the enigmatic figure began to sprint with astonishing speed. Curiously, despite his rapid pace, not a sound escaped his feet, creating an eerie atmosphere. Within moments, the distance of several dozen meters vanished, and a fleeting glint of malice flickered in the stranger's eyes as he approached Wei Xiaosu, mere inches away. In a swift motion, he flicked his wrist, and the dagger, shimmering with a cold light, sliced through Wei Xiaosu's throat, the sound of flesh tearing resonating in the stillness, followed by a sudden eruption of warm blood. Remember, young man, he intoned, in your next life, do not provoke those you ought not to. The Qian family is beyond your reach. With his back turned to Wei Xiaosu, the dagger dripped with crimson blood as he cast a fleeting gaze at the waning moon above, his voice laced with indifference and arrogance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated thud of a body collapsing did not resound. The mysterious man began to sense an anomaly. He was utterly convinced that his dagger had indeed severed Wei Xiaosu's windpipe. Such an injury would be fatal, not only for a mere first-tier summoner, but even for a formidable ninth-tier warrior. The throat, once severed, rarely allows for survival, save for a select few in the medical profession and a handful of enigmatic and formidable beings. In your next life, remember this. Never turn your back on an adversary until you are certain of their demise, and refrain from posturing in arrogance. A haunting voice emerged from behind the mysterious man, a simple statement that sent shivers down his spine, enveloping him in a palpable sense of danger. As he contemplated fleeing, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was met with the shocking sight of a sharp dagger impaling his heart. It was unfathomable that the dagger, akin to a Tier 3 weapon bestowed by the school, had drawn blood from a mere human. Wei Xiaosu spoke casually, and with a gentle twist. The mysterious figure collapsed to the ground, bereft of life, while his heart was reduced to mere fragments. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a Tier 3 level 39 human assassin, elite, earning 500,000 experience points. Gazing at the fallen mysterious man, Wei Xiaosu felt a lingering dread. A Tier 3 elite assassin truly embodies terror. Had it not been for his ability to transfer damage, he would have had no time to react and would have met his end. Now, Wei Xiaosu considered himself nearly invincible among his peers, yet against an opponent 2 tiers above him, his chances of victory dwindled to nothing. Even with legions of skeletal summons at his command, the odds remained daunting. It was indeed a close call. Had this individual not been so ostentatious, I might not have been able to vanquish him, Wei Xiaosu mused inwardly. Subsequently, he cast a glance into his summoning space and discovered that his recent strike had obliterated over 2,000 of his skeletal mages, third-tier powerhouses, truly a testament to their formidable reputation. The Qian family, the Qian family. Wei Xiaosu gently echoed, his mind now as clear as a polished mirror. Having severely wounded Qian Zihao in the dungeon, it was no surprise that he had attracted today's would-be assassin. How ruthless indeed. Nonetheless, although he narrowly escaped death today, fortune favored him, granting a substantial reward of 500,000 experience points. His experience bar surged to an impressive 68 at level 13, bringing him significantly closer to reaching level 14. Next, Wei Xiaosu instinctively began to search the corpse. To his delight, he discovered quite a treasure trove. First and foremost was the weapon wielded by the mysterious man, which had been left behind, indicating that this exquisite dagger was not his primary equipment. Hence it had not vanished upon his demise. Assassin's Dagger, Boss, Level, 31 Quality, 3rd Tier Strength, 299 Agility, 1899 Effect, grants an additional 100 points in agility. A 3rd Tier Boss Level weapon, its worth undoubtedly exceeded 300,000. Wei Xiaosu gleefully stored it in his pink storage pouch. He then proceeded to search the mysterious man's body and retrieve the individual storage pouch. However, the pouch bore the imprint of the owner's spirit, rendering it inaccessible to him. The 3rd Tier spiritual mark eluded my grasp for the time being. Wei Xiaosu felt quite helpless. Despite his remarkable talent, he remained merely a 1st Tier student. It was impossible to store one storage bag within another. Thus, Wei Xiaosu could only place it in his backpack, awaiting the day when his abilities would advance, enabling him to attempt unlocking it once more. Ultimately, his gaze shifted back to the enigmatic figure before him. On this moonless, tempestuous night, it felt inappropriate to remain idle. Furthermore, when confronting an adversary intent on his demise, there was no need for humanitarian considerations. If one were to insist, it would be a humane obliteration. Consequently, Wei Xiaosu carried the mysterious man's body out of the alley and sought a secluded grove, where he skillfully excavated a grave and erected a fresh tomb. Moments later, a sapling began to sprout atop the grave, rapidly expanding until it matured into a tree with a diameter of 20 centimeters. This astonishing sight left Wei Xiaosu, who had seldom witnessed such wonders, utterly astounded. Indeed, 3rd Tier power was truly formidable. Chapter 31, The Grave Currency Before Long. The grand tree that had sprouted from the grave mound began to extend its dense foliage, and faint glimmers of black light began to coalesce upon its branches, gradually forming orbs of luminescence. 1, 10, 20. Wei Xiaosu gazed in astonishment at the fruits dangling from the branches. Even the Minotaur chieftain had only yielded 6 fruits. Yet, at this moment, there were a remarkable 28 fruits adorning the branches. Overwhelmed with joy, Wei Xiaosu swiftly harvested all the fruits. As expected from the yield of a 3rd Tier powerhouse's grave, the quality was astonishingly high. Inferior grave incense, 10. Inferior corpse oil, 10. Inferior grave food, 5. Inferior grave grass, 4. 10 denomination grave currency, 1. The grave incense and corpse oil were straightforward. He consumed them immediately, gaining an experience boost of 60,000, with his 4 primary attributes increasing by over 100 points, a substantial enhancement indeed. As for the grave food, a crucial resource for restoring mental energy in critical moments, it was prudent to gather as much as possible, thus it was all stored in his inventory. Regarding the grave grass, it was Wei Xiaosu's first encounter with it. However, given that no useless items had ever appeared among the underworld artifacts, he was filled with anticipation. Inferior grave grass. Item: this is a malnourished grave grass. Consuming it can swiftly heal one's injuries. Only usable by necromancer classes and undead beings. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a healing item. Wei Xiaosu suddenly felt invigorated. The items capable of healing injuries were exorbitantly priced, and these 4 pieces of graveyard grass were nothing short of life-saving treasures. However, in the next instant, Wei Xiaosu was taken aback. It appeared that he was incapable of sustaining injuries or death. As long as his summoned beasts remained unvanquished, no matter how severe his wounds, they could be instantly healed. Thus, the graveyard grass held no value for him. Nevertheless, this did not imply that the grass was entirely useless. Although Wei Xiaosu himself had no need for it, his skeletal minions, such as Peiqi, Xiaoming, and Xiaoqiang, could certainly benefit from it. While ordinary skeletal creatures perished without consequence, these 3 had been meticulously nurtured by Wei Xiaosu. Losing them would indeed cause him great distress. Lastly, there were the $10 spirit coins. These possessed no special utility, they were merely currency. 10 spirit coins, item worth $10, capable of purchasing any item from the underworld. The description was succinct, it was simply money. The Chinese Empire had its currency, and other nations possessed their own equivalents. Thus, the spirit coins in his possession were likely a form of currency as well. However, how should I utilize this money? Wei Xiaosu furrowed his brow as he examined the $10 spirit coin, which exuded a dark red hue. At the center of the coin was an indistinct silhouette seated upon a throne. Ding. Detection indicates you possess spirit coins. Would you like to access the underworld marketplace? Suddenly, A pale blue interface materialized before Wei Xiaosu, and upon glancing at the textual information displayed, he felt a surge of breathlessness. Could it truly be utilized? Overwhelmed with joy, he immediately exclaimed, "Open." Instantly, the interface transformed once more, revealing a plethora of products. Not only were there textual descriptions, but also video introductions. The marketplace contained a staggering 999 pages, each showcasing 10 different items. This so-called underworld marketplace boasted nearly 100,000 products. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu stumbled upon some familiar items within the marketplace, such as the following. Inferior grave incense, item priced at 1 soul coin, buyback price 0, 5 soul coins. Inferior grave grass, item priced at 1 soul coin, buyback price 0, 5 soul coins. Inferior grave rice, item priced at 1 soul coin, buyback price 0, 5 soul coins. Corpse oil, item priced at 1 soul coin, buyback price 0, 5 soul coins. To his astonishment, the 4 underworld items he had acquired over the past few days were all available in the marketplace, albeit at rather steep prices. Furthermore, these underworld items could not only be purchased but also sold, though the selling prices were somewhat disappointing. Intrigued by the high-end merchandise on the last page, Wei Xiaosu decided to open it, curious to discover what remarkable items might be offered within this enigmatic underworld marketplace. However, he merely cast a glance and was utterly bewildered by the seemingly endless series of zeros that followed. How many were there, precisely? Necromantic Catastrophe, skill priced at 9 trillion soul coins. Undead Rebirth, skill priced at 8 trillion soul coins. Sovereign Scepter, equipment priced at 5 trillion soul coins. Bone Spirit Set, equipment priced at 3 trillion soul coins. It must be said that Wei Xiaosu, who suffered from a mild obsession with counting, indeed went on to enumerate the zeros one by one. The staggering prices left him inwardly cursing. Damn it, it takes 90 trillion soul coins to acquire a single skill. If you don't intend to sell, just say so. A simple calculation revealed that burying a third-tier expert would only yield a mere 10 soul coins. To amass 90 trillion soul coins seems an insurmountable task, one he feared might remain unattainable until his very last breath. Deeply disheartened, Wei Xiaosu resolved to avert his gaze from those exorbitantly priced items. As an individual with a mere 10 soul coins to his name, he needed to confront the harsh reality of his situation. The underworld marketplace, in truth, offered various categories such as items, equipment, skills, and pets. As a necromancer, it was only natural for him to desire a spectral companion, was it not? Upon opening the pet category, his thoughts began to manifest, and the marketplace swiftly transformed, leading him to the pets page. Frostbone Dragon, pet priced at 1 million soul coins. Magma Bone Dragon, pet priced at 1 million soul coins. The Apocalypse Knight, pet priced at 800,000 nether coins. The Headless Horseman, pet priced at 500,000 nether coins. The cost of pets is not exorbitant. For a mere 1 million nether coins, one could acquire a skeletal dragon. At my current rate of earning, it may take several decades to afford one. Alas, I shall abandon this pursuit. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Wei Xiaosu dutifully opted to begin his search with the most affordable options. The selection of pets was rather limited, with fewer than 100 varieties available. A pitiful number compared to the 100,000 items for sale. However, the prices of pets were steep, starting at a minimum of 50,000 nether coins. The Zombie Fish, pet priced at 50,000 nether coins. Although he did not find the Ear Maiden, Wei Xiaosu felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, the Zombie Fish appeared to be a worthwhile choice, according to the video introduction. It is an auxiliary pet capable of enhancing its owner's 4-dimensional attributes and randomly possessing additional special abilities. At a price of 50,000, with some effort, I should be able to purchase one in a year or two, Wei Xiaosu mused. Subsequently, he continued to browse the Netherrealm Mall, yet ultimately could not bring himself to spend the 10 coins he held. It was all for naught. Who would have thought that at such a young age, I would already be troubled by how to earn nether coins? What a cruel twist of fate. Chapter 32. Wei Xiaosu. You have been too cruel to your sister. Upon shutting down the Underworld Mall, Wei Xiaosu initially intended to unearth the grave and obliterate any evidence of the mysterious man. However, to his astonishment, the grave was already devoid of its contents, leaving only the garments of the individual. This turn of events proved fortuitous, alleviating him of further complications. Wei Xiaosu then turned and hastened towards the Guokao community. Before long, He had returned home, changing out of his blood-stained attire before rushing out once more. With this back and forth, he arrived at the bus station at precisely 6:20 a.m., leaving him a mere 10 minutes to catch the first bus. After nearly 5 hours of winding travel, Wei Xiaosu finally made his way back to his hometown, Baosher Village in Qinghe Town. Despite its name, Baosher Village was an exceedingly impoverished hamlet, nestled amid the mountains on 3 sides. Even the vast Chinese Empire could only barely provide access to water and electricity, rendering the achievement of a moderately prosperous standard of living for its residents a formidable challenge. While transferring vehicles in the county seat, Wei Xiaosu seized the opportunity to purchase a few sets of health supplements for his parents and a number of delightful gifts for his younger sister, certain that she would cherish them. Baosher Village was small, comprising merely over 20 households, and Wei Xiaosu had grown up there, familiar with each resident. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous villagers who greeted him. As the sole academic achiever from the village to gain admission to Qingyang No. 1 High School in over a decade, he was quite popular. Responding to each greeting, he engaged in brief conversations. Consequently, by the time he returned home, it was already past noon. Mother and father, I have returned. Wei Xiaosu's residence was nothing more than a modest bungalow, typically left unlocked. Thus, he entered the house with his belongings in hand. Suddenly, a somewhat juvenile voice echoed from the living room. Almost instantaneously, a young girl with a ponytail dashed out. This girl was none other than Wei Xiaosu's younger sister, Wei Xiaoyu. At merely 14 years of age, Wei Xiaoyu was both clever and spirited, likely a testament to the fine genes of the Wei family. Wei Xiaoyu was not tall, as she was still in the throes of growth. Her face retained a hint of baby fat, giving her cheeks a pleasantly round appearance. Wei Xiaosu, you actually remember to come back, she exclaimed, her large, sparkling eyes wide open, hands placed firmly on her hips, radiating a delightful charm. However, upon hearing this audacious girl address him by name, Wei Xiaosu felt a surge of playful mischief. He chose not to inquire why she was upset or to respond verbally. Instead, he set down his belongings and approached her, affectionately pinching her chubby cheeks between his fingers and gently tugging them to the sides. You've lost weight, Xiaoyu. Your cheeks don't feel as delightful as before, Wei Xiaosu teased with a grin. Wei Xiaoyu swiftly escaped her brother's playful grasp, puffing her cheeks in indignation and glaring at him with displeasure. However, the two siblings had been coexisting in this manner for the past several years, and Wei Xiaosu had long since grown accustomed to it. What struck him as particularly lamentable was the transformation of Wei Xiaoyu's once round and cherubic face, which had now become increasingly slender, nearing the shape of an oval. At just 14 years of age, it seemed that in a year or two, her plump visage would be completely replaced by a more angular one, which he found truly regrettable. Xiaosu is back. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in her early 40s emerged from the adjacent kitchen. She was their mother, Kong Muqin. Mom, Wei Xiaosu pinched my face again. Enough of that, Kong Muqin replied, casting a disapproving glance at Wei Xiaoyu. Have you finished your homework? Upon hearing the mention of homework, Wei Xiaoyu instantly wilted, yet the next moment, a mischievous smile crept across her face. Let me first see what delicious snacks my brother has brought back for me. With that, Wei Xiaoyu scampered over to the large pile of gift boxes. A few moments later, why are they all health supplements? Wei Xiaosu, didn't you buy me anything? Wei Xiaoyu pouted, unwilling to accept the reality, and rummaged through the boxes for several more seconds. Upon confirming the absence of any snacks, she shot an annoyed glare at Wei Xiaosu. Hearing her words, Wei Xiaosu grinned, yet he still began, Mom, I bought a few boxes of health supplements for you and Dad. They're good for your health. You child, what a waste of money. Our family can hardly afford much for you, and you still need to earn your living expenses through extra tutoring. Save your money for yourself. Kong Muqin lamented, yet his heart brimmed with contentment. No worries, I received another scholarship yesterday. The funds are sufficient. After speaking, Wei Xiaosu turned his gaze towards the little girl beside him, who was puffing up her cheeks in indignation, and his tone softened considerably. Xiaoyu, I am your brother, your very own brother. How could I possibly neglect to bring you something wonderful? Upon hearing this, the beautiful glimmer returned to Wei Xiaoyu's enchanting eyes. She dashed forward, entwined her arms around Wei Xiaosu's, and gently shook him, exclaiming, Brother, dear brother, I knew you wouldn't forget your lovely sister. Wei Xiaosu grinned widely, pinching her chubby cheeks playfully, before retrieving a thick stack of books from the bottom of the health supplement box. Xiaoyu, these are 3 years of simulation, 5 years of college entrance examination, personally chosen by your brother. You must not disappoint me. Wei Xiaoyu responded with a puzzled expression. Wei Xiaosu, you are being too cruel to your sister. I shall challenge you, she cried, ready to duel him, and the small hall echoed with laughter and joy. Time flowed gently in this cheerful atmosphere, and before they knew it, over half an hour had slipped by. Kong Muqin removed the apron from his waist and furrowed his brow at the wall clock, perplexed. Why hasn't your father returned yet? I've called, but no one answers. Wei Xiaosu inquired. Mom, is Dad particularly busy with work lately? Yes, she replied. Kong Mu nodded, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes, and said, Your father has taken a temporary job at a company called Dragon Rising, where he spends his days hauling several loads of furniture, shuttling back and forth between the small town and the county, often missing meal times. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaosu fell silent for a few seconds, but then suddenly smiled and said, Mom, I'm going to find Dad. Soon, I have some good news to share with you. With that, Wei Xiaosu exited the main room and hopped onto the family's aged motorcycle, roaring away from home. The Dragon Rising Renovation Company is located in Qinghe Town, but it is merely a branch, with the headquarters situated in Anzhou County. However, this detail holds little significance. The ride from home to the Dragon Rising Company takes at most half an hour. And the reason Wei Xiaosu felt compelled to make the journey himself is that he intends to persuade his father to resign from this job. He plans to take full responsibility for his parents' living expenses. With his current capabilities, coupled with the unique abilities of the Black Shovel, his efficiency in acquiring equipment far surpasses that of others by several multiples. Selling just a few items would be more than sufficient to cover the household expenses. Chapter 33. I demand an apology in Qinghe Town. At the entrance of the warehouse of Longting Decoration Company, a corpulent middle-aged man stood beneath the shade of a tree. His face contorted with fury. For heaven's sake, move a little quicker. It's nearly 1 p.m., and you're still dawdling. Do you even want to finish your shift and have a meal? You're utterly useless. Earning 200 yuan a day isn't as simple as you seem to think. The three employees, already breathless from the laborious task of moving goods under the blazing sun, were drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to them as if they had been submerged in water. One of them, Lu Chong, dared to reply, Manager Zhang, it's not that we're slow. It's just that the client has requested an excessive amount of goods, and they are all fragile items. Even if we wanted to hasten, it would be impossible. Infuriated by the retort, Manager Zhang pointed a finger at Lu, shouting, Do you still want to keep your job, Lu Chong? If you don't, feel free to leave. There are plenty of people ready to take your place. Enough, Lu. Let us just focus on the work, another employee interjected. Yes, Lu, heed Wei Guo's advice. In this small town, 200 yuan a day is no trifling sum. Thus, the three employees persevered, diligently transporting various pieces of furniture onto a large truck. While the wooden items were manageable, they soon encountered a challenge when attempting to lift a marble dining table. The marble dining table weighed no less than 1,000 pounds, making it an arduous task for three individuals to lift. Coupled with the scorching sun and high temperatures, their bodies grew increasingly fatigued. It's far too heavy. We simply cannot move it. We must take a break. After several attempts that culminated in failure, the rotund manager Zhang, despite his incessant tirade of curses, found himself powerless against the sheer weight of the table. Enough, enough. You three are utterly useless. Clear a space for me. Frustrated by their ineptitude, he shot them a fierce glare before stepping forward himself. The trio, intimidated, hastily made room for him. With united effort, the four of them finally managed to lift the marble table. However, as they carefully navigated the makeshift steps to load the table onto the truck, Manager Zhang suddenly lost his footing and, in an instant, lost his balance. The heavy table began to topple, threatening to crush him. In a split second, Wei Guohua reacted, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhang sprawling 3 to 4 meters away. It was this very action that spared Manager Zhang from being crushed by the marble table. With a resounding thud, the table crashed to the ground, producing a dull sound that caused Wei Guohua, Lu Chong, and Zhou Lei to change their expressions, rushing over to assess the situation. Even Manager Zhang, despite the pain from his fall, hurriedly clutched his abdomen and ran towards them, exclaiming in alarm, "This is disastrous." Manager Zhang fixated on the numerous fissures adorning the dining table, a torrent of rage surging within him. Damn it! Ignoring the pain in his abdomen, he rose abruptly and delivered a swift kick, targeting Wei Guohua. Had that previous kick merely preserved the table, it might have been forgivable, yet now, with the table ruined, That initial blow could not be dismissed as inconsequential. Useless. All of them were utterly useless. Zhang's countenance twisted with fury, veins bulging at his temples. He gestured towards the damaged table, then pointed accusingly at Wei Guohua, who was curled on the ground, and shouted, "Do you have any idea how much this table costs?" 8,000. That's 8,000. It's more than your combined monthly wages. Seeing Wei Guohua being struck, Lu Chang and Zhou Lei hurriedly stepped in to intervene. Lu Chang glared at Manager Zhang, though his bravado appeared significantly diminished. "Manager Zhang, if it weren't for Wei Ge's timely intervention, you would be the one beneath him right now." Zhou Lei seized the moment to chime in. "It was clearly your slip that led to this incident. Shouldn't you take responsibility?" Faced with the heavy burden of blame being thrust upon him, Manager Zhang refused to acquiesce, his anger intensifying. "You too, Lu Chang and Zhou Lei, do you dare to rebel? You still have a month and a half of wages in my hands. Do you no longer desire them?" Upon uttering these words, the two men exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitant to respond. Observing this scene, Manager Zhang spat disdainfully onto the ground, only for his ire to surge once more at the sight of the damaged dining table. "Damn it, worthless fools, all of you," he exclaimed, as he delivered a kick that sent Lu Chang and Zhou Lei sprawling to the floor. "Manager Zhang, do not go too far," Wei Guohua said, taking a moment to steady himself before rising again. He immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Chang and Zhou Lei, confronting Manager Zhang. "Go too far?" Manager Zhang scoffed, a cruel smile playing on his lips. With a firm grip on the wages of the three men for the past month and a half, he felt no fear. "Indeed, I have gone too far. What will you do about it?" With that, he kicked Wei Guohua down once more, relentlessly trampling upon him. Seeing that Wei Guohua did not retaliate, Manager Zhang's arrogance swelled further. "A bunch of paupers, do you really believe you can turn the tables?" he sneered. "You three wretches will have the cost of this table deducted from your wages." At that moment, Wei Guohua curled up on the ground, his hands cradling his head, enduring Manager Zhang's outburst. If it came to a fight, he could easily take on Zhang 3 or 4 times over, but he refrained from striking back. With 2 children at home, one on the verge of entering college and the other about to take high school entrance exams, money was of utmost importance. Just then, a thunderous voice erupted from the entrance of the company, hoarse and commanding, "Stop this at once." In the next moment, a blurred figure dashed into the company warehouse with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers utterly astounded. Damn your ancestors! For the first time, Wei Xiaosu, who never resorted to vulgar language, could no longer contain himself. His gaze immediately fell upon his father, hunched over on the ground, covered in footprints, and his eyes filled with tears in an instant. He understood that his father's work was arduous and exhausting, but he could never have anticipated that his father would endure such humiliation. "Who are you?" Manager Zhang, taken aback by Wei Xiaosu's fierce gaze, felt a surge of trepidation. Although the youth before him appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, the menacing aura he exuded was unmistakably that of someone extraordinary. Wei Xiaosu fought back the tears threatening to spill over. Fixing his fierce stare upon the portly middle-aged man and enunciating each word with conviction, "Apologize. Apologize to my father, immediately." "Your father?" Strangely emboldened, Manager Zhang let out a cold laugh. "That good-for-nothing father of yours," he shattered, just as the word good-for-nothing escaped his lips. Manager Zhang was struck by a sudden and excruciating pain in his chest, and in an instant, he was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, soaring over 10 meters away. Chapter 34. Wei Xiaosu. Repayment. With a sudden eruption, Manager Zhang spewed a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. Though he had neglected his cultivation over the years, he was still a bona fide first-tier professional. "I demand an apology. Are your ears deaf?" Wei Xiaosu's gaze was frigid as he slowly unfurled his palm, a ghostly green flame coalescing with immediacy. Sensing the impending specter of death, Manager Zhang's corpulent form quivered violently, and he dared not hesitate any longer. He repeatedly cried out, "I apologize, I apologize. I am sorry, Wei Guohua. No, Brother Wei, it is all my fault. I will compensate for this dining table. I will make amends." In stark contrast to his previous haughty demeanor, where he regarded others with disdain, Manager Zhang had transformed into a man entirely different. "Xiaosu, enough, enough." Wei Guohua, taken aback by the earlier turn of events, finally regained his composure. He hastily rose from the ground, urging, "Father, it's all right. Please, hold back. We must not injure anyone. Observing Manager Zhang, who had already coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, Wei Guohua feared that the situation might escalate to fatality. He and his two colleagues had only received a few kicks, resulting in superficial injuries. They could not afford to cause someone's demise. Father, are you all right? Are you hurt? Wei Xiaosu extinguished the ghostly green flame in his palm, his concern shifting to his father's well-being. I am fine. Wei Guohua shook his head and glanced once more at the prostrate Manager Zhang, who was too frightened to rise. He admonished, be gentler. What if you injure him? Be wary of potential repercussions. What's the fuss about? Not heavy at all, Zhou remarked with indignation. Indeed. Lu Chong chimed in, clutching his abdomen as he approached to express his ire. It dawned on the two that if Manager Zhang dared to strike them today, he would certainly engage in even more egregious acts tomorrow. Enough of this, Wei Guohua retorted, casting a stern glare at his two colleagues. Xiaosu is my son, not yours. What if he truly gets hurt? With that, he turned his gaze to his son, filled with suspicion and astonishment, and asked, Xiaosu, how have you become so formidable? Dad, I have awakened a hidden profession and secured the first place in the dungeon trial. I am now a first-tier, level 13 practitioner. Wei Xiaosu replied softly. His voice, though gentle, was sufficient for those nearby to hear clearly. In this era, no one was oblivious to the significance of his words. A hidden profession? And at first-tier level 13? Zhou Lei and Lu Chong exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the astonishment they felt. In their small town, the emergence of a hidden profession was akin to a miracle. However, while Zhou Lei and Lu Chong were fixated on the profession itself, Manager Zhang was astounded by Wei Xiaosu's level. It had only been 4 days since the day of awakening, and in that brief span, this young man had achieved the remarkable status of a first-tier, level 13 practitioner. Truly, it seemed as if he had been endowed with extraordinary abilities. Originally, Manager Zhang intended to seek an opportunity for vengeance. However, now he dares not entertain any other thoughts, if no unforeseen circumstances arise. This young man undoubtedly possesses the potential to gain admission to either Beijing University or Shanghai University. Moreover, students who successfully graduate from these prestigious institutions are invariably at least of the 5th tier in their professions. A 5th-tier professional holds the capability to oversee an entire county. At this moment, Manager Zhang abandoned his pretense of feigning death. He hurriedly rose, barely taking the time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rushed forward. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Wei Guohua, saying, Brother Wei, please overlook my earlier transgressions. Today's incident was entirely my fault. I sincerely hope for your understanding. How about you consider a position in the procurement department going forward? At the mention of the procurement department, Wei Guohua's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Access to that department is a privilege not easily attained. It offers not only a higher salary, but also spares one from arduous physical labor, making it vastly superior to his current warehouse job. Behind him, Zhou Lei and Lu Chong exchanged envious glances, reflecting on the stark disparity between their sons. The thought of their own sons, who squander their days on video games and show no ambition, ignited their frustration, even prompting the 7 wolves at their waists to stir restlessly. Xiaosu, look. Manager Zhang has already apologized. Let us not pursue this matter any further. Wei Guohua, too, was a man easily satisfied, seemingly indifferent to the earlier physical altercation with Manager Zhang. In these challenging times, where earning a living is arduous and life's burdens are heavy, Wei Guohua understood this truth well. He needed employment, and whether it was exhausting or not mattered little to him. If the salary of the procurement department pales in comparison to that of the warehouse laborers, he will ultimately opt for the latter. Dad, you won't need to work anymore, and neither will Mom. I will take care of you both, Wei Xiaosu declared with confidence. Oh, go on, Wei Guohua retorted, casting a disapproving glance at his son. How much can you possibly earn from weekend tutoring? Don't make grand claims. Aware of his father's skepticism, Wei Xiaosu was prepared. He promptly produced his phone and displayed the payment notification from selling the Minotaur horns the previous night. Initially, Wei Guohua paid it little mind, but upon seeing the long string of figures, he was rendered speechless. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. 315,000. Wei Guohua exclaimed in astonishment. Dad, I possess a hidden profession. My earnings will only increase from here. Come on, let us head home. Wei Xiaosu chuckled, a sense of accomplishment evident in his demeanor. Nearby, Zhou Lei and Lu Chong felt a pang of envy, their eyes reddening as they thought of their own son, who could only play video games, igniting their frustration. The seven wolves must be unleashed tonight. Subsequently, under the enthusiastic persuasion of manager Zhang, Wei Guohua signed the resignation contract, with Zhang assuring him that his full salary would be deposited by the 15th of next month, with absolutely no deductions. Around 2 in the afternoon, Wei Guohua and Wei Xiaosu returned home. However, neither mentioned the earlier events. They simply discussed their future plans. At the dining table, as Wei Xiaoyu indulged in a hearty meal, her eyes sparkled with mischief upon hearing her brother's lucrative endeavors. She promptly set down her chopsticks, her expression filled with indignation. Wei Xiaosu, return the money. What? Humph. Wei Xiaoyu was relentless, extending her small hand. Last year, during the new year, our parents gifted us each 200 yuan as our red envelope money. I distinctly remember placing it on the table, yet when I woke up the next day, only 10 yuan remained. Do you recall what you said? You claimed that 2 100 yuan notes had vanished for a date, leaving me with just a 10 yuan bill. And you deceived me into believing there would be 10 yuan every night thereafter. Wei Guohua. Kong Wuqin. Wei Xiaosu's gaze turned vacant, confusion washing over him. Was that really the case? How could he not remember? Wait, could it have been the original owneress doing? The corners of Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched involuntarily as he calculated the timeline. It seemed he had indeed traversed into this world around that very period, yet he had not paid any heed to that 200 yuan. Naturally, he had also overlooked the whereabouts of the 200 yuan intended for the date. Chapter 35. Angela, you reversed the situation. Repaying the money is an impossibility. The funds that the original owner deceived were never his to return. Thus, Wei Xiaosu resolutely shook his head and declared, that never happened. You were quite young back then, and you must have spent the money yourself. Wei Xiaoyu was left bewildered, realizing that her elder brother remained unapologetically brazen as ever. Wei Xiaosu, repay the money. She insisted. Address me as brother. Such disrespect. I'll call you whatever I please. You only know how to bully your obedient, understanding, adorable, gentle, and clever sister. Wei Guohua and his wife exchanged knowing smiles, shaking their heads in amusement, yet they chose not to intervene. After all, a warm family like this was worth their relentless efforts. Ultimately, under Wei Xiaosu's adamant denial, the case of the missing New Year's money from 3 years ago remained unsolved. The young girl, feeling downcast, sulkily held her bowl, devouring her food. Today, she intended to transform her sorrow into appetite, hoping to consume enough meat to finish off all of Wei Xiaosu's share. All right. Aren't you about to take your high school entrance exam? If you manage to get into Qingyang No. 1 high school, I will buy you a computer. A computer? Wei Xiaoyu exclaimed, momentarily pausing, gazing incredulously at her unfamiliar elder brother. Really? Of course, when have I ever gone back on my word? Hiki. Wei Xiaoyu let out a cold laugh as she rose and returned to her room, only to emerge shortly after, clutching a charming and exquisite diary. Opening the diary, she began to read aloud. March 1st, Wei Xiaosu promised to take me to the county park this weekend, yet he did not. March 16th, Wei Xiaosu borrowed 5 yuan from me and has yet to repay it. April 12th, I cleaned Wei Xiaosu's room for a reward of 10 yuan, which remains unpaid. May. Stop. Wei Xiaosu's expression darkened as he glared at his sister. All right, I promise this time. Our parents are witnesses. Hee. Wei Xiaoyu closed the notebook, her face lighting up with joy, her large, glistening eyes curving into crescent moons. Time flew by, and soon it was midday the following day. Wei Xiaosu bid farewell to his parents and little sister, embarking once again towards Qingyang City. With the days until the college entrance examination dwindling, he knew he had to seize every moment to enhance his skills. By the time he returned to Qingyang City, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Thus, he decided against heading to the dungeon that day and instead took a taxi directly to the trading market. The streets were familiar, and so was the ear girl. Though today she was not donned in a maid outfit, but had instead opted for a black, fluffy skirt. Ah, how adorable. On the 5th day of envying the orc summoner, Wei Xiaosu spent half an hour admiring the beauty of the elven girl before reluctantly leaving and continuing towards the trading market. His visit today was merely a side quest to appreciate the elven girl's allure. His true intention was to seek out Zhang Taidan to purchase some items. Having enjoyed pleasant collaborations in the past, Wei Xiaosu was well aware that Zhang Taidan owned a shop of over 50 square meters in this marketplace. After approximately 20 minutes, He arrived at his destination, a store named Titan Specialty Shop. The shop was bustling with numerous customers, and two salespeople were diligently promoting their goods. Meanwhile, Zhang Taidan was furiously berating someone on his phone. Intrigued, Wei Xiaosu refrained from greeting him and stealthily entered the store, casting a glance at Zhang Taidan's phone. Is he really getting this worked up over a game of Honor of Kings? However, before Wei Xiaosu could ponder further, Zhang Taidan abruptly stood up from his chair, shouting into the phone, "Luban, for heaven's sake, stop playing and go deliver takeout instead. You're more reliable than Mate 1. Li Bai, why aren't you capturing anyone? It's been 10 minutes. Are you harvesting herbs in the jungle? Top lane. Top lane. Damn it. I could secure the top lane with a dog on a leash better than you. Support. Provide interference. Come on. The only difference between you and a minion is that you can type." Wei Xiaosu was taken aback. He never anticipated that Zhang Taidan possessed such a spirited side. Is this truly the essence of you, Taidan? Encountering incompetent teammates in gaming is indeed a source of great frustration, a sentiment that Wei Xiaosu could genuinely comprehend. After all, the cacophony of insults being hurled is indicative of the caliber of Tiedan's companions. However, Wei Xiaosu inadvertently glanced at the battle statistics in the upper right corner of his phone, and upon that fleeting glance, he was rendered speechless. Goodness gracious, Taidan, how can you berate your teammates when you are playing Angela in mid lane with a score of 0-18? Subsequently, Wei Xiaosu witnessed a chaotic team fight at the mid lane high ground, where Zhang Taidan's Angela unleashed a backward ultimate that led to a spectacularly disastrous series of maneuvers, resulting in the sacrifice of all his teammates, ultimately leading to the enemy team demolishing their base. Unbelievable. What a cadre of inept allies. Tiedan's face was contorted with rage, his mouth spewing invectives, but upon noticing Wei Xiaosu, who had been standing there for an indeterminate amount of time, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, Xiaosu. How long have you been here? Just a few minutes. Pray tell, is Li Bai foraging for spirit herbs in the jungle? You activated Angela's ultimate in reverse. And that marksman, Little Luban, is delivering worse than a food delivery service. You activated Angela's ultimate in reverse. Hey, I implore you, Xiaosu. Can we refrain from discussing the backward ultimate? You have a record of 0-19. Zhang Tiedan's lips twitched slightly. He dared not pursue the topic further and hastily inquired. Xiaosu, it's rare for you to seek me out. What brings you here? Wei Xiaosu chose not to continue teasing him and nodded slightly. I require the summoning skill book for necromancers. Do you have it? That item is rather worthless. Hardly anyone buys it, and the profit margins are minimal. This is a high-end shop, so Zhang Tiedan's face reflected his disdain. 2,000 per book? I want as many as you can procure, Wei Xiaosu interjected, uninterested in his complaints. All right. Zhang Tiedan's lips curled into a smile as he rubbed his hands together, saying cheerfully, I will certainly fulfill your request. Just wait while I make a few calls. With that, he took his phone and stepped aside to make several calls. After Wei Xiaosu observed him making 5 or 6 calls, Zhang Taidan finally returned, forming an okay gesture with his hand. In half an hour, I will deliver 12 books to you. Only 12? Wei Xiaosu frowned slightly. Brother, Zhang Taidan placed a hand on Wei Xiaosu's shoulder, speaking earnestly, for Tier 0 summoning creatures, especially those of the undead type. This is all I can manage at the moment. If you require more, I can look into it. Very well. Please keep an eye out. Regardless of the quantity, I will purchase them at 2,000 each, Wei Xiaosu stated generously. Chapter 36. Breakthrough TDN. Do you possess any esteemed cultivation techniques that could elevate one's rank? Wei Xiaosu inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Zhang TDN smiled with a sense of pride. Of course I do. I operate a high-grade establishment. Please wait a moment. With that, Zhang TDN hurried to a nearby shelf and rummaged through the items for a minute before returning with 3 tomes in hand. These 3 cultivation techniques, if practiced diligently, can indeed enhance your rank. Take a look. Wei Xiaosu reached out to accept the texts, activating his insight technique immediately. 1. Intermediate breathing technique, cultivation method. G rank practicing this can gradually enhance physical attributes and offers a chance to transcend the current rank. 2. Intermediate inhalation technique, cultivation method. G rank practicing this can gradually enhance physical attributes and offers a chance to transcend the current rank. 3. Advanced meditation technique, cultivation method. F rank practicing this can gradually enhance physical attributes and offers a chance to transcend the current rank. Among these three techniques, two are of G rank and one of F rank, which, in terms of quality, is quite commendable. After all, the meditation technique provided freely by the school is not even classified as the lowest G rank. It merely fortifies the body without enabling any rank advancement. What are the prices? Wei Xiaosu asked. The G rank ones are 100,000, and the F rank one is 200,000, Zhang Tidian replied. Is it truly that expensive? Wei Xiaosu gasped in astonishment. Such a price was indeed exorbitant. Just a couple of nights prior, he had purchased the Elite Skeletal Guardian Summoning Skill Book for only 50,000 Chinese coins. Yet these cultivation techniques were astonishingly overpriced. Seemingly sensing Wei Xiaosu's hesitation, Zhang Tian's eyes darted as he pondered for a few seconds. Then, feigning a grim expression, he said, "Brother, do not accuse me of lacking camaraderie. If you are able to purchase this advanced meditation technique, I shall generously gift you the 12 skill books I previously mentioned." The 12 skill books, valued at a mere 24,000, were essentially worthless trinkets in Zhang Tian's eyes. He felt that even if he gave them away for free, he would suffer no loss. "Very well, I shall take them," Wei Xiaosu replied decisively. He understood a fundamental truth. Only by enhancing his own strength could he seize greater opportunities to earn additional wealth. Despite his frugality, often hesitating to spend an extra 2 yuan on ham for his instant noodles, he was willing to part with hundreds of thousands for items that would bolster his abilities. Half an hour later, Wei Xiaosu successfully acquired the 12 skill books along with the advanced meditation technique, albeit at the painful expense of 200,000 yuan. After bidding farewell to Zhang Tidian, he did not even glance at his mother, but hailed a taxi straight back to Guoku Community. Upon entering the neighborhood, he fortuitously encountered Su San, who was preparing to venture out. Wei Xiaosu greeted him. "Uncle Su out so late?" "Ah, it's Xiaosu," Su San exclaimed, displaying genuine surprise before smiling and inquiring. "I haven't seen you these past few days. Where have you been?" "I returned to my hometown and just got back today." "Ah, I see. Well, Xiaosu, I must be on my way. Farewell." "Farewell." As he gazed at the departing figure of Su San, Wei Xiaosu felt an unusual aura surrounding Su Bo today, as if he were astonished to see him here. However, Wei Xiaosu dismissed the thought, eager to return home and practice the newly acquired skills, eager to experiment with their effectiveness. Upon arriving home and securing the doors and windows, he retrieved 12 skill books along with the advanced meditation technique. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to first learn the summoning skill. "Congratulations! You have successfully learned the G-grade skill, Summon Skeleton Mage. The innate skill, Eternal Immortality, SSS, is activated, enhancing the skill's effectiveness by 1. Congratulations on your success." After completing the study of all 12 skill books, Wei Xiaosu felt a twinge of disappointment as he did not succeed in triggering a rank enhancement even once. It was indeed challenging to elevate the rank of the summoned creatures. Nonetheless, while rank upgrades proved elusive, the quantity of summons increased exponentially. Originally, with 0.1 mental power, he could summon 2 skeleton mages. Now, with the same amount of mental power, he could summon 13. In terms of sheer numbers, this was already exceedingly formidable. Currently, with over 1,600 points of mental power, Wei Xiaosu could summon a staggering 200,000 skeleton mages in one go. If he stored them in the summoning space beforehand, he could potentially summon up to 400,000 at once. The mere thought of 400,000 skeletal mages sends shivers down one's spine. The sheer scale of such numbers, with tens of thousands evoking an endless illusion, makes one ponder the sheer terror that 400,000 would entail. With this legion of skeletal mages at my command, once I breach their defenses, no entity shall escape unscathed, Wei Xiaosu chuckled to himself. Subsequently, he began to study the advanced meditation technique, which is classified as an F-grade skill. Consequently, the learning process proved to be quite cumbersome, as it could not be employed as effortlessly as a G-grade skill. However, given Wei Xiaosu's physical prowess and perceptiveness, mastering this F-grade technique would take him no more than an hour. As anticipated, when he fully grasped the advanced meditation technique, barely 40 minutes had elapsed. True to its F-grade classification, the meditation technique significantly enhanced both the recovery speed of his mental energy and the augmentation effects on his body, approximately threefold compared to the free meditation techniques offered by the Academy. Of course, The marginal physical enhancement provided by the technique was of little interest to Wei Xiaosu. After all, a single vial of corpse oil would yield far greater benefits than days of arduous meditation. His primary objective in studying this technique was to leverage its effects for personal advancement, rather than merely augmenting his attributes. A sensation stirred within him, and a wave of elation washed over Wei Xiaosu. After merely circulating his energy through 2 cycles, he felt as though his body was on the verge of metamorphosis. The effects were so pronounced that he resolved not to sleep, opting instead to practice through the night in a fervent quest for elevation. In a meditative state, even without slumber, one does not feel fatigued. Thus, the absence of sleep is inconsequential. As time meandered onward, Wei Xiaosu's mastery of his techniques accelerated, growing increasingly adept. He could distinctly perceive the transformation within his physique: strength 0, 2, constitution 0, 3, spirit 0, 8, agility 0, 2. Almost every half hour, his attributes would surge. Although the increments were modest, their cumulative effect was undeniable. With each passing half hour, he would gain 5 attribute points, totaling 3 points per hour, an amount that, in the grand scheme, was not negligible. As the night deepened, around 4 o'clock, a strange phenomenon occurred. A stream of dark energy surged forth from Wei Xiaosu's body, enveloping him in an ethereal shroud. Subsequently, the dark mist began to contract, ultimately coalescing into his brow. When the last tendril of darkness dissipated, a palpable shift in his aura transpired. Congratulations! You have successfully transcended to the elite level. Upgrade reward: attribute points 2, strength 100, constitution 100, spirit 200, agility 100. With uncontainable exuberance, Wei Xiaosu exclaimed, "Huh? I never expected to achieve the elite level in just one night." Chapter 37. Little Su is a good child in the Su family's villa in Qingyang City. Su Dong sat across from an elderly gentleman in his 70s. His hair streaked with gray. The old man was none other than Su San, the esteemed head steward of the Su family. Having grown up within the household and served 3 generations of family heads, Su San held a venerable status. Thus, despite Su Dong being the current patriarch, he addressed him with the utmost respect as Uncle San. "Uncle San, are you saying that Wei Xiaosu has returned?" Su Dong inquired, his expression one of astonishment. Just the day before, Su San had informed him of Wei Xiaosu's mysterious disappearance, alongside the vanishing of the Qian family's assassins who had been tailing him. They had speculated whether Wei Xiaosu had met with misfortune. Therefore, the sudden reappearance of Wei Xiaosu was utterly bewildering. Su San's expression mirrored his own perplexity as he paused for a moment before continuing. "Indeed, Wei Xiaosu has returned, but the Qian family's assassins remain unaccounted for." Upon hearing this, Su Dong furrowed his brows even deeper. He was not particularly inclined to involve himself in this matter, for Wei Xiaosu had no direct bearing on him. If he had the audacity to offend the Qian family, he should have been prepared for the repercussions. In that case, Uncle San, please continue to protect Wei Xiaosu until he has completed his college entrance examinations. Given his academic performance, gaining admission to Jing University or Magic University should pose no challenge. At that time, even the Qian family would not dare to target a student from Jingda or Modu. There was no issue with that. Su San nodded. He was already in the role of protecting Wei Xiaosu, and now it was merely a continuation of his duty. "Master Mississippi." Su San hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, yet the implication was unmistakably clear. Su Dong noticed this and his expression twitched slightly. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Uncle San, you needn't speculate. You know Xiaoqing's character. She has been under Wei Xiaosu's thumb for 3 years, and she merely wishes to reclaim her dignity with a single victory." "I see," Su San acknowledged with a gentle nod, though he shook his head and sighed in disappointment. "What a pity. Xiaosu is a fine child, kind-hearted, virtuous, intelligent, and exceptionally talented." Su Dong. The following day, as dawn broke, Wei Xiaosu emerged from his meditative state. Several hours prior, he had successfully ascended to the elite level through advanced meditation techniques, subsequently spending over 2 hours solidifying his newfound realm. Upon reaching the elite level, Wei Xiaosu distinctly felt numerous advantages. First and foremost, his 4-dimensional attributes had increased by a remarkable 500 points. Moreover, the attribute points gained from leveling up had doubled, granting him an additional several points, and henceforth, each level gained would yield double the previous attribute points. He decided to have breakfast first, then venture into the dungeon to slay monsters and level up. Soon after, Wei Xiaosu took a brief shower and consumed a light meal before donning a fresh set of clothes and stepping outside. Below, Su San, who was practicing Tai Chi, noticed Wei Xiaosu's arrival and greeted him warmly. "Xiaosu, out so early again?" "Indeed," Wei Xiaosu replied with a smile, adding, "Uncle Su, your Tai Chi is even better than what one sees on television. It is truly impressive." "Haha, Xiaosu, you certainly know how to flatter. Do you have a girlfriend?" Su San suddenly pivoted the conversation with a rather pointed question. Not at the moment," Wei Xiaosu responded, taken aback, wondering how their discussion had shifted from Tai Chi to romantic relationships. "That's not good. Not good at all," Su San chuckled, his face lighting up like a blooming chrysanthemum. He waved his hand dismissively. "Off you go. Young man should be busy." "Yes," Wei Xiaosu nodded repeatedly, practically fleeing as he said, "Goodbye, Uncle Su." Once he departed from the Guaku community, Wei Xiaosu let out a long sigh of relief. He felt that if he engaged Su San in conversation any longer, the old man might very well start matchmaking. Following this encounter, Wei Xiaosu officially entered the final sprint before the college entrance examination. In the entirety of Qingyang City, there were only 3 one-star dungeons available. Thus, his daily routine consisted of strategizing for 3 days to conquer a dungeon, followed by a day of rest and meditation, during which he also visited his earthen mother. Of course, it wasn't solely his desire for rest. The primary reason was that the boss in the dungeons had a respawn interval of 3 days. By conquering one dungeon each day, he created a day of respite in between. Although he could venture into the dungeons to slay ordinary monsters, such an endeavor would prove less efficient than meditating at home. Time swiftly slipped away, and with less than a day remaining until the final college entrance examination, Wei Xiaosu sat cross-legged on his bed, the advanced meditation technique continuously operating within him. At long last, after weeks of relentless effort, he achieved another breakthrough, ascending to the level of a boss. "Haha, I have finally reached the boss level just before the examination. This is splendid," Wei Xiaosu exclaimed with immense excitement, and with a flick of his hand, his attribute panel materialized before him. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Boss: Occupation: Necromancer. First transition: Level: Strength 1277, Agility 1312, Constitution 1386, Spirit 2135, Destined Equipment: Grief of the Departed, Summoning Space 213,500, 213,500. Skills: Innate Skill: Eternal Inevitability, SSS level. Summon Skeleton Mage, G level 30. Ghost Fire Technique, G level. Summon Skeleton Guardian, G level. Through over 20 days of diligent effort, Wei Xiaosu not only elevated his level to 16, but also successfully transcended into the realm of bosses. Furthermore, during this period, Zhang Taidan procured for him 17 skill books for summoning skeleton mages, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Presently, with merely 1 point of spirit, Wei Xiaosu can summon 300 skeleton mages. With 2,000 points of spirit, he can conjure an astonishing 600,000, a feat that is truly formidable. As Wei Xiaosu's strength continued to elevate, his dominion over his skeletal subordinates extended to greater distances, expanding from a mere 2 or 3 kilometers to an impressive 100 kilometers. As long as the distance between them did not exceed this limit, Wei Xiaosu could effortlessly command any of his skeletal minions. Just yesterday at 4 in the morning, seizing a moment of solitude, he infiltrated the orc den once more. This time, however, he remained at the entrance, issuing commands to hundreds of thousands of skeletal minions, ensuring the complete annihilation of the orc lair. Fortunately, he had prepared meticulously, preventing any witnesses to this scene. Otherwise, his name would undoubtedly have graced the headlines today. Today would be a day of rest, for tomorrow the assessments would commence, and he was resolutely determined to secure the top rank of the year. Wei Xiaosu clenched his fist with unwavering confidence. Moreover, his aspirations extended beyond merely being the city champion. He aimed for the illustrious title of provincial champion. Achieving this accolade would grant him a substantial sum of money from the state, along with a spacious residence. In due time, he would be able to relocate his parents and Xiaoyu to the heart of the city, making it significantly more convenient for Xiaoyu to attend Qingyang No. 1 High School. Chapter 38. Zhang Taidan. You truly are a worthless being. On June 7th, the Gaokao, China's national college entrance examination, officially commenced. In the urban area of Qingyang, there are 4 high schools, along with 34 other high schools across the districts, counties, and towns, totaling 34 institutions and 141 candidates participating in this year's examination. However, one-third of these individuals are only taking the cultural subject tests. Thus, the actual number of candidates for vocational assessments hovers around 20,000. Yet, even with this reduced figure, it remains a daunting statistic. After all, with so many students from just Xinjiang, one can only imagine that the total number of candidates across the entire Tianfu province reaches into the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, the selection process for vocational colleges does not solely hinge on levels and realms. Although these factors carry the highest weight, cultural subjects, specialized courses, and practical examinations also contribute significantly to the overall score. The total score for vocational examinations is 1,000 points, with levels accounting for 200 points, realms for 300 points, cultural subjects for 200 points, and practical assessments for 300 points. The adage literature can stabilize the nation, and martial prowess can secure it underscores the importance of well-rounded talents in today's society. This is precisely why levels and realms collectively constitute only 50 of the total score. The first day is dedicated to the cultural subject examinations, which happen to be one of Wei Xiaosu's strengths. With a full score of 200 points, he feels confident that achieving a score of around 160 or 170 should be well within his capabilities. On the following day, the practical assessments will officially commence. The assessment of levels and realms is quite straightforward. Every 5,000 students gather in a spacious gymnasium where senior magicians arrange formations. In less than half an hour, they ascertain the levels and realms of all 5,000 students. The level contributes a score of up to 200 points, with level 1 equating to 10 points and level 20 representing a perfect score. Currently, Wei Xiaosu finds himself at level 1, stage 16, thus achieving a commendable score of 160 points. Following this, the realm is assessed out of 300 points. A student with an ordinary realm can secure a minimum of 100 points. However, upon breaking through to the elite level, one earns 200 points, and achieving the chief level grants the maximum score. Naturally, should a prodigy ascend to the boss level, they would be met with the applause of the crowd. Wei Xiaosu successfully attained the full score of 300 points in this category, bringing his total to an impressive 460 points. Lastly, the practical assessment involves combat professionals, whose task is relatively simple. All examinees must defeat monsters within a specified time frame, with their scores determined by the time taken and the strength of the monsters vanquished. Xinjiang No. 1 High School represents the pride of Xinjiang City and is among the first schools to enter the testing base. The architecture of the testing base resembles that of a football stadium, featuring stands above and a vast combat area below. Is this truly the practical testing base? Uncertain of the formidable adversaries prepared for us this year, I remain undeterred, ready to vanquish any creature that dares to confront me. Be it one or two, I shall eliminate them with equal fervor. The atmosphere within the testing base is electrifying, as all present are acutely aware that this practical examination accounts for a staggering 300 points. With diligent performance, attaining a high score and gaining admission to a prestigious institution is well within reach. This year, our esteemed Principal Wang Wei leads the charge, accompanied by 2 municipal officials who have come to observe. Xinjiang No. 1 High School has garnered considerable attention, particularly with the emergence of 3 hidden professions, which has instilled a newfound confidence in Wang Wei, who has not hesitated to boast of his pedagogical prowess throughout the month. As we approach the vicinity of the combat zone, Principal Wang turns to address the assembly of over 100 students, articulating with clarity, "Students, what lies ahead is your final assessment of the year, the practical examination. The rules of this assessment are straightforward. Participants may select the number of monsters they wish to confront based on their own abilities. Our supervising instructors will evaluate your performance and assign scores accordingly. This year's adversarial creatures include goblins, minotaurs, and slimes, ranging from a minimum level of 10 to a maximum of 20, with the lowest rank being ordinary and the highest being boss. Now, let Class 1 prepare, as the first student to undergo the assessment is Lu Ming. Today, Wang Wei did not activate his 3-minute speech passive skill. Instead, he succinctly clarified the assessment rules in less than a minute. Subsequently, Lu Ming from Class 1 commenced his evaluation. Lu Ming, a warrior of peak level 10 in the 0th tier, may not be extraordinarily high, but is certainly not lacking. After all, as a student of Xinjiang No. 1 High School, Even those who consistently lag behind are remarkably exceptional compared to peers in other institutions. The transition from level 10 to level 11 is a significant milestone. Once crossed, one's strength surges considerably. I choose 10 level 10 Tauren and 1 elite level 10 Tauren, Lu Ming declared. As his words resonated, the selected Tauren swiftly materialized on the battlefield. As a warrior, Lu Ming embodied a straightforward approach rooted in sheer strength. Hence, he preferred to face opponents of a similar nature. The ordinary level 10 Tauren posed little challenge for him, but the true test lay in the elite level 10 Tauren. Although Lu Ming brimmed with confidence, he remained cautious and vigilant. Summon my signature equipment, the Crimson Eye armor, Lu Ming called out. In an instant, a suit of crimson armor enveloped him, providing formidable protection. He then drew a long sword from his waist, a blade that had cost his family a considerable fortune. A level 5 boss quality sword, priced at 50,000 Chinese coins. Such a vast sum of money would require his parents to forego food and drink for over half a year to amass. Therefore, he must complete the practical test and achieve a result that would bring his parents solace. However, when Wei Xiaosu spotted the long sword that Lu Ming drew from his waist, he was momentarily taken aback. For, from any angle, that sword bore a striking resemblance to the slime's sword he had sold. Wei Xiaosu was astonished. The weapon he had sold for 10,000 Chinese coins had somehow returned to him. Yet, a casual remark from a classmate nearby made his heart momentarily skip a beat. Goodness, I recognize that sword. It's the slime sword, priced at 50,000, with an impressive attribute enhancement of 105 points. Lu Ming is quite extravagant to have purchased such an expensive sword. He felt a pang of envy. His own weapon only boasted an attribute enhancement of 46 points, rendering it utterly incomparable. No wonder Lu Ming dared to challenge elites of the same level. He possessed undeniable confidence. Wei Xiaosu thought, how much? 50,000. I distinctly remember that Zhang Taidan acquired it from me for merely 10,000. In disbelief, he mused. Zhang Taidan, you truly are something else. The corner of Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched, finally understanding why, upon their first meeting, the other had sold him a storage bag for less than half its value. Truly, one must pay for their own wool. Look at Lu Ming. His agility is remarkable. He effortlessly evaded several attacks from the Minotaurs. The prowess of this individual is likely comparable to that of a first-tier apprentice. Chapter 39. Perfect score within the testing arena. A figure clad in a fiery orange hue wielded a long sword, deftly maneuvering among the Minotaurs. With each strike, he inflicted grievous wounds, even delivering lethal blows. Lu Ming, a peak level 10 of the 0th tier, stood on the precipice of ascension to the first tier. His profound understanding of skills, combined with his agile movements, rendered his true combat prowess comparable to that of a genuine first-tier master. Typically, it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary class awakeners to vanquish elite monsters at the same level. Yet, Lu Ming, an unremarkable warrior player, managed to hold his own against elite foes, a remarkable feat indeed. Minutes later, Lu Ming traversed the battlefield, first dispatching 10 ordinary Minotaurs, and ultimately, in a one-on-one confrontation, he severed the elite Minotaur's head with a singular stroke, securing victory in this test. Lu Ming, 10 ordinary level 10 Minotaurs slain, 1 elite level 10 Minotaur defeated. Time taken, 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Score, 161 points. Astoundingly, he achieved a score of 161 points. Truly impressive. This individual exhibited extraordinary courage, daring to challenge elite-level monsters and achieving victory in less than 3 minutes. However, considering that defeating a level 10 elite granted only 161 points, one must wonder, what score would be awarded for defeating a boss? There was no need to rush. Su Shaoqing would undoubtedly challenge the boss monster soon, and the score would become evident. The assessment continues unabated. Among the ordinary vocational students, aside from Lu Ming, the highest score achieved is merely 103 points, rendering Lu Ming's performance truly remarkable. Soon, it was Su Shaoqing's turn. Clad in a pristine white tracksuit and adorned with subtle makeup, she remains as stunning as ever. As she descended into the arena, Su Shaoqing instinctively glanced towards the location of Class 2, swiftly locating the familiar figure that frequently graced her dreams. Wei Xiaosu, this time, your defeat is inevitable. A slight smile played upon her lips, her face radiating confidence. The arduous month of training, although fraught with challenges, has yielded an immense bounty. Her prowess has now reached an astonishing zenith. At the pinnacle of level 20, she stands at the boss tier, complemented by the sword of the Holy Light Angel and a complete set of level 20 boss equipment. Even against opponents who have just entered the third tier of expertise, she is equipped to hold her ground. Wealth is indeed a facet of strength, and thus Su Shaoqing does not feign modesty by claiming she would forego her equipment when competing against Wei Xiaosu. In the next moment, Su Shaoqing raised her hand, and a magnificent golden sword gradually took form, resting firmly in her grasp, while her entire being was encased in a suit of silvery armor. The entire set of level 20 boss equipment commands a staggering price of 2 million Chinese yuan. For students from ordinary families, this is an astronomical sum. However, for the Su family, it is but a mere trifle. 5 level 20 goblin bosses, Su Shaoqing proclaimed loudly, as her words echoed through the venue. A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. What? Did I hear that correctly? 5 level 20 goblin bosses. What is my goddess planning? Is she defying the odds? While hidden professions are indeed formidable, they are typically only capable of challenging a single boss monster. Yet, here is Goddess Shaoqing, poised to confront not one, but 5 at once. In the stands, Wei Xiaosu wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Level 20 bosses represent the pinnacle of strength within the testing grounds, and she dares to take on 5 simultaneously. What is her intention? Insight. Wei Xiaosu invoked, hoping to discern Su Shaoqing's level. However, disappointment soon washed over him. Unable to view her status? There are 2 reasons for this. Either Su Shaoqing's level exceeds his by 10 or more, or she possesses an item that conceals her attributes. Unable to ascertain her level? If Su Shaoqing is bold enough to challenge 5 bosses at once, she must be at least level 20, right? The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he inhaled sharply. Although he himself had reached level 16, the experience required to advance from level 16 to 20 is considerably greater than that needed to rise from level 1 to 16. Wei Xiaosu had nearly exhausted the 3 one-star dungeons in Qingyang City, yet he remained stuck at level 16, with a long journey ahead to reach level 20. Indeed, it has been nearly a month since I last laid eyes on Su Shaoqing, and I have yet to encounter her in the instances. Has she ventured to another location? Wei Xiaosu furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, as he pondered the reasons for her absence, Su Shaoqing had already commenced her battle against 5 formidable boss creatures within the testing arena. The 6-winged angel truly deserves its rank among the top 20 powerful hidden classes. Its physical prowess and skill intensity are nothing short of terrifying. Particularly noteworthy is the golden great sword, which gleams with unparalleled sharpness. The weapon of the goblin boss, upon clashing with it, was effortlessly severed in mere moments, leaving all spectators in awe. With a sudden leap of 4 to 5 meters, Su Shaoqing ascended gracefully, and in an instant, her golden greatsword erupted with blinding radiance. A golden sword aura, spanning several meters, descended upon the 5 goblin bosses, who, bereft of their weapons, could offer no resistance and were swiftly dispatched. Silence. Utter tranquility. Su Shaoqing had vanquished 5 level 20 goblin bosses in a mere 1 minute and 41 seconds. Scoring an impressive 300 points. Once her final score was announced, fervent discussions erupted throughout the entire base. In the control room of the testing facility, Director Wang wore a beaming smile as he engaged in conversation with 2 leaders from the Education Bureau. Old Wang, fortune has truly smiled upon you this year. Impressive, truly remarkable. Such an achievement, even amidst the brilliance of places like Kyoto or Shanghai, would surely rank within the top 100. Old Wang, if Su Shaoqing can secure the provincial top scholar for you, your position may very well be elevated. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's face flushed with excitement, his entire demeanor radiating exhilaration. Should Su Shaoqing attain the title of city top scholar, coupled with previous accomplishments, he would have a considerable chance of advancing further. However, if Su Shaoqing were to claim the provincial title, Wang Wei would no longer be the principal of Yizhong next year. Rather, he would ascend to a leadership role within the Education Bureau. He had not anticipated that Su Shaoqing could progress to such an extent in merely a month. This achievement was not solely due to professional advantages, but also a testament to her personal diligence. Wang Wei was so overwhelmed with excitement that he temporarily forgot humility, merely standing by with a foolish grin. The 2 leaders shared his sentiment, as it was indeed a rarity for Qingyang City to produce such a prodigy. Following the release of this year's college entrance examination results, it seemed likely that even their education bureau would receive commendations from above. How could their spirits not be high? Old Wang. It appears that Yizhong still has a couple of hidden talents. We shall eagerly await the outcome. Indeed, Wang Wei nodded, though they may not rival Su Xiaoqing. Achieving scores of 200. 250 should pose no significant challenge. Chapter 40. The Scholar, surprisingly a B rank at the moment the perfect score was revealed. Su Xiaoqing stood with pride, her silver armor vanishing in an instant, restoring her to a demeanor of grace and tranquility. She cast her gaze once more toward the stands, locating that familiar figure in Class 2. You have lost. Su Xiaoqing gestured triumphantly toward Wei Xiaosu, her satisfaction evident without reservation. Following her remarkable feat of single-handedly challenging 5 formidable bosses, the subsequent evaluations seemed lacking in comparison. Even the assessments for some rare classes paled in significance next to Su Xiaoqing's accomplishments. Soon, the students of Class 1 completed their evaluations, and it was time for Class 2 to take the stage, with Wei Xiaosu scheduled to be the first to compete. Is he the one who awakened as a necromancer? Indeed, Wang Wei replied with a gentle nod, his eyes brimming with mirth. I have great faith in him. Even if he cannot replicate Su Xiaoqing's extraordinary feat of defeating 5 level 20 bosses, I believe he will not fall far behind. Oh, are you suggesting he is stronger than that Windsword Master? Yes, while the Windsword Master holds a higher rank, the strength of a class is significantly influenced by the individual. Qian Zihao was severely injured by Wei Xiaosu in the trial dungeon, and it is only in the past couple of days that he has begun to recover. Is that so? It is evident that the 2 leaders from the Education Bureau displayed expressions of astonishment. The necromancer is merely a lesser-known hidden profession, significantly trailing behind the swift swordsman by dozens of ranks. Impressive, indeed, Old Wang. This cohort has truly broadened my horizons. I wonder, how many bosses will Wei Xiaosu challenge? In response, Wang Wei took a moment to ponder seriously. After a few seconds, he replied, based on my last observation of his performance, if he has been methodically leveling up and enhancing his prowess over the past month, he should be capable of challenging 2 or possibly 3 bosses. Quite remarkable, indeed. Meanwhile, as the leaders engaged in casual conversation, Wei Xiaosu had already descended into the arena. Initially, he intended to select the examination monster directly, but an alternate idea suddenly struck him. He abruptly turned to gaze in the direction of Class 1. Sure enough, Su Xiaoqing was watching him intently, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Aside from Su Xiaoqing, another figure was also fixated on him, Qian Zihao, who had recovered from his injuries. Wei Xiaosu had little to say about Qian Zihao. He had not forgotten the assassination attempt by the Qian family's 3rd-tier expert over 20 days ago. Although he currently lacked the status and strength to contend with the Qian family, the grudge remained etched deeply in his heart. However, regardless of the elevation in status or the enhancement of power, such transformations necessitate a process. Throughout this journey, Wei Xiaosu harbors profound concerns that the Qian family may resort to radical measures once more, such as retaliating against his family. Presently, with an army of several 100,000 skeletal summoned beasts at his disposal, he can assert with confidence that even a 4th or 5th-tier expert might struggle to vanquish him. His primary apprehension lies not in his own safety, but rather in the potential harm that may befall his loved ones. Within the entire Qingyang city, the only familial force capable of contending with the Qian family that Wei Xiaosu is familiar with is the Su family, to which Su Xiaoqing belongs. If he could enlist the Su family's assistance in safeguarding his family, he would feel significantly more at ease in departing Qingyang City to pursue his academic aspirations at his desired university. Nonetheless, the relationship between Wei Xiaosu and Su Xiaoqing is rather awkward. They are neither enemies nor friends. Thus, in seeking her help, he must be prepared to offer something in return. With that thought, Wei Xiaosu slightly parted his lips and called out, Su Xiaoqing, could you do me a favor? If you assist me, I assure you that in our next trial, I will triumph over you decisively. Su Xiaoqing. The crowd. Everyone was utterly baffled, staring at each other in disbelief. At that moment, all present were astonished. Is this truly how Wei Xiaosu approaches requests for assistance? Has he not a shred of humility left? My goodness, this fellow is utterly audacious. Wait a moment. Is it indeed the academic prodigy soliciting the goddess's aid, rather than the other way around? I, too, am eager to comprehend the circumstances. The scholarly deity is exceedingly unyielding, and she must not be subjected to bullying by Xiaoqing. Amidst the rising clamor of denunciation within the base, Wei Xiaosu secretly smirked. You grasp nothing of the matter. Should I declare leniency, Su Xiaoqing would undoubtedly turn and depart, let alone offer assistance. Indeed, just a second later, Su Xiaoqing's enchanting eyes suddenly sharpened. Her fists clenched tightly as she declared through gritted teeth, very well. If you can achieve a perfect score and surpass my examination rigor, then I shall acquiesce to your demands. Oh no, goddess. What if that obstinate individual makes such a request? Goodness, are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe that Wei Xiaosu can attain a perfect score, let alone exceed Su Xiaoqing's intensity? If it were any other necromancer daring to challenge a six-winged angelic goddess, I would surely spit in disdain. But who is this? Our school's prodigy. Has he ever tasted defeat? Your reasoning is so compelling that I find myself unable to counter it. This is disastrous. If Goddess Xiaoqing were to lose, and Wei Xiaosu were to make such a request. Wei Xiaosu. Listening to the increasingly wayward discussions, Wei Xiaosu felt utterly speechless. However, since Su Xiaoqing had already promised him, especially in front of a crowd, he knew her well enough to be certain that she would not go back on her word. Thus, Wei Xiaosu addressed the operators in the control room and the examiners, stating 100,000 ordinary slimes, all at level 20. As soon as the words left his lips, the entire base erupted once more, and curiously, the examiners in the control room did not release any monsters. Was this not sheer nonsense? 100,000 ordinary slimes possessed a strength that was hardly inferior to 10 bosses. In fact, for students lacking area of effect damage at this stage, they would prefer to confront 10 bosses instead. 100,000? Surely, I must be hearing things. Although they were all of the ordinary rank. If 100,000 appeared simultaneously, even Su Xiaoqing would struggle to manage. It is common knowledge that many ants can overwhelm an elephant, is it not? Even if those 100,000 slimes stood still, allowing one to strike at will, one would still be utterly exhausted. Noticing the control room's continued silence, Wei Xiaosu, feeling helpless, spoke again. Teacher, I am not joking. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility. The leaders, Wang Wei and two prominent figures from the Education Bureau, exchanged glances, having initially thought they misheard. However, with Wei Xiaosu's repetition, it was evident they had not been mistaken. Old Wang, do you have confidence? Wang Wei, feeling utterly flabbergasted, could only stammer, well, this, challenging 100,000 slimes? This is beyond the capabilities of even a rookie at the first level. Even in the second tier, if one becomes ensnared, one must kneel. However, before Wang Wei could elucidate anything, Wei Xiaosu's voice resounded for the third time. Teacher, 100,000 is truly not a lot. If it weren't for the limited space, I would have aspired for 200,000. Wang Wei, the leader. Su Xiaoqing, the crowd. To their astonishment, the academic prodigy turned out to be a true tyrant. Chapter 41. Abba moments later, after a thorough discussion, the leaders in the control room reached a unanimous decision, ultimately granting Wei Xiaosu's request. In an instant, a multitude of gelatinous slimes appeared in the arena, writhing and surging towards Wei Xiaosu, resembling an endless tide of verdant waves. At that moment, not only did the students clench their fists in anticipation, but even the esteemed figures in the control room were fully engaged, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. In stark contrast to the palpable tension surrounding him, Wei Xiaosu remained remarkably composed. After all, what were mere 100,000 slimes? He calculated that if he truly unleashed his full potential, he could clear the battlefield in no more than 10 minutes. However, given that this was merely an assessment, exerting himself to the fullest was undoubtedly unnecessary. Whether aiming for a perfect score or striving to surpass Su Xiaoqing, he estimated that employing just 1/10 of his strength would suffice. As he gazed at the encroaching green tide, Wei Xiaosu felt no trepidation. Instead, he took a moment to strike a pose, showcasing his most dashing side. Then, with a hand outstretched and fingers splayed, he began to recite his incantation with an air of bravado. Life and death, an unending cycle. We live, they perish. Arise, my most loyal phantoms, and obliterate all that lies before you, instilling within them the terror of the undead. The crowd. Su Xiaoqing, Wang Wei. To everyone's astonishment, Wei Xiaosu audaciously chose to display such bravado in such a solemn setting. The level of embarrassment could have inspired a person to excavate an entire 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. However, The atmosphere quickly shifted as all present were rendered speechless by the spectacle unfolding before them. That previously awkward display of ostentation may, in fact, have held a kernel of truth. As Wei Xiaosu's voice resonated through the air, a multitude of skeletons began to materialize around him, emerging from the front, the rear, and all directions. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of skeletal entities appeared across from the green tide, transforming the scene into a veritable ocean of white bones. The incessant sound of bones grinding against one another echoed throughout the entire base, causing even the faint-hearted to involuntarily blanch. How many skeleton monsters could this possibly entail? It was uncertain, but their numbers undoubtedly exceeded 10,000. Such a feat was unfathomable. Could a high school senior truly summon 10,000 first-tier skeleton monsters? Setting aside the enigma of how this prodigious student managed to conjure such a multitude, one couldn't help but wonder what emboldened him to challenge 100,000 first-tier peak slimes. Indeed, all slimes were of the first tier and level 20, while the skeletons were merely first tier and level 16. With disparities in both quantity and level, how could the student emerge victorious? In a similar vein, the two leaders from the Education Bureau exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowing slightly. Although they were profoundly astonished by the student's ability to summon 10,000 first-tier skeleton monsters in one fell swoop, the implications of this display weighed heavily on their minds. Yet they could scarcely fathom how to confront the overwhelming odds of 10,000 against 100,000. Boom, bang bang, amidst the battlefield, the skeletal mage commenced hurling firecrackers into the throng of slimes, each explosion blossoming into flames as large as basketballs. After extensive enhancement, the potency of the skeletal mage's firecrackers had increased tenfold. When dealing with slimes, a mere 3 firecrackers could obliterate one entirely. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that the firecrackers inflicted area of effect damage. Even though the explosions were only the size of basketballs, in such a densely packed horde of monsters, the impact radius was considerable. However, the slimes retaliated. Their corrosive saliva posed a significant threat. Even the most resilient bones could be rendered into a puddle of viscous liquid. Nonetheless, being merely ordinary slimes, it would take them at least 10 seconds to completely dissolve a skeletal mage. Ultimately, the disparity in numbers was insurmountable. The skeletal mage's firepower soon began to falter against the relentless tide of slimes. Once the slimes closed in, the skeletal mage suffered considerable losses in an instant. Wei Xiaosu surveyed the encircling mass of slimes, a slight smile creeping across his lips. He had been patiently awaiting this moment, anticipating the convergence of the slimes. At that moment, the density of slimes was immense, as they jostled against one another, even stacking atop one another, with at least 100 within every square meter. With a mere thought, Wei Xiaosu summoned a towering skeletal mage, approximately 2.5 meters in height, enveloped in an aura of darkness. What extraordinary entity has the academic prodigy conjured now? Which esteemed individual possesses the insight to discern the level of this enlarged skeletal mage? I do. Allow me to take a look. Oh heavens, I am blinded. What is it, my classmate? Is that an elite or a boss? A boss, you say? Indeed. It is a beast general level skeletal mage. Incredible. How has the academic genius achieved this? As Xiao Ming manifested, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment once more. Particularly, the two Education Bureau leaders in the control room, along with Wang Wei, sprang to their feet in disbelief, gazing intently at the formidable skeletal mage. Is that truly a beast general level skeletal mage? Old Wang, is this the student you mentioned who is slightly weaker than Su Xiaoqing? Wang Wei, currently, Wei Xiaosu commands 3 beast general level summoned creatures, the skeletal wild boar named Peiqi, the skeletal mage named Xiao Ming, and the skeletal guardian named Xiaoqiang. In the midst of such a battlefield, Xiao Ming's contribution is undoubtedly paramount. Observing Xiao Ming, who was joyously flailing his arms upon his arrival, Wei Xiaosu adeptly crouched down, covering his ears with his hands. What is the academic prodigy up to? Crouching on the ground with his ears covered. Could there be some hidden significance to this? However, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, they were astonished to witness the skeletal mage, adorned with 2 rings, reaching beneath its own pelvis to extract an enormous, straight object. With an exuberant embrace, Xiao Ming joyfully clutched the colossal firecracker, which possessed a diameter of at least 1 meter and a length of 4 meters, towering over him. Good heavens, is that massive object truly a firecracker? Wait, Are you not curious about how the skeletal mage managed to retrieve an object larger than itself from its own pelvis? Who knows? I have an ominous feeling. Quickly, cover your ears. With a sudden leap, Xiao Ming soared 5 or 6 meters into the air, filled with excitement as he hurled the gigantic firecracker several hundred meters away. Moments later, a thunderous explosion resonated, leaving those unprepared with their ears uncovered momentarily deafened. Subsequently, a terrifying mushroom cloud ascended upon the battlefield, engulfing the slime and skeletal creature at its core, instantly vaporizing them without leaving a trace. Even those on the periphery were scorched to a crisp by the intense heat. Chapter 42. The Art of Explosion. Congratulations on vanquishing 5-0-17 first tier, level 20 slimes, mirrored, with no reward. A warning, 724 skeletal mages have perished. Almost instantaneously with the explosion, Wei Xiaosu received the notification. With merely a firecracker, he had claimed the lives of over 5,000 slimes. However, this was all part of Wei Xiaosu's master plan. He opted for slimes rather than goblins or minotaurs, for the slimes are diminutive in size and malleable in form. In a comparable space, the number of slimes can surpass that of other species by dozens or even hundreds. Art. This is the art of explosion. As Wei Xiaosu felt the scorching air rush towards him, his heart soared with exuberance. The power of the recent blast rivaled that of some small missiles. Not to mention first-tier slimes. Even second-tier or third-tier creatures would surely meet their demise. Abba boom. Abba abba boom boom. Xiao Ming shrieked with excitement, tirelessly pulling out massive firecrackers from beneath him. Indifferent to whether his kin might perish in the blast, he simply tossed them out, reveling in joy. Under Xiao Ming's relentless assault, the number of slimes began to plummet dramatically. In less than 10 minutes, only a few hundred scattered survivors remained in the battleground, alongside the previously summoned 10,000 skeletal mages. Even without being obliterated by the slime spray, they had been reduced to ashes by the firecrackers, leaving none alive. Xiao Ming, there are only a few hundred slimes left. Do not let them escape. I am on the verge of being sick from the shock. Wei Xiaosu exclaimed while clutching her chest. ABA, Xiao Ming glanced at the firecracker he was about to discard and then at his master, ultimately resigning to the discontent of reinserting the hefty firecracker back under his arm. Despite being a frail mage, Xiao Ming was formidable in comparison to the mere hundreds of slimes. Even without the firecrackers, he could easily crush them with a mere flick of his foot. Once the last slime was squashed beneath his foot, the test finally came to an end. As the test concluded, the mirrored corpses of the slimes vanished without a trace, leaving only a desolate ground. Wei Xiaosu's record read, eliminated 100,000 level 20 slimes in 25 minutes and 11 seconds. Score, 300 points. Under normal circumstances, if the actual time exceeded 5 minutes, a significant penalty would be incurred. However, it was evident that Wei Xiaosu was an exception. When the perfect score was announced, the arena erupted with fervent gasps and discussions. 1 against 100,000, she had truly triumphed. How could it be? Su Xiaoqing's expression was one of struggle and conflict. She had worked so hard to prepare for this assessment. She had even ventured into the perilous depths of a genuine secret realm, facing life and death multiple times to reach this point. Yet, she still lost, and her defeat was utterly complete. In contrast to Su Xiaoqing's silence, another individual who was particularly concerned about Wei Xiaosu began to shout excitedly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Qian Ziheo's eyes widened, bloodshot with disbelief. He had previously attributed his severe injury at Wei Xiaosu's hands to his own carelessness. He was convinced that if he approached the situation with seriousness, he could surely triumph over his opponent. However, the scene that had just unfolded shattered his confidence entirely. Not only was he outmatched, but even Su Xiaoqing paled in comparison. Damn it, damn it. Qian Ziheo's eyes blazed with resentment as he glared at Wei Xiaosu, filled with venomous spite. Return, with a simple gesture. Wei Xiaosu summoned back the little Ming, who had been calling out Abba Abba, into the summoning space. He then lifted his gaze towards the classmates in the stands, a smirk playing on his lips. At the tender age of 17 or 18, everyone relished in the spotlight, and Wei Xiaosu was no exception. Under the astonished, shocked, admiring, and envious gazes of his peers, Wei Xiaosu returned to his class. The test continued. Yet the intensity of the following participants was diminished to less than 1/10 of the previous round, lacking in spectacle, to the point that Wei Xiaosu found himself nearly dozing off. It was not until Qian Zihao took the stage that he finally roused himself. Insight technique. As Wei Xiaosu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement, he soon realized, to his dismay, that the individual before him was equipped with a cloaking device, rendering his level and realm unreadable. However, he quickly reconciled with the situation, recognizing that this person had sustained significant injuries at his hands and had been bedridden for more than half a month. It was rumored that they had only recently begun to move about, leading him to surmise that their level and realm were likely not substantial. The subsequent choice of monsters for the challenge by Qian Zihao further substantiated this assumption. I choose 10 ordinary goblins, 5 elite goblins, and 1 goblin chief. All set at level 20. Being a hidden class and donning top-tier equipment, Qian Zihao was far from being overshadowed by an average student of a common profession. After a grueling battle, he managed to vanquish all the monsters, albeit sustaining minor injuries, ultimately scoring 220 points. For a distinguished hidden class, a score of merely 220 points could be considered a notable underperformance, as historically, the lowest scores for hidden classes had surpassed 250 points. Thus, Qian Zihao had inadvertently carved out his own unique legacy. The entire assessment concluded around 7 p.m. Aside from the cultural scores, which would take an additional 2 days for results, everything else was clear. I had already achieved a score of 760 points, and I anticipated that my performance in the cultural subjects would also be commendable, making admission to a prestigious university entirely feasible. Wei Xiaosu felt a surge of exhilaration. If he were to share this news with his parents, they would undoubtedly be so thrilled that they would struggle to sleep. Wei Xiaosu, come here. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Wei Xiaosu's ears. Without needing to look, he knew it was Su Shaoqing. However, this time, Wei Xiaosu did not refuse. Instead, he nodded and stepped forward to follow her. When the two arrived at a secluded spot, Su Shaoqing gazed at him with a complex expression, pondering for several seconds before speaking. You have one. Now, tell me, what is it you wish to discuss? Although their interactions had been limited, they possessed a profound understanding of one another. Su Shaoqing was acutely aware of Wei Xiaosu's character. His willingness to solicit her assistance indicated that he faced a dilemma he could not resolve alone, and she happened to be capable of providing a solution. Upon hearing her words, Wei Xiaosu took a deep breath. He first surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one else was present, before whispering, Qian Zihao wants to kill me. Initially, Wei Xiaosu believed that revealing this secret would astonish Su Shaoqing. However, to his utter surprise, Su Shaoqing merely nodded knowingly. Yes, I am aware. The one sent to assassinate you is a death servant of the Qian family, named Wang Tao, a level 39 assassin of the 3rd tier. Wei Xiaosu. Meow? Meow meow? Chapter 43. Provincial top scholar. Upon hearing the words spoken by Su Shaoqing, Wei Xiaosu was utterly astonished. How could she possibly be privy to such a secret? Moreover, her knowledge surpassed his own, as she was even aware of the assassin's name. Sensing the surprise in Wei Xiaosu's eyes, Su Shaoqing let out a haughty snort and clarified, on the day of the trial task, when you injured Qian Zihao, I surmised that this would be the outcome. The Qian family's methods have always been predictable. So, you have been keeping an eye on this matter? Wei Xiaosu, being astute, deduced certain insights even without Su Shaoqing explicitly stating them. However, proud like a swan, Su Shaoqing was reluctant to divulge her initial plea to her father. Thus, she deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, are you asking me to mediate your relationship with Qian Zihao? That is unnecessary. Wei Xiaosu opted not to delve further into the subject of the assassin, as the matter had long since passed, and there was little point in continuing the discussion. After the college entrance examination, I will undoubtedly leave Qingyang City, perhaps even the Tianfu province, to pursue my studies at the pinnacle of academia in the Chinese Empire. However, my family remains here, and I fear that the Qian family, cornered, may resort to drastic measures that could jeopardize their safety. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoqing appeared contemplative. This was a consideration she had not previously entertained. After all, her focus was solely on Wei Xiaosu, oblivious to the plight of his family. If I recall correctly, your family resides in a rather remote village, does it not? If the Qian family truly harbors intentions, such a place could prove exceedingly perilous. Su Shaoqing furrowed her brow in contemplation, and after several moments, she proposed, let your parents relocate to Qingyang City. I can assure you that I will dispatch skilled individuals to safeguard your family until you are capable of addressing this matter on your own. That would be splendid. Wei Shisu responded with evident delight at her agreement. In that case, I will arrange for them to move here in a couple of days. Where should I rent a place? Renting? That seems unnecessary. Do you possess property in Qingyang City? You should. As the annual provincial top scholar is rewarded with a 3-bedroom apartment, is it not? On that day, the conversation inexplicably dwindled. Su Xiaoqing's lips twitched slightly, and without uttering another word, she turned and departed. However, she recalled her promise to Wei Xiaosu and said softly, "Let us leave it at that. I will contact you later. Thank you so much." Wei Xiaosu's lips curled into a faint smile as a considerable weight lifted from his heart. Following this day, he granted himself a 3-day mini-vacation and refrained from further training in the dungeons. His daily routine consisted of eating, sleeping, gaming, and occasionally watching a few hours of his favorite show. Recently, the enthusiasm of the character he admired seemed somewhat diminished, as though she bore a hidden sorrow. Yet he chose not to inquire further. However, Zhang Taidan informed him that the Ear Mother also bore a name, Lilith, a melodious appellation. Moreover, the master of the Ear Mother was not, in fact, a reclusive and overweight individual, but rather a charming woman in her 40s, whom he had encountered on 2 occasions. Thus, on the 33rd day of envying the Beastmaster, today marked the 4th day following the conclusion of the college entrance examination. Wei Xiaosu had eagerly stationed himself before the computer, anticipating the announcement of the results. When the clock struck 6 in the afternoon, he could hardly contain his excitement as he inputted his name and other pertinent information, then clicked to inquire. Name, Wei Xiaosu School, Qingyang No. 1 Middle School Total Score, 975 ranking in Qingyang City, 1 ranking in Tianfu Province. 1 a score of 975, ranking 1st in the province. I must quickly share this news with my parents. Upon seeing the results displayed on the screen, Wei Xiaosu was so exhilarated that he leaped up from his chair. Although the score included a 30-point bonus from the trials, it was nevertheless rightfully earned. Thus, he was truly deserving of the title of provincial champion this year. The vast horizons are my love. Beneath the endless green hills, flowers bloom. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, and upon picking it up, Wei Xiaosu was astonished to see that it was a call from his home. Hello. As soon as the call connected, the excited shriek of Wei Xiaoyu resonated from the other end. Ah, Wei Xiaosu, you are the provincial top scholar. You actually achieved the highest score in the province. That's incredible. Oh, it's just a trivial title of provincial top scholar. Nothing to boast about. Humph, how shameless, Wei Xiaoyu retorted with a tone of disdain. But soon her voice brightened again. I've made up my mind. I will also apply to Qingyang No. 1 High School and then explore the nearby computer market. Wei Xiaosu replied, All right. I understand you're reminding me not to forget about your computer. Rest assured, your older brother is a man of his word. Afterward, Wei Xiaosu chatted with his parents for another half-hour before ending the call. However, his phone buzzed incessantly throughout the night, inundated with inquiries from various admissions offices. Over half of the universities were even preparing to send representatives to visit him personally. Among them were prestigious institutions, including local universities from Tianfu Province, such as Tianfu Vocational University, Tianfu Heavy Industry University, and Tianfu Aerospace University, all extending their olive branches. Among these 3, Tianfu Vocational University was the only one that did not offer cultural courses, exclusively enrolling vocational students. Even on a national scale, it ranked among the top 10 universities. Tianfu Vocational University, you say? Wei Xiaosu contemplated for merely 2 seconds before silently dismissing the idea, since he had already attained the title of provincial top scholar. Only Peking University and Modi University could be considered worthy destinations for him. The following day, visitors came in a steady stream. Principal Wang Wei, accompanied by Class 2's homeroom teacher Li Jing, also came to pay a visit to Wei Xiaosu. During their time together, the conversation flowed effortlessly. Wang Wei remained the same Wang Wei, yet in recent days, he appeared remarkably rejuvenated, his vitality reminiscent of an 18-year-old youth, with a smile that was nearly impossible to suppress. Ultimately, with the encouragement of Wang Wei and Li Jing, along with Wei Xiaosu's own aspirations, he chose to attend the University of Professionals in the Magic City. This decision, however, did not imply that Beijing University was inferior. Rather, it was due to the fact that Beijing, the capital of the Chinese Empire, was teeming with the scions of high officials, rendering the environment overly intricate. Wei Xiaosu, not one to cultivate connections with the elite, naturally gravitated towards the University of Professionals. In addition to securing his university choice, Wei Xiaosu was also granted a spacious 185 square meter apartment, significantly larger than the typical 120 square meter units of previous years. The complex, named Shugang Shangyuan, ranked among the most prestigious neighborhoods in the entire Qingyang city. The government's efficiency was remarkably high. The house was provided without delay. The location and decoration were both exceptional, with the entire property valued at 2.8 million. Holding the keys and the property deed in his hands, Wei Xiaosu felt an immense sense of accomplishment. Through his diligent efforts, he had finally lifted his parents from their impoverished mountain village, allowing them to savor the fruits of a lifetime of hard work. Chapter 44. A friend from afar. Time swiftly passes, and it has been a full month since the conclusion of the college entrance examination. Half a month ago, Wei Xiaosu's family relocated from Baosher village to Shugasheng courtyard. Additionally, Wei Xiaoyu achieved remarkable results in her middle school examinations and successfully enrolled in Qingyang No. 1 Middle School. Soon, her school term will commence. Today, under Wei Xiaosu's insistence, Wei Xiaoyu is diligently studying in the garden downstairs, armed with her high school textbooks. Brother Wei Xiaosu, I want to play on the computer. No, you are being unreasonable. How shameless. You are not keeping your word. How am I not keeping my word? Did I not purchase the computer for you? Indeed, you bought the computer, but over the past half-month, I have barely played for more than 2 hours altogether. Wei Xiaoyu expressed her grievances, puffing out her cheeks, her round little face exceptionally adorable. However, as her older brother, Wei Xiaosu remains entirely immune to her charming antics. Get back to studying. At my age, I had already self-studied up to the second year of high school. You still have a long way to go. Humph. Wei Xiaoyu huffed, returning to her exercises. Just then, an elderly man with a grizzled beard approached from afar, cradling a frosted thermos cup in his hands. He began greeting her from a distance. Ah, it's little you. Working so hard today, still immersed in your studies, I see. The approaching figure was none other than Su San of the Su family. Upon seeing him approach, Wei Xiaosu swiftly rose to his feet, greeting him with a smile. Master Su out for a stroll? A fortnight prior, Wei Xiaosu had learned of Su San's esteemed status from Su Shaoqing and understood that Su San would be instrumental in looking after his family in the future. Therefore, he held Su San in the highest regard. Naturally, his attitude towards Su Shaoqing had also undergone a significant transformation, especially after discovering from Su San that it was due to Su Shaoqing's intervention that he had moved into Guiku community for protection. Little fish, he called, noticing the young girl still engrossed in her studies, unresponsive to Su San. Wei Xiaosu's tone turned stern as he inquired, when a friend comes from afar, how should you respond? Wei Xiaoyu lifted her gaze slightly, pouting, though distant, they must be vanquished. Su San was taken aback. Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but twitch his lips. This young girl harbored quite a bit of resentment. Although she often spoke rather bluntly, she generally maintained a semblance of politeness towards her elders. Little fish, what is the matter? Is your brother bullying you? Su San, though momentarily taken aback, held no anger, considering she was merely a 14-year-old girl. Yes, Wei Xiaoyu nodded emphatically, stating, I want to play on the computer, but he won't let me. He's a liar. Wei Xiaosu covered his face, ultimately exasperated, and waved his hand. Go on. Go play. Huh. Wei Xiaoyu, still in a state of complaint, momentarily failed to comprehend. Brother, are you serious? Indeed, go play now. Having spoken, Wei Xiaoyu swiftly clutched her textbook and dashed away like the wind. Before departing, she did not forget to respond to Su San's earlier inquiry. Grandpa Su, I haven't done the exercises. I'm off to play on the computer. Wei Xiaosu. Su San, what a pragmatic little girl. Addressing them both as old brother and grandpa, Su left the two men momentarily speechless. Once the little girl had vanished from sight, Wei Xiaosu finally inquired, Grandpa Su, do you have something to discuss? Nothing at all. What could I possibly have? Su San replied, unscrewing his thermos and turning the lid with its concave side facing up, slowly tilting the container. Soon, a dark brown liquid, interspersed with ice cubes, began to pour out. Observing Su San delightfully sipping the chilled beverage, Wei Xiaosu felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids and cautioned, I must say, Grandpa Su, you should really drink less cola. It's not good for your health. What's there to fear? Su San retorted nonchalantly, taking another sip before adding, I am a 6th-tier powerhouse. Surely a little cola won't be my undoing. Wei Xiaosu. By the way, since we are already conversing, I might as well mention something. Susan sealed the thermos to prevent the cold air from escaping. Then his expression turned more serious as he said, "My young lady has gone to the Magic City." "Huh? So early?" Wei Xiaosu exclaimed, surprised. As there remained a full month until the start of school, Susan sighed and shot an annoyed glance at Wei Xiaosu, saying, "Isn't it because of you? You little rascal? You didn't even ease up during the tests." Wei Xiaosu sighed, her irritation palpable as she glanced at Su, who had changed his expression in an instant, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. "Su, take care." The entire month of August passed in the midst of bickering between Wei Xiaosu and Wei Xiaoyu. As August drew to a close, preparations for his departure to the bustling metropolis began. At the train station, on the day of his departure, Wei Xiaoyu wept uncontrollably, her round little face streaked with tears. Despite her habit of calling him by name, this did not signify a strained relationship. Rather, it was a display of her affection. The distance to the metropolis was daunting, so much so that it could take 6 months before he returned home. The siblings had never been apart for more than half a month, making this separation all the more poignant. "Xiaoyu, don't cry. It's not as if I'm never coming back. When I return next time, I will bring you gifts," Wei Xiaosu comforted her, gently patting the little girl's head. "Can the gifts be something other than 3 years of exams and 5 years of mock tests?" Wei Xiaosu responded, somewhat exasperated. "Big brother, you must call me often while you're in the metropolis. Although you frequently trick me out of my pocket money, sneakily eat my snacks, make me wash the dishes, and deny me the television and computer, you do have your merits," she said with a mixture of annoyance and affection. "Ugh." Wei Xiaosu could only respond with confusion. As the conversation continued, Wei Xiaoyu burst into tears once more. Having been inseparable since childhood, the thought of being apart for several months weighed heavily on her heart. As Wei Xiaosu prepared to board the train, the little girl's eyes were swollen from tears, and she clung desperately to the hem of his coat, reluctant to let go. "Big brother, remember to call me, and make sure to come home during the holidays, and—" she stammered. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Xiaosu's own eyes glistened with unshed tears. He bent slightly, gently pinching the chubby cheek of the little girl, and remarked, "Next time I return, you'll surely have a slender face, and your cheeks won't feel as delightful as they do now. I'm leaving now, little fish. You must behave at home and study diligently at school. If any trouble arises, seek out Grandpa Su next door, understood?" With those words, Wei Xiaosu rose and stepped into the train compartment. He settled into a window seat and waved at his parents and the little girl outside. "Mom, Dad, little fish. I'm off. Wei Xiaosu, take good care of yourself, and if you encounter any issues, go find Su Xiaoqing. She has money," the little girl called out loudly. Wei Xiaosu was initially overwhelmed with emotion, yet her spirited remark nearly caused him to lose his composure. Chapter 45. In the South, a beautiful woman. The blooming gardenia of the Magic City. Whether before or after the journey through time, this city undeniably stands as the second metropolis of the Chinese Empire. Nestled on the western coast of the Pacific Ocean, Magic City serves as the central point along the northern and southern coastlines of the empire. At the mouth of the Yangtze River, bordered by the Yangtze River to the north, the East China Sea to the east, and Hangzhou Bay to the south, it is further graced by the Huangpu River, creating an exceptionally advantageous geographical environment that fosters its maritime trade. From the moment Wei Xiaosu disembarked from the train, he was profoundly struck by the opulence of this first-tier city, a stark contrast to his hometown of Qingyang City, which felt worlds apart. Beneath this endless splendor, the sheer number of formidable professionals was astonishing. Were it not for the impolite nature of casually employing the insight technique on others, which could be perceived as provocative, Wei Xiaosu would have eagerly scrutinized each individual. Nevertheless, even without the use of such abilities, his remarkable spiritual prowess allowed him to faintly sense the strength of those around him. It was truly unexpected that the scarce presence of third and fourth-tier masters in Qingyang City was so abundant here, as if they were freely available. As Wei Xiaosu surveyed his surroundings, his astonishment grew. His ability to discern third and fourth-tier masters with his own eyes felt like the limit of his capabilities. Yet, he sensed that there might be even more powerful figures lurking in the shadows. Upon leaving the train station, Wei Xiaosu hailed a taxi directly to Magic City University. The throngs of people were overwhelming, and it took considerable effort for him to find a hotel that still had vacancies for him to check in. However, he did not linger in the hotel for long. After a brief respite of a few minutes, he stepped out with renewed enthusiasm. The esteemed University of Magic was not situated in the city center, but rather in the suburbs. Nevertheless, its presence had elevated the surrounding developments to a level that rivaled the heart of the city, with certain areas even surpassing it in excellence. As he strolled among the throngs of people, reveling in the nocturnal beauty of the city and savoring the refreshing sea breeze, he indulged in a local delicacy, which brought him immense pleasure. Wei Xiaosu took out his phone and initiated a video call to his family, eager to share his joy, particularly with his beloved sister. Xiaoyu, big brother misses you so much. I have delectable treats, and you were the first person I thought of to share them with, my most adorable sister. A mischievous smile crept across Wei Xiaosu's face as he pointed to the table laden with food, beginning to introduce each dish. Xiaoyu, this is the signature Xingjianbo of the Magic City. This is the soup dumpling. This is the spicy squid. This is the fuyang rolled bread. This is the old musi chicken, and this is... Wei Xiaoyu interjected, what? Wei Xiaosu, I challenge you to a duel. The exasperated Wei Xiaoyu on the other end of the call puffed her cheeks in frustration, furiously pounding her fist against the phone screen. Ha, Xiaoyu. Once you get accepted into the University of Magic, I will take you on a culinary tour of the entire Magic City. You can't just dangle promises like that. After a lively exchange, Wei Xiaosu finally ended the call. He gazed at the unfamiliar city, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. The first day of missing Lilith. Around 11 o'clock, Wei Xiaosu returned to the hotel. After a brief wash, he immediately lay down on the bed and drifted into a dreamless sleep. The following morning dawned. It was September 1st, the official day of enrollment at the Magical University. Wei Xiaosu set out early, but upon his arrival at the university gate, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. This year, the university welcomed just over 2,000 new students. Yet, in addition to the freshmen, there were more than 3,000 parents present. After all, this is Magical University, attracting students from all corners of the country. And most of the newcomers were accompanied by their families. In fact, had it not been for the presence of a little fish at home, Wei Xiaosu would probably have had his parents accompanying him as well. What is going on? Why can't parents enter the school? Exactly. I took my dog to school for both middle and high school. Why is it different here? Let us in quickly. I want to see if my child's roommate is reliable. Amidst the chorus of parents' complaints, Wei Xiaosu was astonished. It was his first encounter with a situation where parents were not allowed to accompany their children on the first day of school. However, without any parents by his side, he paid little heed to the commotion and pushed through the crowd to enter the school. Approximately 10 meters from the gate, a number of long desks were set up, surrounded by older students who appeared to be upperclassmen. New student? As Wei Xiaosu squeezed in, he heard someone speaking to him, so he hurriedly replied, Yes, senior. Here is my acceptance letter. All right, the senior said, taking the letter and glancing at it for a few seconds, thus confirming his identity. Curious about the commotion behind him, Wei Xiaosu asked, Senior, is it true that parents are not allowed to enter the school? Not exactly. On other days, it's perfectly fine, just not today. Why is that? Wei Xiaosu inquired, increasingly puzzled. The senior cast a glance at the noisy crowd of parents outside, sneering disdainfully. This is the Magic University Vocational School, not a kindergarten. To become a formidable professional, one must first learn independence and self-reliance. All right. Lu Yang, you should refrain from saying too much. If I recall correctly, your father was also barred from entering last year, wasn't he? Lu Yang merely responded with a silent expression. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The senior named Lu Yang's face twitched slightly as he shot an irritated glare at the person beside him, exclaiming, Come on, Wang Qi. Can't you let me have some dignity in front of the junior? Enough. Why don't you take Wei Xiaosu to handle the enrollment procedures? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang immediately shook his head, displaying a lazy demeanor. I didn't sleep well last night and don't feel like moving. How about you go instead? Wang Qi, also lounging comfortably in his seat, turned to the others and asked, Who is going? A few individuals exchanged glances, each appearing as though they had yet to awaken fully, languidly slumped in their seats, utterly disinclined to rise. However, at that moment, Lu Yang, who had appeared rather lethargic just moments before, suddenly sprang to his feet with an exuberant leap. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he eagerly called out, Young lady, come here. I shall escort you to complete your enrollment process. Wei Xiaosu, taken aback, thought to herself, is this the disparity in treatment? In her perplexity, she turned to see a young girl entering, adorned in a flowing dress, her long, jet black hair cascading down to her waist. The girl possessed a delicate visage. Her cheeks tinted like peach blossoms, and a warm smile graced her lips. As she approached, she gracefully inclined her body slightly towards the numerous upperclassmen, exuding an air of poise and confidence. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Nanji, like the beautiful maiden of the South, the one associated with the blooming gardenias. I look forward to your guidance. The enchanting Nanji spoke, her voice resounding like a melodious aureole. Lu Yang, taking the lead, swiftly reached for the notification letter in her hands, casting a hurried glance at its contents before stating, "Young lady, my name is Lu Yang. Allow me to assist you with your enrollment procedures." Chapter 46, The Magic University. Thank you, senior. Nanji smiled charmingly, causing the surrounding seniors to cast furious glares at Lu Yang. How infuriating it was that such an exquisite girl was snatched away by Lu Yang, that incompetent fool. It was simply unjust, particularly for Wang Qi, who, while discussing the newcomer Wei Xiaosu with Lu Yang, had already noticed Nanji approaching. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he was rendered speechless, unable to react, filled with deep regret for his previous inaction. Gritting his teeth, Wang Qi shot another glare at Lu Yang and remarked, "Lu Yang, since you're going over anyway, why not take Wei Xiaosu along as well?" Wei Xiaosu. The term "why not" struck Wei Xiaosu deeply. After all, he was quite handsome himself. What about the senior sisters? Where were the promised senior sisters dressed in black stockings to welcome these freshmen? Instead, they were surrounded by a bunch of old men. "Hey, senior, wait a moment. Please take me along too." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the crowd. Turning around, they saw a corpulent figure, at least 200 pounds, jogging toward them. Upon witnessing this portly fellow, everyone was taken aback, and an involuntary question arose in their minds. How on earth did this chubby individual gain admission to the Magic University? "Senior, here is my admission letter." The plump boy puffed as he reached Lu Yang, panting heavily. Lu Yang regarded him with skepticism, then shifted his gaze to the admission letter in the boy's hand and murmured, "You are Pei Qian? Ah, it's my senior." How bold must one be to name their child loss of money? Lu Yang couldn't help but gasp, instinctively taking a step back, his face etched with caution. "Pei Qian. All right, you two can join us as well." Lu Yang cautiously glanced at Pei Qian, seemingly fearful that the mere mention of his name might lead to his own financial ruin. Thus, while graciously escorting classmate Nanji, he inadvertently included Wei Xiaosu and Pei Qian in their company. "Hello there, classmate. My name is Pei Qian, and I hail from Jiangxi City. What about you?" Pei Qian trailed behind Lu Yang and Nanji, walking alongside Wei Xiaosu as he inquired. "I'm Wei Xiaosu, from Qingyang City." Wei Xiaosu found the chubby fellow before him rather amusing and decided to respond candidly. Upon hearing this, the chubby Pei Qian immediately exclaimed, "Oh, so you're brother Xiaosu. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Wei Xiaosu's lips curled slightly in amusement, thinking to himself, "What pleasure? You don't even know me. Why pretend otherwise?" "Brother Xiaosu, what is your profession? What level are you at?" Pei Qian cheerfully asked. "Guess." With a mischievous grin, Pei Qian retrieved a storage pouch from his waist and produced 2 chocolates, offering one to Wei Xiaosu. "How about we use our insight skill on each other and see what we discover?" Using insight without the consent of others is a rather impolite act, especially considering that they will still be classmates, often crossing paths. I believe it is unnecessary. "Ah, Xiaosu, you were the school heartthrob, weren't you? Truly handsome. Unlike myself. I think we should give it a try." "That sounds splendid. Let us proceed." As they spoke, a shimmering aura enveloped both their eyes. In the next moment, a faint blue screen appeared before him, visible only to himself. Name: Pei Qian. Occupation: Blood Sacrifice Priest. Hidden Profession: Level: Tier 1. Level 11. Could this chubby fellow also possess a hidden profession? But how had I never heard of it? Wei Xiaosu was taken aback and filled with confusion. He dismissed the screen before him, incredulously glancing at the other person. This chubby lad, who could barely catch his breath after a short run, was astonishingly a bearer of a hidden profession. Over the past 3 centuries, countless hidden professions had emerged. Although Wei Xiaosu could not claim to be intimately familiar with every single one, he did remember the names of them all. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to recall, he could not find any mention of a blood sacrifice priest among them. This implied that it could very well be an entirely new profession. Upon contemplating this, Wei Xiaosu was taken aback. He scrutinized the chubby figure beside him once more before murmuring, "Blood sacrifice priest. Pei Qian, is this a brand new hidden profession?" Hee hee. Pei Qian chuckled softly. then shyly ran a hand over the back of his head and replied, "Indeed, this is a hidden profession that has emerged for the first time among humans. Although its current performance is not particularly formidable." After a brief pause, Pei Qian continued, "Xiao Su, your profession is quite impressive as well, necromancer. It must be rather cool." Wei Xiaosu was at a loss for words. Was summoning a horde of skeletons truly considered cool? The two engaged in casual banter, and before long, they completed the enrollment process, courtesy of Lu Yang's assistance. Subsequently, Lu Yang led the three of them to the dormitory area. Although the accommodations for males and females remained separate, they were situated within the same vicinity, thus sparing Lu Yang from running back and forth. Upon arriving at the foot of the dormitory building, Lu Yang pointed to an elderly man stationed at the entrance, assisting new students with their check-in. "That is your dormitory supervisor. You can consult him regarding the accommodation area assigned to you by the school." Having said that, Lu Yang suddenly broke into a grin. "The rules for dormitory allocation might differ from what you previously understood. Here, we allocate accommodations based on strength. Only the powerful can enjoy the most luxurious living conditions. The freshman dormitory is divided into 5 distinct zones. Zone 1 is the villa area, accommodating a total of 10 residents. Zone 2 consists of single suites, with a capacity for 100 individuals. Zone 3 features dormitory buildings, albeit with single rooms, offering 300 slots. Zone 4 comprises double rooms, which can house 600 students, while Zone 5 consists of quadruple rooms, capable of accommodating up to 1,200 newcomers." After introducing the various dormitory areas, Lu Yang suddenly stood upright, arms crossed over his chest, slightly tilting his head back as he proudly addressed the junior students beside him, along with 2 accompanying male students. "I, Lu Yang, your senior, was assigned to a double room in Zone 4 upon entering the school last year. Impressive, isn't it? Wow. Senior is amazing," Nanji enthusiastically exclaimed, her large, sparkling eyes widening in admiration. Pei Qian nodded in agreement, saying, "Truly deserving of being a senior. To have secured a spot in a double room is remarkable. If only I could also reside in a double room, I would consider myself incredibly fortunate." Indeed, being placed in a double room indicates that the senior ranked among the top 600 freshmen last year. "Truly impressive," Wei Xiaosu added, offering a timely thumbs up in praise. Seeing the 2 junior students so perceptive, Lu Yang chuckled heartily, waving his hand as he declared, "Come on, I shall escort you to complete your check-in process." Chapter 47. The senior is right, old Qin. I have brought some newcomers. Could you kindly assist them with their check-in? Lu Yang approached the elder with utmost respect. The elder, referred to as old Qin, glanced at Lu Yang and a smile played at the corners of his lips. "Ah, it's you. I heard you plan to challenge the school ranking list tomorrow. Are you considering changing dormitories?" Lu Yang had been awaiting this question, and his smile broadened. He first cast a sidelong glance at the girl named Nanji before responding with pride, "Old Qin, you are aware of my progress. I have reached the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation and recently advanced to the general level. Thus, I require a tranquil single room for my training." "Oh, the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation at the general level. Impressive, indeed. You certainly have the strength to challenge for a higher ranking." Clearly, old Qin held a favorable impression of Lu Yang. However, being a man of experience, he understood the underlying reason for Lu Yang's display of bravado today and playfully engaged with him. Subsequently, old Qin turned his attention to Nanji, who was standing slightly behind. Upon seeing her beauty, he was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how striking she truly was. "Come here, young lady. Please hand me your admission notice and identification card," old Qin said with a warm smile. Following his request, Nanji respectfully stepped forward, presenting her admission notice and identification card with both hands. Old Qin accepted them and promptly entered her basic information into the computer. Soon, the designated dormitory area assigned by the school appeared on the screen. "Ah, young lady, are you the prodigious Nanji from Kyoto?" Elder Qin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the information displayed on his computer. "Your discerning taste is remarkable. Our esteemed Magic University is certainly on par with Kyoto University. Choosing us was indeed a wise decision." With that, Elder Qin retrieved a set of keys from his drawer and said, "New Student District 1, Villa 004. "Thank you, Grandpa Qin," Nanji replied, gracefully accepting the keys with a radiant smile, displaying her impeccable manners. Yet, the simplicity of their exchange left the 3 individuals behind her utterly speechless, particularly Lu Yang, who, being older, understood the significance of Villa 004. Furthermore, the notion of Kyoto's foremost prodigy was simply astounding. Elder Qin, you surely cannot be mistaken? Liu Yang inquired, his voice tinged with disbelief. However, this time, Elder Qin's expression turned stern as he retorted, you little rascal, do you think I could be mistaken? In an instant, Liu Yang's demeanor soured. He realized that he had no chance. Those residing in Villa 004 were exceptional talents, individuals with the potential to evolve into formidable figures, possibly even transcending into the realms of 9-turn masters. How could he dare to covet such status? Nonetheless, Liu Yang was not entirely disheartened. He too was a genius, having achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd turn at the tender age of 19. Though he may not rival Nanji, he certainly surpassed the 2 juniors trailing behind him. Indeed, as a senior, one must maintain some dignity. Ahem, Elder Qin, please assist these 2 juniors as well. Very well. Elder Qin gently nodded. Accepting the notifications and identification documents from the chubby Pei Qian and Wei Xiaosu. Moments later, he diverted his gaze from the computer to Liu Yang across the desk, an inexplicable glimmer of sympathy evident in his eyes. Pei Qian was assigned to room 085 in Area 2 for newcomers, while Wei Xiaosu was placed in room 066 of the same area. Liu Yang. See. Look at you, trying to show off. Now you've hit a snag. Elder Qin chuckled inwardly. Now, you may not yet fully grasp the significance of the dormitory areas, but let me assure you that their quality does not necessarily dictate future success. You merely have a slight head start. However, it is crucial not to look down upon those residing in areas 3, 4, or even 5, understand? Liu Yang maintained a forced composure, adopting the demeanor of an experienced upperclassman as he imparted his wisdom. What the senior says is correct. The senior speaks well. The senior is insightful. Liu Yang. All right, off you go to your dormitories. Liu Yang's expression darkened instantly, and he turned to leave. Nanji, Pei Qian, and Wei Xiaosu exchanged glances, breaking into stifled laughter. Naturally, the trio harbored no ill will towards Liu Yang. They simply found the situation amusing. Each of them grasped their respective keys and proceeded towards the locations of their dormitory areas, with Nanji residing in the Villa District, unable to accompany Wei Xiaosu and Pei Qian. Xiaosu, what kind of profession and capabilities does Nanji possess to be able to reside in Villa District 004? It is truly astounding. Listening to Pei Qian's exclamation beside him, Wei Xiaosu also felt incredulous. He, the top scholar of the Tianfu province, had only been assigned to District 2, Room 066. This implies that at least 65 newcomers surpass him in prowess. It truly is a prestigious vocational school. Of course, this is partly due to Wei Xiaosu concealing his own strength during the assessment. Yet, he believed that even if he showcased his full potential, breaking into the top 10 would remain uncertain. Moreover, the renowned prodigy of Jing University, Nanji, ranked 4th. One could only wonder what kind of extraordinary individuals occupy the top 3 positions. I have no idea, Wei Xiaosu replied, shaking his head. He had no means of discerning Nanji's profession or capabilities. Under normal circumstances, the other party must possess an item that concealed their attributes, rendering his insight ineffective. Shortly thereafter, Wei Xiaosu and Pei Qian arrived at the new student dormitory in District 2. While it was referred to as a dormitory, upon entering his room, Wei Xiaosu was utterly astonished. The overall decor of the room resembled that of a luxurious hotel, complete with separate areas such as a bedroom, bathroom, living room, and study. The total usable area was approximately 150 square meters. What's more, it was fully furnished. My goodness, this is truly impressive. It is no wonder that Magic University is so extravagant. Wei Xiaosu marveled in astonishment at the fact that there were as many as 100 such rooms, not to mention 10 splendid villas. He could hardly fathom the opulence that awaited within those villas. Subsequently, Wei Xiaosu began to retrieve the daily necessities he had purchased in advance, bed linens, blankets, and the like, from his storage bag, arranging them in a manner that suited his preferences. After approximately an hour and a half, the room had taken on the essence of a home. Xiaosu, have you finished? Came the voice of the chubby Pei Qian from outside. The school has notified us to gather at the back playground in half an hour. Hastily, Wei Xiaosu replied. I'm all set. I'll be out shortly. He took one last glance around his new abode, feeling deeply content. Before the start of the term, his parents had expressed concern about whether he would get along with his roommate. However, It dawned on him that he had no roommate at all. As he exited the room, Wei Xiaosu was greeted by Pei Qian's comically round face. According to convention, isn't the freshman meet supposed to be tomorrow? Why is it being held today? Chapter 48. The freshman assembly. The two companions hastened towards the rear playground of the Magic University, encountering many of this year's freshmen along the way. Each face radiated the exuberance of youth and the delightful anticipation of the future. In response to Wei Xiaosu's inquiry, Pei Qian nodded thoughtfully. After all, Magic University is an all-profession institution, refraining from imparting knowledge beyond any specific vocation. Hence, our assembly today. Well articulated, but perhaps refrain from elaborating next time, Wei Xiaosu retorted, exasperated. This explanation was barely distinguishable from silence. Before long, they arrived at the rear playground, where, under the guidance of the faculty, they were randomly assigned to a particular line. Xiaosu, look over there. Pei Qian, positioned ahead of Wei Xiaosu, was restless, glancing around incessantly. Finally, he pointed toward a location to the right and exclaimed, "It's Nanji. She is over there." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaosu turned in the direction Pei Qian indicated. Indeed, it was Nanji, though at that moment, she seemed overwhelmed by the attention of several boys nearby. Although the words exchanged were inaudible, the two could surmise the general context. Nanji's beauty is undeniable, and her amiable nature is simply charming. I find myself wanting to strike up a conversation, Pei Qian remarked, clicking his tongue in admiration. Yet, a moment later, he sighed. However, she is the most talented individual from Kyoto and ranked fourth among this year's freshmen at Magic University. I fear I stand no chance. Listening to the self-deprecating humor of the chubby fellow, Wei Xiaosu nodded in agreement. He had encountered only 2.5 girls as stunning as Nanji. The first was naturally Su Xiaoqing, and the second was the enchanting ear girl Lilith. As for the half, that would be his still maturing sister, Xiaoyu. Goodness, good heavens. Xiaosu, look over there. That girl is absolutely gorgeous, and her demeanor is so aloof and graceful. I can't help but want to be her devoted admirer, Pei Qian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he fixated on a striking figure that had suddenly appeared several dozen meters away. Noticing Pei Qian's exaggerated reaction, Wei Xiaosu felt a surge of curiosity. For this chubby guy to willingly express a desire to be a devoted admirer, the girl must possess beauty that rivaled Nanji's. However, as Wei Xiaosu followed Pei Qian's pointing finger, his expression froze, and his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. He silently pleaded, "Please don't come over. Please don't come over." Indeed, the ethereal beauty who had captivated Pei Qian was none other than Su Xiaoqing. Hailing from the same city, Qingyang, in terms of sheer beauty, Su Xiaoqing and Nanji were nearly indistinguishable. Yet, the former exuded a cold, commanding aura, while the latter radiated a warm, charming vibe, appealing to different audiences. However, shouldn't a socially awkward individual like Pei Qian prefer someone like Nanji? What on earth was going on with him? She's coming, she's coming, Pei Qian said excitedly, tugging at Wei Xiaosu's sleeve. Quick look. She's undoubtedly the most beautiful girl of our cohort, and she's heading this way. Here she comes again, Wei Xiaosu murmured, his face a portrait of helplessness. However, in his state of exhilaration, Pei Qian remained oblivious to the subtle implication of the word again in Wei Xiaosu's remark, as he continued to scrutinize Su Xiaoqing with great attention. Strangely, Wei Xiaosu felt that the rotund figure beside him appeared somewhat lecherous, prompting him to scold playfully, "You, my friend, could you perhaps refrain from wearing that pig-like expression?" In response to Wei Xiaosu's grievance, Pei Qian cheerfully retorted, "A gentleman appreciates beauty without lust. It arises from emotion but is restrained by reason. I admire beauty, not merely for its allure." Wei Xiaosu. Fatty, do you need me to translate that for you? You essentially mean, I am indeed fond of beauty, yet I have my principles. Pei Qian. The arrival of Su Xiaoqing captured not only Pei Qian's attention, but also drew the admiration of many other boys in the vicinity, who could not help but gasp in awe upon noticing her. Soon enough, a debate ensued regarding who was more charming, Nanji or Su Xiaoqing. Wow, Xiaosu, look. She is indeed walking towards us, Pei Qian exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Previously, the distance had been too great to discern clearly, but now, with mere meters separating them, recognition was immediate. Before Pei Qian could approach to introduce himself, Su Xiaoqing halted in front of Wei Xiaosu and inquired, "Wei Xiaosu, where do you live?" Pei Qian. Pei Qian was utterly astonished, his small eyes wide open like glass marbles, murmuring to himself, "Is it really this direct? Asking about my place of residence right away." A glimmer of envy flickered in his gaze. However, neither Wei Xiaosu nor Su Xiaoqing paid him any heed. Wei Xiaosu, aware of the other's intentions, promptly replied, "Room 066 in District 2. It was as if he had anticipated this inquiry. Su Xiaoqing merely nodded lightly and responded, "I am in room 81 of District 2. There are indeed many brilliant talents at Magic University. I intend to surpass you first, then outshine the others." Wei Xiaosu could only respond with a silent pause. Then, "Let's strive together." Unlike before, he refrained from mocking her. Instead, he offered a word of encouragement, as he owed her a significant favor, one that could not be repaid in the short term. Most importantly, during the summer, he had come to realize that Su Xiaoqing was merely a girl on the brink of adulthood. Though her demeanor was somewhat reclusive and haughty, and her words often cold, this gave rise to a misconception. In truth, she possessed a kind heart. Subsequently, Su Xiaoqing did not elaborate further, as she had simply come to inquire about Wei Xiaosu's dormitory number to gauge the disparity between them. However, she was taken aback to discover that Wei Xiaosu had not ranked among the top 10 at Magic University, contrary to her expectations. The scene from the assessment day, where one person valiantly battled against 100,000 slimes, remains vividly etched in memory. Such a terrifying test result, yet it merely placed them at the 66th rank. Su Xiaoqing left in less than a minute, and as she gazed at her retreating figure, Pei Qian beside her could not help but drool with envy. "Do you know her?" "Yes, we were classmates in high school." As the two engaged in casual conversation, the new students of this cohort had already gathered. However, without prior training, the assembly was notably disorganized. On the podium, a burly man with a shaved head suddenly bellowed, "Silence." Once the command for silence echoed through the air, all eyes turned to the podium. Upon witnessing the fierce gaze of the man, resembling that of a wild beast, the crowd fell into a hushed reverence. The imposing figure scanned the entire playground, and when he noticed a handful of students sprinting towards them, he immediately shouted, "The assembly time has concluded. Record the tardy individual's information and deduct 10 credits. Chapter 49. The Emergence of Relics. Come on. Teacher, we were just a few seconds late. Is that really worthy of a deduction?" "Exactly. Please show us some leniency. I only took a moment. How can that be considered tardiness? Let alone warrant a loss of credits? This is absurd." However, the robust man remained indifferent to the complaints of the tardy students. His gaze fixed upon the 2,000 students who had already formed an orderly line. "Greetings, fellow students. I am Wang Guowei, the Dean of the Melee Combat Department. Today, I shall preside over your welcoming ceremony." Wang Guowei, who identified himself as the Dean of the Melee Combat Department, did not employ a microphone. Yet, his voice resonated in the ears of each individual, formidable and deafening. Previously, while processing their enrollment, Senior Liu Yang had casually mentioned the 5 deans of the Magic University, all of whom were esteemed high-tier professionals. Those classified as Tier 1 to Tier 3 are regarded as junior professionals, while Tier 4 to Tier 6 are deemed intermediate professionals. Only those of Tier 7 to Tier 9 can be referred to as high-tier professionals. It is said that the Dean of the Melee Combat Department ranks as the strongest among all the deans, and it appears that the rumors hold true. Since the establishment of Magic University 187 years ago, we have cultivated a total of 355 high-tier professionals, among whom 15 have achieved the remarkable 9 transformations, becoming the pinnacle of human combat power as Tier 9 warriors. Your seniors, striving for humanity, even for your sake, sacrificing our lives and shedding our blood. We have battled monstrous foes time and again, which has led to the relatively stable and harmonious society we have today. Among the 355 high-ranking professionals, fewer than 100 remain alive, with a mere 7 being 9th-tier powerhouses. Since you have chosen to attend the Magic Academy, you must understand that this is not a place for leisure. Rather, it is a realm dedicated to rapidly enhancing your strength through the most scientific methods, thereby contributing additional combat power for our nation and humanity. Many may perceive entering the Magic Academy as the pinnacle of their lives, but I must assert that it marks the beginning of your tragic journey. Grow stronger, survive, and then continue to grow stronger. Naturally, education cannot be entirely free. The principle of receiving in proportion to what you give has persisted throughout history. However, each student will receive an initial allocation of 100 points, which can be exchanged for various treasures, provided you accumulate sufficient points. Now, I prefer to avoid unnecessary chatter. Let us proceed to the distribution of mentors. I invite the mentors from our 5 esteemed colleges to take the stage. Applause erupted, thunderous claps filled the air, as dozens of male and female mentors ascended the podium. Ranging from their 20s to 30s, they all shared a singular, striking characteristic, an aura that exuded sheer terror. Without exception, they were all formidable beings, their presence unabashedly powerful, intentionally displayed by the dozens of mentors present. In an instant, an inexplicable pressure enveloped all the students on the playground. From the melee combat department, the freshman mentor was Lu Hai. From the support department, it was Lu Qian. From the assassination department, the mentor was Zhou Tong. From the range department, it was Zhang Ming. From the summoning department, the mentor was Wang Xiaoman. The voices of dozens of mentors began to echo across the playground, persistent and unyielding. Below the platform, Wei Xiaosu was struck with awe as he sensed the formidable aura radiating from these mentors. Each one possessed a presence that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Su San. This indicated that none of these mentors were below the 6th tier, which was utterly astonishing. Furthermore, judging by their appearances, they were likely quite young. Su San had devoted a lifetime to reach the 6th tier, yet how many years had these mentors practiced? Subsequently, the mentors began to select their students, and Wei Xiaosu was chosen by a new mentor from the summoning department, none other than Wang Xiaoman. Meanwhile, his portly companion, Pei Qian, followed an auxiliary mentor named Wang Bing. Wei Xiaosu was then led by Wang Xiaoman to her classroom. This year, mentor Wang Xiaoman had only selected 26 freshmen, a notably small number. However, among the 2,000 new students, the total number of summoners barely exceeded 100. For the freshmen, this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. After all, the fewer students a mentor took under their wing, the more attention and guidance each would receive. The classroom at the Magic University is unlike any previously encountered. It is devoid of traditional desks and instead features dozens of cushions. Wang Xiaoman is a person who eschews frivolous talk and values time. And on the very first day of the semester, she commenced her discourse on the knowledge of summoned beasts. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. During this period, although Wei Xiaosu had not slain any monsters, his strength had improved by at least 10% compared to before. Initially, he utilized the 100 points gifted by the school, and upon Wang Xiaoman's suggestion, he exchanged them for a cultivation technique known as the Netherworld Profound Art, which significantly enhances physical attributes while also augmenting the properties of necromantic summoned creatures. Truly a dual benefit. After several days of diligent practice, Wei Xiaosu's overall attributes had increased by more than 500 points, while his skeletal minions had also experienced a boost of approximately 100 points, marking a substantial gain. Ordinarily, the newcomers of this cohort would be scheduled for practical exercises a month later. However, this protocol was unexpectedly expedited due to an unforeseen incident. A new relic site had abruptly emerged in a desolate area approximately 200 kilometers from Magic City. Although it was still the dead of night, the Magic University was ablaze with light. Following a resolution by the leadership, preparations were made for all students to observe and learn around the relic site. Naturally, neither the new students nor even the more seasoned ones were permitted to enter the relic, as the nature of the dangers within and the level of the relic itself remained a mystery. Ruins are distinct from dungeons and secret realms, yet without a doubt, they harbor the greatest treasures. Each time a ruin is unveiled, it draws elite experts from across the nation. Even those from abroad endeavor to clandestinely make their way here, all in pursuit of the treasures hidden within the ruins. At 3 a.m, thousands of students, guided by their mentors, arrived at the edge of the ruins. At this moment, the ruins appeared merely as a swirling mass of black mist, measuring no more than 3 or 4 meters in diameter, not yet fully opened. Wei Xiaosu stood amidst the crowd, gazing into the distance, and curiously inquired of her mentor, Teacher Wang, "Do we have a chance to enter the ruins?" In response, Wang Xiaoman shook her head solemnly, "Though the strength of ruins varies for your cohort of newcomers, even the weakest will be perilous enough to bring you to the brink of death. Therefore, your purpose here is solely to observe and learn." "I see," Wei Xiaosu continued. "But what exactly are ruins, and how do they differ from dungeons and secret realms?" Chapter 50. The Awakening of the Ruins in response to Wei Xiaosu's inquiry. Wang Xiaoman pondered for a brief moment before summoning all her students to her side with a wave of her hand, ready to elucidate. Simply put, A ruin is akin to a one-time dungeon. A dungeon? A one-time? The students looked utterly perplexed, struggling to grasp their teacher's meaning. After all, the knowledge they had previously acquired contained no references to ruins whatsoever. Wang Xiaoman remained unperturbed, gradually elaborating. It is well known that a secret realm is a genuine world in its own right. Even our blue star is referred to as a secret realm by other intelligent civilizations. Conversely, a dungeon is merely a fragmented projection of a secret realm, wherein the creatures lack intelligence and possess only the most primal instincts. Furthermore, under some unknown influence, the creatures within regenerate upon death. This is the essence of a dungeon. If a dungeon is merely a projection of the fragments of a secret realm, then where do the authentic fragments reside? Indeed, these fragments adrift in the boundless void are what we refer to as ruins. As Wang Xiaoman articulated her explanation, Wei Xiaosu found himself utterly astounded. And he was not alone. The expressions of his peers mirrored his own shock. Those who were admitted to the Magic University were no ordinary warriors, and their minds raced rapidly, discerning the most terrifying implications hidden within her words, such as the fragments of a secret realm. If Blue Star is merely one among countless secret realms, what kind of terrifying power could shatter a planet akin to the Blue Star into fragments? Teacher, do you mean that someone possesses the brute force to destroy a planet? Wei Xiaosu could not refrain from speaking first. This notion left him utterly astounded. Those ninth-tier powerhouses he had previously seen in videos, while capable of effortlessly obliterating a city, pale in comparison to the annihilation of an entire planet. Who knows? Perhaps there are such beings, or perhaps not. Wang Xiaoman shook her head with a wry smile. To these students, her strength might seem formidable. Yet to the true apex of power, a mere slap could extinguish a multitude. The hidden truths surrounding this matter are known only to a select few, while the rest of them merely grasp superficial knowledge. This scant understanding is primarily due to the sporadic emergence of relics on Earth. Many relics impose restrictions on the strength of those who may enter. For instance, in a primary relic, only individuals of levels 1 to 3 may gain access. In a mid-tier relic, levels 1 to 6, while high-tier relics permit access to all human professionals up to level 9. Teacher, there have been numerous relics awakened on the Blue Star, have there not? Why is it that we have never heard of any specific locations where relics have appeared? Another student inquired. In response to this question, Wang Xiaoman shot a glare at the student and replied, Li Muzi, were you even paying attention? I clearly stated that relics are akin to one-time instances. Since they are one-time only, how could they possibly exist? Li Muzi hesitated, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Observing this, Wang Xiaoman, being considerate of the girl's feelings, chose not to chastise further and continued her explanation. Ruins are akin to dungeons, yet they encompass an astonishingly vast area. The smallest ruin ever recorded on Blue Star was accessible only to individuals of the 1st to 3rd ranks, yet its expanse was comparable to that of an entire province. Wow, even the smallest ruin is equivalent to a province? One student exclaimed. Are there many monsters within these ruins? And what about treasures? Wang Xiaoman addressed her students' inquiries diligently, explaining that while there were indeed numerous monsters within the ruins, their density was relatively low compared to the expansive area they occupied. As for treasures, it was said that they could be 100-fold, or even several hundredfold, more abundant than those found in dungeons of the same rank. With sufficient strength or luck, a journey through a ruin could undoubtedly captivate even the most seasoned 9th-tier warriors. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaosu felt a spark of curiosity and asked, Teacher, how do these ruins ultimately vanish from Blue Star? Wang Xiaoman nodded approvingly at Wei Xiaosu's insightful question. Indeed, that inquiry possesses considerable depth, she replied. Ruins are laden with an array of treasures, including spiritual herbs, equipment, items, skills, and even exceedingly rare special artifacts. However, none of these compare to the core array within the ruins, which is invaluable. This array is capable of sustaining a fragment of the secret realm as it drifts through the void of the cosmos, making it an absolute treasure, even in the lowest tier ruins. Once an individual acquires the core of a relic, the entire structure will rapidly collapse and vanish, casting all those within back to Blue Star. Thus, the existence of the relic hinges upon whether someone has obtained its core treasure, each of which possesses the power to compel even a 9th-tier powerhouse to fight desperately. A collective gasp echoed as all present realized that even the most basic relic cores could drive 9th-tier warriors to madness. One could only wonder what extraordinary treasures the intermediate or even advanced relic cores might be. Teacher, how many entrances does each relic possess? And what is the state of its activation? With numerous students, a multitude of inquiries arose. Yet Wang Xiaoman diligently addressed each question that struck at the heart of the matter. This inquiry was particularly astute, since relics traverse the void of the cosmos. They cannot merely have a single entrance. Over a century ago, a high-level relic appeared on Blue Star, boasting a remarkable 38 entrances scattered across the globe. Naturally, a mid-tier or even low-tier relic would have fewer entrances, subject to variability. As for the activation state of the relic, for the past 200 years, regardless of the relic's tier, a dense mist manifests upon its activation. Individuals enveloped by this mist are automatically transported into the relic. However, the duration of this mist is fleeting, lasting at most around 10 minutes. To gain entry into the ruins, one must first hasten to the vicinity of the entrance. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in wonder, feeling a sense of intrigue. However, despite their curiosity about the ruins, none of them truly wished to venture inside. Even the most rudimentary of ruins were beyond the reach of this group, whose average strength barely reached the first tier. Excuse me. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu interrupted the discussion, his eyes twitching as he gazed intently in a particular direction. Teacher, do those dark mists not resemble the prelude to the activation of the ruins that you mentioned? Wang Xiaoman responded with confusion. In unison, their small group, including Wang Xiaoman, turned to follow the direction indicated by Wei Xiaosu. What they beheld left them utterly stunned. The thick, inky black mist was rapidly advancing toward them. If all went as expected, the mist would envelop them within mere seconds. Damn it! How could the entrance to the ruins be right here? Are those above us completely inept? Wang Xiaoman's face turned ashen, and she shouted urgently, "Run! We must not be drawn into the ruins by the mist. Hurry!" Chapter 51. The Great Worm without the need for Wang Xiaoman's call. Everyone instinctively began to flee in the opposite direction of the dense fog. The abrupt appearance of the mist, coupled with the sheer number of students surrounding them, inevitably rendered their escape route congested. After all, nearly 5,000 students from the Magic University had gathered, and with the addition of students from other universities in the magical city, the total exceeded 20,000. Moreover, there were approximately 10,000 soldiers stationed nearby to maintain order, resulting in an overwhelming crowd of 30,000 individuals. Fortunately, as professionals, even the weakest among them possessed physical capabilities exceeding 3 times that of pre-catastrophe humans, thus averting a stampede. However, the collective rush of over 10,000 people toward a single direction could hardly be rapid. Thus, it was no surprise that the inky fog enveloped everyone within less than a minute, only to dissipate swiftly thereafter, leaving merely about 1/3 of the original crowd behind. Damn it! Why did the entrance to the ruins open up in our direction? Why? It's over, apart from a few third-year students and some second years. The rest have all been transported into the ruins. We must promptly report the situation here. The ruins are classified as entry-level, with conditions permitting only those of ranks 1 to 3. This is, at least, a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Yet, for this year's freshmen, an entry-level ruin presents a nightmarish challenge. Without a strength of rank 3, the mortality rate within the ruins is nearly 60%. When the casualty rate of 60% was mentioned, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, with each individual wearing an expression as bleak as the depths of water. The personnel involved in the preliminary exploration of the ruins were particularly incensed, their teeth clenched in fury, wishing they could pummel the instigator into 2 flattened forms. Leading the expedition this time was still the head of the melee combat department, Wang Guowei, whose countenance was cold and his aura exuded an intense ferocity. Even a formidable practitioner like Wang Xiaoman, at the pinnacle of intermediate-level professionals, felt a twinge of trepidation. Something was amiss. The technology used for scouting the ruins' entrance had never faltered in 2 centuries, and it involved an entire team, numbering in the dozens. Surely they could not all be mistaken? Wang Guowei seemed to have sensed something amiss, his eyes sharp and piercing like those of a hawk. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, soaring in a specific direction. This was the unique ability of advanced practitioners, flight. Upon completing the 7th transition task and attaining 7th tier strength, one could levitate without external aid, relying solely on their own capabilities. Wang Guowei's speed was astonishing. In no time, he descended at the site where the ruins had been initially discovered. However, upon witnessing the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, he fell into a contemplative silence. A conspiracy. This was undoubtedly no accident, but rather a grand scheme. Who was behind it? Certain individuals within the country? Or perhaps the United States? Or even an alien race? Wang Guowei's fists cracked ominously as he vowed to unearth the mastermind behind this atrocity and to brutally exact vengeance upon them. As Wei Xiaosu gazed at the encroaching black mist behind him, his heart raced, feeling as though it had lodged in his throat. He couldn't help but express his disdain for the personnel involved in the preliminary exploration of the ruins. This was utterly unacceptable. The lives of tens of thousands of students were at stake, including those of the extraordinary geniuses from the prestigious Magic University. Should this cohort of prodigies perish within the ruins, it would surely become a scandal that would reverberate throughout the Chinese Empire and shock the world. Though Wei Xiaosu yearned to escape the clutches of the ominous fog, within mere moments, he found himself completely engulfed. The instant the black mist enveloped him, his surroundings blurred, and the classmates who had been fleeing alongside him vanished without a trace. When his vision finally cleared, he discovered he had been transported to an entirely new realm. Beneath his feet lay soft yellow sand, and in the distance, a hint of green could be discerned. If he was not mistaken, he had arrived in an environment reminiscent of the deserts on Blue Star. What a predicament! I have truly been teleported. A dark cloud loomed over Wei Xiaosu's expression. His current cultivation level was merely that of a novice, only at the first tier, level 19. No matter his innate talent, recklessly venturing into these ruins now would be tantamount to courting death. As he surveyed his surroundings, a wave of despondency washed over him. Not a single classmate or teacher was in sight, nor could he spot any soldiers. Indeed, as Mentor Wang Xiaoman had remarked, even a mere novice relic could encompass an area comparable to that of the largest provinces in the Chinese Empire. Given such vast expanses, it is entirely plausible that tens of thousands of individuals could go unacquainted for a span of 10 days to half a month. Heaven forbid. Let this not be an intermediate or even advanced relic. Otherwise, it would truly be a case of embarking on a journey only to meet an untimely demise. Wei Xiaosu silently prayed within his heart. At that moment, however, he felt a fierce gust of wind rush past him from behind. Instinctively, he recoiled, only to witness a sharp, elongated object slicing through the air above his head, inadvertently severing a few strands of hair that had not yet fallen. What the hell? Wei Xiaosu exclaimed, startled. Had he not instinctively ducked, his head would have been pierced through. Turning around, he discerned the nature of his assailant, an extraordinarily peculiar insect. This creature stood nearly 2.5 meters tall and extended over 4 meters in length, its entire body encased in a formidable exoskeleton. With a single glance, Wei Xiaosu recognized what it was, an insect reminiscent of the cannon fodder bugs from the film Starship Troopers. He was astounded. The Blue Star world lacked any knowledge of Starship Troopers, leading him to conclude that he, as the sole individual traversing from Earth, was likely the only one capable of recognizing it at first sight. This creature was indeed the childhood nightmare of Wei Xiaosu, with its colossal form, formidable exoskeleton, and razor-sharp appendages. Even a barrage from a machine gun would require at least 3 to 5 seconds to shatter its armor and bring about its demise, while a mere strike from it could pierce the body of a soldier clad in bulletproof attire. Insight technique. Assault bug, Tier 2, Elite, Level, 30 Strength, 1500 Agility, 2096 Constitution, 2030 Spirit, 488 Gasp. What on earth? Upon witnessing the attributes of this cannon fodder creature, or rather the assault bug, Wei Xiaosu was utterly dismayed. It was an elite monster at the pinnacle of Tier 2. In a one-on-one confrontation, it seemed that only the top 10 among the new students could withstand it. Of course, he was an exception, but without summoning his minions, he too would surely falter in a direct encounter. Summon. Wei Xiaosu did not dare to delay for even a moment. With a wave of his hand, he summoned dozens of skeletal sentinels and numerous skeletal mages. Let me dispose of it. Chapter 52. Unexpected gains at the command. Dozens of skeletal sentinels swiftly raised their shields to confront the foe. Despite facing an adversary significantly more powerful, they displayed unwavering courage. The skeletal sentinels possessed an impressive constitution attribute of 1,200 points, and the shields they wielded, while lacking explicit data, were undoubtedly at least double that attribute. The assault insect, initially intent on eliminating the human before it, was momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of the surrounding skeletal creatures. In that fleeting moment of distraction, The skeletal sentinels positioned themselves in front of Wei Xiaosu, effectively shielding their master from harm. Simultaneously, the skeletal mages commenced launching their firecrackers. This time, perhaps due to the considerable size of the assault insect, they did not inadvertently target their allies and accurately struck the enemy. However, the firecrackers proved woefully inadequate, failing to penetrate the insect's iron-like exoskeleton unless multiple devices could be detonated in unison at the same spot. The assaulted assault insect emitted a piercing, shrill cry, retaliating by swinging its forelimbs. Its razor-sharp appendages sliced against the skeletal sentinel shields, capable of cleaving the hefty shields in two with just 2 strikes. Bereft of their shields, the skeletal sentinels were effortlessly dispatched, their bodies punctured without resistance. Impressive, Wei Xiaosu remarked, observing the rampaging assault insect with a furrowed brow. Despite the 11-level disparity between them, Wei Xiaosu felt that even if the skeletal guardian were elevated to a 2nd tier and 30th level, it would likely remain no match for the assault bug, merely enduring a bit longer. The sound of firecrackers echoed incessantly, exploding upon the creature's body. Although a single firecracker could not breach its shell, after dozens, even hundreds, detonated. Cracks resembling a spider's web finally appeared on the assault bug's tough exoskeleton. Observing this, Wei Xiaosu exhaled deeply. As long as the ordinary skeletal mage could penetrate its defenses, and the skeletal guardian could barely withstand the onslaught, his overwhelming numerical superiority would afford him an inherent advantage in battle. If the monsters within this relic were of such caliber, then surely he could wreak havoc at will. A flicker of delight sparked within Wei Xiaosu's heart. The relic housed numerous treasures, including a focal point that could drive even 9th-tier powerhouses to madness. Securing such a prize would be akin to a serf rising to sing in triumph. Before long, a substantial hole was blown into the assault bug's back, with firecrackers penetrating the opening and landing within its soft, fleshy tissues. A series of muffled explosions resounded, and before the creature could even emit a cry of agony, it was entirely obliterated, leaving only fragments in its wake. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the 2nd tier, 30th level creature assault bug, Elite, earning 1,500 experience points. You have lost 18 skeletal guardians and 2 skeletal mages, a relatively favorable casualty ratio. Wei Xiaosu nodded with satisfaction. At present, he possessed an abundance of skeletal minions. The prospect of exchanging 20 skeletal minions for a single siege bug did not seem particularly unreasonable. To his surprise, equipment had dropped. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu noticed a large sword, over a meter in length, protruding from part of the siege bug's carcass. He bent down to retrieve the sword and examined its attributes, which indeed were impressive. Siege Battle Blade, Elite, Level, 30 Grade, Tier 2 Strength, 300 Effect. When attacking armor with high defense, items, or fortifications, an additional 100 points of strength will be granted. Description: shatter cities, break armor, and annihilate all that is deemed indestructible. The attributes of this battle blade were nearly comparable to those of the rampaging great axe he had acquired in a previous dungeon. If sold, it could easily fetch several thousand coins. Delighted, he stored the battle blade in his pink storage pouch and summoned his black shovel, returning to his old trade. Although he could perform the task of digging graves with his eyes closed, the sheer size of the siege bug made the time required to dig a single pit twice as long as before, which was rather vexing. 3 minutes later, amidst the endless yellow sands, the first prominently raised grave mound emerged. Wei Xiaosu gazed intently at the mound, his heart brimming with anticipation. In the next instant, a small sapling sprouted from the grave, visibly expanding, elongating, and thickening until it grew into a peculiar tree, standing 2 meters tall and 10 centimeters in diameter. However, Wei Xiaosu found himself entirely disinterested in the grave tree. His gaze was fixated upon the 3 fruits that had formed upon it. He pondered whether the monstrous corpses within this relic might yield something extraordinary. With this hopeful anticipation, Wei Xiaosu swiftly reached out and plucked the 3 fruits. Immediately thereafter, he received a notification. Due to the fragmented influence of the Gaia consciousness, the effect of the sorrow of the departed was unlocked, allowing for limitless encounters with the same type of monster. He received 1 piece of a spirit coin valued at 1, 2 pieces valued at 1, and another piece valued at 1. Wei Xiaosu, gazing at the 3 spirit coins in his hand, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had buried not fewer than 1,000 monsters, certainly several hundred. Yet, never had any of them produced spirit coins. Even the bosses guarding the 3 one-star dungeons in Xinjiang City did not yield spirit coins upon their graves. The only instance in which spirit coins had appeared was when he buried a human. Though initially thrilled by the acquisition of spirit coins, his interest waned as time passed. Even in the face of the enticing treasures available in the spirit coin market, Wei Xiaosu did not consider himself a saint. Yet he would never resort to slaying his own kin to enhance his strength. He would rather forego such power. However, believing there was no longer any hope of acquiring treasures from the marketplace, he now felt his heart race, a wave of indescribable exhilaration flooding his mind. The prospect of obtaining underworld coins without having to harm his fellow humans was indeed fortuitous. Wei Xiaosu caressed the underworld coins in his hand, unable to suppress his joyous laughter. Monsters, he needed to vanquish more of them. He was oblivious to the concept of Gaia consciousness. All he understood was that the previous limitation of burying the same type of monster only 10 times was lifted, at least within this ancient ruin. Assault bugs, come forth. The more there are, the more I shall slay and bury. With that, Wei Xiaosu chose a direction at random and began his exploration of the ruins. Along the way, he encountered 14 assault bugs, all of which he dispatched, ultimately earning himself 101 underworld coins. After about an hour, he suddenly heard a cacophony ahead, with faint voices discernible amidst the noise, which filled him with delight. People, how wonderful. Chapter 53, Assembly Line Operations. At this moment, Wei Xiaosu felt an urgent need to locate others. Only by finding more individuals could he ascertain the level of the ruins he was facing. If they were of intermediate or advanced caliber, his primary objective would be to endure rather than pursue monsters for the sake of earning soul coins. However, if the ruins were of a novice level, he believed that as long as he did not act recklessly, he would likely navigate through the ruins with ease. After all, the most formidable monsters only reached level 3, and with his legion of countless skeletons, how could he possibly falter? Thus, he traversed several sand dunes and soon stumbled upon a ravine where he discovered the lifeless bodies of 5 students. Judging by the uniforms they wore, it seemed they were from another institution in the Magic City. The sight of these corpses was nothing short of harrowing. Some bore gaping wounds in their chests. Others had been cleaved in two, and there were even those whose heads were severed from their bodies. Vivid crimson blood pooled upon the sand, creating a stark and unsettling contrast. Had death already begun to claim its victims? Wei Xiaosu stood in silence, the elation he felt moments ago from collecting soul coins evaporating in an instant. Confronting the reality of mortality was an unpleasant experience, especially when faced with the remains of his peers. These vibrant lives, perhaps only 10 minutes prior, had been filled with dreams of their futures, youthful and full of promise. Yet now frozen forever in this tragic moment due to a sudden calamity. All were first-tier students. Wei Xiaosu employed his insight technique on the corpses strewn across the ground, swiftly discerning their power levels. Fortunately, none surpassed the 3rd tier, marking it as the sole piece of good news amidst the tragedy. He felt a profound sorrow for the fallen students from other schools. Approaching the bodies, he retrieved the storage pouches from their waists. In less than a minute, utilizing his superior mental strength, he effortlessly obliterated the spiritual marks on the pouches. However, as anticipated, the contents revealed nothing of significant value. The pouches themselves appeared to be more precious than their contents. Run! Quickly! Panic-stricken voices echoed from further ahead. What kind of monsters are these? They're too powerful. We're no match for these elite creatures at the peak of the 2nd tier. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu noticed 4 figures rushing towards him, clad in uniforms distinct from those of the deceased. Yet, without exception, their power levels were confined to the 1st tier. As the frantic individuals spotted Wei Xiaosu, they momentarily froze, before one of them shouted urgently, "Run! Monsters are chasing us!" The mere distance of a few dozen meters, for those of their tier, could be traversed in just a matter of seconds. Observing Wei Xiaosu's stillness, some felt anxious while others displayed a flicker of hope in their eyes. It is often said that when confronted by a wild beast in the wilderness, one does not need to outrun the beast. One merely needs to outpace their companions to ensure survival. The current predicament faced by these individuals mirrors this age-old wisdom. Although some among them wished to drag Wei Xiaosu along, the thought of leaving someone behind to draw the creature's attention heightened their own chances of survival, prompting them to leap past him without hesitation. Indeed, it was a formidable siege insect. Wei Xiaosu regarded the approaching giant insect with an inscrutable expression, merely waving his hand to summon the nearby skeletal guards and skeletal mages. With the experience gained from their initial encounter with the siege insect, he commanded his forces with newfound confidence, ultimately losing only 5 skeletal guards before triumphing over the foe. What? He vanquished that peak second-tier siege insect? Truly remarkable. The summoner is indeed terrifying. It is not merely the summoner's strength. It is his own prowess. Have you forgotten that I, too, am a summoner? A shared silence enveloped the group as they exchanged glances, seemingly recalling the awkward moment not long ago when someone's summoned beast was effortlessly dispatched. Just as they contemplated turning back to engage Wei Xiaosu in conversation, hoping to form an alliance for their mutual survival, a sudden sight caught their attention, a dozen massive figures charging towards them from a distance. Instantly, their pupils contracted in terror, their faces drained of color. And without a moment's pause, they turned to flee. Ah, here they come again. Wei Xiaosu observed the dozen or so assault insects in the distance. However, he felt no trepidation. Instead, he quietly picked up a black iron shovel and began to dig a pit in place. A total of 13 assault insects appeared, and without hesitation, Wei Xiaosu summoned over 1,000 skeletal monsters with a wave of his hand. Nonetheless, due to the immense energy consumption, he only conjured 50 skeletal guardians. The remainder were skeletal mages, akin to mere cannon fodder. As soon as the two sides clashed, the skeletal creatures suffered tremendous casualties. The assault insects boasted a terrifying impact. In a single frontal collision, more than a dozen skeletal guardians and hundreds of skeletal mages perished. Yet, even amidst this chaos, Wei Xiaosu merely cast a casual glance and showed no inclination to command. He allowed his skeletal subordinates to act freely. Meanwhile, he continued his laborious task of digging a large pit. Before long, casualties also emerged among the assault insects, and their bodies were swiftly transported away by the skeletal mages. Very well, let us discard them here. In the midst of a fervent battle between the skeletal creatures and the assault insects, Wei Xiaosu leisurely excavated graves behind the scenes. This operation resembled a well-oiled assembly line. He obtained one piece of currency, a soul coin, confirming that the assault insects indeed dropped only soul coins, and in considerable quantities. The most abundant yielded 7 coins, while the least provided 4. At this rate, accumulating 50,000 soul coins seemed an achievable endeavor in the near future. Burying nearly 10,000 assault insects would yield a staggering 50,000 underworld coins, sufficient to procure the pet zombie fish. Wei Xiaosu felt a flicker of excitement within, albeit modest. After all, entombing 10,000 assault insects would require an inordinate amount of time, engaged in battle while simultaneously laboring. It took him approximately 10 minutes to finally cast the last assault insect into its grave, surveying the landscape dotted with numerous mounds. He could not help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Constructing a dozen graves was indeed quite exhausting. Wei Xiaosu retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his storage pouch and took a sip, intending to rest briefly on the ground. However, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a terrifying mass of white shadows in the distance. What on earth is that? Assault insects? How could there be so many? The sheer multitude of assault insects converging created the illusion of a silvery wave, surging relentlessly toward him. Chapter 54. The terrifying swarm. As Wei Xiaosu gazed upon the boundless sea of insects, a shiver ran down his spine. Was it 10,000, 20,000, or perhaps 100,000? Geneva, this truly was a dire predicament. Cursing inwardly, Wei Xiaosu summoned Peiqi without a moment's hesitation. He leaped onto Peiqi's back and bellowed, "Run quickly." In response, Peiqi emitted a few disgruntled grunts, seemingly displeased with Wei Xiaosu's command to flee. Its demeanor suggested a desire to charge into the swarm and wreak havoc. However, knowing that Peiqi's intellect, though occasionally beneficial, could also be quite troublesome, Wei Xiaosu firmly slapped Peiqi's head and scolded, "Fool, stop dawdling. We cannot fight them." Though Peiqi was reluctant, it ultimately succumbed to Wei Xiaosu's authority and turned to flee in haste. It must be said, the beast General Peiqi was remarkably swift, nearly achieving a speed of 5 seconds per 100 meters, all while maintaining its combat effectiveness. Were it to unleash its full speed, its velocity would undoubtedly ascend to another level. Minutes later, Wei Xiaosu finally created some distance between himself and the relentless swarm behind him. Yet, inexplicably, even at several kilometers apart, the swarm remained ominously close in pursuit. Were they truly harboring such a grudge? Wei Xiaosu's expression was tinged with surprise. If the swarm of insects was indeed triggered by his slaying of a dozen assault worms, It indicated a grave issue. These creatures possessed intelligence. Brainworms. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu recalled a repulsive creature resembling an oversized maggot, known for its extraordinary intellect. This creature could absorb the brain matter of other sentient beings, including humans, and subsequently analyze it to extract the memories of those beings, an undeniably overpowered ability. Damn it! Damn it! Wei Xiaosu thought, his countenance darkening with each passing moment. If they were merely ordinary monsters, even those of the second or third tier, he was confident he could easily vanquish them. For throughout history, humanity had ascended from a feeble primate to dominators of the earth, not merely through brute strength, but through intellect. Therefore, if these insects were orchestrated by a mastermind behind the scenes, their terror would multiply exponentially, perhaps even by dozens. After sprinting for another 2 minutes, Wei Xiaosu suddenly spotted 4 figures ahead, slowly walking and seemingly engaged in hushed conversation. Perhaps the commotion caused by Peiqi's frantic run had startled the already tense group, prompting them to turn around, weapons drawn, along with a wolf-like summoned beast. Oh, isn't that the genius from the Magic Academy? Wow, is that also his summoned beast? Incredible. TSK, 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 the running speed of this summoned beast is astonishing. I would believe it is of the 3rd tier. My Gale Wolf pales in comparison to the opposing skeleton pig, rendering it utterly ineffectual. The 4 of them looked on with expressions of shock and envy. Truly, as students of the Magic Academy, they are formidable. Though they are of the same age, in terms of strength, one of them could easily overpower the entire group. Wei Xiaosu rode on Peiqi and swiftly dashed towards them, showing no signs of slowing down. He shouted, "Hurry, run. There's a swarm of insects behind us." What? A swarm of insects? The group exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. However, in the next instant, they sensed something amiss. The ground beneath them began to tremble slightly, akin to an earthquake, making it difficult to maintain their balance. Is it an earthquake? No, this is not an earthquake. Look over there. Damn it, run. Upon catching sight of the insect swarm behind them, the 4 turned pale with fear. The relentless tide of insects stretched infinitely. How many could there possibly be? It was not merely the countless swarm they feared. Even a single one of them would be beyond their capacity to handle. After all, those were elite monsters at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, far beyond the capabilities of these fledgling 1st-tier newcomers. Lu Yu, have your Gale Wolf take me with you as we flee. Indeed, Lu Yu, only your Gale Wolf could possibly surpass the swarm of insects in speed. Let us away. Out of camaraderie, the 3 were hoping to persuade the sole summoner among them, Lu Yu, to take them along on his swift Gale Wolf for their escape. However, before they could finish their plea, Lu Yu leaped onto the back of the Gale Wolf and fled without a backward glance. The trio stared, momentarily stunned, before erupting into furious curses. You ungrateful wretch, Lu Yu, this is far from over. Do you have no conscience? With so many assaulting insects behind us, are you sending us to our doom? Listening to their vitriol from behind, Lu Yu merely smirked inwardly. Although his summoned beast was indeed the swift Gale Wolf, he had only just ascended to the 1st tier and could summon but a single wolf. Should that solitary Gale Wolf attempt to carry 4 individuals, its speed would be compromised, leading them all to certain demise. Besides, he shared merely a superficial camaraderie with these classmates. There was no reason to jeopardize his own safety for them. As Liu continued to distance himself, the gap widening to several dozen meters, the trio found themselves unable to match his pace. Suddenly, one among them produced a longbow, his expression dark and malicious. "If we are to perish, let us perish together," he declared. With that, he drew the bowstring taut, and with a swift release, the arrow soared through the air with a piercing whoosh. With a resounding thud and a pained cry, Liu was struck in the left shoulder by an arrow, the force of the impact causing him to tumble from the back of the swift wolf. "Ah, you wretches, you are truly despicable." Liu clutched his bleeding shoulder, struggling to rise from the ground. Just as he prepared to mount the swift wolf once more, he was confronted by 3 assailants who had already closed in around him. "Liu, it's time for you to perish." One of them, wielding a long blade, effortlessly severed Liu's arms and legs as he passed, leaving him to writhe in agony upon the ground. "Swift wolf, slay them." Liu was acutely aware of his impending demise, yet he vowed to drag these 3 down with him. The swift wolf, albeit a mere Tier 1 elite summon, possessed a speed that accounted for much of its prowess. However, facing 3 adversaries simultaneously proved too great a challenge, and within mere seconds, it was struck down. Yet, those fleeting moments allowed the relentless swarm of insects to close in on them. Ha 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 ha, you shall die, Liu Yu roared in madness. Soon, he was consumed by the tide of insects, leaving no trace of his existence, and moments later, the remaining three were overtaken, their bodies torn asunder into countless fragments by the insatiable swarm. Chapter 55 Oasis in the outskirts of the magical city. The entrance to the ruins was ablaze with light. Surrounding the entrance, signs forbade the entry of unauthorized individuals. Just half an hour prior, tens of thousands of students and soldiers had been swept into the ruins. A calamity of monumental proportions. University officials, city leaders, and even individuals of higher echelons had all gathered here, each exuding a palpable aura of dread that sent shivers down the spine. Amidst this gathering at the core of the ruins entrance stood a significant figure, Wang Guowei, the dean of the Melee Combat Department at Magic University. Principal, esteemed leaders, the cause of the incident has been identified, Wang Guowei stated, his countenance darkened with guilt. As the leader of the expedition, he felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility for the unforeseen calamity, acknowledging that he bore at least 60 to 70% of the blame. Beside Wang Guowei stood an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s. The old man's frail frame seemed diminutive, especially next to the robust Wang Guowei. Yet there was an unsettling aura about him, a flickering crimson energy that hinted at an impending explosion, instilling fear in those who beheld him. "Speak," the elder uttered, his tone calm, yet brimming with a barely contained fury. Although Wang Guowei understood that the elder's wrath was not directed at him, it nonetheless caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. With a bitter smile, Wang Guowei could not help but reflect on the disparity among high-ranking professionals. He had no doubt that if the elderly man before him were to make a move, he would barely last a minute. This venerable figure was none other than the current president of the Magic University, the world-renowned Flame Dragon Mage, Yi Yunzhou. The meeting included Secretary Wang, Secretary Xie, the president, and Director Zhang. It was evident that this incident was not a mere coincidence, but rather a carefully orchestrated conspiracy. Wang Guowei found himself at the bottom of the hierarchy in terms of both status and strength among the group. Consequently, he spoke with utmost caution, first gauging the expressions of the leaders before continuing. Do we all recall the 510 incident that occurred over a month ago in Xinjiang City, Nanhai City, Songming City, and several other cities? At the mention of the 510 incident, the faces of the others tightened. The so-called 510 incident referred to the events of May 10th, the very day when Wei Xiaosu encountered the Taorin, Yazan, within a dungeon. On that fateful day, it was not only in the dungeon of Xinjiang City that otherworldly beings appeared. A total of 18 cities, including Nanhai City and Songming City, witnessed similar occurrences. These beings had infiltrated the dungeons without anyone knowing how, causing catastrophic casualties among the students undergoing trials that day. Hundreds of students lost their lives, including many promising talents from both Jing University and Magic University. Wang Guowei, observing that everyone recalled the incident, continued, "I now possess ample evidence that both matters were orchestrated by the same group. Who is it? Have you uncovered their identity? Do tell us promptly." The three spoke in unison. If this situation were mishandled, their positions could be jeopardized. Naturally, for individuals of their stature, while power is invaluable, it is reputation that they cherish most. After all, no one desires to leave an indelible stain in the annals of history. It is the Sun and Moon sect. Wang Guowei inhaled deeply, uttering a name that resonated with everyone present. It's this band of underground rodents once more. Yi Yunzhou scoffed, finding little surprise in this revelation, as he had long harbored suspicions. The Sun and Moon sect, a malevolent cult that emerged a century ago, worshipped foreign deities, branding themselves as traitors among humanity. I implore you to remember this. The speaker was a man in his 40s, clad in a Zhongshan suit, with graying temples. Although he was not the eldest in attendance, when he spoke, even the hot-tempered Yi Yunzhou fell silent, listening intently. This man, named Xian Mu, was the secretary of the Municipal Committee of the Magic City and the true authority of the entire region. 1. Eliminate all strongholds of the secret Sun-Moon sect that have been documented, and tomorrow at noon, broadcast the execution of its members nationwide. 2. Immediately establish contact with the island nation and the neighboring country. There are 3 entrances to the relics, 2 of which lie within their borders, and their entrances have yet to be activated. Engage in negotiations to secure several entry quotas, dispatching top-tier experts to ensure the safety of the students. Understood, Secretary Xia. I will attend to this immediately. As the sun set, Wei Xiaosu rode Peiqi, galloping across the boundless desert. The distant echoes of anguished cries pierced the air, filling his heart with sorrow. More lives have been lost, and surely many more will follow. Among the 30,000 souls drawn into the relics, how many would ultimately emerge unscathed? Wei Xiaosu was uncertain, even questioning his own survival. In comparison to the seemingly endless tide of the insect army, his skeletal legion felt as fragile as parchment, easily pierced with the slightest touch. Having left the swarm far behind, he continued to sprint for 2 full hours before finally easing his pace. During this arduous journey, he stumbled upon no fewer than 100 corpses, students, soldiers, and even several familiar faces among them. Though his heart ached, he adhered to the principle of resourcefulness, collecting all valuables from the deceased. For instance, there are 37 storage bags. As for their remains, Wei Xiaosu could only express his helplessness. However, along the way, he encountered a dozen aggressive insects. For these repulsive creatures, his method was to exterminate first and bury later, exhibiting extreme cruelty. Wei Xiaosu raised his head and scanned the surroundings, swiftly identifying an oasis in the distance. A boundless expanse of green. Without much hesitation, he began to direct Peiqi towards the oasis, as the visibility in the desert was overwhelmingly vast. Should he encounter another swarm of insects, he would have no refuge to seek. Yet, as the proverb aptly states, a distant mountain tires a horse. Although he was now gazing at the oasis and not riding a horse, the distance between the two remained far beyond his capacity for complaint. It was indeed exceedingly distant. Fortunately, Peiqi's speed was ample, and after another hour, the true visage of the oasis finally unfolded before him. From afar, Wei Xiaosu had perceived this oasis as seemingly endless. But upon approaching it, he realized it was not just boundless. It was a super oasis, rivaling the vastness of the desert itself. Chapter 56. The Laborer. The spirit of labor gazing at the dense jungle several hundred meters ahead. Wei Xiaosu felt that it would be more fitting to describe it as a primeval forest rather than an oasis. Yet, what he longed for was indeed an oasis, not that eerie woodland. Soon, Wei Xiaosu arrived at the forest's edge, where he beheld a colossal tree with a diameter of 1 meter, plunging him into deep contemplation. This tree, with its height exceeding 30 meters, was an undeniable behemoth. And this was merely the arboreal fringe of the forest. He could scarcely fathom the horrifyingly gigantic trees that might dwell in the heart of this woodland. Wei Xiaosu recalled once reading on a forum that the largest tree in the world, known as the Hyperion, boasts an astounding diameter of 17.5 meters and reaches a height of 55 meters, truly the king of trees on earth. However, setting such thoughts aside, Wei Xiaosu's gaze grew solemn as he contemplated whether to venture into the forest. Once inside, he would no longer need to fear the relentless pursuit of countless assaulting insects. The dense flora would serve as his finest natural shield. Yet, what if dangers lurked within the forest? In the desert, the vast expanse allowed the insects to spot him from afar, granting him ample time to detect their approach. Conversely, within the forest, visibility would be severely compromised. It would be a blessing to see even 100 meters ahead, let alone several kilometers. What is that? Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu discovered something slowly wriggling on the trunk of a large tree. Uncertain if he was imagining things, he leapt down from Peiqi's back and approached for a closer inspection. Indeed, at the center of the trunk, approximately 2 meters above the ground, there lay a soft, squirming caterpillar over 30 centimeters in length. This creature bore 6 compound eyes on its head, presenting an exceedingly bizarre appearance, and its coloration closely matched that of the tree trunk. Were it not for its movement, one would likely pass by without noticing it. Insight. The insight skill was something Wei Xiaosu casually employed. He did not perceive this caterpillar as a monster, as it appeared entirely harmless. However, peculiarly, the moment he unleashed the insight skill, a pale blue screen materialized before him. Highly venomous larva, 0th rank, level, 2 strength, 2 agility, 3 constitution, 4 spirit, 6. What a worthless creature. Observing the screen before him, Wei Xiaosu muttered a few expletives. But then a smile gradually crept across his face. Over the past several hours, he had encountered countless human corpses, and without exception, the strongest had been merely of the 2nd rank. Now, with the addition of this highly venomous larva, he felt at least 70 to 80% confident that this relic was of the lowest grade. Although the primary ruins restricted the entry of experts above the third tier, the creatures within were similarly confined to the same tier. Thus, Wei Xiaosu deduced that as long as his luck did not falter too greatly, surrounded by an endless sea of insects, it would be nearly impossible for him to perish. Heh, wretched larvae, perish. Wei Xiaosu brandished his large iron shovel, gripping the handle firmly, and with a vigorous swing, a resounding crack echoed as the plump, toxic larva was obliterated. Congratulations! You have successfully slain a 0-tier. Level 2 creature, toxic larva. Experience points increased by 1. Wei Xiaosu thought to himself, merely 1 point of experience? Is this a pittance for a beggar? The experience required for him to level up had long surpassed 1,000,000. If he were to receive only a single point, he could toil away in this forest and still not achieve a level up. With a disdainful spit towards the flattened toxic larva, Wei Xiaosu prepared to depart. However, in a moment of reflection, he glanced at the shovel in his hand and then at the carcass of the larva affixed to the tree trunk. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to dig a grave for the creature. Given the small size of the toxic larva, Wei Xiaosu excavated the pit with remarkable speed. In less than 5 seconds, he had created a uniquely shaped, oval depression. Subsequently, he pried the larva's corpse from the trunk and casually tossed it into the newly formed grave. With a swift motion, he filled the hole with earth and erected a marker, completing the task in one seamless action. Soon, a tiny sapling emerged from a grave, indeed. A minuscule sapling that bore but a single, shivering fruit. Wei Xiaosu felt a tinge of disdain. He could easily surmise the contents of that fruit, undoubtedly a low-quality, otherworldly trinket. However, to his astonishment, he discovered it yielded a coin of ghostly currency. What the? Wei Xiaosu stared at the solitary ghost coin in his hand, utterly bewildered. Though it was merely a single unit, its acquisition seemed far too effortless, merely squashing a defenseless insect with a single stroke and being rewarded with a coin? I'm onto something. Wei Xiaosu's breath quickened as he focused intently on the trunk of the tree before him and the surrounding branches. Sure enough, within a mere 10 seconds of diligent searching, he uncovered another venomous larva. With a swift motion, he struck the toxic creature, causing it to burst. Elated, Wei Xiaosu shook the residue off his tool and erected another small grave beside the previous one. Another ghost coin acquired. He chuckled, reveling in the absurdity of it all. It appeared that the monsters within this relic would solely yield ghost coins, although each venomous larva produced but a single coin. The abundance of such creatures made it a trivial task. With each discovery, a swift stroke would resolve the matter, bringing both ease and joy. Come on, everyone. Let us catch more of these worms. After reaping a modest sum of 2 yuan, Wei Xiaosu resolved not to personally pursue his objectives any further. He possessed little, save for an abundance of subordinates eager to toil on his behalf, and such trivial matters could easily be leveraged. With a mere flourish of his hand, a legion of skeletal mages surged forth with great vigor, tasked with the capture of venomous larvae, regardless of their fate, provided their remains were returned to him. Observing the skeletal mages stream into the forest, Wei Xiaosu wasted no time and began energetically wielding his iron shovel, excavating one rounded pit after another. To his astonishment, the number of venomous larvae exceeded his expectations. He soon realized that the speed of his digging paled in comparison to the efficiency with which his subordinates captured prey. 10, 100, 1,000. The graves multiplied, and for the first time, the amount of underworld currency he accrued surpassed 1,000 yuan. At this rate, with a single night of diligent labor, he might very well amass 50,000 yuan by the morrow. To be a worker is to embody the essence of labor. Through toil, one ascends to greatness. Work hard. Chapter 57. The Sun and Moon Sect. By E. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the expansive desert sands, a young man wielding a long sword stood resolutely. His profound gaze rested upon the lifeless bodies strewn about nearby, and he exhaled deeply. The youth retrieved a piece of white cloth from his pocket, meticulously wiping the blood from his blade before sheathing it. Without casting another glance at the fallen, he turned to depart. The so-called prodigies of the Demon Academy are nothing remarkable. The young man, named by E, was a new recruit at the Demon Academy, ranked among the top 100 talents. Yet, unbeknownst to all, his true prowess could easily secure him a place within the top 10. In addition to his identity as a newcomer at the academy, he harbored a secretive role as one of the core competitors for the title of Saint Sun within the Sun and Moon Sect. To put it plainly, The Sun and Moon sect is a faction within the myriad of clans. During the cataclysmic events of yore, when the myriad clans invaded, humanity, though valiantly resisting their onslaught, could hardly be deemed a formidable race. Consequently, some cowardly individuals, too fearful to confront the terrifying myriad clans, nevertheless possessed the reckless audacity to turn their blades against their own kind. Truly a detestable rabble. Indeed, the master is remarkable. I never anticipated he could successfully alter the parameters for activating the ruins right beneath Wang Guowei's nose. If I can eliminate 90% of the Demon Academy's talents this time, I will solidify my position as the Saint's son, no longer merely a candidate. Bai Yi became increasingly exhilarated at the thought of becoming a holy son, as it would grant him a rare opportunity to enter the divine realm. With a stroke of luck, he might even encounter the legendary deities of the sun and moon, and he could vividly envision himself basking in the radiance of divine light. The fourth-ranked candidate in the entrance examination, Nanji, along with the 85th, Pei Qian, were the individuals designated for elimination by the Pope. The relics were vast and sprawling, leaving him uncertain if he would cross paths with them. Bai Yi murmured to himself, well aware of the particulars surrounding these two. Nanji, being the sole non-combat class among the top 10, was a target he would surely aim to eliminate upon encountering. As for Pei Qian, his unique class as a blood sacrifice priest had never before appeared in 3 centuries of human history. Thus, the skills associated with this vocation remained unknown, along with any potential hidden advantages he might possess, making him another target for certain demise should their paths converge. Aside from Nanji, Bai Yi had little confidence in his ability to overcome the others among the top 10, so he resolved to proceed with caution should he encounter them. As he contemplated his forthcoming strategies, he ambled toward the seemingly endless expanse of forest nearby. The creatures dwelling within this relic would pose a formidable challenge, even for him. To avoid any misfortunes, he deemed it prudent to venture into the forest, believing that others would likely share this sentiment, thus increasing the likelihood of encountering as many individuals within the woods as in the desert. What on earth is this? Suddenly, Bai Yi discovered a peculiar protrusion in the otherwise flat expanse of the desert. He hastened towards it, only to find himself utterly bewildered. The object measured approximately 50 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in width, taking on an oval shape. At one end of this elevation, a stone was embedded. Although it bore no inscriptions, as a Chinese individual, or rather as a denizen of the Blue Planet, how could he possibly fail to recognize what it was? A grave? The confusion in Bai Yi's eyes deepened. In this vast desert, who would take it upon themselves to erect a tomb? Moreover, given the modest dimensions of this grave, it could hardly accommodate a body. Could it be a remnant of some ancient relic? The thought emerged unbidden in Bai Yi's mind, and once it surfaced, it lingered obstinately. If he were to excavate it, perhaps treasures lay buried beneath. Without hesitation, Bai Yi unsheathed his sword and cautiously began to scrape away the sand from the burial mound, fearful of inadvertently damaging whatever treasures might lie within. However, a minute later, he found himself gaping in astonishment at the corpse of a worm he had unearthed, plunging him into deep contemplation. This was absurd. Who, in their right mind, would go to the trouble of burying a mere worm and erecting a monument for it? Was this not sheer folly? With a swift stroke, he reduced the worm's remains to dust and cursed under his breath as he pressed onward. Yet, as he ventured closer to the forest, he noticed an increasing number of small burial mounds surrounding him, their quantity likely numbering in the thousands. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Yi was initially taken aback, but he quickly became alert. If there were only 1 or 2 small mounds, it could be attributed to some idle fool's whim. However, now, as he surveyed the landscape, he was confronted with thousands of densely clustered graves, and he could not believe that this was the work of a single individual. Slowly, Bai Yi unsheathed his longsword, a faint aura of sword intent emanating from him, signaling that he was prepared to confront any adversary at a moment's notice. What is that? Suddenly, Bai Yi noticed several fleeting white figures darting between the numerous mounds. Due to the dim light, he could not discern precisely what those fleeting white shadows were, but he instinctively sensed that it boded ill. As twilight approached, he realized the urgency of finding a safe haven. This area, being the juncture of desert and forest, was relatively secure compared to others. Yet Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. One cannot rest easy when others might intrude upon his slumber. Since he had chosen to spend the night here, it was imperative to eliminate any surrounding dangers first, particularly those elusive white figures. A few minutes later, Bai arrived at the spot where he had previously glimpsed the white shadows. To his surprise, he found not the elusive figures, but rather the carcasses of dozens of insects. These creatures appeared repugnant, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Without hesitation, he swept his sword through the air, and instantly, the cluster of insects was reduced to nothing but dust. Just as he was about to obliterate the corpse of the insect, he suddenly noticed a dozen elongated objects hurtling towards him, each adorned with a sizzling fuse reminiscent of the firecrackers he had played with in his youth. Sword Chi Shield. Although Bai did not perceive any imminent threat from those elongated objects, he instinctively activated his defensive skill. A translucent shield, imbued with the essence of sword intent, materialized a meter away from his body, effectively repelling the unknown assault. The moment the elongated objects made contact with the Sword Chi Shield, they erupted in a series of brilliant explosions, illuminating the surroundings with fiery brilliance. Yet, despite the numerous detonations, the seemingly delicate layer of the shield remained unyielding. Is that all? Feeling the shock waves from the explosions reverberate against the shield, Bai exhaled a sigh of relief, a faint smirk gracing his lips. If this was the extent of their power, he had little to worry about. Without hesitation, he dissipated the shield and charged forward, sword in hand, towards the dozen or so white figures in the distance. Chapter 58. A chilling malice today. I, an ordinary citizen, am genuinely elated. At the juncture of the desert and the forest, Wei Xiaosu, with a shovel resting on his shoulder, hummed an old song from earth, his spirits soaring. Although the sky had begun to darken, limiting visibility to no more than 200 meters, this posed no concern for him. He surveyed the surroundings, where thousands of graves stood densely, each a testament to his labor over the past few hours. He had struck gold. This time, he truly reaped a bountiful harvest. Even if he were to find no other treasures within the ruins, the copious amounts of ghostly coins he had collected were more than enough to fill him with joy. Another one secured, Wei Xiaosu deftly placed the corpse of a venomous larva into the pit, followed by covering it with soil and erecting a marker. All in one fluid motion, he plucked a fruit from the grave's tree, earning yet another ghostly coin, delighting him immensely. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from a distance, startling him. What could this be? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a notification from the heavenly Tao system flashed before him. 15 skeletal mages had perished. Could it be that he encountered the siege bugs? Wei Xiaosu's instincts kicked in. If that were the case, the sudden demise of his 15 skeletal mages would make sense. Xiaoqiang, Peiqi, come with me to investigate, he whispered, his voice low yet urgent. As twilight descended into complete darkness, Wei Xiaosu found himself uncertain of the number of assault insects lurking nearby. If their numbers were few, he might attempt to confront them. However, should they swarm like a tide, his only recourse would be to flee. It was prudent not to venture too close. Instead, he resolved to cast a ghostly fire spell to ascertain the situation. With this thought in mind, he halted his advance and quickly conjured a sphere of ethereal green flames in his palm. The potency of the ghostly fire spell had increasingly failed to keep pace with his current abilities, rendering its primary function one of illumination. Go, he commanded, gently pushing his hand forward. The ghostly flames surged ahead, illuminating a radius of 10 meters around him. Yet, just as the flames traveled approximately 50 meters, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting past. In an instant, a sharp beam of sword light cleaved through the ghostly fire, reducing it to mere motes of luminescence. Wait, not an assault insect? Wei Xiaosu paused, a wave of relief washing over him. As long as it was not an assault insect, matters could be easily resolved. Moreover, in that brief moment, he discerned that the figure wore the uniform of the Magic University. Hello over there. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Those skeletal creatures are my summoned beasts, and I am a student of Magic University, Wei Xiaosu shouted into the darkness. Although he had lost 15 skeletal mages, he could not justly place the blame on anyone else. After all, who could resist striking a blow at the sight of a skeletal mage? Oh, a necromancer? Or perhaps a necromancer summoner? Are you Lu Jiadong or Wei Xiaosu? From the distant darkness, a voice inquired. Among this year's freshmen at the Magic University, 2 hidden classes capable of summoning skeletal minions emerged. Lu Jiadong, the necromancer, and Wei Xiaosu, the necromancer summoner. However, the necromancer primarily focuses on self-enhancement, sharing little distinction from other elemental mages. At most, the necromancer possesses a limited ability to summon skeletal minions in the early stages. Upon hearing the inquiry, Wei Xiaosu was taken aback, surprised that his reputation had grown so substantial. "I am Wei Xiaosu, fellow student. May I inquire your name?" he called out. In the distance, the concealed Bai sighed in relief upon realizing it was Wei Xiaosu rather than Lu Jiadong, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Lu Jiadong, a necromancer hailing from a prestigious family, had received the finest training from a young age, rendering him exceedingly formidable. In the initial rankings of this year's freshmen, Lu Jiadong secured an impressive 5th place, marking him as a genuinely powerful and formidable adversary. Though Bai harbored pride, he was not foolish. His own strength barely allowed him to enter the top 10, leaving a significant gap when compared to Lu Jiadong. Yet, now he found himself facing the 66th ranked Wei Xiaosu. The weakest among the hidden classes, the necromancer summoner. Was this not akin to serving himself a meal? To eliminate a hidden genius is far more commendable than vanquishing 10 or even 100 ordinary professionals. So it is you. I am Bai. Greetings, fellow student. Bai emerged from his concealed position, the coldness in his gaze having long since dissipated. Bai? Wei Xiaosu felt a sense of familiarity with the name, yet could not recall why. It was likely not someone ranked highly, for he had investigated all those within the top 50. However, the mere recognition suggested that the individual's rank was certainly within the top 100, marking him as a talent. Yet, the lack of acquaintance was inconsequential. Both were students of the prestigious Magic University, which naturally fostered a sense of camaraderie. Soon, the two met amidst the darkness, with Wei Xiaosu illuminating the surroundings with a sphere of ghostly green fire, casting their faces in a ghastly light akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell. "What are you doing?" Upon their meeting, Wei Xiaosu quickly noticed the shimmering aura in Bai Yi's eyes, indicating he was employing a form of insight. To use such a technique without consent is quite impolite, and thus, the fleeting sense of kinship Wei Xiaosu had felt evaporated in an instant. "Do not misunderstand." Bai Yi replied with a gentle smile. "It is said that certain creatures excel in transformation. Given our location within these ruins, I must exercise caution." However, Bai Yi's smile soon vanished, for his attempt at insight had astonishingly failed. Seeing the unfolding situation, Wei Xiaosu felt a surge of satisfaction. Previously, while scavenging the remains, he had come across a shielding emblem capable of nullifying the insight abilities of individuals below the 7th tier. As long as he refrained from deactivating its effects, his opponents would be utterly thwarted. In accordance with the principle of reciprocity, a glimmer of light began to swirl in his eyes. However, as anticipated, his own insight attempt proved futile. Never mind. Bai shrugged, unsheathing his long sword with an air of nonchalance. "Fortunately, the esteemed leader provided me with a list long ago. Wei Xiaosu, a necromancer. My last investigation indicated you were a level 19 first-tier chief. In the span of just 3 days, it is improbable that you could have ascended to the status of a 3rd-tier boss." Void Slash. Bai struck swiftly, unleashing a fierce blade of energy aimed directly at Wei Xiaosu's neck. If it connected, the consequences would be dire. However, Wei Xiaosu had been on guard, and Xiaochang stood steadfastly by his side, ever vigilant. At the moment the sword energy surged forth, Xiaochang raised his shield, positioning it protectively in front of Wei Xiaosu. Chapter 59, Xiao Ming Attack. With a resounding crash, the formidable sword energy struck against the heavy shield, producing a dull thud that reverberated through the air. The immense force was such that even Xiaochang was unable to maintain his footing, being propelled several meters away in an instant. Wei Xiaosu, caught off guard, was also knocked back a considerable distance by Xiaochang's collision. Oh, not dead. Having just unleashed his strike, Bai was poised to sheath his long sword when he was unexpectedly confronted with the realization that his sword energy had been thwarted. To his astonishment, it appeared that only the peculiar-looking skeletal creature wielding the shield had sustained minor injuries. "What are you doing?" Wei Xiaosu pressed a hand to his painfully impacted chest, casting an indignant glare. "I say, classmate, we bear no animosity, do we? Why such a lethal approach?" This perplexity gnawed at Wei Xiaosu. They were not acquainted, having only crossed paths a handful of times at school, and there was no animosity whatsoever. Could it be that his shielded emblem, rendering his insight ineffective, had provoked this individual's ire? If so, this person must be utterly deranged. "Yes, we have no enmity." Bai appeared wholly dismissive of Wei Xiaosu, regarding the previous strike as mere happenstance. Even if it had been successfully parried, it mattered little, as he was merely an obscure profession. If he had indeed dispatched his opponent in a single strike, it would have been rather dull. A glimmer of amusement danced in Bai Yi's eyes as he considered the rarity of encountering a hidden profession, prompting him to engage in further dialogue. Have you heard of the 10,000 Races cult? What? The 10,000 Races cult? As these three characters emerged, Wei Xiaosu's pair of bewildered eyes immediately transformed into a cold and profound gaze. If he had been unclear earlier about why his opponent had chosen to strike him, at this moment, everything became crystal clear. Indeed, I am a member of the Myriad Clan sect, a candidate for the Sun and Moon Divine sect's Holy Sun. Should I succeed in eliminating you today, I am certain that I shall ascend to become a true Holy Sun upon my departure. The smile upon Bai Yi's face appeared somewhat deranged. Wei Xiaosu, however, possessed only a limited understanding of the Myriad Clan sect. For instance, he had never heard of this so-called Sun and Moon Divine sect. The term myriad implies a vast multitude of civilizations, and it could be surmised that the Sun and Moon Divine sect merely worshipped one of those clans, regardless of which clan they venerated. The vile beings of the Myriad Clan sect deserved death, for they frequently assaulted innocents and disrupted the order. They even went so far as to murder sages and unripe geniuses. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xiaosu sought to steady his mind, murmuring, "How peculiar it is that you, lackeys of the myriad clans, profess to fear death, yet you dare to commit murder in the perilous ruins. Conversely, when faced with the myriad clans, you cower in terror upon the battlefield, trembling in fear. Do you believe that, as fellow humans, there is nothing to fear? Is that why you wield your blades against your own kind without a hint of hesitation? A bunch of worthless cowards who only dare to thrive in their own nests." Wei Xiaosu scorned. Perhaps it unveiled the most reluctant pain points hidden within the hearts of the myriad clans. The calm demeanor on Bai Yi's face vanished in an instant as he fixed his gaze upon Wei Xiaosu and remarked coldly, "Do you comprehend the consequences of inciting my wrath? I shall make you experience a fate worse than death." Upon uttering these words, Bai Yi gripped his sword firmly and unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Wei Xiaosu from a distance. Despite the considerable space between them, Wei Xiaosu could still sense the ferocity of the blade's aura. Yet, he was not entirely unprepared. Xiao Chong raised his shield to confront Bai Yi's assault head-on. The sword energy collided with the heavy shield, producing a thunderous sound, and Xiao Chong was once again sent hurtling backward. However, in that fleeting moment, a wild boar, its size akin to that of an elephant, charged forward with a ferocious roar. Although Peiqi's defensive abilities paled in comparison to Xiao Chong's, its explosive speed was unmatched among all of Wei Xiaosu's summoned creatures. The moment the skill Berserk charge was activated, Peiqi's velocity, disproportionate to its size, caught Bai Yi off guard, resulting in a solid collision. Yet, in that critical instant, Bai Yi managed to position his sword horizontally across his chest, fortuitously blocking Peiqi's horn from piercing his heart. Nevertheless, the sheer force of Peiqi was immense, and Bai Yi was not a warrior of brute strength. Consequently, he was sent flying, and before he could land, a mouthful of blood spewed forth. "Damn it, just because the tiger does not roar, do you take me for Hello Kitty?" Wei Xiaosu taunted audaciously. He had come to realize that this individual had undoubtedly concealed his true abilities during the college entrance examination. Otherwise, with his capacity to injure the little cockroach with a single strike, he would certainly rank among the top 10 newcomers. To suggest even the top 50 would be absurd, as Wei Xiaosu had never encountered him, leaving only one possibility. The other party had deliberately held back during the test. Hold back? Huh. During my exam, I unleashed a veritable ocean. With that, Wei Xiaosu gestured, summoning a towering skeletal monster, over 2 meters in height, chanting "Abba Abba." Xiaoming detonated. With a commanding shout, Xiaoming promptly retrieved a firecracker, longer and thicker than himself, from beneath his pelvis, and enthusiastically hurled it into the distance. "You shall pay dearly." Bai Yi struggled to rise from the ground, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. He regretted not having given his all from the outset, allowing his opponent to seize the opportunity and inflict severe injury upon him. As he gazed at the enormous firecracker soaring through the sky, Bai Yi, despite the pain, hastily invoked Sword Chi Shield. Previously, he had effortlessly blocked the attacks of numerous skeletal mages with this technique. Yet this time, an ominous premonition gripped him. For he observed Wei Xiaosu, mounted upon that massive wild boar, fleeing in the opposite direction. What could this mean? He was clearly in a position of advantage. So why retreat? The firecracker approached at an alarming speed, and before he could ponder further, it collided forcefully with the surface of the sword chi shield. Then, with a thunderous roar, a colossal mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Bai felt a crushing sensation in his chest, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. The blinding light penetrated the shield, piercing directly into his eyes. He was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, and soon, darkness enveloped him. The sword energy shield ultimately succumbed to the explosion's force, first manifesting fine cracks. A few seconds later, it shattered into harmless wisps of sword energy, dissipating into nothingness. Oh, how could you possibly possess such a summoning beast? I cannot lose, I refuse to lose. In his severely injured state, Bai struggled to conjure the sword energy shield for a second time, but this time, the shield was as fragile as a mere sheet of paper, unable to withstand even a second before it fragmented into ethereal sword energy. Without the protection of the sword energy shield, the fabric of Bai's clothing was incinerated, and his skin began to form blisters in the blink of an eye, subsequently withering under the intense heat, leaving him in a pitiful state. Chapter 60, Null Talent Skill, Effect Null, Null 3 Null. Alas, the explosive power has remarkably intensified once again. Xiaoming, have you consumed dynamite? How formidable you are. Wei Xiaosu, perched atop Peiqi, gazed at the explosion a kilometer away and couldn't help but exclaim. Although he often criticized Xiao Ming for claiming 100 enemies while inflicting 1,000 on himself, this only underscores the sheer terror of Xiao Ming's inherent attacking prowess. The explosive force from that firecracker just now was undoubtedly comparable to that of an average missile, with Bai merely at the pinnacle of the second tier. How could he withstand such a blow when struck by Peiqi, resulting in severe injury? As anticipated, once that colossal fireball illuminating half the sky dissipated, Wei Xiaosu received a kill notification. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the second tier, level 28 Human Void Sword Master, boss, earning 850,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have successfully elevated your level to first tier, level 20, receiving a reward of 10 to all attributes. Necromancer's second transformation quest, randomly generated 1. Own at least one boss level or above summoned creature. 2. Attain a realm of boss level. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the second transformation quest, elevating your level to second tier, level 21, receiving a reward of 20 to all attributes. Ding. Talent skill, Immortal Understanding Effect 3. Ding. The quality of the Morning of the Departed has been upgraded to boss level, elevating your level to second tier, level 21. Achieving Understanding Effect 3. A flurry of notifications left Wei Xiaosu feeling dizzy. Upon entering this ancient ruin, he had already reached the first tier at level 19. Along the way, he had vanquished numerous siege bugs and had just defeated a hidden class foe, Bai, earning a substantial amount of experience points. When he successfully ascended to level 20, the advancement quest automatically activated. It appeared that he also met the requirements for the second tier quest, allowing him to complete it instantly, thus elevating his level further and doubling his attribute point bonuses to an impressive 20 points. However, these achievements were not the most significant aspect. The true importance lay in the fact that his innate abilities had indeed expanded, and the weapon, the Morning of the Departed, had similarly enhanced. As he reveled in the newfound strength following his second-tier advancement, he finally comprehended the vast disparity between himself and Bai. Even the robust Beast General, who specialized in defense, found it challenging to withstand Bai's sword energy, particularly when the latter was evidently not exerting his full effort. His strength, agility, and constitution had approximately increased by 1 times, while his mental capacity had surged by 2 times, an extraordinary enhancement. Wei Xiaosu punched the air, feeling capable of defeating several versions of his former self. Moreover, with his successful advancement to the second tier, his skeletal minions swiftly followed suit, each transforming into tier 2. Peiqi had grown yet again, now nearly the size of 2 African elephants, standing roughly as tall as a 2-story building. Notably, the horn atop Peiqi's head had also lengthened and thickened considerably. Had Peiqi been given the chance to launch another brutal charge at Bai at this moment, it is likely that the outcome would not merely be a grievous injury, but rather a fatal collision. In addition to Peiqi, both Xiaoqiang and Xiaoming have undergone transformations. However, in terms of physique, the changes in these two are relatively subtle. The most significant alteration in Xiaoqiang pertains to the shield he wields. Upon advancing to the second tier, The color of Xiaoqiang's shield has transitioned from its original white to a resplendent dark gold, appearing markedly more formidable to the naked eye. Furthermore, the two fissures carved by Bai's sword energy have long since mended themselves. Yet, what excites Wei Xiaosu the most is undoubtedly Xiaoming. As the potency of his abilities is nothing short of extraordinary, it is commonly believed that skeleton monsters are relatively feeble, within the same realm and level. They are generally inferior to other creatures. However, in Xiaoming's case, Wei Xiaosu witnesses a strikingly different spectacle, as the frequency of his explosive attacks, occurring every 3 seconds, sends a thrill of trepidation through him. Open the character panel. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Leader: Occupation: Necromancer. Second transition: Level: Strength 2488, Agility 2732, Constitution 2616, Spirit 6666, Signature Equipment: Morning of the Departed, Summoning Space 313,617, 122 2200. Skills: Innate Skill: Everlasting Immortality. SSS level: Summon Skeleton Mage, G level 30. Ghost Fire Technique, G level. Summon Skeleton Wild Boar, G level. Summon Skeleton Guardian, G level. In terms of attributes, Wei Xiaosu is now hardly inferior to other professions, and the greatest contributor to this achievement is undoubtedly the corpse oil. Although each bottle of corpse oil contributes only a modest increase in attribute points, the cumulative effect over the past 2 months has resulted in an approximate enhancement of around 100 points across the 4 primary attributes. When viewed in isolation, an increase of 100 points in 4 attributes may seem insignificant, but the enhancements following the transition are based on a doubling of the foundational attributes prior to the transition. In essence, this 100-point increase, due to the transition, will yield increasingly substantial effects. What was once 100 points in the first transition could translate into 200 points, or even more in the second. In terms of the 4 primary attributes, I should now be on par with ordinary warrior-type professionals, Wei Xiaosu mused. This is simply astonishing. Were others to discover this, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief at such an abnormality. Although he possesses a concealed profession, the undead summoner's remarkable growth is primarily concentrated in mental fortitude, often referred to as fragility. Thus, he cannot possibly contend with warrior-type professions in terms of physical prowess. However, Wei Xiaosu's current attributes are no less impressive than those of a typical warrior. Even without summoning beasts, he is confident in his ability to engage with warrior-type professionals. Corpse oil is indeed a valuable substance. The earlier it is utilized, the more significant its effects. Wei Xiaosu has devised a plan. Once he accumulates enough funds to purchase a pet, he will certainly acquire ample corpse oil to enhance his physical capabilities. Subsequently, Wei Xiaosu shifted his focus to his innate skills, eagerly anticipating the revelation of the effects of his third innate ability. Innate Skill: Eternal Immortality, SSS Rank, Effect 1. With your extraordinary soul power, you have successfully comprehended the ultimate skill of the undead summoner. You can learn identical undead summoning skills without limitation and infinitely stack the summoning effects, while also possessing a minuscule chance of elevating the skill by 1 level. Effect 2. With your formidable soul power, you will achieve true immortality. Any damage you incur will be randomly redirected to your summoned beasts, encompassing all creatures that appear in reality and within the summoning space. Effect 3. With your exceptional soul power, you can freely manipulate the deathly energy within the bodies of the deceased, causing them to explode. The explosive force is contingent upon the strength of the corpse during its life. However, you cannot detonate corpses of a higher level than your own. This technique is also known as the corpse explosion technique. Hiss, the art of explosion? Wei Xiaosu could not help but gasp in astonishment. He never anticipated that his innate talent would manifest an offensive capability, and judging by the description, it appeared to be quite formidable. Chapter 61. I am always too soft-hearted, perhaps due to the influence of Xiaoming. Wei Xiaosu found himself quite intrigued by the effect of the skill known as corpse explosion. The very name of this technique sounded far more sophisticated than Xiaoming's firecrackers, leading him to believe that its power must be considerably greater. After surveying his surroundings, Wei Xiaosu located the corpse of a highly toxic larva and, with a mere thought, unleashed an imperceptible wave of mental energy that swiftly enveloped the lifeless creature. In the next instant, a soft pop echoed through the air, and the toxic larva's remains were obliterated, leaving no trace behind, a complete annihilation. As Wei Xiaosu approached and crouched down to examine the small crater, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, that had been created, he fell into deep contemplation. Was this truly what one called corpse explosion? It paled in comparison to the firecrackers cast by an ordinary skeleton mage. Moreover, the most disheartening aspect was that the corpses detonated by this technique could not be buried afterward, rendering it utterly impractical. Of course, he recognized that the explosion's feeble power stemmed from the larva's insignificance. Yet his true concern lay in the conflict between the effects of corpse explosion and the function of his shovel. Once the technique was activated, the body would inevitably vanish. And without a corpse, how could he proceed to bury it? Well, he thought, one step at a time. The decision of when to employ corpse explosion remained solely in his hands. With this resolution in mind, Wei Xiaosu chose to relinquish his worries and instead took out his shovel to begin his inspection. The grief of the departed, leader, level, 21 grade, tier 2 strength, 300 agility, 300 constitution, 300 spirit, 300 effect 1, dig a hole, bury a corpse. And after 60 seconds, you shall receive a sapling adorned with an array of peculiar fruits. Effect 2, dig a grave, open a coffin. The more you tread along the path of malevolence, the stronger you shall become. Any grave you unearth, any corpse that acknowledges you, shall be resurrected, becoming your most devoted servant. Note, corpses whose strength exceeded your own by 100-fold shall not be resurrected. Effect 3, in a modest garden, dig and plant tiny seeds. Nurturing delicate flowers, in a grand garden, excavate and sow larger seeds, cultivating magnificent blooms. Upon purchasing seeds from the Underworld coin shop, you may activate the farming mode using the grief of the departed. Description: he has perished, yet not entirely. He exists, albeit not fully alive. Death is not the end. The realm of the departed is. What? Wei Xiaosu gazed at the newly revealed effect on the shovel, utterly bewildered. This is a fervent battle narrative. How has it suddenly transitioned into farming? Moreover, are there seeds available in the Underworld coin shop? How did he miss that? Promptly, Wei Xiaosu opened the Underworld coin shop, entered seeds in the search bar, and indeed, a plethora of various seeds appeared before him. Grave grass seed 1, item, priced at 1 soul coin, with a buyback value of 0. 5 soul coin. Corpse oil tree seed 1, item, priced at 1 soul coin, with a buyback value of 0. 5 soul coin. Grave incense seed 1, item, priced at 1 soul coin, with a buyback value of 0. 5 soul coin. The quantity of seeds is abundant, yet that is not the focus for now. Wei Xiaosu is currently intrigued by the notion that while grave grass can indeed bear seeds, what manner of tree is the corpse oil tree? Furthermore, is it truly feasible to cultivate grave incense from the earth? This seems rather unscientific. After closing the soul coin mall, Wei Xiaosu resolved to remember this matter and intended to seek out a plot of land to experiment with planting after leaving the ruins. For the moment, however, he must continue with his primary duties. Yet before that, he planned to allow his dear classmate to cut in line. Returning to the explosion zone, Wei Xiaosu found that it had been transformed by Xiaoming's firecrackers into a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter. The yellow sand and stone rendered pitch black by the intense heat. At the center of the crater lay a charred human corpse, resting in an eerie tranquility. Its features utterly unrecognizable. I am always too soft-hearted, shouldering all problems myself. The haunting melody floated through the night, and Wei Xiaosu felt like a great benevolent figure. Even though the other party sought to kill him, intending to turn him to dust, what did he do? He repaid malice with kindness, disregarding past grievances, and could not bear to leave the body to rot in the wild. Enduring the pain, he dug a grave to lay the remains to rest. In this world, there are few individuals as virtuous as he. It is a rarity indeed. If he were to traverse into an apocalyptic realm, he would undoubtedly be labeled a saintly fool. Ultimately, Wei Xiaosu meticulously erected a gravestone before the grave, executing the entire process with flawless precision. Moments later, a small sapling began to sprout at the grave's head, swiftly growing and bearing over 100 fruits. Wei Xiaosu gazed in astonishment at the dense cluster of fruits hanging from the branches. It was no wonder that hidden professions were formidable. The energy wielded even after death was astonishing. What a windfall! Wei Xiaosu's eyes sparkled as he eagerly reached out to collect his bounty. He acquired an S-tier skill, Summon Void Swordsman 1. In total, there were 108 fruits, of which 107 were ghostly coins, yielding a total income of 875 units. This implies that a single 100 Es is equivalent to 875 toxic larvae. Yet, this harvest of ghostly coins was not the most significant gain. The true treasure lay within the final fruit, which revealed a skill book. Summon Void Swordsman. S tier consumes 1,000 mental energy points and can summon a skeletal Void Swordsman, with a summoning limit of 1. Unless it perishes, a second cannot be summoned. Learning requirement. Mental energy exceeding 100,000 in a realm of king or higher. Necromancers face no learning restrictions. As he perused the description of the skill book in his hand, Wei Xiaosu was utterly flabbergasted. Fortunately, as a necromancer, he faced no constraints in learning. Otherwise, who could say when he might be able to utilize this skill book? The Sky-Piercing Swordsman. A hidden class capable of ranking within the top 100, far surpasses his necromancer counterpart. Previously, Bai Yi effortlessly wounded the renowned defensive expert, Xiao Chong, with a mere flick of his sword. This serves as a testament to his prowess. Had his opponent not underestimated him and truly engaged in earnest, victory would not have come so easily. In such a scenario, he would have been compelled to summon an army of skeletons to outlast his adversary. According to the skill book, the skeleton Sky-Piercing Swordsman can only be summoned one at a time, which poses a considerable limitation. However, should the summoned skeleton possess even half the strength of Bai Yi, it would not be deemed a loss. After all, even at half strength, it would rival the might of the three beast generals, Pei Qi, Xiao Chong, and Xiao Ming. Moreover, hidden classes exhibit superior growth potential and possess more formidable skills, becoming increasingly formidable as time progresses. With these thoughts in mind, Wei Xiaosu decisively chose to learn the skill. As he focused his intent, the skill book transformed into wisps of black smoke, which seamlessly merged into his consciousness. Chapter 62. Handsome. The journey to master S-rank skills is exceedingly protracted. Wei Xiaosu felt an overwhelming influx of information swirling chaotically in his mind, necessitating meticulous classification and organization. The higher the rank of the skill book, the more stringent the learning requirements. This particular skill book originally demanded a staggering 100,000 points of mental strength and the attainment of the king-level realm. However, due to Wei Xiaosu's identity as a necromancer, he could circumvent any prerequisites and learn it directly. Yet, this endeavor proved to be arduous. Approximately 10 minutes passed, during which a fine sheen of sweat beaded on Wei Xiaosu's forehead, but ultimately, he triumphed. "Congratulations, you have learned the S-rank skill, Summon Void Swordsman," he exclaimed, laughter erupting from him. To successfully acquire an S-rank skill at the second tier is indeed a rarity on a global scale. Summon Skeleton Void Swordsman. Wei Xiaosu extended his palm, dense black mist swirling within it before erupting outward, landing on a patch of ground several meters away. The mist coalesced and then dissipated, revealing a uniquely shaped skeletal creature upon the desert's surface. Standing at around 2 meters tall, this skeleton appeared exceedingly ordinary at first glance. Yet, in its right hand, it wielded a 3-foot-long bone sword. The blade emanated a faint aura of dark energy, and inscribed upon the sword's body were the words "Void Break," imparting an impression of sharpness and lethality. Certainly, what astonished Wei Xiaosu the most was that this skeletal creature was draped in a cloak, predominantly white in hue, yet emblazoned with a striking black character for handsome at its center, which was truly outrageous. "Handsome, my foot." Wei Xiaosu felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. This entity was even more ostentatious than he was, blurring the lines between superiority and inferiority. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Xiaosu scowled and approached, swiftly stripping the cloak from the creature's shoulders and donning it himself. To his surprise, it actually looked quite splendid on him. "The Void Swordsman. Do I look handsome?" Wei Xiaosu proclaimed, dramatically shaking the cloak behind him, standing tall with pride. The hollow eye sockets of the Void Swordsman flickered with a dim green light, and after a pause, a voice emerged, raspy like that of an aged man. "Handsome, Wei Xiaosu had merely spoken in jest, yet was taken aback when the creature actually responded. "Do you genuinely think I look handsome in this cloak?" "Handsome, very well. Young lad, I appreciate your taste." "Handsome, could you perhaps use a different term?" "Handsome, Wei Xiaosu." "Great, yet another one just like Xiao Ming." Wei Xiaosu shook his head, once again lamenting the remarkably low intellect of the skeletal creature. However, to be fair, what he truly sought were the combat capabilities of his skeletal minions. As for wisdom, it sufficed that he possessed it himself. The Void Swordsman, second tier, boss, level, 21 strength, 2871 agility, 3255 constitution, 2275 spirit, 2130 skills, void origin, S rank, void sword chi / E rank. Sword chi shield, E rank. The void swordsman is inherently a boss-level entity, equipped with 3 distinct skills. Notably, the void origin skill is clearly akin to his own SSS level skill, eternal immortality, indicative of a similar type of innate talent. It can be surmised that the void origin is the innate skill he comprehended upon awakening, possessing an S rank. Wei Xiaosu can even envision the immense potential of the void swordsman in the future. In contrast, Peiqi, Xiaoqiang, and Xiaoming share a commonality. Their initial forms are exceedingly weak, often referred to as having inferior bloodlines and low potential. For instance, Wei Xiaosu finds himself at a loss regarding how to further elevate their realms. The beast general level seems to be their pinnacle. However, the void swordsman stands apart, having commenced at the boss level and boasting an S rank innate skill. Even without Wei Xiaosu's assistance, this individual has the capacity to independently transcend and grow, with limitless achievements ahead. The boss-level attributes are comparable to those of a beast general, and coupled with formidable skills, it is no surprise that he can injure Xiaoqiang with a single strike. Wei Xiaosu reflects on this once more. Next, he must venture to hunt some monsters, otherwise, he will be unable to utilize the Bone Finger to aid the Void Swordsman in advancing his realm. The Void Blade Master has now ascended to the rank of a boss. With the enhancement of the enigmatic Bone Finger 3 times, it can attain the status of a king-level summons of the 2nd tier. Not only has one never encountered such a being, but it is also a rarity to have even heard of it. Henceforth, you shall be known as Xiao Shuai, remarked Wei Xiaosu as he pointed at the Void Blade Master. Subsequently, he removed the cloak from his back and tossed it to Xiao Shuai. Upon receiving the cloak, Xiao Shuai, who had previously worn a face of grievance, instantly radiated excitement. With practiced ease, he fastened the cloak around his neck, and with a flourish of his hand, the cloak billowed as if caught by an unseen wind. There is indeed a hint of Xiao Shuai. At that moment, however, Wei Xiaosu was suddenly startled by a thunderous roar emanating from the dense forest behind him. The sound was sharp and piercing, yet it instilled a disquieting sense of dread within one's very soul. Indeed, a monster was approaching. Wei Xiaosu furrowed his brow, brandishing his iron shovel for protection, and swiftly leaped onto Peiqi's back, prioritizing stability above all else. Although his confrontation with Bai Yi was brief, the explosive might of Xiao Ming's fireworks was resounding. Particularly at the moment of detonation, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, visible even from several kilometers away. Therefore, Wei Xiaosu had long been prepared for an encounter with a monster, adhering to the principle of striking if capable, or fleeing if not. He held unwavering confidence in Peiqi's speed. Soon, a vague shadow emerged within Wei Xiaosu's line of sight. Although they were separated by 100 meters, the chilling aura of terror that emanated from it was unmistakably overwhelming. Netherfire technique, as he gazed at the colossal figure stepping forth from the forest. An inexplicable dread surged within Wei Xiaosu. With swift precision, he conjured a fireball in his hand and hurled it towards the shadow. He did not expect the Netherfire technique to inflict any harm on the immense silhouette. Rather, he aimed to use the illumination of the flames to discern the true nature of the looming figure. However, before the fireball could travel halfway, the gigantic shadow emitted a piercing roar. The sound was even more intense than before, and waves of sonic energy surged forth, obliterating the fireball in an instant. Witnessing this, Wei Xiaosu's face turned ashen with fear, and he cried out, "Xiao Shuai, save me." Yet, even without Wei Xiaosu's plea, Xiao Shuai had already darted to his side the moment the opponent unleashed its sonic attack. In an instant, it wielded its bone sword with swift precision, and a shield forged from sword energy took shape before them. Chapter 63. The venomous spider in the realm of formidable foes, the boss-level entity, Xiao Shuai, wielded a sword or a shield that barely encompassed Wei Xiaosu, along with Peiqi, Xiaoqiang, and Xiaoming. As for the multitude of over 1,000 ordinary skeletal mages, Xiao Shuai could only express his helplessness. Almost instantaneously, as the sword or a shield took form, an invisible sound wave struck against its surface. In that fleeting moment, ripples manifested upon the shield, which quivered subtly. Xiao Shuai's skeletal visage contorted with ferocity and madness, clearly exerting every ounce of effort. The onslaught outside the shield was relentless. The 1,000 skeletal mages, confronted with the impact of the sound wave, offered no resistance, and were swiftly reduced to mere fragments of bone. Observing the annihilation of his minions, Wei Xiaosu felt little sorrow. After all, they were but worthless skeletal mages. What truly pained him was the realization that the venomous larvae corpses, which his workers had painstakingly transported, had also succumbed to the devastating wave, shattered into oblivion. Cursing under his breath, Wei Xiaosu felt a surge of unbridled rage. Yet, despite his fury, clarity prevailed in his mind. The colossal beast lurking in the darkness was 100 meters away. Its mere roar had obliterated skeletal mages from a distance, leaving Xiao Shuai's sword aura shield struggling to withstand the assault. He would never underestimate the adversary as a feeble opponent easily subdued. Crack, crack, a few moments later. Wei Xiaosu was astonished to discover that several fine cracks had appeared on the sword energy shield released by the small handsome creature. The small handsome creature let out a deep growl, its eyes ablaze with flickering green flames. As waves of sword energy surged from its body and swiftly merged back into the shield, mending the fractures. After several more seconds, the sonic assault finally ceased. Yet, by that time, the cracks on the sword energy shield resembled a spider's web. Had the opponent's attack persisted for just a few more seconds, the shield would undoubtedly have shattered completely. The small handsome creature, propped up by its long sword, crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. It had nearly exhausted all its strength in the effort to repair the shield. Wei Xiaosu gently patted the small creature's smooth head and offered a bowl of grave food, saying with satisfaction, "Come, little handsome, eat up." The grave food was known to swiftly replenish mental energy, which was primarily what had been consumed in maintaining the sword energy shield. Thus, partaking of the grave food would accelerate the creature's recuperation. Summon the skeletal mage. Wei Xiaosu was not one to simply endure blows without retaliation. Regardless of the opponent's strength, he believed that a method like sonic attack, which inflicted area damage, could not be unleashed repeatedly in quick succession. As his words fell, countless white skeletons began to materialize around him. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. The number of skeletal mages multiplied rapidly, encircling the mysterious colossal shadow in an instant. Without the need for Wei Xiaosu to issue a command, firecrackers were hurled towards the adversary. The brilliance of the explosions finally allowed Wei Xiaosu, from a distance, to discern the creature's form. It was, astonishingly, a gigantic spider towering 3 stories high. This terrifying arachnid possessed 3 pairs of compound eyes and 4 long limbs, its body bristling with sharp black spines. Its claw-like mandibles opened and closed slightly, instilling dread merely by sight. Wei Xiaosu was indeed taken aback. He had harbored a fear of such creatures since childhood. With an aversion to both leggy and legless insects, he was particularly averse to the spider before him, which was a nightmarish amalgamation of both. Yet, despite his trepidation, Wei Xiaosu seized the fleeting opportunity and swiftly activated his insight spell. In the next moment, a pale blue screen materialized before him, displaying the attribute information of the black spider. Venomous spider, Tier 3, Boss, Level, 36 Strength, 3680 Agility, 4396 Constitution, 4120 Spirit, 1488 Hiss. Goodness, it is indeed a Tier 3 boss. No wonder it is so formidable. Wei Xiaosu felt a twinge of toothache. Since he had entered this ancient ruin, he had been engaged in battles beyond his level, first against the assault worm, then the 100E, and now, an even more formidable spider had emerged. The very name of this creature hinted that it was likely a product of a highly venomous larva's evolution. How could such a mere venomous larva grow into something so powerful? Boom, boom, boom. The skeletal mages continued to hurl explosives. Due to Wei Xiaosu's advancement to the 2nd tier, his subordinates had also ascended to the same level. Consequently, the power of the skeletal mages' explosives had more than doubled compared to their earlier encounters with the assault worm, now rivaling the potency of standard grenades. However, it must be said that while the skeletal mages were evolving, the enemies they faced were growing increasingly monstrous. The assault worm, at least, was merely a 2nd-tier elite, whereas the venomous spider was a 3rd-tier boss, placing them on entirely different planes of existence. Thousands of explosives, equivalent to grenades, detonated. Even at a distance of 100 meters, Wei Xiaosu could feel the terrifying heat wave. Watching the bursts of fire erupting in the darkness, his expression grew exceedingly grave. Was it possible that even such a saturated assault could not kill or severely injure the foe? Roar. As if annoyed by the cacophony of explosions, the venomous spider emitted a piercing roar. In an instant, Waves of sound rippled outward, and the thousands of skeletal mages facing the sonic onslaught disintegrated on the spot. Yet this was not the end. The surface of the venomous spider began to emit a dark green toxic mist, which wafted through the air. When the skeletal mages came into contact with this noxious vapor, even their most resilient bones began to dissolve rapidly. Witnessing this scene, Wei Xiaosu felt an overwhelming urge to curse. This wretched poisonous spider seemed to be designed specifically to counter him, wielding nothing but area of effect attacks. Wave after wave of skeletal mages fell victim to the green mist, leaving Wei Xiaosu in a state of fury. He glanced down at the gluttonous Xiao Shu, who was still voraciously consuming grave offerings, and kicked him in annoyance, exclaiming, "Finish your meal and prepare yourself. We shall enter battle shortly." Turning his attention to the eager Xiao Ming, who was always exhilarated by the prospect of combat regardless of the enemy's strength, he commanded, "Xiao Ming, unleash a powerful strike." He then directed Xiao Shu and Xiao Chong. "Once Xiao Ming's fireworks explode, you two must engage and eliminate it." The strategy was straightforward, or perhaps it was more accurate to say there was no strategy at all. The venomous spider's defenses were formidable. Ordinary skeletal mages could not penetrate them, leaving only Xiao Ming to take action. ABA. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Ming twirled with excitement before reaching beneath himself to rummage. Previously, Xiao Ming had utilized one hand for this task, but now he employed both, much to Wei Xiaosu's astonishment. Chapter 64. Struck by teammates. Xiao Ming, what are you rummaging for? You've been at it for quite a while. Wei Xiaosu inquired anxiously after waiting 3 seconds without any sign of the firecracker emerging. However, no sooner had he spoken than Xiao Ming produced an astonishing object from beneath himself. "Wait, are you telling me that this thing is a firecracker?" Wei Xiaosu's astonishment turned into irritation. The firecracker indeed retained its familiar red hue, with a long fuse dangling from its top. Aside from being approximately twice the size of a conventional one, it appeared unremarkable. Yet, the peculiar aspect lay at the bottom of the firecracker, which was equipped with not one, but 2 rocket boosters. Is this even possible? Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched as he recalled neglecting to check Xiao Ming's skills after his advancement. He promptly opened the status menu, only to be rendered speechless. Xiao Ming, 2nd tier, Beast General, level, 21 Strength, 1855 Agility, 2050 Constitution, 2120 Spirit, 4150 Skills, Rocket Firecracker, D grade. Rocket Firecracker, E grade launches an explosive super firecracker towards a target, inflicting immense damage. It's truly called a rocket firecracker. Ababa, Xiao Ming carefully positioned the rocket firecracker, then inexplicably produced a match and theatrically ignited the fuse atop the firecracker. Wei Xiaosu distinctly recalled that when the firecracker was thrown, the fuse would ignite automatically. Thus, was Xiao Ming merely playing? Yet, in such dire circumstances, it seemed rather frivolous to indulge in play. With a hint of irritation, Wei Xiaosu reached out and playfully tapped Xiao Ming's smooth head, admonishing, "Stop dawdling. That creature is approaching." Xiao Ming felt somewhat aggrieved, but he complied with Wei Xiaosu's directive and launched the firework rocket. Boom! The enormous firecracker's base erupted in flames, scorching the surrounding air, as a tremendous thrust propelled it swiftly into the sky, illuminating half the heavens with its fiery glow. Roar! The venomous spider, having just dispatched the surrounding skeletal mages, prepared to unleash a lethal assault on Wei Xiaosu. However, it was taken aback, gazing upward at the bizarre object spewing fire high above. Logically, at its level of mastery, it should possess a certain foresight regarding impending threats. Yet, peculiarly, it felt no sense of danger from the mysterious object hovering in the air. The rocket's ascent was remarkably rapid, unlike traditional rockets that launch slowly. Thus, from the moment of liftoff to impact, merely 3 seconds elapsed. Boom! The firecracker detonated over 10 meters above the venomous spider's head, resulting in a mushroom cloud that soared to a height of 50 or 60 meters. Witnessing this spectacle, Wei Xiaosu was momentarily stunned. He had no time for further words. Grabbing the head of Peppa Pig beneath him, he shouted, "Let us flee at once." Originally, Wei Xiaosu believed that a distance of 100 meters would afford them safety. However, witnessing the ferocity of the explosion, that sense of security evaporated. If he did not flee, he would undoubtedly meet his demise alongside that monstrous spider. Peiqi, terrified by the dreadful blast, squealed in fear and turned to run, followed closely by Xiaoqiang and Xiao Shuai. Only Xiao Ming remained steadfast, not moving an inch, and appeared to be quite exhilarated. With joyful leaps and claps, Xiaoming seemed utterly unconcerned about the impending explosion, relishing the moment instead. Yet, Wei Xiaosu could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. His sole focus was to escape as swiftly and far as possible. He was merely a fragile necromancer, ill-equipped to confront the venomous spider. Should he fail to vanquish the enemy, he would surely fall victim to the blast himself, which would be utterly humiliating. The flames from the explosion began to surge outward with alarming speed. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters ultimately, Xiaoming was engulfed by the fire. As Wei Xiaosu turned back to witness this scene, his heart sank. Just as he feared he would lose such a formidable ally, he suddenly spotted another firecracker ascending amidst the flames. What on earth? How could it be immune to harm? Wei Xiaosu stared in disbelief at the second firecracker soaring toward the venomous spider. Yet before he could ponder further, he felt his body inexplicably lift into the air, a sharp pain constricting his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Though the flames of the explosion behind him did not catch up, the invisible shockwave struck him and several of his subordinates with devastating force. Particularly for him, most of his strength resided in his summoned beasts. Had it not been for the significant attribute boost from the corpse oil, he would likely have faced grave injury or even death this time. Run, keep running. Wei Xiaosu, with blood staining the corner of his mouth, urged his subordinates to continue their flight. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when the shockwave from the second rocket's explosion surged toward them. With a thunderous roar, the intense shockwave sent Wei Xiaosu and his companions flying once more. He tumbled through the air, feeling as though his very organs were on the brink of shattering. Another mouthful of fresh blood was expelled as he crashed heavily to the ground. Yet this time, he need not issue further commands. Xiao Shui dashed to his side, wielding a bone sword with deft movements, swiftly forming a protective barrier of sword qi. The shockwaves and flames began to batter against the sword qi shield in rapid succession. Within mere seconds, fine cracks appeared on the once impenetrable barrier. Fortunately, they had managed to distance themselves about 150 meters from the explosion's epicenter, significantly diminishing its power, thus preventing it from breaching the shield's defenses. Xiaoming, come back quickly. Wei Xiaosu clutched his painfully throbbing chest, cursing inwardly. He never imagined he would experience such a day of suffering at the hands of his own teammates. He feared that if he hesitated for even half a second longer, that fiend would unleash another barrage of rockets. By then, whether the monster remained alive would be of little consequence. He would be as good as dead. Upon receiving the command, the reluctant Xiaoming begrudgingly returned the third firecracker he had just retrieved back into the storage basin. He then took small, hurried steps towards Wei Xiaosu's position. Seeing that Xiaoming had returned unscathed, his pristine bones faintly glowing, contrasted sharply with his own disheveled appearance and that of his three companions, igniting a surge of frustration within Wei Xiaosu. You could have warned us beforehand. The firecracker's power has escalated so dramatically, and you didn't mention a word? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. In a fit of rage, Wei Xiaosu pulled out a shovel and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Xiaoming, while Peiqi, Xiaoqiang, and Xiao Shui silently nodded in approval. Bruised and battered, Xiaoming squatted to one side, feeling aggrieved as he drew circles in the sand with a finger that had been severed during the scuffle. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu turned his gaze back to the distance. The force of the two explosions was undeniably formidable. However, he still had not received the notification of having slain the venomous spider. This indicated that the creature had not been killed outright by the firecracker. Upon reflection, it made sense. Although Xiaoming possessed the rank of beast general, surpassing the realm of the venomous spider, there remained a considerable disparity in their levels. Furthermore, since Xiaoming's attack was an explosion, an area of effect damage, it was plausible that he could not eliminate the venomous spider simply due to the level gap. Come, let us consume some graveyard herbs to mend our wounds. We will need your strength shortly, Wei Xiaosu declared, retrieving a large bundle of green graveyard herbs from his storage pouch and distributing them among his companions. Chapter 65. The Spider Queen. In a desolate region where the desert meets the forest, three young men congregated, engaged in a fierce battle against a dozen formidable insects. Had Wei Xiaosu been present, he would have immediately recognized these creatures as elite monsters of the pinnacle second tier, known as assault bugs. Among the trio, one wielded a massive axe, another brandished a long sword, both engaging in close combat, while the third stood 50 meters away from the fray, fervently brandishing his staff. He summoned fireballs, each the size of a basketball, which rained down upon the distant assault bugs. The young man with the axe was named Zhou Xiang. The swordsman was Li Qing, and the spellcaster was Zhang Hai, all students of the Magic Academy. However, they were not mere freshmen. Rather, they were seasoned second-year students, each possessing strength at the third tier. Nevertheless, they were not hidden or rare professions and had only just recently attained the third tier. Thus, confronted with the relentless onslaught of the assault bugs, they found themselves in a perilous predicament. Use the Fire Dragon spell. Fireballs won't slay the assault bugs. Zhou Xiang bellowed. What nonsense! Zhang Hai, shielded by his companions, retorted vehemently. I've already dispatched dozens of assault bugs, and my mental energy is nearly depleted. How can I continue? As he pointed out, scattered in the distance lay the charred remains of numerous assault bugs, a testament to Zhang Hai's prowess as a powerful fire mage, who thrived on a path of unrestrained fury. However, after battling until now, his mental energy had been nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of unleashing his more powerful skills. Damn it! Damn it! Zhou Xiang exclaimed, cleaving through the forelumb of a siege bug with his axe. Not only Zhang Hai, but even he and Li Qing could feel their bodies growing increasingly weary. If the fighting continued, they feared it would lead to their demise. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted behind the trio, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. This unexpected turn of events startled not only the three of them, but even the siege bugs momentarily. Zhou Xiang and Li Qing swiftly repelled the siege bugs beside them and turned simultaneously to behold a towering mushroom cloud illuminating half the sky. Upon witnessing the distant mushroom cloud, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. There is fighting over there, Zhou Xiang shouted. What an immense explosion! It surpasses my fire dragon technique by tenfold, Zhang Hai remarked, equally astonished. This secret realm restricted entry to those of a maximum of Tier 3. This indicated that someone, at the same tier as him, had unleashed a power 10 times greater, an extraordinary feat although Zhang Hai was not a super genius. He had gained admission to the prestigious Magic University as an outstanding student. Furthermore, within less than a month of the second year commencing, he had already broken through to Tier 3, his strength not to be underestimated. Observing that the two remained ensnared in shock, the most lucid among them, Li Qing, exclaimed, Stop dawdling. We must hasten towards the direction of the explosion. There are surely powerful individuals engaged in battle with the monsters. Our timely arrival may grant us salvation. With that, the trio swiftly reached a consensus and proceeded towards the source of the blast. However, the dozen or so assault insects trailing behind had also reacted, launching a renewed pursuit of the three. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu hastily consumed a handful of graveyard grass, which promptly accelerated the healing of his wounds. Although he had not fully recovered, the improvement was substantial. With a few hours of rest and recuperation, he would be unhindered. Yet, his spirits were far from high as he gazed upon the vanishing glow of the flames in the distance, along with the suffocating clouds of smoke. He couldn't help but lament, let the law of smoke without injury not manifest here. In his earlier encounters with anime, Wei Xiaosu had discerned an absurd principle. Regardless of how magnificent or formidable an attack appeared, if it produced a vast cloud of smoke, the enemy would inevitably emerge unscathed. Often mocking, is this all you've got? Roar. Indeed, before the smoke could fully disperse, a piercing roar erupted from within, causing Wei Xiaosu's expression to shift dramatically. He swiftly summoned a multitude of skeletal mages. While these skeletal mages lacked the ability to breach defenses, they could serve as expendable pawns, buying precious time. Thus, thousands of skeletal mages surged forth towards the billowing smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Wei Xiaosu found himself engulfed in uncertainty. His skeletal minions were falling one after another. The 1,000 he had summoned mere moments ago had perished in less than a minute. A furious roar echoed through the haze. And suddenly, a colossal shadow emerged from the murky depths. Wei Xiaosu's gaze was fixated on this immense figure, an unsettling feeling creeping over him. Wait a moment. Had the venomous spider grown larger? He murmured to himself, lost in contemplation. He distinctly recalled that the spider stood merely 3 stories tall, yet now it loomed before him. Its size increased by a third. Something was amiss. Could it have employed some form of transient power-enhancing skill? Wei Xiaosu speculated silently, then commanded, Xiao Chong, Xiao Shuai. You two should assess its strength. Despite the venomous spider being a formidable Tier 3 boss, it had withstood 2 of Xiao Ming's rocket artillery strikes without sustaining any injuries. Therefore, he decided to send Xiao Chong and Xiao Shuai to gauge the creature's combat prowess. If it had weakened, they would strike it down. If not, they would strategize their escape. Xiao Shuai, swift in his movements and equipped with ranged abilities, launched an attack from a distance. A brilliant beam of sword light cleaved through the darkness, hurtling towards the gargantuan shadow. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, traversing 100 meters in the span of a mere second, striking directly at the shadow. However, what took Wei Xiaosu completely by surprise was that this strike was as ineffective as a mud cow sinking into the sea, leaving the opponent unscathed. Yet, due to the brief illumination provided by the sword light, Wei Xiaosu swiftly took action, activating his Insight Technique. Insight Technique, Venomous Spider Queen, Tier 3, Beast General Level 40 Strength, 6680 Agility, 7396 Constitution, 7620 Spirit, 2488. Wei Xiaosu was taken aback. Had the opponent evolved? He had initially thought the adversary was merely utilizing a temporary skill to enhance their power. To his utter astonishment, the foe had undergone an evolution, transforming into the Venomous Spider Queen, reaching the pinnacle of Tier 3, an unfathomable development. Xiao Chong, Xiao Shuai retreat. Wei Xiaosu exclaimed, his heart racing. A beast general level creature at the peak of Tier 3 was a formidable challenge indeed. Fortunately, he had realized the danger in time. Had Xiao Chong and Xiao Shuai advanced any closer, it would have been a futile endeavor, akin to sending a meat bun to a dog, an endeavor with no return. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Chong and Xiao Shuai promptly turned back without hesitation. Wei Xiaosu wasted no time, channeling a vast amount of spiritual energy as he shouted, "Summon!" Chapter 66, Xiao Ming, cease your actions this time. Wei Xiaosu summoned nearly 10,000 skeletal mages, surrounding the Venomous Spider Queen in layers. However, his intention was not to encircle and eliminate her, but rather to buy time for himself and his capable warriors to escape. While such a tactic might prove effective against other monsters, against the Spider Queen, it was akin to sending countless lives to their demise. Wei Xiaosu harbored doubts that the enemy's ability to evolve was a result of the thousands of his skeletal minions that had perished. Yet he found no one to voice his grievances. Roar! The Spider Queen opened her cavernous maw, emitting a piercing shriek. Waves of sound emanated from her, expanding outward in a perfect 360 arc, delivering true devastation. In mere moments, clusters of skeletal mages fell. Yet an even greater number of skeletal warriors surged forward to fill the gaps left behind. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Firecrackers were hurled into the fray, exploding upon impact, but even Xiao Ming's rocket fireworks could only inflict minor injuries. How could these ordinary skeletal mages hope to harm her? With another shrill cry, the Spider Queen thrust her elongated forelimbs toward the ground. Instantly, countless sharp spikes erupted from the earth within a 30-meter radius, skewering hundreds of skeletal mages like candied hawthorn. Curse it! The bane of my existence has always been those who rely solely on area of effect attacks. Wei Xiaosu, grumbling incessantly, climbed onto Peiqi's back, swiftly fleeing with Xiao Qiang, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Shuai. He dared not linger any longer, nor venture into the unknown forest. The old adage rings true, never enter the woods. Whether before or after the cataclysm, the perils within the forest are unparalleled. He had once foolishly believed that the forest would be safer than the desert. What a ridiculous notion. Roar! Roar! The relentless roar of the Spider Queen echoed behind him. Naturally, she had witnessed Wei Xiaosu's escape and was intent on pursuing him. However, the sheer number of nearby skeletal mages was overwhelming. Even with all her skills being area attacks, the thousands of skeletons could not be vanquished in mere moments. Wei Xiaosu required little time, just a minute, or even half of that, to successfully evade her line of sight. It was the dead of night. Visibility was severely compromised. And even though the Spider Queen was a Tier 3 beast general, she could never catch up to him now. What is that? Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu noticed several peculiar dark figures racing towards him from a few hundred meters ahead. Peiqi slowed down. Xiao Shuai, go and investigate what lies ahead. Wei Xiaosu gently patted the head of Peiqi, signaling it to decelerate slightly. He then dispatched his subordinate, the strongest among them, to assess the situation. Upon receiving the command, the young man nodded, deftly launching himself forward, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. The swift swordsman, adept in agility, matched Peiqi's speed closely. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the front. Beware, there are monsters ahead. Caution, it's a skeleton creature. Panic surged through him, This is it. We're doomed. Within mere seconds of the young man's departure, Wei Xiaosu heard distant voices filled with alarm, swiftly followed by the sounds of combat. He even glimpsed fireballs illuminating the darkness. However, to his surprise, the young man, facing the fireball onslaught, effortlessly cleaved through it with his sword, sustaining not a scratch. Wait, are those humans? Wei Xiaosu discerned the scene before him in the brief glow of the fireball. 3 youths clad in magical academy uniforms were visible, closely pursued by a dozen grotesque siege insects. Phew. Thankfully it's only a dozen and not a swarm. Wei Xiaosu exhaled in relief, again patting Peiqi's head. Charge forward. Crush those insects. No, don't kill them outright. I want them to be thoroughly trampled. Having been tormented by the Spider Queen earlier, Wei Xiaosu was brimming with frustration and was determined to reclaim his dignity by confronting these isolated siege insects. Peiqi moved with remarkable swiftness, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Wei Xiaosu extended his palm, swiftly conjuring a ball of eerie green ghostly flames for illumination, declaring, "Fear not. I am here to assist you." The trio, who were poised to launch a collective assault on Xiaoshui, were momentarily taken aback by the voice and the sight of the youth illuminated by the ghostly flames. Although confusion lingered, they immediately ceased their actions. Zhou Xiang, clutching a massive axe, let out a sigh of relief and introduced himself, saying, "Esteemed one, I am Zhou Xiang, a sophomore majoring in close combat. Given your appearance, you must belong to the summoning class. However, I do not recall there being a necromancer among them. Enough with the chatter. We must swiftly collaborate and eliminate the dozen or so insects behind us." Li Qing urged Zhou Xiang beside him, before turning with a bewildered expression towards Zhang Hai, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing, Hai? Why did you extinguish the fireball?" Zhang Hai's face twitched slightly. The reason he dispelled the fireball was that he had witnessed the unfolding battle not far away. He pointed towards the conflict, speaking in a subdued tone. "Look over there." What's happening?" In the next moment, both Zhou Xiang and Li Qing inhaled sharply, taken aback by the scene of chaos before them. It was not a battle in the conventional sense, but rather a one-sided massacre. Behind the trio, a total of 18 assault insects, elite monsters at the pinnacle of the second tier, were in pursuit. Yet, what they witnessed was beyond comprehension. A skeletal figure wielding a bone sword effortlessly slashed through the air, each strike perfectly severing the long legs of an attacking insect without taking its life. Alongside it was a colossal boar, larger than an Asian elephant, a skeleton of formidable ferocity. This skeletal beast employed no skills or tactics. It simply charged through the swarm, crushing half of its adversaries with a single stomp or impaling them with its horn, inflicting brutality while refraining from delivering a fatal blow. However, what perplexed the 3 onlookers the most was the sight of a young boy, approximately 20 meters away from the battlefield, tightly embracing another skeletal figure. Cradled in the skeletal figure's arms was an enormous object resembling a firecracker. "Xiaoming, stop. Listen to me, we absolutely cannot detonate it now. If you do, we will all be sent to the heavens." "Xiaoming, you are going too far. Ignoring my words? Do you seek a beating? Come on. If you dare to blow it up, I will dig a hole and bury you alive. Do you believe me?" Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, Zhang Hai. What on earth is this esteemed individual doing? Chapter 67. Do you have a boyfriend, big shot? With a sense of grievance, Xiaoming tucked the firecracker back beneath him and squatted down to draw circles on the ground. Observing this, Wei Xiaosu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was unwise to casually utilize the newly promoted Xiaoming, whose explosive power was extraordinarily formidable. Within a 30-meter radius, the flames unleashed from an explosion could easily incinerate other Level 2 masters. As for the shockwave, it had the potential to severely injure Level 2 masters even 100 meters away, illustrating the terror that Xiaoming embodied. With Xiaoming no longer causing disruption, Wei Xiaosu felt a surge of excitement. He retrieved his black shovel and, with a swift movement, charged forward. Given his current physical prowess, confronting a siege insect was far from a challenge. As he swung the shovel down, a dull thud resonated as one of the siege insect's heads received a crushing blow. The resilient exoskeleton shattered, releasing a stream of dark green blood. The siege insect emitted a piercing scream, its sharp forelimbs poised to retaliate. However, Wei Xiaosu, well aware of its intentions, had already darted to the side, effortlessly evading its counterattack. Then, with a leap, he gripped the iron shovel tightly and struck down with force. No matter how robust the siege insect's cranial shell was, after enduring 2 powerful strikes from Wei Xiaosu, it could no longer withstand such immense force and exploded with a resounding crash. Gazing at the soft carcass of the assault beetle sprawled on the ground, Wei Xiaosu felt a profound sense of emotion. In just half a day, he had managed to single-handedly confront and slay his opponent, making a remarkable leap from the first to the second tier. However, in terms of combat prowess, he paled in comparison to Peiqi, Xiaoqiang, and Xiaoshui. Particularly, Xiaoshui could be deemed invincible at the second tier. With a mere flick of his sword energy, he could effortlessly cleave even the toughest shelled assault beetle in two. Amidst the swarm of assault beetles, Xiaoshui danced with agility, his bone sword executing an array of techniques. Within a span of 30 seconds, he had dispatched over 10 of these creatures. The only reason it took him that long was due to Wei Xiaosu's initial command to thoroughly torment these wretched insects. Otherwise, even the second-tier elite monsters would be mere fodder for Xiaoshui, falling to his blade in an instant. As the last assault beetle met its end, Xiaoshui sheathed his long sword, standing tall amidst the multitude of corpses. His cloak, emblazoned with the character handsome, billowed in the wind, exuding the charm of an unparalleled swordsman, if only he were not a mere skeleton. You're amazing. Are those your summoned beasts? They're incredibly powerful. Hey, do you have a boyfriend? Wei Xiaosu replied. What the hell, a boyfriend? Do you have a sister instead? Struggling to suppress the urge to swat the questioner away, he said. It's not safe ahead. I advise you to find another route. Zhou Xiang found himself perplexed. With the formidable strength of the esteemed individual, what could possibly render this ruin unsafe? Esteemed one, we only arrived upon witnessing the explosion's fiery glow. Was it you who caused that blast? Li Qing inquired. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaosu felt a pang of embarrassment. Indeed, the sound of the explosion could easily attract the attention of others or even monstrous beings, especially at night. The towering mushroom cloud illuminated everything within a several-kilometer radius. Just as Wei Xiaosu was about to articulate his thoughts, a piercing roar erupted from behind the group. Upon recognizing that familiar sound, a shiver ran down Wei Xiaosu's spine. Geneva, is it returning? His expression darkened in an instant as he scanned the surroundings. Indeed, a colossal shadow was barreling toward him with alarming speed. A pace so swift it instilled a sense of despair. With an agility attribute of 7,400, even if it were not a speed-specialized creature, its swiftness far surpassed that of Peiqi. Xiaoming, fire. As Wei Xiaosu dashed toward Peiqi, he commanded Xiaoming to engage the target. The distance between them was still at least 1 kilometer. Thus, even if Xiaoming's artillery were to detonate, it would pose no threat to him. This assurance allowed him to permit Xiaoming to unleash his arsenal without restraint. Abba, Xiaoming, who had been crouched on the ground drawing circles, perked up at the prospect of hurling explosives. Instantly, an exhilarating excitement surged through him, and then Xiaoming retrieved an enormous firecracker from his trousers. He placed the firecracker steadily on the sandy ground and, with a swift motion, struck a match, theatrically igniting the fuse atop the firecracker. In the next moment, the rocket booster ignited, propelled by a vibrant blue flame as it ascended into the sky, hurtling rapidly towards the colossal shadow in the distance. With a resounding boom, the entire process transpired in less than 10 seconds. When the massive mushroom cloud erupted once more, illuminating half the night, Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, and Zhang Hai were left dumbfounded. What on earth? A summoned beast capable of crafting atomic bombs? The three exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. Although they were unaware of Wei Xiaosu's true capabilities, they recognized that the upper limit within this relic was merely third tier. Yet, the explosive force they had just witnessed could easily overwhelm even a typical third-tier expert. Besides, it was evident that the opponent possessed more than just this one summoned beast. Hey, you three, stop dawdling. Run, I can't handle it. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Xiaosu had already climbed onto Peiqi's back. However, out of goodwill, he offered a warning to the trio before departing. While the previous explosion was indeed spectacular, it was of little use. It couldn't even breach the defenses of the Spider Queen, rendering them utterly futile. As expected, before the immense mushroom cloud had dissipated, a piercing roar erupted through the air. Everyone witnessed an extraordinarily massive spider emerging unscathed from the flames. Astonishingly, it was a pinnacle-level beast general of the third rank. Could it possibly be the most formidable creature within this relic? Zhou Xiang was momentarily dumbfounded and promptly turned to flee. Wait for me. Li Qing cursed under his breath, hastily following suit. Damn it, you lot should take me with you. Zhang Hai grumbled as he too entered a sprint. Among the trio, both Zhou Xiang and Li Qing exhibited commendable speed, while Zhang Hai lagged behind. However, in comparison to the Spider Queen, their differences were negligible. Observing this, Wei Xiaosu continued to command Xiaoming to attack, striving to delay the Spider Queen's advance. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned 3 ordinary skeletal wild boars, exclaiming, "Mount them and run." The skeletal wild boars, known for their speed and classified as second-tier elites, were unmatched in swiftness, rendering the trio at a disadvantage. "Thank you, esteemed one. Long live the esteemed one. You're incredible, esteemed one." Upon witnessing this, the 3 expressed their gratitude and, without hesitation, leapt onto the backs of the skeletal wild boars, allowing them to carry them swiftly away. Chapter 68. The frantic growth of the Spider Queen. The thunderous explosions behind continued unabated, as rockets ascended into the sky only to descend again, blossoming into resplendent mushroom clouds. Yet, even the might of these rockets could not inflict true harm upon the Spider Queen. Mere seconds later, she broke through the explosive barrier, leaping high with the intent to deliver a fatal blow to Xiaoming. Should the attack connect, Wei Xiaosu had no doubt that Xiaoming would be obliterated in an instant. The two were simply not on the same level. However, in that fleeting moment, a dark mist began to emanate from Xiaoming. 3 seconds later, the mist dissipated, and with it, Xiaoming's form vanished. Xiaoming would not simply disappear without reason. It was the result of Wei Xiaosu utilizing the ability of counter-summoning. Unlike summoning, which is straightforward, counter-summoning necessitates approximately a 3-second delay, rendering it nearly impossible to employ during combat. With a sigh of relief, Wei Xiaosu recognized the timing had been impeccable. Allowing Xiaoming to fall back was undoubtedly a wise decision. He could successfully counter-summon him before the Spider Queen closed in. This not only bought them precious time, but also ensured Xiaoming would not be directly eliminated. Roaring in fury, the Spider Queen lunged forward, her multiple pairs of compound eyes fixated on the fleeing figure in the night, as she continued her pursuit with her 8 legs. "Split up and run," Wei Xiaosu shouted from a distance, not waiting for the 3 to agree, as he directed the skeletal wild boar to sprint in different directions. The 4 individuals found themselves in a precarious situation, their ambitions too grand, and even Peiqi could not match the speed of the Spider Queen. Thus, the ordinary skeletal wild boar stood no chance. They had no choice but to flee in different directions, for it was plausible that the Spider Queen, perceiving their numbers, might pursue them instead. However, it soon became evident to Wei Xiaosu that he was overthinking the matter. The Spider Queen displayed not the slightest interest in the other 3, merely casting a fleeting glance their way while persistently pursuing him. As the distance between them diminished, Wei Xiaosu, amidst a flurry of curses, could only raise his hand and bellow, "Summon." This time, he truly spared no expense. A swarm of skeletal mages materialized around him as if summoned without cost. And within mere breaths, the desert spanning several kilometers was densely populated with these skeletal sorcerers. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Wei Xiaosu scowled and shouted, "Come on, you mangy beast. With 100,000 skeletal mages trailing behind, there's no way you can catch me." In an instant, the air was filled with the relentless sounds of explosions, each flash illuminating the terrifying silhouette of a colossal entity wreaking havoc. After merely a couple of glances, Wei Xiaosu felt a shiver run down his spine. Grasping Peiqi's pig head, he shouted, "Run, run, run. We must flee immediately. This is utterly terrifying." Unbeknownst to Wei Xiaosu, at the moment he summoned 100,000 skeletal mages to cover his retreat, the relentless Spider Queen, who had been pursuing him with fervor, abruptly halted her advance and began to wreak havoc among the throngs of skeletons. Logically, given the Spider Queen's formidable prowess, she could have surged forward without hesitation, as these mere second-tier skeletal mages posed no genuine threat, merely serving to delay her for a fleeting moment. However, it was evident that the Spider Queen had lost interest in Wei Xiaosu. She allowed the ceaseless tide of skeletal mages to charge toward her, reveling in the ensuing explosions of fire and carnage that enveloped her. Were there any observers in the vicinity, they would witness as the Spider Queen's size gradually swelled with each act of slaughter, her aura growing increasingly terrifying. 15 meters, 16 meters, 20 meters. Soon, a third of the 100,000 skeletal mages lay slain at her hands. Strangely, she chose not to continue her rampage but instead ceased the bloodshed. lying motionless upon the sandy ground as if in repose. At that moment, her height had skyrocketed to 25 meters, with her length surpassing 30 meters. And within her fearsome compound eyes flickered an unmistakable glimmer of uncontainable excitement. The remaining tens of thousands of skeletal mages were not to be spared. The Spider Queen permitted the explosive projectiles to detonate upon her, harvesting hundreds to thousands every 10 minutes, only to resume her stillness upon the earth, repeating this cycle endlessly. At last, had they not caught up? Wei Xiaosu leapt down from Peiqi's back, unable to resist the urge to rub his sore rear. This fellow was all hard edges. After galloping for dozens of miles, it was quite uncomfortable. Stealing a glance at his celestial notification, Wei Xiaosu noted that he had lost over half of his 100,000 skeletal mages in such a brief span of time. Even for someone of his wealth, it was a painful realization. Something was amiss, very amiss. As he walked, he pondered the earlier events, and with each thought, he grew increasingly convinced that something was not right. Initially, the Spider Queen was merely a Tier 3 boss-level venomous spider. Despite her formidable strength, Wei Xiaosu had been confident in his ability to vanquish her. However, the unexpected occurred when she killed over 1,000 skeletal mages, followed by being struck by a rocket launcher wielded by Xiao Ming. Subsequently, she inexplicably ascended to the beast general level, reaching the peak of Tier 3. Thus, was it her massacre of the skeletal mages or the rocket attack that triggered this transformation? Wei Xiaosu found himself deep in contemplation. Yet, this was destined to remain an unanswered question, at least for the foreseeable future. Enough of this. He resolved to rest well tonight, deciding to revisit the matter at dawn. Since entering the ruins, Wei Xiaosu had either been in combat or en route to combat, and he was utterly fatigued. He first summoned a multitude of skeletal mages to stand guard around him, then positioned Peiqi, Xiao Chong, and Xiao Shu close by for constant protection. What? You mentioned Xiao Ming? Naturally, he has been confined to the small dark room. Wei Xiaosu certainly does not wish to be abruptly awakened from slumber by a sudden explosion. I am so hungry. As soon as Wei Xiaosu relaxed his mind, his stomach began to rumble. He had not brought any food with him. The storage bag obtained from the corpse contained only a few bottles of water and some packets of biscuits, with no surplus provisions. After all, everyone had merely followed along to broaden their horizons. Who would have anticipated being ensnared in an ancient ruin? Thus, aside from a few food enthusiasts, no one had thought to stow away food in their storage bags. He decided to reserve the biscuit packets for the journey ahead and thought it best to sleep. After all, once asleep, hunger would cease to be a concern. Wei Xiaosu silently murmured to himself, suppressing the urge to eat. Before long, the weary and fatigued Wei Xiaosu drifted into slumber, while the skeletal creatures around him dutifully executed his commands, ensuring his safety. Chapter 69. The Giant Eagle of the Desert. The following day, as dawn broke, Wei Xiaosu awoke from his slumber. He raised his gaze to the sky, fixating on the rising sun for a few moments, perplexed by the presence of the sun within the ruins. If the ruins were merely fragments of a world, then the sun ought not to exist. Darkness should reign eternally within. Yet, in this ruin, as in every other he had previously encountered, there was a cycle of day and night, even the changing of seasons, an enigma indeed. His stomach growled once more, and as Wei Xiaosu patted his flat belly, a myriad of sorrows filled his heart. He had 3 packets of biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water remaining. If he rationed them wisely, he could sustain himself for 2 or 3 days. It was fortunate that he was not a combat class practitioner. Otherwise, his fighting prowess would undoubtedly diminish significantly due to hunger. However, Wei Xiaosu was free from such concerns. His own involvement in battle was rare, and his underlings required no sustenance, allowing him to maintain his peak combat efficiency effortlessly. Having consumed half a packet of biscuits, Wei Xiaosu still felt a gnawing hunger. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not indulge further. It remained uncertain whether any other food existed within this ruin. Should there be none, he would have to rely on these biscuits to endure until the core of the ruins was claimed by someone. Peiqi, let us proceed. Wei Xiaosu mounted Peiqi's back, continuing onward. The forest behind was fraught with peril, and he resolved not to turn back until he could vanquish the Spider Queen. A solitary figure in a pig traversed the vast desert, journeying from the dawn's first light to the setting sun, marking the passage of yet another day. Along the way, he encountered numerous desiccated corpses, some belonging to fellow students, others to soldiers, so many that he became numb to the sight. However, amidst this grim tableau, He was unexpectedly struck by the fact that not a single monster had crossed his path throughout the entire day, which was indeed peculiar. Yet, Wei Xiaosu dismissed it from his mind. After all, those aggressive insects were inedible, and whenever they appeared, they did so in swarms. Should another wave of insects arise, he would once again be forced to flee for his life. As the sun's waning rays bathed Wei Xiaosu, he wiped the sweat from his brow and drained the last precious sip from his water bottle. He had initially believed he could endure in the desert for another 2 or 3 days, but now he realized he had been overly optimistic. The conditions here were far more unforgiving than in other locales, particularly regarding the terrifying depletion of water resources. Could it be that I am truly destined to perish in this desolation? Wei Xiaosu stowed the completely empty bottle into his storage pouch, glancing at the remaining half of his biscuits, yet feeling no appetite whatsoever. Water. He must find drinkable water. He licked his parched lips, silently affirming his resolve. Perhaps fate would not entirely abandon him, or perhaps the heavens had heeded his silent plea, just as despair began to settle in his heart. He suddenly spotted a glimmer of green at the horizon's edge. It was merely a small patch of green, roughly the size of a fingernail, unlike the boundless expanse of the forest behind. Yet, even this modest hint of verdancy, visible from such a great distance, suggested that its actual area must be considerable. It is an oasis. Wei Xiaosu immediately contemplated this possibility. Discovering an oasis amidst the vast desert is indeed an extraordinary stroke of fortune. An oasis not only replenishes water supplies, but may also harbor edible resources. Peiqi, go, head towards that direction, towards the oasis, Wei Xiaosu exclaimed, his excitement rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. The sun was on the verge of setting, and the temperature in the desert began to plummet. He could barely endure another night. However, should he fail to obtain a water supply by the time the sun rose again, his fate would be sealed. Peiqi seemed to sense the anxiety and unease that gripped his master, quickening its pace while striving to minimize its own swaying, so as not to further weaken the frail Wei Xiaosu. As Peiqi galloped forward, the once diminutive green speck in the distance began to enlarge gradually. After approximately half an hour, Wei Xiaosu could finally ascertain that it was indeed an oasis, and a vast one at that. How splendid! Salvation is at hand, he thought, gazing at the colossal oasis, which boasted a diameter of at least 10 kilometers, as the heavy weight of worry that had burdened him finally lifted. Suddenly, as Wei Xiaosu approached several kilometers away from the oasis, a piercing bird call resonated above him. He looked up to the sky and discovered that, unbeknownst to him, a dozen peculiar birds had gathered overhead. These strange avians measured over 2 meters in length, with an astonishing wingspan of 6 meters, their bodies adorned with grayish-brown feathers, resembling a colossal version of the eagles from Blue Star. Insight: Sand Sea Giant Eagle, Tier 3, Boss Level, Level 34 Strength, 28-10 Agility, 14-14 88 Constitution, 25-68 Spirit, 17-41. To his astonishment, these creatures were Tier 3 boss-level monsters. Wei Xiaosu noted that the highest level among the giant eagles was 38, while the lowest stood at 31, undeniably a formidable force. It appeared that these giant eagles recognized Wei Xiaosu as a formidable presence, or rather, they acknowledged Peiqi as someone not to be trifled with. After issuing a couple of harsh calls and circling a few times, they swiftly took to the skies. What astonishing speed! If only I had flying companions, I would not find myself in such a predicament. As Wei Xiaosu gazed at the departing Sand Sea Giant Eagles, he marveled at their agility of 8,888. Even the Spider Queen could not compare. However, flying summons were exceedingly rare, particularly those of the undead variety. From what Wei Xiaosu had gathered, only the Frostbone Dragon and the Lava Bone Dragon were known to exist. Peppa, ignore those peculiar birds and press on. Wei Xiaosu gently patted Peppa's pig head, regaining his composure. The Frostbone Dragon and Lavabone Dragon in the currency shop were priced at a staggering 1 million. Even selling himself would not suffice to purchase them. After another half hour, the sun was now merely a fading glow in the sky. Yet, Wei Xiaosu finally reached the oasis. Gazing at the immense expanse of greenery ahead, he hesitated. The memories of his previous encounter in the forest had left him with an apprehensive shadow over his mind concerning the green areas within the ruins. He was genuinely fearful that a Spider Queen might emerge from this oasis, and if that were the case, he would have nowhere to flee. Summon Little Strong. After much contemplation, Wei Xiaosu resolved to send in the most formidable defender, Little Strong, to scout the way. If danger lurked, he would seek another route, regardless. He had to enter this oasis, for failure to do so would surely lead to dehydration by tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, he silently prayed for a smooth journey as he watched Little Strong's retreating figure. Chapter 70. The peculiar rabbit. Time passed slowly as Wei Xiaosu awaited eagerly. After approximately 10 minutes, Xiao Chong returned safely from the oasis. As a beast general-level summoned creature, Xiao Chong possessed a modicum of intelligence, though it could not articulate speech. Upon its return, it began to gesture animatedly, indicating that no danger lurked within the oasis and that there were, in fact, sources of water. Is there truly water? Wei Xiaosu exclaimed with delight, licking his parched lips. A wave of joy washed over him, and he exhaled a sigh of relief, promptly waving his hand. Let us proceed. Wei Xiaosu refrained from summoning many skeletal minions, even retracting Peiqi, whose enormous size might inadvertently alarm any lurking threats. Thus, he chose to venture forth with only Xiao Chong and Xiao Shuai. Upon entering the oasis, they had scarcely traversed 100 meters when Wei Xiaosu spotted rabbits frolicking in the distance. Rabbits? It appeared that this ancient site was not solely inhabited by insects. The sight of the rabbits invigorated Wei Xiaosu. Although water was his most fervent desire, capturing a couple of rabbits would not consume much time. After all, biscuits could hardly compare to the allure of fresh rabbit meat. Xiao Shuai, it's your turn. Go. Wei Xiaosu commanded, crouching behind a tree. Xiao Shuai nodded gently before leaping forth with remarkable speed. Those mere little rabbits would surely be an easy catch. However, in the next moment, Wei Xiaosu found himself in a state of disbelief. Just as Xiao Shuai was on the verge of seizing the rabbit, it suddenly propelled itself off the ground with its powerful hind legs, transforming into a streak of white light and vanishing without a trace. Wei Xiaosu, Xiao Shuai. Both the man and the skeleton gazed at the spot where the rabbit had been, lost in contemplation. Where did my rabbit go? Such a large rabbit. Where could it have possibly disappeared to? Wei Xiaosu was utterly bewildered. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he resigned himself to the situation and continued onward. Yet, after taking only a couple of steps, he spotted another rabbit, an enormous one at that. Wow! What a colossal rabbit! Wei Xiaosu concealed himself behind a tree, quietly observing a rabbit that was as large as a cow, situated several dozen meters away. However, this time, Wei Xiaosu was wiser. He refrained from acting impulsively and instead employed his insight technique. After all, he had recently suffered a setback against that peculiar rabbit, which was so swift that even Xiao Shuai had been caught off guard. Giant rabbit, Tier 3, boss level, 32 strength, 25-10 agility, 18-14 constitution, 35-68 spirit, 741 goodness. It was indeed called the giant rabbit. Wei Xiaosu inexplicably felt quite impressive, as he had managed to guess the creature's name merely by uttering it. The four primary attributes of this giant rabbit were remarkably strong, particularly its constitution, which reached an astonishing 3,568 points, indicating an utterly outrageous level of defense. However, for Wei Xiaosu, this colossal rabbit represented the ultimate quarry, at least far more enticing than that slippery little bunny. Xiao Shuai advanced. With a commanding shout, Xiao Shuai once again drew his sword and charged forth. Perhaps the earlier misstep had bruised its pride before its master and companions, for this time, Xiao Shuai unleashed a lethal strike. A flash of sword light erupted instantaneously, the terrifying sword energy brimming with a fierce intent to kill, cleaving directly into the giant rabbit's form, severing a large tuft of white fur that danced through the air like snowflakes. And then, there was nothing more. What? Wei Xiaosu suddenly leaped from his hiding spot. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the scene before him, feeling as though reality itself had warped. That was the sword energy unleashed by Xiao Shuai, the mightiest assault in his arsenal, without question. Yet, astonishingly, that formidable sword energy had merely sheared off a handful of the giant rabbit's fur. How could this be? The very same sword energy that could effortlessly slice through the tough exoskeleton of a siege beetle had failed to penetrate the flesh of a mere rabbit. It was utterly surreal. Wei Xiaosu once again accessed the attribute panel of the giant rabbit. There were no discrepancies. Its physical attributes stood at 3,568 points. Although formidable, it should not have emerged unscathed. Xiao Shuai, too, stood frozen in place, glancing from the sword in its grasp to the giant rabbit, which continued to graze nonchalantly in the distance, leaving it utterly perplexed. Particularly, it seemed that the gaze of the colossal rabbit held a hint of derision. further wounding Xiao Shui. After 2 consecutive failures, how could he possibly hold his head high in front of his colleagues? His teeth ground together with a harsh clatter, and in the next moment, he began to gather strength, unleashing a sword chi of unparalleled potency. In an instant, a black sword chi, stretching over 10 meters, was cleaved forth by Xiao Shui, leaving a path of devastation in its wake. Trees, flowers, and even stones were obliterated. As the most formidable skeletal warrior under Wei Xiaosu's command, Xiao Shui took great pride in his abilities, possessing a foundation far superior to that of the other named skeletons. If he failed to subdue the giant rabbit today, where would his dignity reside? The giant rabbit, sensing the impending threat, finally lifted its head to regard the oncoming sword chi, its small eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. Then, to Xiao Shui's astonishment, the rabbit's originally white fur began to transform at a breathtaking pace into a resplendent gold, appearing almost divine in the glow of the setting sun. The sword chi struck the giant rabbit, and the clash of black and gold was a sight to behold. However, it did not take long for Wei Xiaosu, positioned further back, to sense something amiss. Although Xiao Shui's sword chi seemed invincible, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones, the golden giant rabbit remained unharmed, actively absorbing the energy of the sword chi. Initially, the black sword chi held a slight advantage. However, it soon became apparent that the black sword energy was exhibiting signs of fatigue, its deep hue gradually transforming into transparency, until its potency diminished to the point where it was devoured bit by the golden giant rabbit. What on earth? Is that even possible? Wei Xiaosu shuddered. Utterly bewildered, he merely sought to hunt a rabbit for sustenance, yet he encountered 2 of these terrifying creatures in succession. My apologies for the disturbance. Wei Xiaosu was unsure if the golden giant rabbit could comprehend him, and he promptly turned to flee. At this moment, Xiao Shui was equally convinced, no longer daring to linger, and hurriedly followed suit, escaping the battlefield in haste. As for the golden giant rabbit, it simply gazed indifferently at their retreating figures, showing no inclination to pursue, and continued to graze contentedly on the grass. Phew, thankfully, it did not chase after us. Wei Xiaosu concealed himself behind a tree. Still shaken, that golden giant rabbit was undoubtedly peculiar. He even mused that the 4-dimensional attributes he had discerned through his insight skill might very well be deceptive. Since the creature had not pursued them, Wei Xiaosu decided against fleeing any further. Upon lifting his gaze, he was astonished to discover that his head was adorned with an array of fruits resembling peaches. Chapter 71. The Golden-Haired Demon Monkey in his current state. Wei Xiaosu found that every time he laid eyes on edible fare, his stomach would involuntarily protest with a growl. He gazed upward, scrutinizing the sight for several moments, and ultimately confirmed that, indeed, it was fruit. Only at this moment did he notice that at his feet, beneath the tree, lay numerous remnants of partially consumed fruit. This indicated that the peach-like fruit was indeed edible and not toxic. Tears welled up in Wei Xiaosu's eyes, though he lamented the absence of rabbit meat. The prospect of tasting peaches seemed quite delightful. Famished and parched, Wei Xiaosu did not enlist the help of his laborers, but instead resolved to scale the tree using both hands and feet. However, just as he had ascended a little over halfway, a monkey, about half his height, leaped from the top of the grand tree to a lower branch. This monkey was adorned with golden fur, reminiscent of the golden snub-nosed monkeys of Blue Planet, yet its coat was even more resplendent. Chattering excitedly, the monkey perched above looked down at Wei Xiaosu, vociferously exclaiming something incomprehensible. Although Wei Xiaosu could not decipher the monkey's utterances, he surmised that it was likely hurling insults, and quite unpleasant ones at that. Naturally, being berated by a monkey incensed Wei Xiaosu. However, in light of his previous encounters with the little rabbit and the large rabbit, he chose to exercise caution this time. Insight technique. Wei Xiaosu softly exclaimed. The Golden Silk Demon Monkey, Tier 3, Boss Level, 35 Strength, 2610 Agility, 3714 Constitution, 2468 Spirit, 2041. Its attributes are quite decent. As a Tier 3 boss, it is neither overwhelmingly strong nor particularly weak. However, Wei Xiaosu was genuinely frightened by the monsters inhabiting this oasis. Previously encountered giant rabbits appeared to possess mediocre attributes. Yet in battle, they proved to be exceptionally formidable. He was concerned that this monkey might also be a hidden powerhouse. As Wei Xiaosu pondered how to respond, he was caught off guard when the monkey above casually plucked a peach and hurled it at his head. Bang, ouch. Wei Xiaosu was stunned. He had just been struck by a monkey. How could he endure such indignity? Rubbing his head, he grimaced in pain and pointed at the culprit above, cursing. You cheeky little monkey, if you have the guts, come down and fight me one-on-one. The golden silk demon monkey, noticing Wei Xiaosu's plight, gleefully clapped its hands and chattered excitedly before picking another peach and throwing it at the human below. This time, prepared for the assault, Wei Xiaosu deftly evaded the projectile. He realized that the monkey on the tree was not exerting its full strength. Otherwise, with its 2,610 strength attribute, it would have surely caused him severe injury. Perched upon the branches was a golden-furred monkey, its presence a guardian over the tree. Wei Xiaosu, realizing the risk, refrained from ascending further. He released his grip on the trunk and swiftly descended to the ground. Gazing up at the golden monkey atop the tree, he placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed, "Come on, you little rascal. If you have the courage, continue throwing those peaches at me." With a furtive glance at the handsome little creature beside him, he discreetly tossed a storage pouch, instructing it to retrieve the 2 peaches that had fallen to the ground moments before. Wei Xiaosu was uncertain whether the golden monkey could comprehend his words. Yet, tone transcends language, even species. Just moments ago, he could distinctly sense the monkey's disdainful remarks directed toward him, and they were far from pleasant. Indeed, the golden monkey, infuriated by the audacity of the human below, began to screech in rage. It plucked peaches from the surrounding branches and hurled them downward as if they were stones. Alas, its attempts were futile, for not a single peach struck Wei Xiaosu. The monkey's frustration mounted, its golden eyes shimmering with indignation. In a fit of rage, it leaped to an adjacent branch and snatched the nearest peach. "Come on, you cheeky little creature, keep throwing." Wei Xiaosu continued to taunt, even daring to pick up a peach from the ground and savoring it audibly. One cannot help but remark on the exquisite sweetness of this fruit, resembling a peach, which, upon consumption, releases a warm sensation that envelopes the body, suggesting it is far from an ordinary fruit. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The golden-haired demon monkey was further incensed. It ceased to hold back and hurled the peach with great velocity, transforming it into mere afterimages. Wei Xiaosu, who had been attentively observing, attempted to evade the projectile, but the speed of the peach was astonishingly swift, leaving him no chance to escape. In that critical moment, the small creature behind him, Xiao Chong, activated its skill step forward. Although inherently slow, the skill maximized its speed, and in a flash, a white silhouette darted past. When it reappeared, it had positioned its shield protectively in front of Wei Xiaosu. Simultaneously, the peach, now a mere shadow of its former self, collided with Xiao Chong's sturdy shield, exploding into fragments. However, the tremendous force sent Xiao Chong tumbling backwards, crashing into Wei Xiaosu, resulting in a chaotic tumble. Chirrup, chirrup. The golden-haired demon monkey, hands on its hips, assumed an air of triumph, as if to say, "Are you now aware of my prowess?" Yet, this monkey had no intention of causing harm. Otherwise, it would not have merely thrown a peach. Wei Xiaosu discerned this and slowly rose from the ground, clutching his painfully struck chest, incredulously gazing at the triumphant monkey. Murmuring to himself, "What on earth is happening? Why are the monsters within this oasis so formidable? Be it the rabbits from before or the monkeys now. Their panel attributes are merely average. Yet, the combat prowess they exhibit is truly terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that they can engage in battles beyond their level." Xiaosu's subordinate, the young handsome, can also fight above his rank, but he cannot withstand encounters with monsters of even higher levels that possess the same ability to surpass their limits. It would be absurd to expect a victory in such circumstances. "Well then, you are impressive." Xiaosu clasped his hands towards the monkey on the tree, signaling his surrender. He then settled down on the patch of ground opposite the peach tree. He was already quite exhausted, if it were not absolutely necessary. He had no desire to engage in combat. So, right under the gaze of his adversaries, he took out the peach he had picked up earlier and began to eat it. To his surprise, the peach was quite delicious, and as he consumed it, a peculiar warmth enveloped his body, imparting a sense of comfort. Chapter 72. Cookies for peaches. When the entire peach had been consumed, leaving only the pit behind, Wei Xiaosu noticed something remarkable. The bruise on his chest, inflicted by Xiao Chong, had miraculously healed. Furthermore, his weakened body was rapidly regaining its peak condition. The efficacy of this was astonishing, far surpassing that of even his graveyard grass. Impressive. Wei Xiaosu was genuinely astounded. Setting aside the matter of his injuries healing, his graveyard grass possessed similar properties, albeit at a slower rate. The extraordinary effect of restoring his frail body to its prime state in such a short span was indeed extraordinary. The mere thought that there were dozens more peaches like this in his storage bag sent a thrill through him. With these peaches, the graveyard grass could very well be relegated to a dusty corner. Of course, all of this hinged on his ability to procure even more such peaches. As Wei Xiaosu sensed the transformations within him, his injuries had fully healed, and his weakened physique had returned to a satisfactory state. The only lingering issue was the gnawing hunger that remained. However, this was an unavoidable predicament, as a peach the size of a fist could hardly satiate one's appetite. Thus, Wei Xiaosu opened his pink storage bag and retrieved a pack of Oreo cookies. With a satisfying rip, he tore open the packaging and took out a cookie, savoring its flavor. After 2 days spent either hunting monsters or being pursued by them, this rare moment of leisure was a welcome reprieve, so he was in no rush. The golden-haired monkey perched on the tree trunk was initially immersed in the elation of its resounding victory. However, a sudden rip sound captured its attention. This peculiar rip was unlike anything it had ever heard since its birth. Below the tree, a human was holding a dark, round object and seemingly enjoying it immensely. Unbeknownst to Wei Xiaosu, who was delightfully savoring an Oreo, the monkey's curiosity went unnoticed as he was preoccupied with his companions, Xiaoqiang and Xiaoshui. In an unexpected turn of events, a peach fell abruptly from the tree, landing squarely in Wei Xiaosu's lap, prompting both surprise and a sense of fortune. Instinctively, he looked up, only to be taken aback. The golden-haired monkey was chattering excitedly, pointing at the fallen peach and occasionally gesturing towards the package of Oreos, evidently yearning for a taste. In that moment, two beings of disparate species and languages miraculously communicated. Wei Xiaosu glanced at the peach in his left hand and then at the cookie in his right, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Want to eat?" he inquired, as the monkey chattered in response. "All right, 1 peach for 1 cookie." With that, Wei Xiaosu tossed a cookie towards the eager creature. Upon witnessing this, the golden-furred monkey swiftly extended its hand to receive the biscuit. It placed the treat in the palm of its hand, inspecting it meticulously, back and forth, several times. After cautiously bringing it to its nose to sniff and confirming there was no threat, it tentatively took a small bite. As the golden-furred monkey slowly chewed the morsel, its golden pupils gradually widened, and soon it was exuberantly leaping along the tree trunk, chattering incessantly. With a flurry of excited sounds, the monkey devoured the remainder of the biscuit, feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment in its simian existence. From the moment of its birth, the most delectable food it had ever tasted was undoubtedly this biscuit. Though it bore no other benefits, its exquisite flavor had completely captivated the creature. "Would you like more?" Seeing this, Wei Xiaosu was equally elated, raising the biscuit in his hand, his intention clear. The golden-furred monkey was no ordinary creature. It possessed an extraordinary intellect, rivaling that of humans, hence it immediately comprehended Wei Xiaosu's meaning. With a jubilant cry, the monkey began to leap from branch to branch, plucking ripe, crimson peaches and tossing them to Wei Xiaosu without the slightest hesitation. "This is it. This time I will truly strike it rich." Having long heard tales of treasures scattered throughout the ruins, Wei Xiaosu had initially deemed them mere fabrications. Yet here he was, confronted with undeniable truth. The ruins were perilous, fraught with dangers that could lead to demise at any moment if one were not vigilant. However, as long as one possesses sufficient strength or perhaps a stroke of good fortune, a single expedition into the ruins may yield an abundance of treasures. Wei Xiaosu even harbored suspicions that within the vast, boundless forest, there existed even more precious artifacts. Even if he were informed that the legendary nexus of the ruins lay within, he would find it entirely plausible. Of course, given the presence of the Spider Queen lurking in the forest, Wei Xiaosu had no intention of venturing there again, at least not for the time being. While Wei Xiaosu was lost in thought, the golden-furred monkey had already dropped all the peaches from the tree, 53 in total, adding those to the 43 previously acquired. He had amassed a total of 96 peaches, a considerable windfall indeed. "I only have 2 bags of cookies left. The remainder will be considered a debt owed to you," he remarked as he retrieved the last 2.5 bags from his storage pouch. Even if he were to exchange a single cookie for a peach, it would certainly be insufficient. Nevertheless, he truly had nothing left, and besides, the peaches were now firmly in his possession. Could he possibly return them? Yet the golden-furred monkey seemed unconcerned about the exchange, accepting the 2.5 bags without hesitation. It was time to eat. Chattering animatedly, the monkey stuffed the cookies into its mouth, savoring the rich aroma of milk and the unique flavor of the biscuits, which made it feel as though its very soul were ascending. Observing this scene from below, Wei Xiaosu could not help but smirk. The sight of a creature relishing a mere cookie as if it were a gourmet delicacy was quite absurd. If he were to present a bucket of Master Kong beef noodles, would that mischievous monkey not be driven to ecstatic delirium? Having given all the cookies to the golden-haired monkey, Wei Xiaosu could only resort to gnawing on a peach. Although somewhat extravagant, he could not remain hungry indefinitely. Once he finished the peach, the golden-haired monkey had devoured all the cookies, leaving both parties thoroughly satisfied. Leaning against the tree trunk, Wei Xiaosu cast a glance upward at the creature and remarked, "I shall sleep now. Do not disturb me." The monkey chattered in response, baring its teeth. But that was the extent of its reaction. The experiences of the past few days had left Wei Xiaosu utterly exhausted. After instructing Xiaoqiang and Xiaoshui to ensure his safety, he succumbed to a deep slumber. After a short while, the golden-haired monkey, perched in the branches above, stealthily glanced down at the peacefully sleeping Wei Xiaosu, its golden eyes glinting with mischief. It then turned and, with a series of agile leaps, vanished into the night. Xiaoshui and Xiaoqiang merely exchanged a fleeting look at the departing monkey. Their duty was to safeguard their master, and with the most significant nearby threat having retreated, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. This was especially true for Xiaoshui, whose superior intellect bore a greater burden. Until the golden-haired monkey had left, its hand had remained poised on the hilt of its sword, ever ready to draw at a moment's notice. Chapter 73. The Seed of the Celestial Peach Tree, a Night Devoid of Dreams. At the break of dawn the following day, Wei Xiaosu awakened from his slumber, stretching comfortably as a refreshing vigor enveloped him. The fatigue that had lingered over the past few days had dissipated entirely, thanks to the miraculous peach and a restorative sleep, restoring his spirit to its zenith. Suddenly, the sound of chattering monkeys echoed above him. Wei Xiaosu glanced upward and, indeed, the golden-haired demon monkey was gazing intently at him. The creature seemed quite exhilarated, perhaps emboldened by their overnight companionship. It leapt from the tree, landing gracefully just a meter or two in front of Wei Xiaosu. This unexpected display startled him, for despite its diminutive size, the monkey possessed formidable strength. Xiaoshui and Xiaoqiang immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Wei Xiaosu, determined to shield their master from any harm. However, their concerns were unwarranted. Upon landing, the golden-haired demon monkey extended its palm, revealing a peculiar seed the size of a glass marble. "Is this for me?" Wei Xiaosu inquired cautiously. The monkey nodded in affirmation, then cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoshui and Xiaoqiang, as if to suggest that if it had intended to attack, these two small skeletons would hardly suffice to protect him. Upon realizing that the other party had no intention of resorting to violence, Wei Xiaosu felt a profound sense of relief. It dawned on him that if this mischievous little monkey had indeed harbored malicious intentions, it would not have waited for him to awaken. Thus, he dismissed any further thoughts and confidently approached to take hold of the peculiar seed. The moment the seed touched his hand, a translucent blue screen appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Peach tree seed, S-rank, a remarkable seed capable of cultivating an S-rank peach tree. The description was succinct yet astonishing. This little monkey had gifted him such a treasure. When had their relationship become so solid? Silently retrieving his pink storage pouch, he placed the seed within it. This was undoubtedly the most significant gain from his expedition into the ruins. Thanking the little monkey, he remarked, "Until we meet again, fate willing." With that, Wei Xiaosu turned to leave, resembling a mischievous uncle who had just tricked a child out of their candy. Chirp! The golden-furred monkey was momentarily taken aback. It had relinquished its cherished peach tree seed, and this insufferable human had not offered it anything delectable in return. How could it tolerate such an affront? In the next instant, the golden-furred monkey transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards Wei Xiaosu. At such close proximity and with such velocity, not even the swiftest of skills could be deployed in time. Bang! Wei Xiaosu, who was originally engrossed in the exhilaration of having acquired the seeds of the celestial peach tree, was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his back. In an instant, he soared through the air like a cannonball. Handsome, upon witnessing his master being ambushed, Xiao Shuai's fury erupted instantly. Drawing his sword, He unleashed a series of swift and formidable sword strikes towards the golden-furred demon monkey. Both combatants excelled in agility, their movements so rapid that the other bodyguard, Xiao Shuai, found himself unable to intervene, ultimately having to pivot and race back towards his master. Hiss! That truly hurt. Wei Xiaosu, caught off guard, was sent flying several dozen meters, feeling as though his internal organs were on the verge of dislocation. Yet, he was simultaneously astonished. Although he had been kicked away by that troublesome monkey, he had suffered no significant injury. This indicated that the creature had indeed held back. Otherwise, such a blow would have been fatal or left him severely wounded. Of course, the notion of killing Wei Xiaosu was a mere fantasy. Within his summoning space resided hundreds of thousands of laborers. Until every last one of them perished, his own demise was inconceivable. Xiao Shuai, return. Wei Xiaosu called out loudly. Heeding his master's command, Xiao Shuai delivered another strike that forced the golden-furred demon monkey to retreat before leaping back to Wei Xiaosu's side. GG, the demon monkey followed closely behind, but upon encountering Xiao Shuai's fierce gaze, it halted several dozen meters away. Subsequently, it extended its palm and continued to chatter incessantly. Though he could not comprehend the words, Wei Xiaosu felt that the other party was requesting him to return the seeds of the celestial peach tree. However, this was evidently an impossibility. He could never part with the seeds in this lifetime. Perhaps he should consider eliminating this mischievous monkey? Wei Xiaosu began to contemplate the feasibility of dispatching his adversary. Yet, no matter how he calculated, he sensed the difficulty of the task at hand. The only one present capable of matching the speed of the golden-haired demon monkey was Xiao Shuai, but in a one-on-one scenario, Xiao Shuai could only manage an even contest, if not fall slightly short. However, Wei Xiaosu could resort to a more drastic measure by summoning hundreds of thousands of skeletal mages to encircle the vicinity, ensuring that regardless of how swift the opponent might be, they would ultimately succumb to exhaustion. Yet, such an action would create a considerable commotion, potentially attracting other unknown terrors. Who could say what formidable beings might lurk within this bizarre oasis? Wait a moment, could this mischievous monkey be attempting to barter seeds for cookies? Strangely, this rather absurd conjecture crossed Wei Xiaosu's mind. Given his experience of exchanging celestial peaches for Oreo cookies the previous night, he believed this scenario was quite likely. Damn! Wei Xiaosu's lips twitched. He truly regretted not purchasing a few extra packs of cookies before entering the ruins. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I cannot return the seeds to you, but I assure you, if I have the opportunity, I will bring you some delicious treats. Chirp! The golden-furred demon monkey bared its teeth at Wei Xiaosu, clearly showing disbelief towards the empty promises of the despicable human. Hey, you little imp. Wei Xiaosu was about to engage in another round of verbal sparring with the monkey when, without warning, a chilling sense of impending doom washed over him. Xiao Shuai. Xiao Chong. Wei Xiaosu's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. In an instant, Xiao Shuai unleashed his defensive skill, the Sword Qi Shield, while Xiao Chong raised his shield in front of him. Almost simultaneously, a dark red beam of light surged towards him with an unparalleled force. The dark red beam first struck the Sword Qi Shield, but within a mere second, the shield shattered entirely. Undeterred, the beam continued to crash against Xiao Chong's shield. Though it did not immediately break, the overwhelming impact sent Xiao Chong, along with the startled Wei Xiaosu and Xiao Shuai behind him, flying backward. Roar! A deep, resonant roar echoed from a distance. Distinct from the sharp cry of the Spider Queen, it resembled the ferocious growl of a wild beast. Chapter 74. The Tiger Demon King. The formidable shockwave sent Wei Xiaosu hurtling backward, colliding with several trees as thick as water buckets along the way. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, and his aura plummeted dramatically. This time, it wasn't just him. Both Xiao Shuai and Xiao Qiang were significantly harmed as well. Particularly, Xiao Qiang faced the terrifying dark red shockwave head-on, shattering the shield it held into fragments, an utterly horrifying sight. The golden-eyed monkey, filled with trepidation, prepared to flee, but then seemed to recall something. It swiftly dashed towards the incapacitated Wei Xiaosu, seizing his arm and beginning to sprint. Summoned back, Wei Xiaosu made no attempt to resist, allowing the golden-eyed monkey to drag him away. However, before that, he summoned Xiao Shuai and Xiao Qiang back with great effort, despite the pain. What was that entity? At the very moment Xiao Shuai and Xiao Qiang vanished, another dark red shockwave surged forth, targeting the precise location where they had just stood. With a thunderous roar, the shockwave struck the ground, erupting into a blinding inferno. The sheer force of the explosion left him utterly astonished. Roar, having failed its initial attack, the creature that had ambushed them seemed enraged. Though it was bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the two skeletal figures, it had little interest in uncovering the mystery. With a deafening roar, the monster finally revealed its true form. Before him stood a magnificent tiger adorned with a single horn upon its brow. A colossal beast towering no less than 5 meters in height. A true behemoth. Insight technique. The Demon Tiger King, Tier 3, Beast General Level 40 Strength, 73-80 Agility, 78-55 Constitution, 86-20 Spirit, 34-88. As Wei Xiaosu beheld the attributes of this resplendent tiger, a wave of shock washed over him. It was yet another Tier 3 Pinnacle Beast General. Furthermore, judging by the statistics displayed, this formidable creature surpassed even the Spider Queen in strength. Despair engulfed him. Why was his luck so woeful? Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the Spider Queen, he now found himself confronted by an even mightier Tiger Demon King. What a cruel twist of fate. With a fearsome roar, the Tiger Demon King showed no intention of sparing Wei Xiaosu. After a brief moment of hesitation, it lunged forth in relentless pursuit. How swift! Wei Xiaosu exclaimed, his heart racing in alarm as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Let go of me. You cannot hope to run swiftly while carrying me. With determination, he broke free from the grasp of the golden silk demon monkey, and in an instant, a gigantic skeletal boar with a single horn emerged amidst a swirling black mist. Run! Wei Xiaosu leaped onto Peiqi's back, then pulled the golden silkworm monkey up alongside him. In a normal state, the speed of the golden silkworm monkey was comparable to that of Peiqi, yet Peiqi possessed the ability to accelerate. Berserk Charge. Wei Xiaosu commanded Peiqi to unleash the skill, originally intended for attacking foes, but now it was merely a means of escape. As the skill activated, Peiqi's speed surged to twice its usual rate, finally allowing them to match the relentless pursuit of the Tiger Demon King behind them. However, this was still insufficient. Peiqi's skill had a maximum duration of only 5 minutes, and once the time elapsed, they would undoubtedly be overtaken. Damn it! Once again resorting to a strategy of attrition, Wei Xiaosu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Summon. While sprinting, he unleashed the skill to summon skeletal mages. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. In the blink of an eye, a dense throng of skeletal mages emerged in the wake of Wei Xiaosu's path, surpassing 100,000 in number, stretching as far as the eye could see. Roar! The Tiger Demon King was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this multitude of skeletal mages. However, upon sensing the faint aura emanating from the skeletal creatures, it was instantly filled with rage. How could the mighty Tiger Demon King, the true sovereign of the oasis, have entertained thoughts of fleeing? Such a notion was an immense humiliation. With that, the Tiger Demon King opened its fearsome maw. Dark red light began to coalesce within. A few seconds later, a shock wave erupted, instantaneously obliterating the dense throng of skeletal creatures ahead. Just as the Tiger Demon King prepared to pursue along the path it had cleared, it stood frozen in place, bewildered. In its fierce eyes, there was confusion, astonishment, but predominantly delight. If Wei Xiaosu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the expression in the Tiger Demon King's gaze mirrored that of the Spider Queen during her unexpected breakthrough the day prior. The Tiger Demon King, gazing upon the boundless sea of skeletal mages, let out an exhilarating roar, and then seemingly disregarded the fleeing Wei Xiaosu and the golden silk demon monkey, instead plunging into the ocean of skeletons to wreak havoc. Before long, the Tiger Demon King sensed that its internal energy had reached a certain limit. It ceased the slaughter and lay down on the vast desert, allowing the skeletal mage's attacks to rain down upon it. An exquisite enjoyment enveloped it. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu, accompanied by the golden silk demon monkey, fled frantically. Once the effects of Peiqi's skill faded, he found a moment to glance back. Upon realizing that the Tiger Demon King was no longer in pursuit, he finally exhaled in relief, murmuring to himself, "Damn it. With the Spider Queen to the south and the Tiger Demon King to the north, I truly. Indeed, there is no such thing as a safe haven within these ruins. My current strength is akin to that of an ant, unable to stir even the slightest ripple against the dominion of these formidable beings." However, Wei Xiaosu was perplexed as to why the Tiger Demon King had initiated an attack against him. It felt distinctly amiss. It is indeed peculiar that the golden-haired monkey would come to his rescue and accompany him in fleeing from that oasis. The monkey emitted a long sigh, chattering away with an air of agitation, seemingly expressing its discontent, though Wei Xiaosu could not decipher its utterances. The communication between these two species was, without a doubt, a source of vexation, especially since one party was incapable of articulate speech. However, in a moment of inspiration, a thought struck Wei Xiaosu. He envisioned a method for effective communication. This approach, beneficial and devoid of drawbacks, was to form a contract with the creature as a pet. Pets could be regarded as a unique form of summoned beasts, with their rank not constrained by their owner. Yet, this arrangement bore its own risks. Should a pet meet its demise, it would be a true death. Unlike summoned beasts that could be revived, typically, summoners refrain from contracting pets, as the time invested would be better spent nurturing their summoned creatures. He, little monkey. Come here, let us strike a bargain. Wei Xiaosu exclaimed with a mischievous grin. Chapter 75. Great Sage. The golden-furred monkey had initially been vociferously berating Wei Xiaosu. But upon catching sight of the malevolent grin on the latter's face, it faltered. Little monkey. Wei Xiaosu signaled for Peiqi to come to a halt. He then turned around on Peiqi's broad back and continued to smile. Shall we strike a deal? The monkey took 2 cautious steps back, its face a mask of wariness. Although it could not comprehend the human's insinuation of a deal, it discerned the insidious intent reflected in his expression and gaze. Wei Xiaosu leaped from Peiqi's back to the ground, clasping his hands behind him, and tilted his head back with a smile at a 45-degree angle, revealing his pearly whites. Little monkey, have you ever tasted braised beef noodles, spicy beef noodles, mushroom stewed chicken noodles, pickled cabbage beef noodles, golden broth beef noodles, or pepper beef noodles? Wei Xiaosu enumerated dozens of instant noodle flavors in one breath. It was not just the golden-furred monkey that felt its stomach protesting. Even he was beginning to feel hunger pangs. Though the monkey had never encountered these so-called instant noodles, it could envision how delectable they must be. After all, this detestable human had claimed that those instant noodles were 10 times tastier than biscuits. Seeing the monkey's interest piqued, Wei Xiaosu seized the moment. Little monkey, let us forge a pact. You shall become my pet, and I will take you away from here. In return, you will enjoy a life of abundance and indulgence with me. What do you say? Chirp. The golden-haired demon monkey leapt down from Peiqi's back, seemingly quite exhilarated. Agreed? Wei Xiaosu, who had initially anticipated a lengthy persuasion, was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected this mischievous monkey to be so easily swayed. In any case, it was quite surprising. Wei Xiaosu had only learned the method of contract binding for pets the previous week, and now it was the perfect opportunity to put his knowledge to use. He produced a small knife, pricked the fingers of both himself and the golden-haired demon monkey to draw a single drop of blood from each, and began to invoke the secret incantation to establish the contract. Naturally, the formation of a pet contract requires the consent of the pet, so it is generally impossible to force such an agreement. However, under the temptation of various flavors of instant noodles, the golden-haired demon monkey caused no trouble whatsoever. The process went smoothly until the contract was successfully sealed. Congratulations. You have successfully established a master-servant contract with the golden-haired demon monkey as your pet. It will unconditionally obey all your commands, and you shall provide it with an assortment of instant noodles. Ha ha ha. At the very moment the contract was finalized, Wei Xiaosu could not contain his excitement and burst into laughter. If anyone were to discover that he had acquired a formidable golden-haired demon monkey capable of surpassing levels with merely instant noodles, they would surely be envious to the point of tears. Golden Silk Demon Monkey, Tier 3, Boss Level, 35 Strength, 2610 Agility, 3714 Vitality, 2468 Spirit, 2041 Skills, Crisis Perception, a rank, Fire Eye, a rank. Staff Mastery, a rank, Crisis Perception, a rank the ability to foresee impending dangers. Fire Eye, a rank the power to see through all illusions, deceptions, and disguises, revealing the truth. Staff Mastery, a rank the aptitude to effortlessly wield any staff-type weapon, unleashing 200 of its potential. In awe, Wei Xiaosu remarked, this is astonishing. Yet, for a mere boss-level entity to possess 3 A-rank skills, it seems destined for greatness. The utility of these 3 A-rank skills was undeniable, particularly the third, which inevitably reminded him of a certain monkey from mythological tales. Curse you humans! When will you fulfill your promise of instant noodles? Suddenly, A child's voice echoed in Wei Xiaosu's mind. However, he was not startled, for he recognized the source of the voice. Fear not, though the instant noodles are exceedingly precious. Given our bond, once I step outside, I will spare no expense to bring you a few packets, Wei Xiaosu declared with great righteousness. Well, at least you possess a semblance of conscience. The golden silk demon monkey nodded in satisfaction. Then, Wei Xiaosu's thoughts shifted, and he inquired, do you have a name? I do not. From now on, you shall be called Great Sage. How does that sound? Great Sage? It has a nice ring to it. But that is of little consequence. Just remember this Great Sage's instant noodles. Wei Xiaosu, having successfully executed his cunning plan, was in high spirits. He reached out and ruffled the soft head of the Great Sage, then inquired, by the way, Great Sage, do you know the origins of that Tiger Demon King? Why did it attack us? The Great Sage hesitated, appearing to grapple with some unspoken secret. Could it be because of you? Wei Xiaosu gazed at it in shock. Indeed, perhaps overwhelmed by Wei Xiaosu's scrutinizing gaze, or perhaps feeling there was no point in concealing the truth, it divulged everything. The seed I gave you previously was borrowed from the Tiger Demon King last night. The Great Sage murmured timidly. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaosu's expression twitched. Borrowed? That was clearly theft. Nevertheless, despite the internal complaints, Wei Xiaosu gave the Great Sage a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done. On our next outing, I will add ham sausages to your instant noodles, 2 of them. Wow, the Great Sage exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Then, the duo, 1 human and 1 monkey, mounted Peiqi and began to wander aimlessly through the desert. Wei Xiaosu was uncertain of their destination or how to exit the ruins. Yet remaining in one place was not an option. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses, most of which were tragically mutilated, either dismembered or gruesomely torn apart. Many left behind were but mere skeletal remains. As Wei Xiaosu lamented inwardly, he found himself growing somewhat numb to the despair. The only course of action available to him was to slay as many monsters as possible, thus avenging the fallen. However, Wei Xiaosu himself was sorely lacking in experience points, needing at least 30 to utilize the mysterious skeletal finger to elevate Xiao Shuai's realm. Fortunately, the desert teemed with insects, and he fortuitously encountered a moderately sized swarm of assault insects, approximately numbering in the tens of thousands. This encounter was nothing short of earth-shattering. Wei Xiaosu exhausted all his resources before finally securing a hard-fought victory. Xiao Ming once again earned the title of MVP for this battle. It was precisely due to this large-scale skirmish that Wei Xiaosu's level soared to 29, and with the surplus experience points, he aided Xiao Shuai in ascending 3 realms, from boss level to beast general level, then to lord level, and finally reaching king level. Xiao Shuai, 2nd tier, king level, 29 strength, 10, 111 agility, 14, 055 constitution, 11, 285 spirit, 10, 035 chapter 76. The core array achieving over 10,000 in all 4 attributes at merely level 29 is indeed a remarkable feat. Moreover, it is not just the enhancement of attributes. Even the original 2 skills have ascended from E rank to B rank, significantly amplifying their power. Particularly noteworthy is the defense of the sword Qi Shield, which remains impervious even to the explosive force of Xiao Ming's projectiles, demonstrating unparalleled resilience. In addition to the enhancements of the existing skills, an additional skill named 10,000 Swords Return to Origin has been comprehended. While we shall refrain from discussing the skill's power for now, the sight of countless swords conjured from pure energy upon its release is undeniably breathtaking. It is precisely due to the presence of Xiao Shuai that Wei Xiaosu has finally found a semblance of security amidst the perils of the treacherous ruins. As long as he avoids the swarms of insects or the dominators of certain regions, he harbors little fear. Of course, theoretically speaking, Xiao Shuai's attributes should now far surpass those of the Spider Queen and the Tiger Demon King. However, given past experiences, Wei Xiaosu remains skeptical of the reliability of such attributes. Time flows swiftly, and unbeknownst to him, Wei Xiaosu has wandered through the desert for a full 3 days. His skin has become dark and parched, his clothing tattered and torn, his face covered in dust, and his hair has transformed into a disheveled mess. Particularly tragic is his footwear. Just 2 days prior, while attempting to stretch his limbs in combat against a siege insect, he exerted too much force and punctured 2 holes in the tops of his shoes, an unfortunate plight indeed. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. For on the evening of the 7th day since his entry into the ruins, he suddenly discerned the silhouette of a figure moving behind a distant sand dune. Apart from the initial 2 days, Wei Xiaosu had not encountered another living soul for a full 4 days. And the absence of human companionship had instilled in him a profound sense of solitude, an uncomfortable sensation indeed. He summoned back Peiqi, Xiaoshui, and Xiaoqiang into the conjuration space. And then, with resolute determination, he embarked on foot toward the distant dune. As for Dasheng, it perched atop his head, idly surveying the surroundings. After several minutes, Wei Xiaosu climbed over a dune and was greeted with the sight of a vast crowd. It was not merely 1 or 2 individuals, nor even dozens, but a staggering multitude of over 1,000 souls. Most bore wounds, and many lay upon the ground, barely clinging to life. Without prompt assistance, their prospects appeared grim. Approximately 70% were students from the Magic Academy, while the remaining 30% comprised soldiers. Wei Xiaosu surveyed the scene and murmured, "What a tragic spectacle this is." Suddenly, amidst the throng, he spotted 3 familiar skeletal wild boars. Upon closer inspection, he realized, to his astonishment, that they were indeed his own skeletal unicorn boars. Beside these creatures stood familiar faces, Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, and Zhang Hai, whom he had rescued just days prior. Truth be told, the encounters of the past few days had fostered in Wei Xiaosu a disconcerting illusion that all those beneath the 3rd tier were destined to meet their demise. Save for himself, little did one expect that so many individuals had survived. One cannot help but marvel at their fortuitous luck. As Wei Xiaosu observed them, Zhou Xiang happened to glance in his direction. In a moment of recognition, Zhou Xiang exclaimed with delight, "My goodness, it's the esteemed one. The esteemed one has arrived." Although a bit dirty, if cleaned up, it must indeed be the esteemed one, Li Qing remarked, instinctively turning his head in surprise. "Do you see a monkey on the esteemed one's head? Quite dashing," Zhang Hai whispered in awe. Upon confirming Wei Xiaosu's identity, the trio hurriedly approached, leading their skeletal unicorn boar. He was, after all, their savior, first assisting them in vanquishing a dozen formidable insects, and then gallantly diverting the terrifying Spider Queen. This act of kindness would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Of course, had they known that Wei Xiaosu intended for them to serve as bait. Clinging to the notion of better the death of a friend than the death of a comrade, their excitement might have waned considerably. Zhang Hai was the first to reach Wei Xiaosu, his excitement palpable as he inquired, "Esteemed one, did you come here alone?" Observing these 3 fortuitous individuals, Wei Xiaosu felt a wave of exasperation. He, too, could not fathom the Spider Queen's intentions. Why she chose to pursue him instead of them had left him drenched in cold sweat. "I fear that merely half a person might frighten you to death," Wei Xiaosu retorted with a hint of irritation. "Zhang Hai." The 3 individuals exchanged glances, acutely aware of the palpable resentment emanating from the formidable figure before them. Yet, they were certain they had never wronged him. This was utterly perplexing. Observing their bewilderment, Wei Xiaosu chose not to further confront them. Ultimately, he had intended to deceive, only to ensnare himself in the process. Thus he could blame no one but himself. He inquired, "What brings such a multitude together here?" Indeed, there is strength in numbers. Yet an overwhelming crowd could provoke the wrath of lurking monsters, reminiscent of the overwhelming tide of insects he had faced on his first day. "Esteemed one, it was discovered yesterday that the core nexus of this relic lies not far from here," explained Zhou Xiang. "The core nexus?" Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaosu's spirits soared. Fortune had smiled upon him. The location of the core nexus had been uncovered at last. He could no longer endure this wretched relic. Indeed, the discovery was made by a peak 3rd-tier expert from the nation of Korea. However, he has since perished. Even a peak 3rd-tier expert cannot seize the core nexus alone. The creature guarding the core nexus is a mother worm, commanding an army of over 1 million various insects, with the lowest ranks being 2nd-tier elite assault insects, and a few formidable 3rd-tier tank insects among them. Yesterday, our nation deployed over 10,000 troops, while Korea sent more than 40,000, alongside another 40,000 from Japan. In total, nearly 100,000 warriors launched an assault against the mother worm. However, the battle resulted in devastating casualties, and ultimately, they were unable to secure the core nexus. Listening to the explanations of the 3 individuals, Wei Xiaosu's expression grew peculiar. The entrance to this relic had unexpectedly opened simultaneously in both the land of the morning calm and the island nation. Wasn't there a multitude of over 10,000 participants? Why were there merely a little over 1,000 present now? Could it be, however, Before Wei Xiaosu could finish his thought, Li Qing beside him shook his head and clarified, "That is not the case. Our numbers are few, and so are our experts. Thus, we are somewhat at a disadvantage. It is primarily the forces from the land of the morning calm and the island nation taking the lead, resulting in relatively low casualties. Currently, we are dispersed across 10 zones, constantly monitoring the movements of the creatures. Although the creatures outnumber us by several times, our side boasts a multitude of third-tier experts, far exceeding the numbers of the creatures, especially in the case of the land of the morning calm and the island nation. They must have received intelligence from our Chinese forces. Thus, they are well prepared, with nearly all members at the third tier. In yesterday's battle, it was merely a situation of mutual attrition." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaosu nodded thoughtfully. Although third-tier individuals were referred to as experts, they were merely beginners in their professions. Even the tiny nations of the land of the morning calm and the island nation could effortlessly assemble tens of thousands. Chapter 77, Night Raid, the trio's life and death goodness. It seems that even an army of 70 to 80,000 third-tier masters could not seize the core array at once. That mother insect possesses quite a formidable power. Wei Xiaosu mused to himself. Although he too had adopted a strategy of overwhelming force, he knew that if those 70 to 80,000 third-tier experts were to target him, even with 100,000 skeletal minions at his command, he would undoubtedly be reduced to nothingness. Tomorrow morning, the second assault will commence, Li Qing advised earnestly. We shall merely follow behind the forces from the Korean peninsula and the island nation, cheering them on. We must not act impulsively. After all, they were merely a group of unfortunate students, their average strength barely reaching the second tier, with third-tier masters being exceedingly rare among them. Participating in such a grand battle, a single misstep could lead to their demise. Indeed, Wei Xiaosu nodded gently, not one to harbor arrogance. He wholeheartedly agreed with Li Qing's sentiments. In the ruins, their nation's power was weak, and there was truly no necessity to vie for that elusive core array, though they appeared united in their common struggle against foes. Should the core ever fall into the hands of the Chinese, it would likely become the target of collective animosity. In the outside world, the Chinese Empire would naturally fear no organization or power. Yet, within these ruins, they were undeniably the most vulnerable. Well, it's good to know how to relax. By the way, is there any food? Wei Xiaosu inquired, unabashedly patting his stomach. Having subsisted solely on peaches for the past few days had left his mouth feeling parched. Even if that object is a rare treasure, relying on it for sustenance is undoubtedly a torment. Sure, upon hearing that the esteemed individual desired food, Zhou Xiang was the first to respond. He then extracted a colossal roasted rat from his storage pouch. Ahem. A few minutes later, Wei Xiaosu let out a satisfied burp, exclaiming how delicious it was. Though it bore an uncanny resemblance to a rat, its flavor was akin to beef. He relished the meal thoroughly. To express his gratitude for the extravagant rat feast provided to the three devoted companions, Wei Xiaosu generously gifted each of them a celestial peach, which left them utterly elated. Wei Xiaosu's arrival did not stir any ripples at this makeshift refuge, apart from Zhou Xiang and the others. He was unfamiliar with anyone else present. He pondered about Nanji, Pei Qian, and Senior Lu Yang, wondering how they fared and whether they encountered any peril. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the dim, profound sky, murmuring softly. Soon after, an ethereal figure inexplicably appeared in his mind, prompting him to heave a deep sigh. Su Shaqing, I hope you remain safe as well. As night deepened, Wei Xiaosu released Xiao Shuai to guard his safety, then succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and in a hazy state, he seemed to hear distant shouts and commotion, causing him to furrow his brow. This bodes ill. The army of insects is upon us. Initially, Wei Xiaosu was irked by the shouting that disturbed his sleep. However, upon hearing of the insect horde, his mind instantly sharpened. He sprang up from the ground like a carp leaping from water, his eyes scanning the horizon where flames, sword glints, and lightning erupted in the dark night. Insects, countless insects, stretched endlessly before him. Wei Xiaosu yanked the still slumbering great sage to his feet, scolding him irritably. What are you sleeping for? It's time to fight. This battle was one Wei Xiaosu was not prepared to flee alone from. At the very least, he would not permit himself to escape before the others had perished. Even if he managed to evade tonight, it would merely delay his demise. If a coalition of 100,000 could not seize the core stronghold, what chance did he stand alone? Thus, this night's confrontation was inevitable. It was a war for survival, a battle for their very race. Xiao Shui, let us go. Wei Xiaosu brandished his iron shovel and swiftly joined the fray. These second-tier elite assault insects were mere trifles for him, easily dispatched with a few strikes, while Xiao Shui could sweep away groups with a single stroke. Yet, within their makeshift stronghold, 9 out of 10 were first-tier students and soldiers, undeniably weaker than the assault insects. This was untenable. The number of assault insects exceeded 10,000. In such chaos, Xiao Ming would surely be unable to participate, and relying solely on himself and Xiao Shui, they might not be able to vanquish all the assault insects before their companions fell. Wei Xiaosu cleaved the head off an assault insect with his shovel, his expression grave. But just as he pondered his next move, suddenly, not far from me, a student accidentally fell victim to the razor-sharp appendage of an assault insect, which severed his body in half, causing his entrails to spill forth, mingling with blood upon the ground. I don't want to. Before the student could finish his lament, the assault insect struck again, piercing through his skull, and then, stepping atop the lifeless body, it let out a triumphant roar of victory. Zhonghai, damn it, I will kill you. Wei Xiaosu stood in a daze, watching the scene unfold before him. The student who had been slain by the assault insect was none other than Zhonghai, a member of their trio. Upon witnessing Zhonghai's death, Zhou Xiang and Li Qing went into a frenzy, launching themselves recklessly at the surrounding assault insects. 1, 10, 20. Although both Zhou Xiang and Li Qing were at the same Tier 2 level, their power vastly exceeded that of the assault insects. Yet, human endurance has its limits. Faced with an overwhelming number of foes, they too were nearing their last breath. However, just as they believed their end was imminent, a sudden flash of sword light cut through the air, obliterating all insects within a 10-meter radius centered around them into mere fragments. Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, retreat to the rear and rest. Leave the rest to me. Wei Xiaosu's voice was soft, yet carried an icy resolve. Boss, you must avenge Hai? Tears streamed down their faces as they mourned their fallen comrade, filled with resentment over their own inadequacy, powerless to vanquish the monsters before them. Upon uttering those words, the two individuals began to follow Wei Xiaosu's guidance and commenced their rearward adjustment. Yet, in the next instant, the ground beneath them suddenly began to sink, and before the weary duo could react, they were engulfed by a towering column of fire. A chilling scream resonated, and within mere seconds of departing, Wei Xiaosu turned back, only to witness a scene that ignited a fury deep within his soul. The tank bug, damn it! The monstrous creature that emerged from the depths was none other than the tank bug, a creature previously depicted in films. This insect was approximately 4 times the size of a siege bug, its entire body encased in a layer of impenetrable black exoskeleton. What was even more terrifying was its ability to breathe fire, with an intensity so high that even the alloys of future spacecraft could be melted within a remarkably short span of time. Roaring with excitement, the tank bug saw the deaths of Zhou Xiang and Li Qing as mere trifles. Its mission for the night extended far beyond the elimination of 2 individuals. It aimed to annihilate every human within this temporary stronghold.